of course, they know the symmetry. They know what that represents. The first time, maybe they're going to be going against each other in a face-off, on a shift, whatever the case may be. They can sell it as the future versus the past, mentor versus pupil, whatever you want to describe it, it's going to be marketed. And you're right, because the league knows it. We all know it. A week ago, we were watching it with the NBA. Victor Wembanyama means to the NBA draft what Connor Bedard meant last night to the NHL draft. These are guys coming into their respective leagues at the same time, expected to have similar impacts. Who's going to be the greatest star, the biggest one? It's a fun debate to have. Nobody knows for sure, but they're both going to be extraordinary players in their own way and with their own style.
We'll get into it. We'll talk about the draft, and we'll pick apart what they've done. I mean, it's really a glorious morning if you're a Blackhawks fan. There's no way around it, because everybody you hear says things like, this guy has the ability to lead the Blackhawks to a Stanley Cup. That the hardest thing that you can get in sports is a superstar player you can build around, and they have themselves the superstar player out of this draft, with apologies to Mitch Goff and his 3 years plus left in the KHL. But it's going to be great, and it's a fun thing to sort of talk about, because all expectations, everything changes now. I don't know that they're going to win immediately or anything like that. They don't have enough talent, but they're going to get better today again, and they became a significantly better franchise the minute they took him yesterday.
It's fun to be part of a fan base when the sense is they're on the verge of something special. It's difficult when you're a fan of a franchise. No, I'm not pointing any fingers at town here.
You
no,
can say it.
But it's difficult to be a fan of a franchise that struggles or falls short of expectations and frustrates you along the way. And every game you watch feels like you're sentenced to watch it, or more drudgery than fun. What the Blackhawks are, they may struggle next year. They may not be above 500. They may not win as many games in Bedard's first season as, say, in point of comparison, Patrick Kane did in his first year when Dennis Savard was a coach back in 2007, 2008. But there is a sense that something special might be happening again. There is a sense that all the talent that's being accrued the last two drafts, what happens today and what happened last year, is really going to be putting together a team that has a roster where when he's on the ice, he's going to lift everybody else up, and then he's going to do what he does, and it's going to be fun, and it's going to be successful at some point in time.
The Cubs lost again. That's 3 in a row if you're counting at home. That's a little difficult.
It's tough. I mean, you don't want Sunday in London with blowing the 4-0 lead to become the before and after moment of this season. And we talked about this 13-game stretch before the All-Star break. They had a day off to recalibrate their body clocks and get back on their feet. But the Phillies don't care where you were, and they've got some talent as well. So the Cubs are going to lose this series. They've got to salvage a game today with the professor on the mound. They can't get swept.
The White Sox actually won. They won a game at Anaheim. I guess I didn't know this, but Shohei Ohtani not allowed to pitch 2 days running. So that's very good. That worked out very well for the White Sox. They scored 11 runs, only the 5th time this year that they have been in double-figure runs. So nice for them to have a little bit of a breather. Ohtani, I think, hit a triple, right? He didn't homer.
He did triple, back-to-back triples.
Yeah, he and Trout.
They do back-to-back everything.
But you know what? If you
double
watched
steals, triples, homers.
It didn't feel like they were triples. It felt like the Sox outfield didn't know how to play.
That wasn't one of their finest moments in the field.
Yeah, let's get that
But
straight.
they were definitely hitting at a high clip, and Luis Robert Jr. continues to
another home run,
hit home runs. Big night for Sebi Zavala.
2 home runs.
Yeah, he seems to hit them in bunches, and so that's
Eloy
a good
hot.
Eloy is hot depending on who's on base and how many people are or aren't. But yeah, last night was a nice win for the Sox. Lucas Giolito gets a little breathing room. As he pointed out himself, he's gotten some run support the last couple times out. Maybe not has pitched as well as he wanted to, but he ends up doing, just enough, and the Sox have a chance to split the series today with an opportunity. Lance Lynn's going today, correct? So he's got a chance to rectify some things and give them a split.
Holy and it's early, so there you go. The Bulls are in the news because free agency kicks into overdrive tomorrow, and they managed to get a player signed already, and that is a player that was here before. They've given a 3-year, $60 million deal to Nikola Vucevic.
No surprise there. That was a formality, wasn't it? I think that when you heard Arturas Karnisovas talk on draft night, as late as it was, reaffirm the commitment to Vooch and to talk about that trade as one that he didn't feel as bad about as other people in town might have. He might have been one of the few. Then you knew this was just going to be something. When are they going to announce it? It wasn't a matter of if they're going to re-sign him.
And, of course, the City of Lights, Paris, France. No, the City of Lights, Aurora. Did you know that was the City of Lights? I always thought Paris was the city.
I did not know that Aurora was a City of Lights. I don't know the origin to that. I saw that reference.
They jumped in and are the latest team to want to have a conversation with the Bears.
They have more to offer in their minds than some of the other municipalities that have gotten involved or gotten in line. They are offering in the letter, the 2-page letter from Mayor Richard Irvin, the $360 million development with Penn Entertainment, which relocates Hollywood Casino Aurora to a new site. So they're using that as the lure. And if you look at Bears history, and I wasn't in town for this, but back in 1995, they flirted with the idea of moving to Aurora. That was a news story back in the day. That was when they were contemplating options, when they were looking at Soldier Field renovations, maybe using that as leverage. I don't know if this is anything more than that, but it is the next municipality to get in line and apparently the Bears responded positively and quickly, according to a spokesman. So what does that mean? Positively and quickly. Yeah, we got it. Thanks. We'll call you right back next week.
We're on the way.
Next month.
Yeah.
Did you hear about the little mix-up with?
Hey, do you know anyone in Arlington Heights? Can you get them to lower their taxes on us?
Did you get of the little mix-up from the town hall meeting in Arlington Heights the other night with Kevin Warren when he talked about at the podium? He said, "Well, yeah, even on the way here, I got a call from Lake Forest, or on the way here from." He said, "On the way from Lake Forest, I got a call," and it was the syntax that was misinterpreted as he got a call from Lake Forest officials about building a stadium there. And it was reported as such. And then they had to correct it because it did not happen. But it was just the way that he said it and how fast he was talking or whatever the case, but it was just a misunderstanding. But Lake Forest, not in line.
Okay.
Aurora is.
Yeah.
Waukegan is.
Waukegan, Naperville, not
Naperville
so much?
is still, yeah.
Okay. And the
Arlington
city,
Heights.
they did a Zoom call.
And the city
Not
met
so much.
via video, and they're coming up with options or alternatives. They've got people looking around, poking around, exploring possibilities of keeping, where they could build a stadium in Chicago. I don't know how feasible it is yet because nothing's been formalized. But you hear stuff.
Yeah, come on.
I'm not advocating it. I'm not suggesting it. I'm just telling you, you hear stuff.
Yeah, I don't think the Aurora Bears play well. I don't know. I think the Bears. I think it's. I think they're going to Arlington Heights, and I'd be surprised if that changed. And it would be nice if they decided, no, you know what, we'll just stay downtown. It's really nice here.
Kevin Warren did say that the process was more convoluted than maybe he anticipated. I don't think that it was anything more than just his transparency. Doesn't mean that he didn't expect this. Doesn't mean that, he's naive in going down this road. But he's right. It's more convoluted. It might take some more finesse than he expected. But it's the beginning of a very long process. And these kinds of overtures are going to be something we just have to come to expect.
Yeah, it's going to be until it's resolved. There's no resolution. But I think that his meeting in Arlington Heights seemed fairly. He met with people that are pro Bears in Arlington Heights and got his message out to everyone that might be less inclined. He was in front of a friendly crowd, which is, I guess, what you want if you're Kevin Warren going out and making your case.
Clarity and tax certainty, those are two things that he talked about the most. And he was in that group that's what they wanted to hear, and certainly was more welcoming crowd than maybe the other pockets of Arlington Heights might have been. I don't know. You hear different things because I think different constituencies are represented within that community. Some people are very excited about the possibility. They're welcoming the Bears with open arms because of all of the things that would happen to the former racetrack and those grounds. And then there's other people that want their tranquility preserved, and they're writing op-eds and they're trying to gather momentum in groups. So it's going to play out over time.
And as I watched the NHL draft last night, they had a commercial for the NASCAR street race, the Chicago street race. Did you see that? It made Chicago look nice. I froze on the course for a little bit, just to eyeball it and exactly where they're going and what they're doing. And then I drove in this morning on Lakeshore Drive, which is down to one lane as you get closer to downtown. I thought that was insane. It goes down to like 2 lanes before you get to Michigan Avenue, and then it shrinks down to 1 lane. I mean, it was like, I was just thinking to myself, thank God I'm traveling at this hour, because it got a little congested when we were down to 1 lane, but
plan ahead.
I was moving. I'd say if you're coming in on Lakeshore Drive, plan about a 6-hour drive downtown.
Plan ahead.
As the NASCAR.
Just for the record, they're not reducing the track on Saturday and Sunday to 1 lane. It won't be 1 lane during the race itself.
No, only trying to get
only
downtown
trying to get downtown. But the race itself will be open for racing and open for business. You wonder if the weather will agree. You wonder what this air quality will be over the weekend. That's been the challenge the last couple of days.
How about it?
These are the hazy days of summer.
And this was supposed to end at midnight, and then they pushed it back a day. So it's not moving through town fast enough.
Well, it clearly wasn't yesterday.
No,
so
it was awful.
It's a little dark today. I did not get wasn't outside long enough to get a sense of what it was like this morning, but we'll see. It's one of those things you can't just dismiss because it's everywhere.
Yeah.
It literally is everywhere you look and breathe. So hopefully that will dissipate before the weekend, because there are a lot of people, like it or not, there are a lot of people descending into the city, coming to Chicago for this race, and there's going to be a lot of people downtown. I think 100,000 people are just for this race, according to estimates. You don't want them to be coming into a situation where the air quality is as bad as it's been the last 2 days.
I may watch it.
Well, I'm definitely watching it. I'm very curious about it.
I may watch it.
Yeah.
I'm not happy about it. They still haven't won me over, but maybe.
I think, there's a curiosity about it.
Curiosity.
And I wonder about, I wonder, we talked yesterday about the odds of people winning it. I don't know who has an advantage in a course like this.
Out, right?
Well, that was tragic.
Yeah,
Jimmy Johnson it was a tragedy with his in-laws
passed,
and his nephew, I believe, or niece or nephew, and it was a murder-suicide, and it's awful. As it was reported, Jimmy Johnson had to pull out, so that's one of the big names who won't be here. There will be plenty of big names here. Bubba Wallace had a big event yesterday. I think that was on the South Loop.
Is Michael Jordan still have a NASCAR team? I mean, is Bubba Wallace still driving for him? Wasn't he doing that?
I don't know if that's still a formalized thing. I have to check that out. I'm not
Mr. NASCAR.
I'm not Mr. NASCAR. I just know enough of the names that are involved this weekend to know that there are going to be some marquee names in that sport. I don't know if it matters to people or not. Probably not. But I don't know who's good at tracks like this one, because it's such a unique track and race that there will be that curiosity. Somebody could emerge. What's going to happen? You don't want to look away, because it'll be like something big could happen.
Like, I talk about someone getting in a car accident.
Well, you just don't know.
A tire hitting the crowd.
Well, no, I'm not suggesting that. I would not want to vocalize that.
I just don't know what
Yeah.
something big would be. I'm just curious.
We don't know what we're watching. It's never happened before. So that novelty will be enough to keep me interested. I don't know for how long. I can't predict that, but I do know Saturday and Sunday I likely will be watching this.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's okay. I mean, everybody's free to do whatever they want in the weekend. I really don't care. I just telling you what I'm doing.
I like Chicago, and I like watching the Bear. I like anything that is kind of a love letter to Chicago. I don't know that this is. I don't know. We'll have to see. I told you I watched the Grand Prix out of Montreal because I was curious as to where it was and how they were doing it, and I had just gotten back from Montreal not that long ago. This, I don't know. But I will watch. I've decided to watch. So they did win me over, at least with the commercial. That's all it takes, apparently.
That's good advertising.
Yeah. Pavlov's viewer. I'm just going to run over and do anything for Chicago.
There was a perfect game last night in Major League Baseball.
Yeah. Does it count?
Yes, it counts.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was against Oakland, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. I just hate the idea that a perfect game is knocking the Blackhawks off the front page. So I guess we'll talk about it, but the question stands.
Domingo Germán for the
Yankees.
Throws a perfect game against the A's.
Congratulations. It's an unbelievable accomplishment. There's only been 24.
Anytime it happens in a major league setting, it definitely is a special occasion. And
I wish it was Carlos Rodon.
No doubt about it. That would be fun. Although that would be painful for Sox fans to see him have a perfect game.
Really?
I hope he comes back. I hope he comes back
Sox
healthy and contributes. That's going to be a difficult division. But yeah, you're right. It will be something that knocks the NHL draft down a notch in terms of major news stories nationally. But locally, this is the beginning of a special time. Last night was a huge night for Blackhawks fans. And I'm looking forward to talking about this throughout the show because we've got Chelly is going to be involved today, 8:45. Charlie Roumeliotis is down in Nashville, 8:25. He's going to join us, and we're going to talk hockey a little bit.
But first, we're going to go over all the stories of the day, including the Connor Bedard draft. We'll get into all of it next with the Pick 6 Mully and Haugh on the score.
Blackhawk fan to knock your laptop off the counter, and you don't plan for your PC to crash or your screen to freeze. But Staples has a plan. A plan for unlimited virus protection. A plan for help when you need it 24/7. Staples Total Support Plans are your tech plans for the unplanned.
But what was happening, Danny, was our section was the magically chosen section. You in row 11, you get a free meatball sub from Fontanini's if the white inflatable wins the race. Row 10, you get a sub if the red inflatable. And row 9, you get a sub if the black inflatable. So there are people standing on both sides of the row with these giant piles of meatball sandwiches from Fontanini's. I had never wanted a meatball sandwich more in my life. I'm in row 14. I am not eligible to win one of the meatball sandwiches, but I'm invested in the race because I'm entertained, and all of a sudden, I am desperate for a meatball sandwich, okay?
Okay.
So the race happens, and I think the white inflatable won, and they start handing meatball subs out to row 11, and I'm thinking to myself, because, sometimes, Danny, I think like a fat person, okay? I'm thinking...
Just sometimes.
There's no way all those people are going to eat their meatball sandwich. There's no way.
Did you walk down to row 11?
I thought about it, okay? But what happened, what had happened was they ended up handing out the meatball sandwiches, and they had extras. They had extra meatball sandwiches, and I started begging for a meatball sandwich. I brayed like a seal. My wife was dying at me. I'm like, my arms are extended. I'm clapping. I'm like, can I have a meatball sandwich?
The crowd loves you. Stay forever.
And you know what they did?
They gave them to you?
They gave them to us. They had here, you guys want one? Okay, here you go. And they started handing them out, and I realized I might not get one. They're handing them out to other people. And finally, there was one left. I got the last meatball sandwich from Fontanini's. We wrapped it up. No, it was fresh. They handed it over.
You wrapped it up and took it home?
I thought about it. I wrapped it up and put it under the seat. My wife didn't want to put it under the seat because it was dirty, so she was holding on to it for a while. I'm like, babe, it's okay. You can put it under the seat. She put it under the seat. We were going to get it later, but we forgot and left the half.
So then you just left your meatball sub there as opposed to throwing it away.
I forgot about it at the end of the game when it was time to leave.
Well, that is not abnormal. I mean, people at stadiums use the ground as their personal trash all the time.
That's what you do. You leave it there.
There's not a lot of trash cans at these stadiums.
That is correct.
You got to walk out to do it. You throw away everything that you get at a stadium?
Yeah.
Oof,
Yeah.
oof.
Yeah.
Not a lot of trash cans. That's the biggest problem I've said with pro sports arenas. You just can't find the garbage in the
Like
place.
when I'm done
They're not at the
eating-
end of every staircase either.
Yeah, if you finish a hot dog and you have like the box with the napkins
Do you
and
leave
the
the
container,
game to go throw it away, or do you put it on the
you
ground
put it on
underneath
the
your
ground
seat?
underneath your seat.
The next time I get up to go to the bathroom or get a beer, I bring it with me and throw it out at the nearest trash can.
Well, aren't you, Mr. Conscientious? Aren't you impressive?
No, I'm just trying to avoid my own Murray State situation.
We debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
With the Connor Bedard draft in the books, how long will it take for him to make an impact? Where does he rank among the most anticipated, celebrated players to ever come to town? Is part of his status due to the 24-hour news cycle and social media reaction?
Yeah, I don't remember this level of excitement for players. Maybe Chris Bryant was kind of really, everybody was waiting for him to come up from the minor leagues, and you could see videos of him hitting homers, and that seemed to be the guy everybody was waiting on that stands out to me. And again, that's this era, right? I think what's extraordinary is the NHL draft was never like a big deal. It was never something. The NFL draft was king. The baseball draft, guys would get a letter like 2 weeks after, hey, you were drafted in the 7th round, and here's your. I mean, it was, no one knew anything about it. You would hear from like the baseball high school coaches, oh yeah, we had a guy drafted. It wasn't anything that was on TV or anything like that. The NBA draft has always been kind of big because it was the top players out of college, and that's changed now. I think that that Bedard is like Wembanyama. It's like because of his performance in the juniors, because the Blackhawks were already in sort of this tailspin, they were trying to lose to get a high draft pick. I think we were monitoring him and had heard about him, and for the first time in a long time, I knew all the young players coming into the draft before they were even taken. And I get it. I'm sure hockey people knew all about Connor McDavid, whatever. But if you're not really, if you're a fan of a team and not necessarily a fan of the entire sport, I don't think you knew a lot about this. But this is an exception because of those elements, because of social media, because of the 24-hour news cycle, the way we followed this guy. This is the first time I can remember watching video of a player before he was drafted in the NHL. And I mean, I was watching it before they had the first pick. And then we were just kind of hoping. We thought they had blown it by winning a game or two at the end of the year, and lo and behold, they wind up.
I like the Chris Bryant one that you said. Like, I'm trying to think of any other celebrated players, especially with this social media era right now. I mean, Derrick Rose was kind of pretty big on that side too, being from Chicago. Basketball is pretty big here, especially over hockey in Chicago. But I mean, this is a big deal. I mean, looking at the draft party that the Blackhawks had, it was packed.
Yeah.
And everybody had on, no one, I didn't see the jerseys, David, but I did see the shirts.
Didn't have them.
They didn't have, but I saw the shirts with the Bedard, with the number 1 there. So I expect an impact from Connor Bedard. I think it's supposed to be a 5-year rebuild. I think having him cuts it down a year. So I would say like 4 years. So with him, I want to see probably an impact, probably like year 2, year 3.
I think the Chris Bryant comp is a good one because it was more universal. He was in town. I can remember interviewing Chris Bryant after he was drafted, spending about half an hour with him and his dad. So that was kind of, his arrival felt like a coronation as much as anything. The White Sox don't really have a comp that comes to mind because no player was that celebrated necessarily.
Well, Luis Robert, I remember when they signed him.
Yeah,
but I don't remember watching tape of him or
it was
knowing.
difficult, for him to make that connection. I think Derrick Rose, because of maybe he wasn't necessarily coming to Chicago as much as he was staying here or returning after a year at Memphis. So those are the kind of things. And you go back to 2007 when they introduced Patrick Kane as the number 1 overall pick. That's what it felt like last night. This has been anticipated for a very long time. This has been something that Justin Fields is probably the next closest thing because he's the Bears quarterback. This is a Bears town. But I'll tell you what, over the next 5 years, if he stays healthy, Connor Bedard has a chance of becoming the biggest sports superstar in Chicago. It's either going to be Bedard or Justin Fields. We can debate who's closer skill-wise to being that guy, but it's going to be, I think, one or the other. The Blackhawks, as a result, are going to have a legit shot at competing for a Stanley Cup title. That's why last night was significant. That's why it was the best night for the Blackhawks in 8 years. How long will it take for him to make an impact? How long will his first shift be?
Pick 6!
What do you make of the Bulls bringing back Nikola Vucevic on a 3-year, $60 million deal? Since it's been rumored for forever, is there any appropriate emotion beyond a shrug? How badly was that news overshadowed? Was that by design or coincidence?
I could just imagine AK and Eversley with the PR team sitting around a room. It's like, well, this is going to happen. Pretty much we already have the commitment. We already have the numbers. When are we going to announce this? And somebody says, the NHL draft is Thursday night or it's Wednesday night. And Chicago's going to be fixated on this hockey prodigy. How about that? Let's release it then because everyone will shrug. This was a shrug-worthy development. Nobody's surprised. Everybody knew this was coming. What does it mean? It means that if the Bulls are going to change significantly for next season, they're going to have to make a trade. They're going to have to add, a shooter that's going to bring them close to the luxury tax, which AK apparently can go into because Michael Reinsdorf gave him the green light. That was the biggest news from the draft, which tells you everything about the draft pick. But now with they signed Vooch, this is no shock, no surprise. So what are they going to do next? The next headline you want to be like, whoa, didn't see that one coming. Didn't think that trade would be done, but they're going to have to make a deal now to change the roster.
I mean, I'm right there with you, David. It's what we all thought. So, I mean, fair deal. Right now, he's 32, going to turn 33 in October. I think these are his last 3 good, productive years left. I feel like after you hit like 35, you kind of like tail off. So, this is a fair deal. It looks like they're going to run it back. They're probably going to do the same thing over again. Maybe look for a point guard in the buyout market or, same old thing. We're battling for like the play-in.
Yeah, I shrugged when I heard this, frankly. I was like, oh, they got it done. Okay. Like I knew it was coming. I wasn't necessarily happy about it. I didn't weep. It was just sort of an expected thing. A couple days ago we talked about this, like just kind of curious, why haven't they done this yet? But what's the holdup on this? We had been told this was going down, And I still don't know if there was any holdup or if it's like you said, Dave. They just looked for a moment where everyone's looking away. Here, let's we'd like to do a Friday Newsberry.
When does the first round start?
Yes, it was just weird. It was just weird timing. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't delight anyone. Maybe it does Vooch, but it more of the same as Brandon said. That's how you feel.
To answer your question,
given the fact that Vooch is back and Arturas Karnisovas has reportedly extended qualifying offers to Ayo Dosunmu and Kobe White, who, if anyone, will the Bulls pursue in the free agent market starting tomorrow? Are we talking bargain shopping? Do they sit out the opening wave, or what are names that you would pursue?
I read that they're interested in Dante
DiVincenzo?
Yes, who is a point guard and a shooter. I guess that's what he is. Played with Golden State. I don't know. Would that fire you up? Would that do anything for you? But that's the kind of level of player I think that they're looking for, and it doesn't fire you up. It doesn't make you exceptionally happy. It doesn't. I mean, that's another shrug, and I think that this is the shrug off season. Unless they can make a move, unless they can trade away someone and get some money, they're not going to be able to do a lot. I think that as we talked to KC about, I don't think that they're getting that man from Rockford, right? Van Vliet. I don't think that's happening. So, I think that the best players in free agency will be going elsewhere. There are guys that will be chasing rings, and then there'll be whatever the Bulls manage to get done. And you might feel good about a storyline or something, but I doubt you're going to feel great about the player.
I mean, I'm looking at this free agency list right now, and I mean, they really need a point guard.
Yeah.
If you're going to run this back with this group with DeMar and Vooch and Zach LaVine, you need a point guard. And the only one that looks like okay is the one that David's been talking about is, Fred Van Vliet. But I can't see that happening, like unless it's a sign and trade. So it's nothing that they would probably do would really excite me unless I see a trade from the Bulls.
Yeah, I wonder about the sign and trade possibilities. You wonder what AK knows, because he talked like somebody who knew something the other night, was confident that something would be done. The names aren't overwhelming. When you talk about DiVincenzo, he's a guy that also in New York this morning, they're talking about his name because the Knicks apparently are interested because of the Villanova connections with Brunson and Josh Hart and all of those things that they want to bring back and run that gang back together. I don't know if that makes you that excited if you're a Bulls fan. It doesn't necessarily move the needle. Seth Curry's a name you're going to hear out there, is available. He's a shooter for hire. Maybe get, if it could hurt the Heat, Gabe Vincent might be out there. I don't know what he would offer, but if you're going to go that route, I still think Patrick Beverley is a guy that if they're going to bring Vooch back and they're going to run back the same group, you wonder where he is on the priority list. And then, again, if you're going DiVincenzo and you're having those conversations, Max Strus is somebody you're going to have to discuss. He might be overpriced. He's going to get paid, but he also is a guy and you know very well because he was part of your organization before, and he knows the way to the gym. So I wouldn't rule out him as a possibility, not just because I like him, but I think they need shooting, and you've got to go out and you've got to get not only a point guard, but you've got to improve your perimeter shooting from three-point range.
That's a great question, Bruce.
Are you encouraged or concerned with our own Bruce Levine, our 740 guest, reporting Marcus Stroman will undergo a bullpen session today to test the blister on his finger? Since it didn't open up and there has been plenty of time to treat the injury, are you expecting good news?
I do expect good news. We've not had any reason to question Marcus Stroman about his availability, about his durability, about this blister issue that cropped up in London. By the way, coming in, that was a great little clip there that you found, Brandon, because I forgot that Bruce interviewed Sammy Sosa on Inside the Clubhouse. I can't remember when that was, but I do remember that being fun. That was a lot of fun, Bruce and I interviewing Sammy whenever that was. As for Stroman, they need him healthy. They need to start winning again. They need to win today with the professor on the mound. So hopefully Stroman coming back on American soil will have a better feel for the ball. His blister will be healed. He'll have a good bullpen session today, and everybody will breathe a sigh of relief of clean air.
I mean, it is good news. I'm expecting good news, and they need it because the Cubs are in trouble right now. Like, they're 4.5 games back. They're on a losing streak right now, and we're trying to get this division right now. So this is the guy you need, and he can jolt this whole pitching staff and this whole roster. So you need him out there as quick as possible.
If he goes on the IL, he'd be out till after the All-Star break. So that's a problem, right? Look, the guy needs to make his next start, or he needs to make a start a day or two after. You just need him. The blister didn't break through, and I don't know the exact treatment, but I think you put some super glue on it, right? And you just hope that he regains the feel through like the fake skin you kind of put on, and everything's okay. So I'm expecting good news, because the alternative is pretty horrible. Bad news for this guy at this point in the season where he's been as good as he's been, and you're in a little bit, I don't want to say they're in a tailspin, but they're in a little bit of a tailspin because they've lost a series, and hopefully they don't get swept in this series. But, you know, every time you turn on the game, and I was late getting there because they're down 5-0. I mean, that's what this series has looked like, and that's pretty horrible. So get the Stro Show going. You got to do it.
First question, what are you looking for?
Do you believe Seiya Suzuki was out last night after waking up with a stiff neck, or did his 0 for 13 status make him a pain in the neck? Might he feel better if he were to play better? Do you think our Wednesday guest Carlos Pena will sit down and share his advice?
I want to talk to Suzuki about, what pitch are you looking for? Oh, I look for a pitch right over the plate and I react inside. I see everything and I try to react inside. And what? You can't do this in the big leagues. You can't do that because you really cannot react when you're looking for a pitch middle away and then there's a fastball up and in that you're going to be late on. You're not Superman. Now, if you go out there and you set the right parameters, you hunt for the right pitches, and you react within that sphere or domain of competence that you set for yourself, okay, now you're going to become more consistent.
That's an excellent point from him. That is really well done. I don't know if Suzuki, if what he's saying, you never know what's lost in translation. Let's put it that way. I don't know that he is going up there and he covers everything and he doesn't worry about it. I think you have to, reduce the plate, and you have to figure out a way to know what pitches you're swinging at. And you have to, it's all about staying in the strike zone for everybody in baseball. And as long as you're doing that, you're in a much better condition. So I don't think there's any conspiracy going on. I buy it that what David Ross said, that he woke up with a stiff neck. But if you wanted to give a guy a day off because he's 0 for 13, that would have been a decent spot to do so. So, you got Morel in, you thought, well, he's got some power in that bat. I don't know. I didn't look at it as a real, when I heard that he was out, I didn't say, oh no, how are you possibly going to win? I thought, yeah, that's pretty good. Give him a day off. Let's see if that helps.
Carlos was really good yesterday. What happened to the Seiya Suzuki hype train? When he got signed, there was a lot of high hopes for him. Could be a potential star on this team. Probably not the face of this team, but be one of the stars. And he's always kind of forgotten a lot. We talk about so many other players on the Cubs,
and he's here for a while.
And he's got one. He's here for what? At the time he signed a 5-year deal at that time, and it's just he's getting lost in this whole roster right now, and he's really underperformed right now, and it's It's just a shame. He's supposed to be a middle of the lineup guy. I don't expect like a lot of home runs from him, but like a good batting average, get some RBIs and some hits, and he just hasn't done it right now. So hopefully this time off, he can get things going, but he needs some help. He needs all the advice he can get right now.
He's been too ordinary, and you're not paying for ordinary. With big contracts come big expectations. He's fallen short. We're getting people texting the show yesterday or the day before comparing his numbers to Jason Hayward's. I mean, that's how bad it has gotten at times. So whether he has a stiff neck or whether he's injured or banged up, he hopefully benefited from a day off. He needed a day off. Carlos Pena is exactly right. This guy is a tremendous analyst, not only because of what he knows technically and mechanically and how he could identify things like that, but just psychologically, I think that Carlos Pena should schedule a meeting with every Cubs hitter, 15 minutes with Carlos. That would be a great segment for Marquee, because this guy can talk. And after you hear him talk, you feel better about yourself. And you think, I can do that too. I mean, every hitter in the Cubs order slumping right now should schedule 15 minutes with Carlos Pena. They'd be much better for it.
It's appropriate to ask these questions this time of year. It's also probably the worst time to ask these questions.
What did Lucas Giolito do for his trade value last night against the Angels back home in familiar territory? Is it a foregone conclusion that Giolito is gone? Will every start in July potentially be his last?
That seems to be the narrative or where this is headed. I know the Sox won last night, and I know how many games back they are. I also know what the record is and what I watch on the field game in and game out. Lucas Giolito probably is going to be beginning the long goodbye, the next start that he makes wherever it is. And I think that's unfortunate because he's somebody that you would like to stick around for a while. He's a guy that you love representing your organization, your city, whatever the case. He could represent anything and do it well. Last night was not his greatest night. He gave up 4 runs in 7 innings, didn't walk anybody, struck out 9, got the victory, got the win, back home in California. I don't know where his head is at, but he's doing the right things. He's saying the right things. But I think it's a case where the Sox, in their best interests, his name, they're going to have to probably entertain the possibility of trading him, and that's probably the right thing to do. His name did not appear in Bob Nightingale's notes column accidentally. It's out there for a reason, and it will continue to be out there. It's going to be, I think, a long month.
He gone!
He's out of here. I'm sorry. It's sad. I think he's the best pitcher in the trade market. I'm not including Stroman in this because I think the Cubs are going to keep him. But, I mean, he sounds like he want to be here. I mean, look, the Sox, 35-47. Even if they 5.5 games out of the worst division, they're just bad. And I mean, you might as well get something for him than lose him for nothing. I kind of hope he stay with the Sox, but the way this team is structured, you get something, build that farm system up.
Yeah. Foregone conclusion. I think more conclusion. I think that when I look at Lucas Giolito, when I hear him speak, when I read what I read from Bob Nightingale, this is a result that can be predicted with certainty. If there was a book to put on the Lucas Giolito trade, what would be the odds on that? I think it's. I think he's about a 2 to 5 gone. I don't even know that anybody would lay a dime that he isn't. I think that it's happened already. It's a parallel universe. He's already pitching somewhere else. We're just waiting to get to that point. I think, unfortunately, they couldn't come to a contract resolution with him. They've never given anyone $100 million, let alone what he probably believes he can get on the free agent market. He's let his contract get to this point. There is no way that he's not testing free agency. The White Sox know they're not going to pay him. They've already made that decision. Not saying they didn't try, but they know he's gone. Mm-hmm. So I think that any time he gets the ball, he could be pulled out of the game and traded to the other clubhouse. I mean, that's That's how likely a trade is for Lucas Giolito.
And I think the hard thing, based on Brandon's answer too, the inevitability of this, you look at him and you can't help but wonder, how big of an impact is this guy going to have in October for somebody? And we're going to be watching him in the playoffs make an impact for the wrong team.
Well, fait accompli.
Good
right?
for him.
Yeah, good for him.
Good time for him.
I won't
right
cheer
now.
against him.
No, I think that's a good attitude. He's an easy guy to root for.
I like the guy.
Depending on what uniform he's wearing, though.
All right, we've got the extra point next. It's Mully, and it's a good one. You're going to want to hear this one. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
The Bulls and Nikola Vucevic are nearing a 3-year, $60 million contract extension. We don't have to fire AK today. Because
every team has their team doctor, and they have a couple of trainers. They have a few of the medical people around. And I'm wondering, when Haugh goes down there, what exactly is he going to do? I mean, is he going to stitch him up if he needs it? Is he going to hold his hand? Is he going to tell him to rub some dirt on it and suck it up, pal? I mean, I don't know exactly what he's going to do, but I do know that he was gone for a little bit longer than he probably could have been. But again, I don't know what's going on down there. So now he comes back.
I just saw him.
I'm sure. What's that?
He said, I just saw him. And your response to this day, we play it all the time. Your one-word response is priceless. And
well, he didn't say anything. I mean, if he's going to go down there, I needed an update. I needed a medical report. I needed something. I mean, was he dead? Do we have to alert the family? Is he going to be out for the rest of the year? Because when he said, I just saw him, and he sat there. That's what I said, And I mean, come on, give me something else. You've been gone for 20 minutes. You got to give me something.
Not just you, us,
all of us.
Yeah. Us.
It was that was one of the highlights. That, and when there was a weather alert in Granger, and he looked over and he kind of circled his finger like, you take it. Then he took out the Tupperware thing that he put his headset, loaded it up, and just left. He was going to check on Eris, his lovely wife, and he drove back to Granger in the middle of the game. It was like, wait a second, that's a weather report. It was, so look, everybody thought that we were complete enemies, but we had some wonderful times in the booth. He was a truly unique character, one of the legends of the game. I worked with two guys in Harry Carey and Hawk Harrelson. We're never going to see the likes of those guys again. And some of the things they did were absolutely priceless. And, I've done play-by-play, so I could pick it up again, but it's just really strange. Bad weather report, boom, he's in the parking lot and gone.
What I liked was the name of your book was Where's Harry? And you could write another version, write a sequel. It's like, where did Hawk go?
The easiest choice.
Well, power rankings, they change constantly in Chicago, in every sports city. And that is the easiest choice. Kyle Davidson, recency bias. He just picked a generational talent. He just picked the guy that makes the Blackhawks a Stanley Cup contender in 3 to 5 years. So, yeah, and he just made a trade earlier this week that surrounds Connor Bedard with talent. Taylor Hall on the way. Foligno signed, locked up. Right now, it's Kyle Davidson by a mile. Not even close. So you want to rank the other ones in town? Let's not restrict it to 5, the big 5, because I think it's necessary to include everybody. I'm going Kyle Davidson. I'm going Jed Hoyer. I'm going Ryan Poles. I'll go AK, even though he's bringing it back. But, you know, I'll go AK. Then I'll go Chicago Fire's GM, the Red Stars GM, the Chicago Hounds GM, and then Rick Hahn.
All right. David, I'm sorry, but I know you off a Connor Bedard high right now, but it's not Cal Davidson by a mile. That's just a little extra now. Okay. They lucked into the first pick. Okay.
Who are you, Dustin?
I'm just saying, I got to do something well since Dustin's not here. So I got to fill in that role a little bit. But Cal, like, they were trying to get the worst pick, but didn't they like beat the Boston Bruins one time and they kind of almost ruined their chances a little bit? They lucked into this pick. And it was kind of like, look, the number 1 pick is given to you. So yes, you do have a superstar. Now let's see your other moves before that. Remember, we was kind of on Cal Davidson a little bit when he was about to get, trade away Kane and Taves. All of us.
Right,
all of us.
I have come full circle. I'm acknowledging those blind spots. I'm hitting reset, Brandon.
Yeah, I understand. I understand, but I'm not by a mile, though. Okay. In my ranking right now, I'm going to give it to Jed Hoyer right now. I like what he's doing right now with his plan. I like the farm system. They're on their way. All they're missing right now, I feel like, is an ace and a superstar. And so they're doing the right thing. Then I have Cal Davidson, and that's really just because of Connor Bedard. If they didn't have the number 1 pick, I don't even think he'll be a lot lower on this list. Then I got Ryan Poles. I like what he's doing. Just got to build that defense up. Then you got AK. Then, yes, I'm with you, too. I'll take the Fire. I'll take the Sky and the Red Stars, like the nice. Chicago Hounds, rugby, anybody. And then Rick Hahn.
Yeah, I would take Jed because I think the Cubs have been pretty good and he's made some big moves. I would then take Kyle Davidson because it worked. Whether we liked it or not, it worked, and they got Connor Bedard, and that's a huge, huge breakthrough. I would I would think that there's a lot more players coming today, and that's kind of exciting. So by the time I think today and tomorrow, he's going to be the best GM in town. And I loved his interview on the street. I mean, there's so many good things to like about him. Then I would take Poles, and hopefully he moves up on the list, followed by AK. And if he could do something different, maybe he'd move up on the list, quite frankly. Then I would take all the aforementioned teams that we don't talk about enough, and I would then go to I believe it's 100 college sports programs around the Chicago area, the state of Illinois.
Northwestern, Illinois.
I would have
Lewis University.
I would have empty spot, empty spot, empty spot.
UIC.
Not yet filled spot. And then at
Mount Carmel.
175th,
Okay.
I'd have Rick Hahn.
That's it.
How's that? And I don't mean that as an insult.
You don't,
I mean it
not
as
at
a
all.
compliment.
Not at all.
But I just
and really,
I don't want him to be
in the same
tearing this
vein.
down
It
or
kind of being a backhanded
players.
compliment.
Yes.
You could rank him as low as we want to rank him.
Yes.
And he still would have the same type of job security
It
if he
doesn't
were
matter.
numero uno.
Yeah. That's why that was the easiest pick, because you don't have to worry about him being bad-mouthed on the radio and it mattering.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter at all.
What we say
the
about
record
him on the
doesn't
radio.
matter. Doesn't matter if they've been losing or if they're
That
winning.
organization has become immune to accountability.
Yes.
They have insulated themselves from criticism.
No question.
And they keep rolling.
They're
rolling.
They're not the New York Mets.
They're not.
In spending or in
They'll
reacting
never be
to
the New York
losing.
Mets in spending.
No, but they'll also never be the New York Mets in accountability.
Yeah, I think the New York teams tend to respond differently to criticism, accountability, the public reaction, maybe media reaction, than maybe most teams in Chicago, or at least one.
Yeah, and again, I think this sounds harsh, but it was the easiest pick, was Rick at the bottom, and that's because of what's happened over the last 10 years.
779.
Couple
Yes.
of playoff appearances.
You forgot DePaul. Let's throw DePaul in there.
Yeah, well,
Northwestern.
I thought we said 100 different teams. Whatever.
We
tried to include everyone.
Every high school
Yeah.
in the
And
suburban
all of them
conferences
are
and-
more competent.
Yeah.
Are the arena teams still around? Is the Rush still around? Because I take them over
Even
Rick
if they
Hahn.
aren't, I'll take.
Yeah, I'll take them
whoever
too.
was.
XFL team,
How about
whatever.
the commissioner of your kids' soccer league, Brandon?
Take that too.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Rick is unfortunately really low on the
Really?
list.
I'm getting that gist. I'm getting the
don't know
idea
how-
that this question was designed not to praise Kyle Davidson on the day that he can do no wrong, but to poke a little fun at the White Sox front office that can do nothing right.
I do think that everybody had the same answer, though. And I think that the easiest placement of someone, normally you're like, oh, God, I don't want to rate that guy. I know this guy. I know he'll get upset. But I think Rick has really put it away. I mean, he's retired the award.
It could be the Rick Hahn Trophy.
Well, there you go. There you go.
But it would not go to the winner. It would go to the loser.
Ask me after the parade.
Boy,
Stuff
I'm
like
sorry.
that.
How did we get down this road?
Yeah,
this is a happy day.
It's a very happy
This is a
day.
big day in Chicago.
And we're going to talk about it.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the happy news.
Right.
And hey, the Sox won yesterday.
Woohoo!
So now they're only, 12 under?
That's all.
Yeah.
That's
They'll
all.
turn that around in a week.
Yeah, at
You
least.
get one good week.
One good week in that division.
And
you could be under 500 and still convincing yourselves,
What?
fooling yourself, fooling your fan base into think. And that I shouldn't include the fan base. You're really not fooling them.
You know who I'm looking forward to talking to? AJ Pierzynski. Because he said something on his podcast the other day about how general managers love to tear it down because it basically buys you 4 more years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And AJ also told us about a month ago what is the number one problem with the White Sox?
Roster construction.
And that remains true today.
And that's why Rick is going to get that.
That's why it's named after him.
The last place guy is named after Rick.
I just like your decade and done question and your reference to that.
We always talk about the White Sox show no fire. The White Sox don't seem to care. Guys don't run to first base. Who do you think is the bigger problem of not giving a couple of cares, if you will. Is it the players on the field, or is it the front office?
Whose indifference is more annoying?
That would be the question.
Yeah, that's a good question.
But I
depends on the day, I think.
I do believe that, if I'm not mistaken, the Birmingham project has turned it all around, the way we think about it and what we believe in.
It's so 2022. And I should say perceived indifference. We know they care. It's just hard to tell sometimes.
It's Mully and Haugh. It's Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Roster construction.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. And I'm Lawrence Holmes. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday
Talking about
through
the
Friday,
Bleeding
10
Awareness
a.m.
made me
until
so
2.
happy. And then I've been in a big JFK wormhole lately. I saw the movie over Christmas break. I saw Oliver Stone's documentary about it on Showtime the other day. And then it brought me back around to thinking about Les and something funny that he did during the virtual Scorehouse.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away. And I went to the schoolyard. I was in grade school, and I told everybody what had happened because I was watching Bozo's Circus. And then they said, "You're a liar." And I told the teachers, "Put on the radio, and if I'm not lying, then I get a whole week off without any kind of penalty." And they put it on. Sure enough, it had happened, and then we found out 5 minutes later that he was deceased.
Great story, Les.
Great story, Les.
Dude, I forgot about that. He kind of got blown away. what vivid imagery to discuss a generational defining moment. He kind of got blown away.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away.
Kind of got blown away.
Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there.
Yeah. And
The
what
FBI.
a ridiculous question by Mitch. Remember Mitch hosting that Scorehouse? We're like, oh, we can't do Scorehouse because of a pandemic. Let's put all of the on-air people on together, and we'll just pretend like we're at Scorehouse. But Mitch Rosen is the moderator, and then he would go around to each of us and ask questions. Oh, my God.
Do you remember Spiegs during the Scorehouse virtual reunion? Out on the balcony of that restaurant asking the waitresses to turn the music down?
Yes. Wasn't he? Yeah, he was on vacation, right?
Yeah, again.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Hey, I'm doing something very important here. I'm on a virtual Scorehouse on Twitch that none of us are getting paid for. I had way too much wine. That's by far the most inebriated I've ever been broadcasting. It wasn't over the air, right? That was just the Twitch thing?
Just Twitch, yeah.
Yeah, it was just Twitch. That's okay. It's not regulated by the FCC. He kind of got blown away there.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 to the score. What an amazing moment for the Chicago Blackhawks for Kyle from Chicago.
Yeah, Kyle from Chicago.
The aforementioned general manager, Kyle Davidson, had a little fun during the day before making his pick.
Well, he apparently was walking around or jogging around the hotel down in town Nashville, and then he ran into basically a cameraman for they were doing a bit, and Kyle from Chicago was stopped and said this on camera.
Oh, what's your name and where are you from?
Kyle from Chicago.
From Chicago?
Yeah.
You just visiting?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Nashville?
A couple times, yeah.
For a Blackhawks game?
Yeah.
All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not a lot and 10 being a whole lot, how much would you say you know about hockey?
Probably like I didn't play professionally or anything, so probably like a 4.
Oh wow, okay.
Fan of the sport. I don't know. Some people say I don't know that much, so
okay.
Wayne Gretzky, Mario Lemieux, Jonathan Taves, Patrick Kane, Duncan Keith, Brett Seabrook, Corey Crawford, Nicholas Hjalmarsson, Johnny Oduya, Michael Roosevelt, Brian Bickle, Dave Boland, Nick Foligno, Taylor Hall, Andreas Athanasiou, Connor Murphy, Seth Jones.
Anytime. That was great. There were some good names in there. Brian Bickle and what was that? Roosevelt? Was that it?
Yeah, big Hawks fan.
Yeah, most of the 2010 or 2013 Chicago Blackhawks. Were you watching that team?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
So what is one change you would make to the NHL right now?
I don't know. I think it's pretty awesome. I don't really have a specific change. I love the game, love where it's at, love the players that are in the game, and it's all good to me.
Honest question. Do you think that the league rigged the draft in favor of the Chicago Blackhawks?
No.
Pretty confident?
I'm very confident.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
That was great.
That was hysterical.
The video went viral. It was from Penalty Box Radio, and they tweeted it out, and
they didn't know. He did not know that it was Kyle Davidson.
Do you think that they did not know?
I do. Because name a bunch of hockey players that he
rattled off some of the most obscure Hawk names. Michael Roosevelt? I mean, only the biggest Hawk fans are going to remember Michael Roosevelt.
But it hurt.
I remember how to spell it because it was difficult to spell.
How do you not say Marian Hossa?
Well, he maybe didn't want to make it too obvious. But it was funny because here is Kyle Davidson, who's 34 years old, like anybody who probably was trying to relax on a Wednesday afternoon, or maybe it was Tuesday, but I think it was Wednesday morning. Hat backwards, got a red T-shirt on, downtown Nashville, probably out for a walk or a jog, and they stop him randomly and ask him these questions.
It was hysterical. The best part, and you really need to see it, is they ask him if the draft lottery was fixed, and he says no. And then the guy says, you sound pretty confident. And he looks right in the camera and says, yeah, I'm confident. It was very funny. It was very funny.
You know, from this video to let's go back to what he received a little bit of criticism for, maybe on this show, but elsewhere, the reality TV aspect of some of those Blackhawks.com live looks at, I'm trading Patrick Kane, the phone call that he told Kaner he was being dealt.
Yeah, that's
behind
true.
the scenes.
Yep.
He has got a flair that I think isn't always obvious, but he certainly doesn't mind being, the center of attention. I think that's the way modern executives have to be. I think you've got to embrace some of the things that come with the spotlight, and he certainly does it pretty well.
Yeah,
he's comfortable.
I thought you were going like soup and a sandwich with Soupy, Campbell, and Panera, but that Blackhawks have been doing that for a long time and doing it well. I think what the difference was here is like he's asked if he knows much about hockey. He gives himself a 4 and says that a lot of people don't
love
think
that.
he knows. That is so self-depreciate. It's such a funny comment to make. And I really enjoyed. I enjoyed when we talked to him, and I hope we can get him on again real soon. But that is just fantastic stuff. That is fun. It's a guy that is downtown and stopped to answer some questions, and he's happy to do so. And they have no idea who he is.
Well,
I loved that.
He's got a humility about him that I
Yes,
think is
yes.
very underrated.
I agree.
And maybe I didn't realize, our visit with him was a good one. I think the more people get to know him, the easier he is to like. And not just because he drafted the best player to enter the league since Connor McDavid last night, but that made him a lot smarter, let's face it. So he's going to be a lot smarter moving forward and going to rise in our estimation and everybody's, because the Hawks are going to be an exciting team. And when he does stuff like that, I don't think it's calculated or shrewd necessarily, but it certainly is good for business because he's a likable personality running a team that suddenly became a lot easier to like again.
And frankly, Oliver Moore was, projected to be in a top 15 by most of the
19th overall pick.
At.
The
and
Hawks
he fell into their lap at 19.
The second first-round draft pick they made, even if people might have stopped paying attention to the draft, the moment that Bedard took the stage in that great blue suit, they did have another pick. Oliver Moore was a guy, as you know, mocked to many in the top 15. And when you get somebody who does something better than anybody else in the draft, and in this case, Oliver Moore as a skater,
fastest skater in the draft. He's been compared to the fastest skaters in the league.
I know. That's the thing that you think about when you pair him with Frankie Nazar, who's already in the Hawks system, known for the same type of speed. You get a guy like Oliver Moore. You know what Bedard can do. And then you start to project. That's what I'm talking about. When Kane came, we talked about this a little yesterday. There was Duncan Keith. There was Brent Seabrook. There were a lot of, there was Jonathan Taves. There were guys who were ready to take off. You wonder how long it will take for the Hawks to develop this talent, but there's a sense that the talent is there.
There's also, and I'll be very curious to watch today, but there's also this, I don't even think it's a hint. It's also now this understanding that that Kyle Davidson values speed, and that's if you want to know a trait that the general manager likes, that would be it. And if that is the case, isn't Oliver Moore kind of a perfect player?
Perfect player. Perfect. It's a good point. And it also, frankly, if you're doing the hockey math, if you will, Oliver Moore pick that came from the Tampa Bay Lightning. Brandon Hagel was the player, I believe, that went to Tampa, and he was a guy who played like, at a pace that you can win with, that you like. But they got something for him because the Lightning valued that. The Lightning would be a great team for the Hawks to mimic in terms of pace and style. And by the way, they win a lot. The Avs, same deal. That's the way the league is headed, and now you feel good about the Hawks keeping pace.
What's the name of the kid? Cristobal? Is that the kid that grew up with Connor Bedard? He's still on the board. I don't know if he's going to last to 35. I don't know if he's going off the board. But you could get a guy like that who grew up with Bedard. I don't know.
Who knows him?
Yeah.
Who can play with him?
Yes.
You wonder about how many guys out there will have somewhat of the Bedard bounce.
Yeah.
Maybe they raise in estimation or they raise on the boards because of an association to Connor Bedard. Yeah, it's fair to wonder. Every superstar, every future budding superstar has guys they feel comfortable playing with. Maybe that's one of them.
Yeah, we'll find out. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what this draft class looks like in its entirety, because there's a lot of depth to it, and they got 4 picks in the second round here. All right, we'll get into it. We got to talk about this even more. We got to get into Connor Bedard himself and his reaction, and we'll hear from him next. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 to the score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
This bad division is fool's gold. It has you thinking all crazy like. You're like, oh, this team has...
I hope that if people are on Twitch and are seeing Danny, they would perhaps understand why when this text came in from Peoria Matt, every single one of us here on the show
It's a great text.
was just dying. Peoria Matt says, just got on the Twitch stream. Does Danny have a skateboarding appointment?
It's a great text.
He's wearing a loose collared T-shirt.
There's no collar.
Yeah, and a white non-fitted baseball cap backwards. He looks like Dennis the Menace.
Well, he looks like one of the kids in the educational videos about drugs you watch in grade school. Hey, man, you ever try any weed? It'd be cool if you did.
Okay. Shane, what do I look like?
You look like an extra from Disney original channel movie Brink.
All right, I like it. You guys are doing a good job here. What does Parkins look like?
It's
This
just
hat is
but
really nice, by the way. It's a melon hat. It's very, very stylish. It's very in.
Fix Your Melon? Is that what it's called? Fix Your Melon?
MELIN.
Oh, okay, whatever.
So I don't know if you noticed this, Danny. We're wearing basically the same thing today, just different colors, and nobody has said the same about me.
No, it's the white. It's the fact that it's white. It's
a great hat.
It looks brand new.
It is brand new.
Okay.
I got it in Big Sky.
It also looks mesh. But
That's what the hats
my
look
favorite
like.
part about the text is the word appointment. Skateboarding appointment.
North Shore Winnetka frat boy.
Not from Winnetka, not in a frat.
He's like, let's see. Let me make my skateboarding appointment for 5:45.
Right after I spike my tips. Yeah, it's not good, okay? It's going to be fine. I like the hat.
Spike your tips or frost your tips?
Frost your tips. Spike there.
Spike your frosted tips.
Spike your frosted tips.
Frost your spikes.
That was what it was.
A bit later on.
Tip your frost.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good job, Peoria, Matt. People can get on the Twitch line and tell me.
I did one of those earlier.
You did.
Did I do it? Was it to Euclid? It might have been to you.
Yeah, maybe.
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS with a K, the number 4, kids.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I've heard so much about, East Chicago fans, and, grew up in the, obviously the 3 Stanley Cup era, just seeing the United Center sold out. So this is a dream come true, and I can't wait to get started in Chicago.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 to the score. That is the voice of Connor Bedard. And, man, I got to tell you, that kid is about as likable as anyone you're going to find. What I love about him is just hearing all of the players his age, all the guys that were on Team Canada and the juniors, a lot of the guys that were drafted yesterday, talk about what a humble superstar he is, talk about how his work ethic is always going to make him a great player. He works apparently like an animal. I mean, the guy just wants to be great.
He's got a maniacal focus,
Yes.
and that's what all the great ones have.
Yes.
And when you talk about him being prepared for this moment, it's not just this week or last month or last year. This is somebody who, since the age of 12, fair or not, exaggerated or not, but has been billed and presented as the guy who's going to be the next great thing in hockey. And so every step along the way, he's been the center of attention. And somehow, Mully, we're both parents, and you see things in kids and adolescents, and you know how easy it is to get off track or to get distracted or to have some hiccup along the way in terms of a maturation. Even for good kids, have bad moments. Connor Bedard somehow has stayed on the straight and narrow, been raised right to the point where he's at the center of the hockey world last night, and he's making it not about himself.
Yeah.
He's talking about the team, making the team, playing with teammates, not being it's refreshing to hear that, and it's exciting to see that, because you know what? He is Chicago's. He is Chicago's now, and that's fun for hockey fans.
Yeah, I think it's fun for people in Chicago. I mean, we have a texter checking in, kind of marveling at the way the entire organization seems to get on the stage when you draft a guy, and then the kid has to come out of the stands because all of the teams are there en masse, taking up the entire floor.
It's weird.
It is like it's like these guys, they're there with their families, like up in the stand. Up, I gotta go. Oh, hey, how you doing? Good to see you.
It was a very strange dynamic, and
it's just weird.
How many people can fit on that stage at one time?
Oh my God!
And
and then every player has to shake the hand of everybody.
Have to congratulate the Vegas Golden Knights? Really? Did every team have to go through the hockey handshake process of, well, we'd like, and then you get to the point, just get to the pick.
Yeah.
Just get to the pick.
Yeah. Who you take?
That's so hockey, though.
It was so
it's so funny. Yeah.
It's just so, like, you watch the NBA draft, and it's like people are sitting there on couches with their family. They've got tables, and they're getting called up one at a time. This was the opposite. It's like, all of the teams are there on the floor, and all the players are up in the stands, and I got picked. I got to take my jacket off. Hold on to this because I'm about to put a hockey jersey on.
That's so funny.
It was awesome.
And I'm looking forward to talking to Chelly 8:45. I think, where was he in that? At one point, I think I saw him, but he was in Nashville representing the Blackhawks, and I want to know, how crowded is it to get, and do you have to wait for everybody to step in front of you? They're lucky that it went without a hitch, because up and down the stairs a couple times.
It's so wild. It's so weird.
You have to choreograph that stuff. Is there a rehearsal for draft night?
Yes.
But it was fun, and Kyle Davidson handled himself well from the beginning to the end. And when we talked about that moment with the penalty box hockey, or the
street interview, man on the street interview,
which was a lot of fun. Penalty box radio, excuse me. He talked about that, and he's basically, they didn't know who he was, which I think makes it even funnier.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I was just walking down Broadway. It was pretty early this morning, so it wasn't busy at all, and Jeff Greenberg and I were just out for a walk trying to get out of the hotel, get out of those four walls that we've been kind of cooped up in for the last couple days. And they had asked me if I wanted to interview, and I was just like, no, thanks. And I think I made the comment to Jeff. It's like, it's kind of funny they have no clue who we are, what we do. And I was like, you know what, I'm going back. I'm going to go back. And so I went back, and it's funny, I had to wait for two people to finish interviewing that were wearing Kane and Sod jerseys. And so they didn't recognize me either. So yeah, it was probably the backwards hat and the freshly shaven face. I don't know. Maybe I look a little younger.
That's great. That's great. I can't ever imagine Bob Pulford doing that.
Oh, God, no.
You know, I can't imagine many executives having that sense of humor to go back and subject themselves to that kind of questioning. It was just great, and it was fun, and it reflected just the approach and how it's easy to be in a good mood when you're about to pick a generational talent.
He was in a great mood, and he was having the time of his life. I'll tell you what, people will recognize him soon and for a long time.
He's going to be he's going to find it a lot harder to be anonymous for much longer if things go the way that we think they could go. What's realistic? Connor Bedard arrives. What does that do to your championship window? I think it opens it, Mully. Within 3 years, you're competing in the Western Conference. You're competing for division titles. I think in 5 years, you got to realistically think that you're going to be back in the Cup conversation.
312-644-6767. Who does this remind you of? Does this remind you of anyone seeing a generational talent drafted to a Chicago team? And it isn't just that. It's the expectation, the kind of waiting period. First there was the hope period, then there was the wait period, and then
and now comes the coronation.
And but I'd be curious, we've mentioned some people. We've mentioned the world's a different place. There's more information available to people. There is so much on social media. We know personalities. We learn.
There's no strangers.
It is if you are a Hawks fan, you've been waiting for this moment and you're very excited about it. But if you don't even follow hockey, like our texter who watched his first NHL draft and noticed a lot of the goofy things in it that I didn't really think about, it's kind of wild to see this happen, where a guy, he's coming in, he's going to be a relevant, impactful player. And when's the last time that happened for you? And how often has that happened? I keep going back to Chris Bryant. Brandon mentioned.
Let's go back realistically.
Derrick Rose,
15 years or so.
Yeah.
So, does it remind you of Patrick Kane coming into the league in 2007? Derrick Rose to the NBA in 2008. Chris Bryant to the Cubs in 2015. He was drafted a couple years before that. His arrival felt special. I don't know if there's a White Sox comparison, and that's not meant to be mean. It's just meant to be realistic. I don't remember somebody having the kind of hype that this suggests. And with the Bears, this feels a lot like Justin Fields being drafted. When you have a quarterback in a Bears town and the expectations are enormous, the hype is out of control, that to me is what this is closest to in this modern age of social media introducing people to prospects before they even have arrived, and us expecting things that may not be realistic. To me, this feels more like Fields than it does Patrick Kane 15 years ago.
Yeah, I would argue that it feels more like Khalil Mack. But Mack was obviously, you already knew how good he was. You knew. But I just remember when they got Khalil Mack thinking like, wow.
The excitement level?
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Huge, and then that first game where the guy put on a performance.
That's a really good comp. I think then what we're talking about too is, we're talking about a lot of things because it does make you think of when was the last time you felt this good? There's an avalanche of enthusiasm that is very difficult to relate to because we have been surrounded by mediocrity. Our teams have not been good.
Right. At this point, it's the perfect addition to town. 312-644-6767. Jimmy is on the Edens. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, man. Hey, I never thought I'd say it, but I missed you.
Oh, God bless you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but talk some more, and then it'll go away.
That's good. Yeah,
Anyway.
that's the point.
Okay.
You got to
That's
love
the
me or
point.
hate me. Feel something.
Yep.
Thank you, buddy.
So you're talking about the draft in Nashville specifically. I think it was really rinky-dink, bush league. It couldn't even fill the stands. I mean, it was the whole setup of Nashville in particular. You know how they hate Hawks fans down there.
Right.
They blacklisted them from stuff.
Right.
But they really put on a terrible setting. The visual was terrible also. And it couldn't happen to a better city as far as I'm concerned.
Wow. That's your takeaway from the draft?
Jimmy, everybody got up there and thanked them for the party and the great weekend. You know, they had all the awards.
The NHL awards were there.
Yeah.
The draft was there.
Right.
They had a lot of hockey-related NHL, affiliated activities all week long. I don't know that I would refer to it as rinky-dink.
Yeah, rinky-dink.
That didn't cross my mind.
I think what I like about the term rinky-dink is probably rink, because it is like a hockey thing.
Okay. Did you find the draft unsatisfying? I did not expect that tone of the caller, but hey, to each his own, and everyone's going to have their own impression. And he missed you, so he started with a smile, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, but if I continue talking, he's going to be annoyed again. Jerry is in Romeoville. Hey, Jerry.
Hello. I just wanted to comment on what you were saying about last time we had a player that was hyped this strongly, and the city got excited over. One of them where I remember being really excited, and it was Mark Pryor for the Cubs.
Oh, yeah.
Raved about his arm. And then when we drafted Cedric Benson for the Bears.
Those are two very good comps. I think when you look back at Mark Pryor, he was referred to as the perfect prospect, and he rose very quickly, and he actually backed up the hype. He lived up to it, Mully, when he was healthy, and then he got hurt, and then it was impossible for him to, recapture that. So Mark Pryor is a very good one back in 2003.
Texter says Jay Cutler.
Well, that day,
that's what I was going to say, Jay Cutler.
April 2nd, 2009, that was a magical day in Chicago. It really was. It was full of enthusiasm and hope. That's a really good one. That was very similar to Khalil Mack in a Bears town when you have a Bears quarterback that they trade for who was a Pro Bowl player at the time. Yeah.
I mean,
everything seems possible.
Cutler, 26-year-old Pro Bowl quarterback. And if you remember, there was not a lot of noise about that. That was a surprise to people. They just pulled off this trade, and all of a sudden, somebody broke the story, and it was like everywhere immediately. I can't remember who it was, but there was somebody in this room that broke that story.
It wasn't me.
Okay.
It wasn't me.
It must have been me.
Must have been you. Yeah.
I know it's one of us.
I think it was very similar in terms of the reaction. People were excited. People didn't know what to do with themselves. A texter points out, and I don't think this is similar in terms of the magnitude and certainly not the quality of the prospect, but we're looking for a White Sox comparison. Gordon Beckham, when he came to Chicago and was rushed to the majors,
yes,
there was a lot of hype.
But
his at-bats were...
Ozzie kind of tried to put, if we need bacon. I mean,
well, Ozzie tried to slow it down.
He did.
He did try to slow it down.
Yeah, the hype train started.
But there was a lot of hype accompanying his arrival in Chicago from Georgia, and what he played in less than 100 minor league games. And so that was one of those typical overreactions. I don't feel like this is an overreaction at all.
Nomar, someone said.
Well, when the Cubs traded for Nomar Garciaparra, that was a statement.
I remember I woke up that morning, saw the trade, and I thought to myself immediately, I was like, oh my God, the Cubs are going to win the World Series. Like, I thought that was like a missing piece for that team. And it turned out
that's what it was supposed to be.
Wrong.
Yeah. It didn't go as planned. Those are difficult things to remember why things went wrong, but they did.
Is he still married to Mia Hamm?
Not sure.
Did that work out? Those crazy kids, I thought they had a chance.
Not sure. He is.
Wasn't he married to Mia Hamm?
Doing some analysis work. He's doing some analysis work. I'm not sure where. Kerry Wood had a lot of hype coming with the Cubs.
Well, that performance, when his rookie year, what was that game, the strikeout game? Holy God.
20 strikeout game. Yeah, it was 1998.
That was
May
incredible.
5th, I think, 1998. That was quite a rival when he was 20 years old and his hand shook as he did the post-game interview after striking out 20 Astros. That was a memorable thing. Connor Bedard is going to have his own memorable moment. We had a conversation. I think it was Alex Kuhn even had online predicting how many goals Connor Bedard would score, the over-under, right, Alex?
Yeah, I did total points, and I said
total points. That's right, total points.
Set it at 54.5.
And I said that's an easy over.
If he plays more than 60 games, definitely.
Well, he should, right?
Are you predicting injury?
Yeah, what are you saying?
I'm just taking a 17-year-old kid going into the NHL,
He'll be
and
18.
Sometimes injuries happen. Connor McDavid only played 45 games.
That's a
in
good
his rookie
point.
year.
All right.
I'm
Do
factoring
not rain
everything
on this
in.
parade, but that's a good point.
55 points, so 20 goals, 35 assists.
Do you think if healthy, though, he's a point-a-night guy? Yeah.
Yes.
Is he a 35 to 40 goal scorer? Yeah.
Yes.
I think those are the questions that you wonder right away. What's he going to mean to this team? How many numbers, what kind of numbers is he going to put up?
I mean, here's the thing. We're expecting immediate impact, and we're expecting a lot of points, and we're expecting a show. We're expecting, the goal he scored in the juniors where he danced through everybody and scored a goal, right?
Oh, boy.
I mean, honestly, being honest.
Now that'll get you excited. That'll get your pulse
and
going.
That's what we're fired up
Yes,
about.
exactly.
But I think it's more
like
about
a knife through butter.
It's more about the next, come back 3 or 4 years from now, maybe 5 years from now, and it'll be 2 years. Come on, give the kid 3 years.
I think in 2 years you're going to see a player that's had an impact on a franchise and a league in a way that's profound. I think you're going to see highlights like we've seen him provide at the minor league level, at the juniors level, at every level that he's played. I don't expect that to stop just because he's going against the best players in the world, because he's one of the best players in the world. So I think he's still going to be a guy that has those moments. Health is going to be a factor. He is 5'10", 185 pounds. He's durable. He's sturdy. But you still have to remember he's 18, right? He's 18, and you worry a little bit about those things, even though it's a younger league than it ever has been. How many guys last night looked like they just started shaving?
Oh, my God.
Their parents bought them those suits, and they are on national TV being introduced.
Frankly, he looked younger than all of them.
All of them.
He's so baby-faced, and he's like such a good smile. And I can't reiterate this enough. I love the idea that he had caught a high stick in the nose on Saturday night. It means that the guy can't get out of the rink. If you remember, they won the juniors, and then he rushes back because his team in Regina had a game. And so he came back and he scored like 5. Are you giggling because I said Regina? Isn't that where his team was from?
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe the two of you are giggling, but I guess it's a funny name nonetheless.
What are they giggling at? Oh,
it is a funny name.
Yeah,
they're both giggling.
Regina. It rhymes with I don't know, something. Is that it? Is that why you're laughing?
You're on that limb alone there, pal. Okay.
It's never happened before. I was getting a reaction I wasn't used to. Yeah, I couldn't come up with another word that rhymes.
So
with
your point being, he's a rink rat. He's a guy that in his spare time is going to
all he wants to do is play hockey.
All he wants to do is play hockey. I bet you this morning he's waking up and trying to find some ice time. That's the way hockey players think. That's the way they're wired. He is definitely, as you listen to him, programmed to talk about everything but himself. That's a hockey code, and he is living by it every waking moment and probably when he sleeps. So, yeah, this is a kid that is still a kid, but he's good enough right now to make you feel like in 2 years, you're going to recognize, and you may not even take that long, Mully, you're going to know why there's such excitement for hockey this morning in Chicago.
And by the way, just to close the loop, Nomar Garcia-Parra and Mia Hamm celebrating their 20th wedding anniversary this year.
I was worried.
They made it. Those two crazy kids have gotten through it. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's 49. I believe she's 51. But they're still
great
together.
major league shortstop. Great player.
Okay, I'm going to say this, and you're going to laugh at it. She was better at her sport than he was at his.
I'm not going to laugh at that. She was a world-class international icon.
Yeah.
Mia Hamm.
No, she was.
There's no doubt about it.
She's one of the greatest women's soccer players ever.
Yeah, the headline could have been Cubs trade for Mia Hamm's husband.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, there's a lot of great players, and he probably out-earned her by 10 times, 20 times.
By the way,
boy, was she good.
For the White Sox, a lot of texters are saying Michael Kopech to compare.
Well,
with the hype.
You know, when we talk about that, well, I'll tell this when we come back. It's there's a guy that came on with us and made a statement about Michael Kopech that still rings in my ears and still befuddles my mind because it never happened. It's Mully and Haugh. It's Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
And we have bacon here, we're in trouble.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This was a walleye tournament on Lake Erie. And the video came out, because usually it's not quite this dramatic. Usually it's after the fact, or some places will even have an X-ray machine that they'll slide everything through. The Lake Erie Walleye Trail Fishing Tournament, the fishing director thought something was up, and he took out a big old fillet knife and started cutting up the catch.
We got weights and fish! There we go! Out of here! Where's the other one? Everybody listen to me right now. Jake, I want you to leave. I don't want anybody to touch these guys. I want you to leave.
He was pulling out 8-ounce lead weights.
Yeah, I saw like he cut, and then the guy like reached in. There was like 2 weights inside of a fish.
Big egg-shaped hand grenades of lead that he's pulling out of these fish that had been wrapped in walleye fillets.
We got weights and fish!
We got weights and fish! And they apparently had been doing this before. They are under investigation for...
It's felony fraud, right?
It is felony fraud. And they won a tournament recently where they bought a boat worth like $50,000. And this isn't big money, but it's enough that it's felony fraud. You can't do this. And the overdoing of it, if you look at this, I looked at one of these fish and I thought, and I'm a pretty good estimator of weight of a fish.
You've done it.
Most fishermen are. You lift it up, I can get it within a quarter of a pound. And this one that is maybe 4.5 should not be weighing at 7.9.
There's a very profanity-laced moment I kept out of this clip here that we played where somebody says, this guy's been doing this for years.
Yep.
So this guy's been making money for years off of this.
But they got him
caught now.
He got caught right there, and he pulled out the knife, and I didn't know you could bring dead fish to a weigh-in. I thought that the fish being alive and releasable was part of it. Maybe not on Lake Erie.
What an aha moment! Like when you, I was amazed by it. You cut into and drop like the sound.
Thud.
Right.
Yep. I'm telling you, they're like little hand grenades he's pulling out.
Weights and fish. There we go.
There we go. And people were going to kill the guy. They were going to drag the guy behind a truck. And they said, no, don't touch him. There were partners. One guy ran to his truck and locked the door. And the other guy stood there, stone-faced. And the Cuyahoga County is looking into this, as well they should. But the stories about the early days of competitive bass fishing, it wasn't just weights and fish. There were guys, and Carl Hyacin wrote about this. His first novel, his second novel, Double Whammy, was about this, where somebody would go catch big bass, and stash them in underwater cages. And then when the tournament began, off go the boats, and then in come the boats, and the guys were using the actual same fish for multiple tournaments. Oh, look, I got old Bessie again, same 8.5 pounder, and would keep it and feed it and make sure that this thing would grow big in this cage, and they would just so happen to know where this thing was hidden and be able to go find it for each tournament.
The 630. He goes, I love how relaxing fishing is.
Yeah.
We got weights and fish. There we go.
The journey, and very exciting day for my family.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 to the score. That is the voice of Connor Bedard. And again, he talks about his teammates. He talks about his family. Big
All
day
the
for
time.
His family.
His sister, his parents who were there.
He told his parents he loves them after he was picked. That's a beautiful
What
moment.
17-year-old does that? And when that happens, you got to really appreciate it. Yeah, he's humble. He sounds like it. And Mully, when he was 12, the legend of Connor Bedard goes, when he was 12, which was just 5 years ago, he broke his right wrist while training. Couldn't use it 2 months. Used the time to strengthen his left hand, the top hand on his stick. You know how that goes when you got a shot like that. And that's why his shot has become so lethal. He's developed both hands, the strength in both hands, and then he's got the shot that will make him special immediately. That's what it is about Connor Bedard. Doesn't have the speed of McDavid, has probably more of a game similar to maybe Austin Matthews. He wants to model his game after Sidney Crosby. That's good company to keep.
He started wearing jersey number 98 when he was 5 years old. I got a feeling he's going to be number 98.
I think so.
I know a lot of people are wearing that jersey. So
a lot of people are buying that jersey.
That's right.
It was on sale for, a robust $250 last night on, I think, Blackhawks.com or somewhere that I saw advertised. And yes, I was tempted. Ran out of time. I don't know what's going to happen next, but, I think my son will probably want a Bedard sweater at some point in time. There'll be a lot of them flying off the shelves. I don't know when they're going to introduce him in Chicago. I don't know what the plan is. Today is all about the draft. Prospects camp is soon, right around the corner. But yeah, you're going to want to get a 98 jersey or jersey or whatever it is to reflect his arrival. He's going to be here a while too. He's going to be here a long time. And I think the return of hockey relevance is what we're celebrating, what we're talking about. And I guess you want to be cautious. Obviously, there are always things that can happen with prospects on the way to superstardom. And you were referencing one such example, maybe, that is a link to the past, maybe is a cautionary tale even if it's not apples to apples, the Michael Kopech example still gives you the heebie-jeebies.
We were fortunate enough to have Peter Gammons on as a regular a while back, and Peter loved Michael Kopech, and obviously Kopech was with the Red Sox, and so when they made that trade, well, let's take a listen to. Do we have it? Really? Good man.
Michael Kopech, for once. I mean, I had some doubts about sort of watching all the body language in spring training, but a couple of friends of mine who worked with the Red Sox who really are good said, no. The makeup, he'll win a Cy Young before he's done.
He ended up saying that he would win multiple Cy Youngs. He said that he thought he'd win 2.
You will not kill my buzz.
They were watching
You will not kill my buzz.
Coming up, and he was throwing the ball like through people. Remember, he was throwing over 110 miles an hour or something.
Don't you dare kill my buzz.
I am not killing your buzz.
You are the Michael Kopech.
We've had
cringed.
multiple
Cringed.
people suggesting that Michael Kopech was one of those guys that came in with tons of hype.
It makes me think of hearing Peter Gammons say that.
Yes.
It makes me think of Beano Cook predicting 2 Heisman trophies for Ron Paulus.
Oh, boy.
You remember that?
Yeah, no.
The first Notre Dame
holy cow.
Game at Soldier Field back in the Paulus era. Alex Kuhn's laughing because he doesn't remember, but was probably not even alive when Ron Paulus was a freshman. And Beano Cook predicted 2 Heisman trophies. That was overhyped. That never came true. Ron Paulus did not live up to those expectations at Notre Dame. Michael Kopech certainly has not lived up to those expectations with the White Sox that Peter Gammons had. Cy Young? Can you see Michael Kopech winning a Cy Young?
I wonder if he's going to remain in the starting rotation beyond this year. I'm not being mean. I'm just like, Michael Kopech, not a very good pitcher. Michael Kopech, not a very reliable pitcher. Every once in a while, he'll show flashes, and you'll be like, my God, he nearly had a no-hitter earlier this year. And you were like, my God. But it is not sustainable. He hasn't played enough.
5 of his last 6 outings, he's not gotten past the 5th inning.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He's predictably unpredictable. That's what he is. I don't think we have that in Connor Bedard. It's anything is possible. He just looks like everything about him. He's doing the right things. He's saying the right things, and we've seen the videos. We have the evidence to predict good things are ahead. The 98 jersey thing is funny because I think there was a point in time where he wore 16 during the juniors, I believe. So there was a point in time, maybe we thought he was going to be number 16, but he removed those doubts yesterday, so everyone can go ahead and make that investment. I also like the references. Charlie Roumeliotis, who we're going to talk to at 8:25, has a good piece on NBC Sports Chicago, 10 things about Connor Bedard you might not know. Patrick Kane, he joins as only 2 players in franchise history to be taken first overall. And Bedard, before this all happened, had paid tribute to Kane with the celebration after his Team Canada goal, sent that team to the semifinals, and he put racing stripes in his hair, like Kaner used to do. And this is before he was even following in the footsteps of Patrick Kane with the Blackhawks. So that's kind of fun. Get to know this kid. He's a teenager, but he talks like really a mature young adult.
He's the Michael Kopech of the Blackhawks.
You just did it again.
I just said it to annoy you.
I know you did.
Because you yelled at me for saying it. I was not saying that. We were talking about the hype machine and players who would come to Chicago.
It was less yelling at you and more like an affirmation. I will not let this kill my buzz. I will not let this kill my buzz. I'm trying to stay within myself.
I'm not trying to kill your buzz. I swear to God. We're just talking about hype. Yoan Moncada was the number 1 prospect in baseball at one point.
I know.
Top prospect in baseball. What does that tell you? That not every top prospect in baseball is going to be, Eli.
Mark Pryor is a great example. Eloy Jimenez is an example, a guy that was expected a lot and has not yet lived up to those expectations. We mentioned the Jay Cutler day. Not a more exciting day in Chicago until the Khalil Mack trade. That was one of those moments where you felt like after you broke the story
Thank you,
that
buddy.
there was going to be, this arrival of competence at the quarterback position the Bears had never experienced. I think also for more modern, a more recent example, you remember the Monday, was it a Monday? The morning after the draft in 2021, the NFL draft, when they took Justin Fields and they traded to get their guy and they moved up and they had their franchise quarterback. Wasn't that similar to this in terms of Bearstown, dynamic quarterback?
Yes.
Anything seems possible. Boy,
Right.
he looks the part.
Franchise player, 26-year-old Pro Bowl quarterback. Can you imagine? Unfortunately, didn't come with his coach.
And I said this and I tweeted it out last night. We've talked about it before. In 5 years, I think it's going to be either Bedard or Justin Fields as the biggest superstar in Chicago. And a couple people poked back at me last night on the Twitter machine. Hey, what about Luis Robert? He would like a word. He could be. He could be.
He hit another homer.
He
last
did.
night.
And you know what? He's got
doing
that
pretty
potential.
well.
He's got that talent.
He's doing pretty well.
He's got superstardom in terms of I just don't know about his durability and his availability. But yeah, I think that's fair. But of those three, I don't know who has the best chance of being a star. Right now, I want to say Bedard because his success seems more predictable than Justin Fields. Do you agree or not?
I do. I think that his skill set appears to fit into the NHL better than Justin Fields' skill set is right now in the NFL.
I think that's a good way to put it. For Justin Fields to be that superstar, it's going to be...
I hope it happens.
Because he becomes this hybrid quarterback who can throw as well as he can run and is explosive in both aspects of his game. And he could do that. And if he does that, this Bearstown will be euphoric.
No
doubt about it. The hype will be justified. I just think that you have a little bit more certainty that Bedard's going to be that guy. To me, hockey, is
I'm going to be really interested to see how they build a team around this guy. So, in other words, you got to protect him. So you're probably going to need to spend some money on a pugilistic type of.
They've got the money to go out and get an enforcer.
Well, you're going to have
a good old-fashioned enforcer.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
I like the way our 708 texter is thinking. In 5 years, Ohtani will be the biggest star in Chicago.
And let me tell you something.
As Brandon rolls his eyes again.
Yeah, if you didn't need affirmation of that fact, his performance against the White Sox, where he had 10 strikeouts as a pitcher and hit a couple home runs, get the hell out of here.
I know.
That's not fair. Hey, Trout sat out. If you could get this guy to sit a game out, then you'd have a much better chance of beating him.
He doesn't take breaks. He doesn't have...
I want him to sit out.
Oh, he pitches on one day, and then the 4 days until his next start, he doesn't need rest and relaxation and a massage. He doesn't have to operate like other starting pitchers do.
Go commune with yourself in a Japanese garden or something. That's what you need to have
More
happen.
Ohtani, the better. I'm sorry he hurts the White Sox. Get him out, maybe.
I do that sometimes. I go to the Japanese garden.
Do you?
I'm not kidding. Have you ever been there to the what do you call it? The
Botanic Gardens?
Botanic
Oh,
Gardens.
yeah, it's beautiful.
Holy cow.
Refreshing.
We are members there
Yeah.
because we go there and commune with ourselves. It's a wonderful thing. Take a walk there and just
A good
see
nature walk is good for the soul.
Oh, God. It's wonderful.
Maybe not this week.
No. Because
maybe not this week.
You'll be gasping for breath and smelling smoke.
This is so awesome.
I'm telling you,
give me a hug, honey.
It's bad. No, you really
It's bad.
You got to mask up.
You do have to mask up.
Yeah.
It's not for
I
the
thought
meek.
I was done with that.
I'm glad everyone was so worried yesterday about my, running, and I did run and exercise indoors. Indoors.
Yeah.
The elliptical, as boring as it was necessary.
Good man. Yeah.
Lay off.
You gotta. Because believe it or not, your health is important.
I know.
You
That's
can't
why
have
I'm exercising.
David's gone missing. Where was he last seen? He was on the bike path running.
Him again? All right. We're going to talk to Bruce.
We're going to talk some baseball with Bruce Levine. There was a perfect game last night. Does it count if it's against Oakland? That team looked like they couldn't hit you, David, and you've got a pretty strong arm. So I suppose it's not a reach.
It counts.
Yeah. Mully and Haugh, Bruce Levine next, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
And let me tell you something about Notre Dame. In the next 4 years, they're going to win the national title at least twice, and Ron Paulus will win the Heisman Trophy at least twice.
Blackhawk fans, with the first overall pick in the 2023 NHL Draft.
The Chicago Blackhawks are very proud to select.
Maybe we should have workshopped our questions to Jed before the show started.
Nah, I think it's better if we just kind of wing it.
Steak dinner, boom.
There it is.
Thank you to the texter who was like, hey, Layla, do you know that reference? And I was like, kind of, but not really.
So, yeah, there was a caller. I forget who the player or coach was. The way to get this person to sign was to simply take him out to a steak dinner because then it's done. That
Mike and Oswego, you're on WSCR.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Listen, do you understand? I see a little bit of irony here. I mean, who called who? Did the San Diego Padres general manager call Ken Williams?
No, I doubt it. What's the irony?
Well, the fact that the Cubs are in San Diego for the next 3 days. So if I were Peavy, I would go ahead and meet with Jim Hendry and go have steak dinner.
How is that ironic?
Don't you see that if you play politics, you know the Cubs are coming to town. If the Cubs are coming to town, let's work something out. Let's get this deal done.
What does them coming to town have to do with anything?
You don't know anything about politics, do you?
What does them coming to
It's
town
all
have
about
to do with
politics.
What is that?
If the Cubs are coming
First
to town...
of all, why is that ironic? And second of all, what does that have to do with politics?
Okay, you obviously don't know politics.
Okay, well,
irony.
you know what? He doesn't know politics. Okay, I want you to explain the concepts of irony and politics to me, please.
Okay. If I were the GM, Jim Hendry, or the GM for the Padres, I know the Cubs are coming to town. I want to go to the Cubs. I want him to go to the Cubs. Peavy wants to come to the Cubs. Well, the Cubs are going to be there over the weekend.
What does that have to do with anything, whether or not they're going to be there over the weekend? Just explain. I've asked the same question 3 times. Why does it matter if the Cubs are going to be there?
You're not letting me finish, Dipwad.
Why
You're
are...
not letting me finish.
Why? Explain it right now. Finish. Right now. Why does it matter?
Because now we can work something over steak dinner. Boom.
Steak
That's
dinner
why you'll be behind the
boom.
radio all your life. You never won a team.
Steak dinner boom. And oh, he hung up.
Steak dinner, boom. Steak dinner, boom.
Steak dinner, boom.
Narrator. Jake Peavy ended up in Chicago.
Out of baseball conversation to cover in the next 2 hours. How are you doing this morning, buddy?
Great being with you like we are every Saturday, 52 weeks out of the year, talking baseball on Inside the Clubhouse.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to the great Bruce Levine, and he joins us now on the Busey Bank Score Hotline. Building business, growing wealth since 1868. Bruce, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Yeah, it's a nice day on the south side. Didn't work out too well on the north side, so where would you like to begin today?
Well, I think we should start with the Cubs, and we know tonight the Cubs take on the Phillies at Wrigley Field. Pregame begins at 6:30. The first pitch at 7:05 on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. And you know, Bruce, 3 losses in a row. This is like a crucial period of the schedule where we were hoping for that victory in London, and then you come home, and we know it's a hard run into the All-Star break. But goodness gracious, it seems like every time I turn on the TV, they're already down 5 runs.
You know, it's interesting, Mike. You see them go through a stretch for a while, and you go, wow, they're right there with the rest of the division. You know, St. Louis is at the bottom. Milwaukee's there. Cincinnati's been on a crazy run as of late. But after you see them against a really good offense like Philadelphia a couple nights in a row, you say, well, you know, what should Hoyer and Hawkins really do coming up to the deadline rather? Are you really a buyer like you know, some of the front office has said, or are you more in the mode of saying, you know what? We have some really good pieces here, and it is incumbent upon us to be a really good team for the next 3 or 4 years. Let's bite the bullet one more July going into the trading deadline.
I don't know about that, Bruce. I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know how long the wait is being competitive in a bad division enough. And if they do start, who do you think goes first?
Well, I know I would trade Stroman, and people would, you know, probably driving off the road saying, well, how are you going to trade the best pitcher in the National League right now? And the reason is that the chips are all on Stroman's side. Okay, he can walk away from this contract, part of his contract right now, making $22 million a year. For this year and next. He can walk away right now after this season. I don't think you can afford to play that game. I don't think the gamble is worth it. And I think he's a terrific pitcher. I don't think they're poised right now to offer him a 5-year, $30 million extension. So with that said, what can you get for Stroman? It's not just a position player. It's a guy that can make a difference in you winning a division and maybe going on and winning a World Series. Can he do that for you right now? The answer is no. So I think there's some really hard choices for Hoyer to make here, and I think if they're going to move forward, that's the move that I would make.
Wow, you know that's fascinating, Bruce. I think you're right about the cards he's holding. It's just he seems to really like it here, and he seems to have found something here. And I think he's the kind of guy that feeds off a crowd. I don't know that I wouldn't let him decide whether he wants to remain while I figure out what I want to give him moving forward, right? So he has all the cards, but if he wants to be here, he's still under contract.
Well, he is under contract, but again, he is the guy that is having this phenomenal year. And why wouldn't you take that step? If no matter how much you love someplace, if it's going to give you this generational wealth, he's already a pretty wealthy guy. If it's going to give you 5 years and another $150 million, why wouldn't you do it? I mean, if it's Mike Mulligan or it's David Haugh, wouldn't you? If you have that opportunity, aren't you going to take it? You almost have to. And if the Cubs are a bidder and they want to give you that money going forward, I'm just throwing a figure out there. It could be 7 years and $200 million that we're talking about.
I know the conversation's one that's necessary, Bruce, but I don't know if it's necessary now. And I think that I understand what you're saying, and I get why Stroman would opt out. But okay, let's back up a second.
Mm-hmm.
They're 2 games into a 13-game stretch before the All-Star break that is going to be very impactful in what they do and where their season is headed. I don't think that now is a time you want to necessarily consider trading Marcus Stroman. Now's the time you want to think about being, as we have heard on this station, aggressive buyers to get Marcus Stroman some help so he can be the ace on a division-winning team, not a team that's selling off for the 3rd straight July.
Well, first of all, you have to be a 500 team, better than a 500 team. I don't care what the rhetoric is around it. If you're not over 500 and you're not moving up the dial, as far as the division, which they've hit a terrific June, and hats off to them. I think they've gotten every bit of every ounce of talent out of their roster. But look at the roster and look at the reality of it. Okay, are there a lot of teams that are better than they are in the National League? No, there are not a lot. But are there 4 or 5 teams in the National League that are clearly better and clearly a team that are going to go to the playoffs and win or go to the World Series? I think you have to say yes, okay? There are too many temporary players on the team to make the statement that we need to add and we'll hold our hand there. I just don't think, Bellinger's situation, next year, what is that? Hendrick's situation next year, what is that? Okay, you look at Yan Gomes as a free agent. What's your catching situation? Is Amaya your everyday catcher going forward? So I think they're still firmly locked into their rebuild and player development. They should continue on that way. They should continue to get more younger players involved in August and September. I know it's not what the fan base wants to hear, because you do have the ability to compete for a wild card. I just think the work is not finished yet as far as making this team into an Atlanta Braves team or a Los Angeles Dodgers team moving forward.
So Bruce, just to follow that logic then, obviously Stroman would be a guy that you would trade. Would you try to trade Drew Smyly? I know he had a bad performance last night, but how deep would you cut?
Yeah, I would trade everybody that you don't feel is under contract that's going to be helping you for the next 3 or 4 years. And again, they're all viable. They're all good. I mean, you're talking about trading them because they're good and they're going to help somebody win. The idea here is that the Cubs want to be a team that there's not a question about. There's not a surprise when they're a playoff contender. There's still a surprise to be a playoff contender right now. They're still not there yet. Again, do I think they've played good ball? Do I think that they're worthy of fans coming out there and watching it? Absolutely. Baseball 2023 is really homogenized. It is not the greatest quality of baseball in the world. They talk about expansion guys right now. Where are you going to find the players for expansion? Nobody has any depth on their team. When you lose a starting pitcher right now, there's nobody to step in. So from that, the Cubs are improved. They're a better team. They're a good organization moving forward. They just are not there yet. Now, that doesn't mean they won't make a run for the division. Hopefully they will, because the bullpen's gotten straightened out and they've done a really good job with that. But for me, I'd like to see the organization continue to make some trades and bring in some young talent.
Compelling conversation, Bruce. Totally disagree. We don't have time to go into why, but this is an ongoing thing.
Yeah, well, look.
And you're wrong again.
The White Sox are no different, right?
Right.
I mean, we could be having this same conversation about the White Sox, and we probably should.
Yep.
Because if you're sitting there 12 games under 500 in a lousy division, and you're going to talk about, well, we can still win the division. So what? What is that going to? Are you really going to be contending for the World Series? That is the question the front office there has to ask themselves as they move forward with a bunch of starting pitchers that probably won't be there next year.
Great stuff, Bruce. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Bruce.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
You too.
I mean, if you follow his logic, then Kyle Hendricks would have to go too. He started.
Yes, I know. Let's talk about that when we get back. I love Bruce. I love arguing with Bruce because sometimes he says things that makes you think, but he's often kind of wrong.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That made a ton of sense to me. What he just said made a lot of sense to me.
I'm sure it made a lot of sense to a lot of people.
Yeah.
I hate the reality of the Cubs entering another trade deadline. We're a week away, we're days away from talking about why they were viable contenders in a division that's winnable. They lose twice to the Phillies, and all of a sudden that's changed?
Well, they've lost 3 in a row. They didn't win.
Okay.
They didn't win that
I don't
series
want
in
to be
London.
that much of a
They'd have
prisoner
been
to the moment.
500. I just think, though, that you can't deny that all of the good work they did to get close
I can
to
spend as much
500
time
is
in
going the
denial
other
as I
way.
choose.
Okay. You do that.
Let's come back
It's not
and we'll
just
spend
a
some
river.
more.
It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score.
This is the day that we need Danny Parkins.
Doesn't
here.
he know
There's just
Hosmer?
one day that we need him, and it's when the Cubs could potentially sign Eric Hosmer.
No, Danny would have just done what Bernstein just did. Just read how tall he is. Tall, first baseman, left-handed.
Veteran, been around for a while. He had a power stroke for a little while, but not so much anymore. Didn't really do that well in San Diego, according to Baseball Preference. Speaks
Baseball
Yeah,
Preference.
here's the thing about Eric Hosmer, babe. Eric Hosmer is just good. He says so many vibes, so many baseball vibes,
Right.
and they do so well. And he's coming off of San Diego, where he learned to be even more chill.
Guy can freaking pick it over there, man.
Yeah, he's good, right?
Do you guys need us here
I was
for
just
this?
going to say they screwed up. That was the show. I mean, if you really, I mean, come on. If you really wanted to do a show, that was was it. Because I guarantee you, there's a guy in his car right now going, "That's all we get of that." Wait, don't stop doing that.
Yeah, Speaks. He good power stroke, right? There was a point for a little while there that he could really hit the home run. Solid guy to have at first base. 312-644-6767. I'm going to solicit callers, and then I'm not going to take any of them.
and save big money at Menards.
I mean, in a way, like I said, I'm just being open and real. I know how narratives get created in media from the top down once it starts to get creep towards the trade deadline, and how they try to make it sound like players are unsignable or don't want to be here. Like, I want to be here more than anything. So I made that known, and there's been no rebuttal from their side. And like I said, I won't address it anymore. I'm not worried about the trade deadline. I prepare at like I said, I kill myself on and off the field to prepare at a very high level to perform. So at the end of the day, I'm comfortable going with wherever. Ideally, I'd want to be a Cub, but it's a business at the end of the day, and that's how it has to be handled at times.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. We heard that from Marcus Stroman when he was talking about the lack of communication with the front office. They hadn't talked about a contract extension, and I think people were surprised by that, frankly. But it was also surprising that he chose to go public with it. And we talked to Jed about that as well. And, you know, it's kind of fascinating because Marcus Stroman is having the best year of his career.
Mm-hmm.
And he is probably at the highest level of his value when you look around baseball and you think about how many teams need starting pitching.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much everyone.
It's going to be a seller's market.
And it's definitely going to be a seller's market. And if you have made the decision that you're not going to give him a contract extension, or if you've made a decision that he's looking for more than you're willing to give up, and again, I think you owe it to yourself to have that conversation and know what he wants. But if you feel that you're not going to be able to get him at the number you want, then maybe you get a ton for him at the trade deadline. The problem is, once you start that, then who do you not trade off?
It's a hard door for me to open right now. And I understand how it works. Texters and Twitchers, I understand how professional sports operate. But I also think that we're 3 games into a 3-game losing streak for the Cubs. I get it's been a difficult week since they had the 4-0 lead in London and blew it. I don't want to change my thought because they have lost 3 games in a row. It's June 29th, not July 29th. I understand what Bruce is saying, but I also think that it bears repeating. We talked about it the other day. Start winning again, Cubs, because what you are in the midst of is winning time.
Yes.
It's time to win again. As Crane Kenny said on this station, they're back in the winning business. You don't stay in the winning business. You don't create a winning culture by trading your ace because you think you can't afford him in the offseason. What you do is you wait and you wait and you wait some more. Where's this headed? You just open up a sports book at Wrigley Field, outside Wrigley Field. You have a streaming service that you're offering, the Marquee Sports Network, to your fans. You are in the big leagues and you are in the richest neighborhood. Now you've got to back it up. Now you got to hold on to guys like this and maybe hope that you can afford him when it comes time to control that. Can't control the narrative, but you can't control who's on your roster. And I think it's too early and premature and would be a mistake to start shedding that roster now.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that. I would suggest that if we're hearing that from Bruce, that might be kind of what they're thinking. Somebody has to be thinking that for them to do it. I think you had a chance. You could have come home at 500 and really good in the division, and instead you lost that game. And you're right. You don't want that loss to ruin the season. But when you follow it with 2 more losses when you come home, now all of a sudden you're 4 games under, right? I'm just saying, if you look at it from their perspective, and if you apply what we heard from Rick Hahn about it's not just winning the division, it's also being able to make an impact in October.
That Sox said that. The Cubs did not.
But I think that it applies, is what I say.
I don't think it does.
Well, I do. I think that if you're going to, if this guy's not coming back, get something for him. Well, if you don't feel like you can reach a contract extension with him, Get something.
I'm not
for him.
applying what the Sox general manager said about his team and what the Cubs
I think all
are thinking.
I think all teams need to.
But
think that way.
but I don't know how you can ignore how. Look, I don't know what Bruce is hearing, and I respect him as much as anybody. I work with him every Saturday. He's a great friend. But how do we ignore Jed Hoyer, Tom Ricketts, and Crane Kenny coming on the station within days of each other, echoing the idea, reinforcing and amplifying this thought that they're going to be buyers?
Because
you don't look at the season in terms of series, even games, the segments, and this segment is incomplete right now.
No question. And I mean, here's the deal. Generally speaking, in baseball, you can pick up a game a week, right? That's the way you look at it. So if they're at 500 when you get to the trade deadline, then yeah, that's pretty good. You know, maybe you can make a run in that division. But if somebody else is getting hot, and if you get to the trade deadline and it doesn't look like you're going to compete in the division, then why not try to load up and come back next year? Why not try it again? Seller's market. I mean, would you really be that upset if they traded Drew Smyly? No. Would you be that upset if they traded Kyle Hendricks? I don't think so. If you trade your best pitcher, I can understand that's a white flag.
I would be upset over what that represented.
Right.
And what that would represent is that I don't think that you can incrementally get closer toward a spot you want to be by kind of sort of maybe selling off. Either you do or you don't. If you are trading Drew Smyly and Kyle Hendricks, it means you've made a determination that you're not ready to win this year. And if that's the case, then there is no halfway. You don't have 1 foot in. You got to go in with both feet if that's the direction you're headed. Then you do trade Marcus Stroman. So it would bother me if Drew Smyly goes, if Kyle Hendricks goes, because I would think that Marcus Stroman would be next. Because if he's not, it's illogical. And if it's illogical, then I don't know what you're doing.
Let me ask you a question. We're seeing this guy at his best, right? He's been fantastic. He's Cy Young material this year. Do you feel like that is sustainable for him? Do you feel like he's tapped into something in his career where he's reached a level where he's only going to improve next year and the year after? He's 31?
I think he's 32 years old.
32. And he's looking for what? You reckon 5 years?
Bruce said 7, but between 5 and 7, I would think.
And $150 million. What if they conclude that he's not going to be worth that?
Then there probably will be actively dealing him or shopping him or trading him. That's not what I heard last week, though, and that's not what I've seen. I do think that Marcus Stroman has hit a point in his career where his consistency is predictable. And I think that you have to believe that certain athletes may hit a point in time where they are ready to take off. I don't know if I would give him $150 million.
Would you give him 5 years?
I don't know that I would give him 5 years.
Right.
But I might want to get to the table with him and negotiate that in the proper setting, in the context that these negotiations should take place. And I don't mean Twitter. I mean negotiating this professionally, figuring out a middle ground and seeing if he's willing to compromise. I don't know if that sounds like a boring approach to winning baseball. I'm just not ready to sell off every time the Cubs get on a little bit of a losing streak here because they've done it before. I'm tired of that. I'm sick of them selling off in July. They've got a good team right now. They spent $300 million invested in the offseason on pieces that make sense. They've invested in their core. Now let's see them be in the winning business and put their money where their mouth is. They've done that. Now stick with it.
312-644-6767. Let's try Larry. Larry's on the south side.
Hey, I 100% agree with Haugh. Mully, let me ask you this question. A lot of people seem not to think about this. Are they going to try to win next year, the Cubs? And so if you trade Stroman, aren't you going to have to replace him? Now, according to Levine, he would trade Smyly. He would trade Stroman. He would even probably trade Hendricks. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what are you telling your fans next year? Not forget about this year. What about next year? You got even more financial flexibility with Haywood contract coming off. You got Bellinger contract coming off. What are you going to tell your fan base by trading starting pitching that teams desperately need. That don't make sense. I mean, if you're going to trade Stroman, how about negotiating with him and see what he wants?
I said that repeatedly. They need to talk to him and find out exactly what the desire on his part is. But I also think that this is a guy who's been he's been a good pitcher, but not a great pitcher through most of his career, and now he's having like a great year. So do you wonder if a guy's this good, you could trade him and get the most for him? Or do you say, we're going to pay him because we don't want to lose him, but we're going to overpay him and we're going to pay him more than we think he's worth? I think that's the dilemma, is they may feel that he's not worth the price he's looking for.
They might feel
don't know
that. They may conclude that.
They may conclude that.
They may project that what he's asking for after he opts out is not within the price range. And I would accept that. I think that's a conversation that will take place and an opinion that will be formed after the season or after the first negotiation. I don't want to have it on June 29th. I don't think it's appropriate on June 29th because I think on June 22nd, just a week ago, we're probably talking about what the Cubs needed. And boy,
we were talking about a power bat and helping the bullpen and a starting pitcher themselves. I mean, I know. But,
so I don't want to be that flippy floppy. Wrong station. But, I don't think I want to do that. I don't want to go with the wind here. I think the Cubs should commit to seeing where this takes them. They are in a division. I think they're in a better situation than the White Sox. If you want to do, compare our Chicago teams and their plights.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
So if you're in that position in this division, then believe that you can supplement, not take away. Add, don't subtract.
We should let you know that you can hear all the Cub games on your smart speaker. You just got to tell your device to play 670 The Score. Garth is in Hinsdale. Hey, Garth.
How you guys doing?
Good.
So, the thing that gets me is we're treating a 3-game losing streak like it's a disaster. Kind of like the 11-game losing streak that we had in 2021 when we shipped off Bryant, Rizzo, and everything. I mean, it's 3 games, 2 of those to the Phillies. Ideally, you don't want to lose to the Cardinals, but I mean, the Phillies are as hot as any team right now. We're not losing to the A's or the Royals. I think it's an overreaction from Bruce and from somebody else in the media to just think we're going to sell off after losing 3. I mean, what if we rattle off the next 4 or 5? Then are we, we're over 500, top of the division. I think the narrative flips too quickly over a 3-game losing streak.
I agree with you.
I agree with that, Garth.
No question.
Good phone call. This isn't the NFL, and I think that even series at a time can be dangerous. I would look at segments of the season as being defining ones. This 13-game stretch is going to be very impactful in terms of their decision-making process over the next month. But it's a 13-game stretch, not a 3-game stretch, and I'm unwilling to change my opinion on what the Cubs should do based on a blister. Based on a blister, when Stroman came out of the game Sunday and they blew the lead and Mancini blew the grounder, and then they lost twice to the Phillies after blowing the game in London, and now all of a sudden we're changing what we think of the Cubs should be this season. I get it, but 815. Haugh claims he doesn't want to overreact to 3 losses in a row, but he's actually overreacting to 6 wins versus the Pirates. Okay, first of all, 6 is twice as many as 3, and the Pirates at the time that the Cubs beat them were in first place. They were.
Yeah, the Cubs ruined their season with a pair of sweeps here and there. What? They did. They ruined.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant the Cubs ruined their own season.
No, they ruined.
They ruined the Pirates.
Season.
They did. They sent
Seriously.
the Pirates in the other direction.
No question.
They're reeling after the Cup playing the Cubs.
That's true. Yeah. Let's try Mark. He's in West Chicago. Hey, Mark.
Good morning, gentlemen. My first comment is I don't think it has anything to do with a 3-game losing streak. That's not why we're having the discussion. We're having the discussion because at the end of the season, we're going to lose Stroman and get nothing. We're also going to lose Bellinger and get nothing. So I contend that if Stroman does want to return to the Cubs and he wants to stay here that badly, we still trade him at the trade deadline pick up minor league talent, maybe a starting player, and then he comes back to Chicago, just like Chapman did with the Yankees. Same thing with Bellinger, because when you look at the Cubs' makeup for the future, who's going to play center field?
Pete Crow Armstrong.
Yeah, the top rated prospect in their system. That's all. Yeah, and the Chapman thing doesn't work. I mean, you can count on that because it happened once, but that dynamic is rarely in play and seldom happens with the players you want it to happen with.
Yeah, no.
This isn't a Jason Hamill situation.
Oh boy,
I understand.
Listen,
I understand. It's just frustrating.
I'm not sitting here saying trade Stroman. I'm reacting to what Bruce told us, and I thought that was an interesting idea. That's all. If you feel like he's not going to live up to the contract you have to give him if you want to keep him, the extension that he's seeking, if you feel that he's not going to live up to that, maybe you don't make a move. Maybe you let him have the leverage and let him decide if he wants out or not. But again, if he's getting all that money and you feel like you can't come up with a deal with him, but I would try to do so, then if they have to trade him at the deadline, it's not the worst thing I've ever heard of.
He's got a big bullpen session today that is scheduled, and I think that you hope everything goes well. David Ross sounded like it would. You've got the Cubs back in action. Kyle Hendricks on the mound tonight. Cubs and the Phillies pregame 6:30, first pitch 7:05, right here on The Score in the Xfinity Cubs radio network.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, it's fascinating to think about this. And if you don't react in real time to this stuff, you're doing yourself a disservice, because I think you're right, David. They all said, hey, they're committed to winning and they're ready to spend money and they're going to do that. But then we talked to Bruce and he's like, well, it wouldn't be the worst idea if they did. I got to tell you, there is nothing yet decided. And I think you got to wait and try to figure this out. And the key to it is sitting down with the guy and talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
That's the key, to figure out if he is really looking for something that you're unwilling to give him, then I think that decision is made.
Or tabling that mentally until the off season, because that's not something you want to entertain right now as you commit yourselves to going out and getting a power bat, another starting pitcher, and a bullpen piece. I think it depends on what they prioritize. And you're right. It's maybe premature to look at that, but the Marcus Stroman narrative will be played out more in the offseason if they allow it to get to that far, because there's no doubt he's opting out. And I understand why. I think we all, as Bruce pointed out, would do the similar thing or be motivated by that opportunity to restructure our contracts to increase our earning power, because we feel like we deserve it. And based on Marcus Stroman's season, the way it's headed right now, assuming he comes back from this, he's headed toward the best year of his career.
Yeah.
So there's no question he would do what we expect him to do. If you're the Cubs and you table it until then, you're taking a risk, but it might be the price of playing poker. And if you are seriously back in the winning business, then prove it. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, but you go back to Theo, right? You don't pay for what a guy has done already. You pay for what he's going to do. That's the projection. Figuring out what he's
projection.
Worth. Yeah.
And that may be what you are willing to forsake if you have that conversation with him after the season. Until that point, if he can pitch you into the playoffs, back to what Theo said again, something else he stressed, every season's sacred.
Yeah, that's when they were losing.
Well, every season's sacred. So
but they didn't treat it.
If you really believe that and you're tired of sell-offs in July, then you probably side with me. If you don't, you're like, oh, you're crazy. Thanks for texting.
312-644-6767. We're going to get back to the NHL. We're going to bring in Charlie Roumeliotis. We'll find out a little bit more about Connor Bedard and what he was up to yesterday, what kind of a celebration he had.
Charlie had a one-on-one.
Yeah, Charlie talked to him, and it seems like he's a great kid. So we'll get Charlie's opinion next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Kyle Hendricks.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hendricks has gone 6 innings. The Giants without a hit.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10 on 670 The Score.
Steve is a real Prevagen user and paid testimonialist.
Hi, I'm Steve, and
I said nothing about them actually giving you an open microphone on an actual radio show.
Yeah, but we just needed to get rid of him from back here. You need to talk to us about some Adult Swim shows or something like that, something called Robot Chicken, and asking us who we want to win between Georgia and TCU. I don't care. I don't care. So we put him in there, and you deal with them for 6 minutes.
Wow.
And there are actually some questions about him from one last thing. So
what do you expect out of me? I'm his kid. I have to be a little bit like him, right?
A little bit annoying?
It was a tough 35 minutes, I'll tell you that.
See, they usually
it really wasn't that bad.
No, it wasn't.
And usually when our show ends, before I leave, I'll print out some crossword puzzles and do some promos, and then I usually go in and do a lap and sort of see how Shane and Tanny are doing, and then I go in and all they're doing is making fun of Parkins and Spiegel the entire time, and then I get a laugh out of that and I go home.
From the 217, Jason Bernstein, what does your dad do that embarrasses you the most?
Oh, God. There's a plethora of things that I could go through. Probably when he yells in public at either my sister or me, and he has no idea how loud he is. It's very humiliating, and then we get all of these looks, and...
Well, stop being an idiot, I won't yell.
There you go. I think you should stop being an idiot and stop yelling.
I think
there are better ways to handle things like that.
Oh, no.
There's two of them. I can't tell which one's which right now.
There was a football coach I covered, and he said his wife is always mad at him because when he is home, all he does is yell at the kids for doing dumb bleep. And he says, well, if they'd stop doing dumb bleep, I wouldn't.
Who said, what coach was this?
Adam Gase.
Oh, God.
No. The greatest offensive mind in the century.
Oh, no. He really got the most out of Jay Cutler. And then he went to the Jets.
You made me empathize with Adam Gase. Now you've done it.
I love Gase.
Jason, which show does your dad hate the most?
This one. By a mile. It's not about sports. It's just a show where they just clown around the entire time. Yeah, we hear that a lot.
You sound like management. From Dead Medic on Twitch, for both of the Jasons, what is your favorite cereal?
Oh, Captain Crunch all berries. Or not all berries, I'm sorry. Captain Crunch with berries.
Idiot. Crunch Berries, it's called.
Crunch Berries is good.
Berries.
Oh, boy. Crunch Berries is good. And
sorry,
that is
you didn't teach me well enough.
Crunch Berries is my favorite, but I like that they put out this all berries. Oops, all berries, like it's some big mistake, and it's a delightful mistake.
Redirect. So I'll put a bow on this one as we thank.
Jason, did you bring either Jason? And you got the bow today.
Bring the bow.
You're supposed to bring the bow.
Danny usually brings the bow.
We probably had some in here, but Shane cleared all the Christmas stuff
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Screw Christmas.
Shane
I wasn't
threw like
looking
a
at that
wrecking
crap
ball
for
to all the
4
decorations.
That's what people don't realize. It wasn't like a little dainty, oh, let me take this out, I'll take this. Like, get this crap out of here. Like, it was literally throwing stuff and yanking out the cords. It
With
was
such urgency.
really intense.
Like it was a fire hazard, and he was concerned about our safety.
I didn't have much time.
It is the one-man war on Christmas.
NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks are very proud to select Oliver Moore from the U.S. National Development Program.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score. The Blackhawks got better. They got significantly better, and we are delighted to welcome in Charlie Roumeliotis, our buddy from NBC Sports Chicago. It joins us on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Charlie, good morning. How you holding up?
Not too bad. It was a historic night last night to finally be able to call Bedard officially a Blackhawk.
And I think the excitement, you could tell that whether it was there, whether it was here, it's all over the place, Charlie. It's palpable, hockey relevant again in Chicago. You had a one-on-one with Connor Bedard. What's your just overall impressions of dealing with him in that context, in that setting, and just your biggest takeaway?
Yeah, I think we all have seen the highlights of Bedard, whether it was in the WHL or whether it was at the World Juniors. Special kid on the ice, but then it's very rare where you can find a player that talented and a generational kind of product on the ice, coupled with how mature he is off of it. And so we talk about how he's going to be the perfect player for the Blackhawks to build around on the ice. He's going to be just as valuable of a leader and a captain type player down the road off of it. So I think it's a rare combination, but he absolutely carries both of those qualities.
You know, I what impressed me is that he had he got a stick to his nose because he was on the ice down there on Saturday night. It just seems like he has not just work ethic, but almost like obsessive need to keep playing hockey. We talked about he came out of the juniors and then went right back to his team in the Western Hockey League and started playing immediately. Did not take any time. This is what he does, and this is what he loves to do.
Yeah, and it reminds me of the story that came out a few weeks before the scouting combine of how when he was little, his family went on a trip to Hawaii, and he brought his hockey gear with him to Hawaii, and he's like, I don't think everyone's ever brought hockey gear over to Hawaii for a family trip because he didn't want to be away from the game for so long. And he was a young kid at that time. So the fact that it started at a young age, that obsessiveness to be better, that's only carried over and has probably gotten even more, has heightened ever since he's gotten older and he's wanted to make a career out of it.
So, Charlie, you're in Nashville all week. It's like a hockey writers convention with the awards and then the draft. So you hear a lot of things from people who cover the league. Just curious, when you look at the addition of Bedard, you look at Taylor Hall coming in the Bruins trade, Foligno signed for 1 year, and still draft picks to come and free agents to sign. What does Bedard's presence do immediately to the Blackhawks next season and then as far as their championship window?
Well, as far as next season, he immediately makes them more watchable, whether they win or lose, right? They finally have that guy that you can be excited about. I still think the Blackhawks are going to be towards the bottom of the standings next year, but I think the fact that you have a player like that you can really watch and be tuned into every single night won't go unnoticed. As far as on the ice and when the Blackhawks might be competitive again, I think it definitely, I've always said, I don't think the Blackhawks are going to speed up this rebuild themselves. I think they're going to wait and let the process play out. But I do think Bedard's presence, I think he's going to speed up the process because he's going to help elevate everyone else. So I think the Blackhawks might be looking at this as we might be able to shave a year off of this rebuild because Bedard is lifting up everyone else. So that I think is going to be exciting for Chicago fans to watch. Having that generational player, they might not have to wait as long as they originally thought.
I think what's interesting, too, is we've got a pretty good insight maybe into the type of player that Kyle Davidson likes. We've seen him take some skaters before, and then you get to that 19th selection, and Oliver Moore pretty much fell in their lap. By all accounts, everything I was reading, he was projected as kind of a top 15 pick. And I know it's only 4 spots, but that's significant when you can get a guy that is the best skater in the whole draft. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, he's exactly who they've prioritized speed ever since last year. And it was funny, we were joking around on the podcast about this yesterday or last night. We did a podcast preview of who the Blackhawks could take at number 19 overall, and I don't think any of us mentioned Oliver Moore simply because there was no way he was supposed to be there. Like we were targeting some other players, and so the fact that Kyle Davidson then admitted after the draft, like he was on the phone a lot during the first round of the draft, and the fact that he admitted, like, we were relentlessly trying to trade up to get him, and then he just fell into their laps at number 19. I don't think that was like a smokescreen or anything. Like, I think he was being true. Like, I think they really, really wanted to go get him, and he just suddenly fell into their lap. So that was probably, I guess, as easy of a pick as the number one overall pick for them too, because they probably had it much higher on their board.
Let's talk about Kyle Davidson for a second, Charlie. He had the viral video, which is hilarious, the man on the street interview where he played along with his hat backward and the red T-shirt, and he went back for more. And then you had, obviously, his finest moment as a general manager. He has been very open about the fact that he fell into this. This was puck luck, the Hawks winning the draft lottery. How has he handled, in your opinion, all of this leading up to what they did last night? How has he grown on the job? He's not been here very long. He's only 34. But have you seen changes that are significant?
Yeah, it's been impressive. And I think, too, if you look at all the trades that he's made as well, like, I don't think he's lost a trade yet. And I guess you can rewind back to the Alex DeBrincat trade last year. I think that was the one where people were critiquing the most. And fast forward to this year, Ottawa's having a really hard time finding that similar value for Alex DeBrincat, right? And I guess it's not the same situation because Ottawa was able to get another year of DeBrincat. But I guess my point is there's like a method to everything that Kyle is doing, whether it was acquiring 2 second-round picks for Jason Dickinson and Nikita Zaitsev, whether it was the Taylor Hall and Nick Foligno trade where he's getting 2 players that are going to help him get $9 million or whatever, $10 million closer to the floor, while also adding a former MVP for just 2 more years where he doesn't have to give a long-term commitment to someone that he might have had to do via free agency because you would probably have to entice players to want to come here to be part of a rebuild. I mean, I just think every move he's made has been really impressive, and I think he's carried himself with a lot of maturity off the ice too, and just the way he handles things.
You know, Charlie, they obviously have 4 second-round picks and a couple of third-rounders. Today will be a big day, too, in terms of adding talent, and it seems like there are a lot of talented players still available. I was wondering earlier if he is there. How do you think they feel about Andrew Cristall, the kid that grew up with Bedard? I mean, do you know what I'm saying? Would you throw a bone to your number 1 overall pick, get him a guy he's comfortable with?
Well, I will say this. I think what really benefited the Blackhawks last night is there was a run of defensemen early, and it started with Montreal at 5, and then Arizona took one at 6. And this was considered to be not a very deep defenseman class. So I think that really benefited the Blackhawks. I don't quote me on this, but I think it was like 7 defensemen went in the first round. Yeah. That's really high for this draft class, which means it pushed back a lot of the forwards that maybe the Blackhawks have higher on their list than those defensemen that went. And so they're probably sitting pretty. I'm sure they tried trading into the first round to try getting some of those players, but they're going to have a lot of those second-round picks. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually made all of those second-round picks because they probably have a good pool to choose from. As far as Cristall, I think it definitely would be a great story. And maybe the Blackhawks do go that route, but my only concern would be they have Lucas Reichel, they have Connor Bedard, they have Frank Nazar in the system. They have a lot of forwards in the system that are a little bit undersized. And I believe Cristall is 5'9". So I'm not sure. I think they would like to add a little bit more size up front. I don't know if it's a priority, but I don't know if they want to get a bunch of similar players. I think they would try to kind of spread out the wealth. But I mean, they have 4 second-rounders, so if they want to go get him and take a shot on him, I guess they have the luxury to.
All right, Charlie, I have a reporting assignment for you.
All right, let's hear it.
We know that when Sidney Crosby came into the league, his idol, Bedard's idol, he lived with Mario Lemieux for 5 years. We know that when Patrick Kane came in the league as a teenager, he lived in Stan Bowman's basement. Connor Bedard is 17 years old. Do you know where he's going to live, who he's going to move into? Are you getting a new roommate?
Am I getting a new roommate? That's hilarious. I don't know. It's a good question. I don't even know if players like the thought that Patrick Kane lived with Stan Bowman for a year and Sidney Crosby lived with Mario Lemieux for a year. I mean, does that even happen anymore where players are even allowed to do that for like contractual reasons? I don't even know. But you know what? I will add this high to my priority list of where he's going to live in Chicago. And by the way, did you guys catch on the broadcast last night? Like he was signing a piece of paper at the draft table. Like he might have already signed his entry level contract. So I'll get to the bottom of this when we get back to Chicago.
I thought that was his Lululemon deal.
It was his Lululemon deal. It might have been his Sherwood deal. It might have been all these different endorsement deals.
Just from hearing this, let me assure you that what I learned is that you would much prefer to live in Mario Lemieux's basement. Can you imagine how decked out that man cave would be versus Stan's basement, which I'm sure is clean, but goodness gracious, I don't think it's a mansion.
I know, probably
and so
not.
that's why Kaner went 1 year.
Okay, and Lemieux was 5?
5 years. Yeah. I'm never leaving.
And Charlie, might I also add, as you explore this possibility, my son just moved out. You know, he's living in Evanston now. We've got some room. It's a pretty roomy basement in case, you know, I'm a big hockey guy. Throw my hat in the ring. Landlord.
All right, perfect. I'll sneak in a word for you. And by the way, you guys were talking about Sidney Crosby. Hawks are opening in Pittsburgh this year. And we talked about the maturity of Connor. He was talking about like, well, if I make the roster, it's just like if you make the roster. Yeah. I mean, he's like the biggest lock to make the roster next year for the Blackhawks. So that'll be a fun opening night too for him to go up against his childhood idol.
Great stuff.
And Oliver Moore is going to Minnesota, right? He's got a year of school before he shows up.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the other first round prospects for the Blackhawks, Sam Renzel from last year, is also going to Minnesota. So the Blackhawks they'll be going to Minnesota for a couple of reasons next season.
It's all happening, Charlie.
Charlie, you're great. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Have a good rest of your day.
That is Charlie Roumeliotis. Got a lot of work to do today, buddy. There's 9 more picks coming.
9 more picks.
That's a lot.
And the draft starts in just a couple hours, so there's a lot of activity in Nashville.
All right, we're going to bring in Chelly next. We'll talk to Chris Chelios. Maybe he's going to house the guy in his basement.
That could be. He's going to live on Chelly's boat.
There you go. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Coming up today on a jam-packed edition of the Parkins and Spiegel show, the driver of the White Sox car in the NASCAR race at 2:40. Dave Wanstead and Tony Wise in studio for the 3 o'clock hour. Adam McKay, you know him from Step Brothers and Anchorman and Don't Look Up. He was an EP on Succession. Friend of the show.
We're like, but y'all, we're still going to keep playing hard though, right?
What happened to that?
That doesn't mean that you don't get to not play hard.
We're the swaggy team and our legs hurt. We're very swaggy, but we can't be as swaggy because our legs hurt. It's hard to stay swaggy when your legs hurt.
My legs hurt. I'm swaggy. This texter says the new mascot should be Swaggy No Legs. Yes. The White Sox have a new mascot.
No shirt, giant chains, and no legs.
He's got no legs.
It's Eddie Murphy at the beginning of Trading Places.
Yes.
I can walk. Right?
It's a miracle.
Right? On that cart with the hand irons, right? That's it. Oh. Swaggy McNolegs.
Southside Swaggy McNolegs.
Is he pimping his home run? Well, he would, but but it hurts.
Is the mascot here today? No, he's got the day off today because he's got no legs.
Right? No, he pimped it, but it landed in the glove of the warning track. He thought it was gone.
I need one of our smart, creative listeners to create Swaggy No Legs.
Swaggy No Legs
as the White Sox mascot. Yes, he is Mr. Finger Guns.
Where are your legs? They hurt. I ran to first, and now I can't play for a while.
Play.
Yeah, I'd like to play, but Swaggy McNolegs is too sore.
Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Connor Bedard. He is the generational talent who was the first overall pick in the NHL draft.
I have all kinds of questions now.
The Chicago Blackhawks. You got too many questions?
I have a lot of questions now that I've created for myself. Like, where is he going to live?
Okay,
and are his parents coming?
I told you, Chelly's boat.
His sister, is she going to be in Chicago as well? Because you can't just uproot your family, right?
No.
And then if he does come to town, a teenager,
I'm sure
making all that money, all that attention, he's going to need security. Where's he going to live?
Wouldn't his mom come with him? I'm dead serious.
I would think somebody would.
Somebody has to come with him.
Typically, but we talked about.
And if Dad has to work, then the mom would come. Maybe.
Sidney Crosby lived with Mario Lemieux for 5 years.
Well, why wouldn't you? I'm just saying.
I mean, 5 years.
Can you imagine?
It's a long time.
Can you imagine what Mario Lemieux's house was like in Pittsburgh?
Okay, that's true.
It'd be fairly spectacular. I think the dollar goes a long way. he'd have like a mansion, and if he's got a guy living with him, yeah, you're in the basement. Why would you ever leave? He's probably letting you stay for free.
I don't think that. Yeah, he's going to be living in Kyle Davidson's basement. I don't sense Kyle Davidson's got a young family. He's 34 years old. So I would think that would not be something he could do.
But Kaner wasn't.
That was Stan Bowman.
Well, but didn't Stan have a family too? I mean, isn't it just sort of the way things go? What I'm saying is, I have a hard time picturing his basement being as nice as the Mario Lemieux one, right?
Oh, definitely. I mean, Lemieux's a legend.
Yeah.
And he probably had a mansion, an expansive basement with a pool table, maybe a sauna, all these kinds of luxuries.
Texter checks in and said, it's going to be, can I please live in Mario's basement now? Well, he's not there anymore, so I suppose maybe.
Why do we only have hockey comps? Why don't we ever hear this happening in other sports?
Well, I remember when Olin came here, right?
Mm-hmm.
He came, and his mom came with him. I believe his girlfriend was with him. I think, he was the youngest player.
I thought you were going to tell me that Olin was living in Wani's basement.
No, Olin was the youngest player in that year. He was the youngest player drafted that year. And so he had not really been out of Hawaii much, just to go to college at Washington. And when he first came here, he kind of needed some people to look out for him, or they needed to make sure he was okay. I think it happens all the time.
It happens all the time.
Right.
Okay, so that's understandable. I just wonder, that makes it more unusual because Kaner had a very supportive family, and yet he moved in with Stan Bowman. Maybe some Buffalo connections there, some hockey connections. But you don't hear that happening much with the Bears. I don't think George is welcomed in any prospects in his basement. I could see Kevin Warren doing that, couldn't you? He'd probably be a very cool landlord. He'd probably take it seriously.
Probably has a nice house.
Probably has a very nice house. You'd see him kind of being open, like, hey, Justin, got some nice room in the. You don't even have to be in the basement. Just take a wing, pick a wing.
Yeah, I think that the Blackhawks are going to do everything within their power to make sure that they take care of this kid.
They're prepared for this.
And we have a texter immediately, are Bedard's parents trusting of the Blackhawks organization? I think they've tried to change everything involved in the organization after the Kyle Beach stuff. I think
we asked Kyle Davidson that direct question.
Yes.
What would he say to Connor Bedard's parents before they were in a position to identify Connor Bedard as the guy they were going to take? And he answered it adequately. Maybe he'll never answer it adequately enough for some people, and that's understandable. And we respect everybody's point of view on this. You don't have to join. You don't have to jump on the bandwagon. It really will move on. You can have your reasons for avoiding the kind of enthusiasm a lot of people feel for the Blackhawks today. There is no wrong response to that. But I do believe that they have handled it in terms of that specific question. If the parents do wonder, how are you going to make us feel comfortable that you're going to protect my child? That's a serious question that I think they have answered according to the way they answered that question when we asked them. So, good question. Fair, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is a very good question. It's very fair given everything that's going on. But I would hope, I would hope that they learn from that. I would hope that not only are you changing bodies, but you're changing philosophy and you're changing methodology.
There's one person left from that regime. It's the owner.
Right.
I think they've done.
But his son's kind of running the team now, and he was front and center.
I understand.
In Nashville.
I understand. And I'm not condoning anything except for they have done, as you pointed out at the beginning of this conversation, they have purged the organization of everything they could possibly purge the organization of. That is a remnant of that era, except for the one thing that it's not going to change, and that's who owns the team.
I'm just trying to, I guess when you go to college, you go into an environment where you have a roommate, it's just different, and everybody's in the same situation. I don't know what it would be like if you were 17 going on 18. He'll be 18 when he gets here.
Mm-hmm.
And living by yourself in a car.
Very strange.
That would be kind of weird.
And if you're an 18-year-old's parent, which we have both been in that situation, can you imagine that reality of sending, you're going to be the most visible hockey player in Chicago at 18.
Yeah.
You're going to be celebrated.
It is a unique set of circumstances that they're going to have to do a good job dealing with.
And they'll have the financial means to do whatever they want to protect him to a degree, but he's still a human being. He's still a teenage kid.
Right.
So there's only so much you can do. This is also when, before we get to break, I remember talking about the off-the-ice prospects camp and how they're not going to be on the ice. Everything's going to be off the ice. Now I'm starting to think that was I don't like that decision now. I want to see him skating now.
No, I do too.
I mean,
I want to.
It starts tomorrow, runs through July 6th, and I kind of want to see him skating.
I want to see Oliver Moore in a race with him. I just want to see how fast that kid is too.
Exactly.
It sounds like a lot of fun, and the idea. I didn't reject the idea. I reject it now. Let's get on the ice. I'll tell you something
enough
else.
of the sports science stuff.
Here's the other thing. That kid's going to want to be on the ice.
Connor
Bedard.
You can't tell me.
The guy got a stick in his nose Saturday night.
He's a rink rat.
He's a rink
He's
rat.
going to play rat hockey. He's going to find
rinky
somebody. He's going to be at Johnny's
ratty.
East or West or at one of
There
those
you
Johnny's.
go.
He's going to be skating. You know it. Hey, aren't you? You look like that guy they just drafted.
So he played in Regina. What were the circumstances there? Were anybody from the family with him? Did he have roommates?
They have billet families in the juniors. They have billet families.
Okay, so
that
you go and you stay with a family.
It's a pretty typical hockey thing.
Right. Do you have a roommate when you do that?
I think sometimes you do.
See, I think that's the kind of thing. That's like what they do. Like
if I remember right, that Alex DeBrincat had a billet family when he was in the juniors. He was with Connor McDavid, might have been one of his roommates at one point in time. I remember writing that story. But yeah, it's more the norm in the hockey.
So could you do something along those lines?
A billet family for Connor Bedard?
Why not?
They'd be lining up.
Yeah.
People be lining up.
Well, I mean, not someone to take advantage of.
Not take advantage of, but just try to protect him.
And who would be a roommate?
I thought Charlie.
No, I think the problem, like, this guy's 3 years away from having a proper drink, right?
Right.
So how do you make sure that everybody around him understands that?
Everybody's got to have his best interest at heart.
And you don't want him homesick. You want him to be able to, I mean, has he? Well, he's
my sense is homesickness won't be an issue.
I would imagine that this guy has had plenty of different roommates as he's gone through the juniors, as he's gone through all of his career to this point. I'm guessing he's fairly used to it.
I would think so. I would think he has lived with other families. He's been in difficult situations. He's mature beyond his years. So he may be 17 going on 18, but he might be 18 going on 35.
How do you go to college if you've got all this, money? If you've been drafted and I mean, I get it. There's a ton of guys that are going to college. They were speculating if Fantilli was going to go back to Michigan for another year.
Because he dropped?
Yeah.
One spot?
Well, who knows?
I don't know.
Would you want to go to Columbus, Ohio?
Yes.
If you were a Michigan man?
Absolutely. That's overrated. That's overstated. Show me the money. Wow. I mean, he's going to get paid.
Okay.
And he wants to play the NHL. Why would you go back? No, he's going to Columbus, right?
All right, we're going to shift gears. We're going to talk some baseball. We got A.J. Pierzynski joining us next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of The Score.
Joe, I'm a Michigan man for the next month. I am Team Harbaugh. I'm only drinking whole milk through December.
The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score.
That is Anthony Herron. What's going on over there?
I don't know. This is strange.
Is that a dead body?
I don't know.
I don't know, but here we are on the 9th floor and looking out over an empty lot, and there looks to be something close to that in the empty lot.
I'm asking you, is that a dead body out there?
It's concerning looking out that window.
Was Shane did Shane go down there and check it out? So, Shane, what's going on down there?
Oh, it is a dead guy.
It is?
Oh, no.
Either dead or very
sleepy,
passed out, but he's face down, and there's some kind of darkness around his head. I don't know what kind of fluid that is, if it is a fluid, like blood maybe. I can't speculate.
Because if that's the case, that's an execution, because it's not like somebody jumped.
You can't speculate after just speculating.
We're like a quarter mile away, Dan.
I did go check, and it is absolutely a dead guy. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I do think I need some help. I think it's probably time.
All right, we'll help out Dan, and we'll report back on whatever situation is occurring on the other side of the street. It's the Bernstein and McKnight Show on 670 The Score.
All right, we have an important update.
This is incredible.
This I've never seen anything like my life.
Nope.
Okay, so we had a dead body down here in the empty lot here off of Stetson at lower lowest Wacker.
The very lowest.
The very lowest.
That's important to remember here as we tell you the story.
Off of Prudential Plaza. So the guy's lying face down in the dirt. And the cops came, but the cops were on the wrong level of lower Wacker.
They were on the middle level.
They're on lower, but at lowest Wacker. So we saw the SUV pull over to look down a level at him. The lights are going, the blue lights are going on the SUV. So he's still lying there. Then the police realize they're not on the lowest level to go investigate the body. So they leave to ostensibly to go in the intervening time. For the time the SUV leaves, the body
which was motionless.
But motionless, face down, like nose down,
face
lips
into the
dirt, face in the dirt. He gets up and then calmly and with a purpose walks to a hole in the fence of this fenced-in area, gets under the fence and walks west. Shortly thereafter, for the moment he leaves our sight, the SUV with the lights going pulls up, drives right past the spot in the fence, drives apparently right past that guy, and they get out of the car and they look at the fence expecting to see the dead body. But they had just driven by the guy who was the dead body, and now the cops are standing around looking at each other.
They missed him. Way to go, not dead guy.
Whoever not dead guy is.
Fire truck pulling up now.
Oh.
Once he got up, he did a little bit of a Travolta Pulp Fiction, looks this way, looks that way, and then walks out.
I would love to know the chatter between the officers, between the time.
Oh, on the scanner?
Between
All right, so I
the time.
get down there, and I look over the ledge, you know what I mean? And the guy's laying there, face down. So I gets in the car, we drive down there, and now he's gone. So I came back up to where I was before, thinking that perhaps if I come to the second level again, he'll reappear, and he's still not there. I am stumped. I'm absolutely stumped.
It's so amazing.
40-plus pounds in only 40 days.
I would have thought this would have been something. We're talking like 1872. No one's done this, since Babe Ruth. And Joey's just like, this is going to become a regular appearance. You've seen his numbers when he pitches this year? Crazy numbers. Over 1,100 OPS.
Yeah. I think it was going into the game, though. I think it was going into the game, 1,100 OPS, like four homers, 11 stakes in games he pitches.
Mully at Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That, of course, the voice of A.J. Pierzynski, the former White Sox great, and he won a World Series here in Chicago, and that was the Foul Territory podcast. A.J., always a delight. Welcome to the program, and A.J. joins us on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all? Did y'all just have Chelly on something?
Well, he was supposed to be on, but Chelly obviously had some connection issues, so no, we were not able to connect with Chelly.
Oh, dang it. Man, I wanted to ask him how his night was last night.
Well,
I think we know. It was good.
I think that says a lot there, AJ. We know how it went.
No, because I was with him last night. That's what was funny. When I saw y'all run down today, I was like, oh, wait, that's funny that we're in the same city and we're going on the same radio show at the same time.
So you were in Nashville last night?
I am in Nashville, yeah. I'm here from a baseball tournament, and randomly I walked down Broadway and right into the NHL draft.
Oh,
yeah,
that's awesome.
It's crazy. It's taken over the city in a way. It's big news here in Chicago, but I don't know that you have many thoughts on Connor Bedard. Do you, AJ?
He's supposed to be good. I mean, when I talked to Chris last night, he said he's the real deal. I mean, he's 17 years old, for goodness gracious sake. I mean, he's 17 years old. This kid was the first pick in the NHL draft. That's got to be something, right? I mean, it's amazing when you watch the draft. All these kids are like 17, 18 years old. They look like they're about 12. It's like, man, how young are these kids?
Yeah, how old were you when you came in? You were out of high school, right?
Major league.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was 21 when I made it to the major league. So I had to go to the minor leagues. I was actually graduated at 17. I was super young.
And where did you go? The Twins took you, and then where did you go?
Yeah, but then I went to all the minor league stops.
Yeah.
I don't think that Bedard is going to hit all the minor league stops. I don't know how many the Blackhawks have, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be in Chicago pretty quickly.
He's going to be in Chicago immediately. That will be in October. Looking forward to that. October 10th, he plays against the Penguins. What will the White Sox be doing in October, AJ? Is this a team that you think is headed anywhere but down? The struggles continue. They are in a bad division. They keep flirting with this idea every so often. They win a game, and then they say, well, you know what? We're only so many games back. What are we to believe?
No, they're not going to be in the playoffs the way they're playing. I mean, I'm a realist. I'm obviously a fan, but I'm also a realist fan. And the problem is I look up and I see the Guardians getting hot. And people forget the Guardians are in first place right now. And they're just starting to get going. That's the thing. The Guardians won this division by double digits last year, and they're starting to get going. So that's a scary thing. The White Sox are in fourth place, too, so they have to jump so many teams to get there. And I understand the division's weak, but the one thing, the big problem is you don't play 19 versus every team. It's down to 13 this year, so you lose 24 games against other teams in your division, which could have been wins, like the Royals, the Tigers, maybe even the Twins, the way they're going now. So you have to go out and play extra games against teams in other divisions in the other league. And, that's extra games against the NL West is really good. And other games against the NL East, and those teams are really good. And so it's a different animal than what it was a year ago. And I don't know. I just see, I looked up and they're 12 games under. It's not like they're 2 games under 500. They're 12 games under 500. When they get to 500, we can start talking about how many games they're behind or where they're at in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're all sort of looking at the trade deadline and contemplating the fact that they'll probably trade everyone that has an expiring contract. That's what we've heard. And that means Lucas Giolito, and that is a pity because he's been pretty good for the White Sox and he's been through a lot with the team. But I think that they are probably going to be trading anybody that has an expiring contract other than maybe, one or two guys or somebody that the owner likes. It made me think about what you said on the podcast about general managers loving trading players or rebuilding because it buys them 4 years. And I wonder if that's the case with Rick Hahn. Does this buy him more time, in your opinion, if they begin trading, or at some point are they going to take a look at the guy that's doing all the teardown?
You would think at some point. I think I've said this before, and again, I'm a fan of the White Sox, so I root for them to win. Find me another organization in sports that you can go from 2008 to 2020, not make the playoffs, and not really even come close. And I was there for some of those years. That you don't reload the GM and whoever at least once, if not two or three times in 12 or 13 years. That to me is the thing that surprises me. And listen, Rick is doing the best job he can. He thinks he's doing great, and he's got great players. Just for some reason, they don't fit together, and I don't know what the reason is. So they've changed managers multiple times. They've tried to change players. The one thing that's been constant is Rick, and I'm not asking for Rick to be fired at all. I'm just saying, if you look at the way sports go, this is usually how it goes. And for the White Sox, it hasn't gone that way. Now, is that on Jerry because he doesn't want to start over at his age? Maybe, but listen, I love Jerry. Jerry's a smart man. I talk to him all the time. He's a good human being. And I don't know. I don't know what Jerry's thinking, but gosh, it would suck if you're a White Sox fan, which I am, and you got to start all over. No, it just sucks.
AJ, I love your podcast, Foul Territory. I love the way that you guys sometimes talk about your time in Chicago, your time with Ozzie Guillen. It was hilarious the other day, reminiscing about some of those situations. We have Ozzie on every week, and he talked about Tim Anderson, and he believes that Tim Anderson would benefit from a change of scenery. Often you hear that in sports, whatever the sport is, change of scenery. It will, and you see players react to that. Do you agree with Ozzie? Do you look at Tim Anderson, who just was, had his own podcast and he's aired a lot of stuff publicly that he was going through privately? He doesn't have the production that you're used to seeing. Do you think Tim Anderson will be traded and needs to be traded to be the guy that we would recognize?
Well, here's the only problem I have with that. Everyone says, "Oh, let's trade him." Are you going to sell Tim Anderson at the lowest point in his career right now?
Yep.
Is that what you want to do if you're the White Sox? Do you want to sell him when he has 0 homers and he's hitting I don't know what he's hitting, 240, I think it is, 250 maybe? Is that when you want to get rid of him? Because what are you going to get for him? What are you honestly going to get for Tim Anderson that you couldn't get, in the offseason? You probably get more maybe in the offseason. So I don't know. Listen, the grass isn't always greener on the other side. It's new grass. I get that. But at the same time, gosh, I don't know that makes a difference. I don't know that, Tim needs to figure it out, and Tim's a great player, and I think Tim's a spark plug for the White Sox, but right now he's not doing it. And the White Sox also don't want to just get rid of him to get rid of him. You got to be able to get something in return, and that's the problem. Like, if he goes off for the next month, then yeah, you probably might think about it if you're still at 12 games under 500. But if he doesn't, why not bring him back and you can do it again next year?
Well, I totally agree with that. The only thing I would say, AJ, is they moved him from leadoff to the 2-hole. I'd move him down. I'd bat him 8th. He's not hitting, and it's crazy that they're trying to get him an extra at bat.
Well, I mean, he's got a 533 OPS. I just looked it up. So that's not very good. I mean, the average is like 720 or something. So he's almost 200 points below the league average. I don't know. I mean, I can't speak on moves like that. Like, it's because I'm not there. I'm not there in the grind every day. I'm not in the middle of it. So I don't know what Pedro's seeing, what Pedro's thinking, what the rest of the coaches see out of Tim. So I can't speak on that. I mean, all I can look at is the numbers and what I see from afar. He's struggling, and we've all been through it. We've all struggled. We've all had a hard time. We've all had bad starts to seasons. You hope it turns around, and I hope it turns around for Tim because I want him to be a good player.
Well, you are a catching expert, so I want to ask you about this. We saw Yasmani Grandal throw out 2 Angels the other night, and it was great because he hadn't been doing that very often. I think the White Sox have given up more stolen bases this season than any team in the American League, whether it's Grandal behind the plate or Sebi Zavala. When you watch the White Sox, why is it so easy to steal bases against them? And how much of that is on the pitcher and how much is that on the catchers that they have right now?
Well, it brings back nightmares for me. Because I remember before I came to the White Sox, I was decent at throwing guys out. And when I got to the White Sox, Ozzie and Coop just told the pitchers, don't worry about the runner, just focus on your stuff. And they would just run wild. And I was like, gosh, guys, we got to do something here. And they're like, no, we're not sidestepping. We're not throwing over them all. We're not. And I was like, well, okay. Well, it's not your numbers you guys are dealing with. It's mine. So it was one of those things where it takes three people to throw somebody out. Stealing a base takes a pitcher that can get you the ball in a reasonable amount of time. Takes a catcher to catch it and throw it, and then it takes a guy at second base or third to catch it and tag the guy. So there's three people involved, and that's why I never understood why catchers were put on catchers only stolen bases, because it takes three people. It should be the pitcher. I remember we had Bobby Jenks, and Bobby Jenks was about 2 seconds loud. So if you're going to throw a guy out, you got to be 1.2 or 1.3 or below, which is 1.2 or 1.3 seconds. He's about 1.8, and the guys are just walking to second. And I'm like, Bobby, what are you going to do? He's like, I don't care. I'm going to strike them out anyway. So strike the hitters out. So which he usually did. So that was the focus, and it just depends. And again, I'm not there, so I don't know what they work on or what they talk about with Ethan Katz and Pedro. But Pedro being a former catcher, you'd think he would care about that stuff.
Yeah, I don't want to go after Pedro, but I don't see the changes that were promised when they made the managerial change. I don't see them playing particularly harder or running better or whatever it is that we thought was going to happen. And I heard him say that he's starting to get a buy-in from some guys in terms of the way that they're shortening the strike zone and doing the things that is requested of them. Other than Luis Robert, I haven't really seen anybody look the part, right? I just haven't been able to determine how good a manager he is or could be, because it just seems like the same team, even worse.
Well, yeah. Listen, Ozzie was a genius when it came to separating himself from the players. If the players were doing bad, he would say, well, I'm the manager. I'm the same manager, and the players just stink, right? And what did Ozzie always say? A manager's only as good as his players. And right now the players are performing. And you can have, name a Hall of Fame manager. LaRussa, they tried. He's a Hall of Famer, right? It didn't go well. You can have Jim Leland. You can have Dusty Baker. You can have, Bruce Bochy. You can have whoever the heck you want to have that's a Hall of Fame manager. Bobby Cox. Whitey Herzog. Name it. And if the players don't play, it doesn't matter who you have as a manager. Now, can the message be different? Yes, but at the end of the day, does a message really make that big of a deal? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that it does if the players don't perform.
AJ, I'm sure you'll be talking on your podcast about the Yankees, Domingo Germán throwing a perfect game against the A's. We were talking about it earlier. Does it count if it comes against the A's?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely it counts. They're still in the big leagues. It absolutely counts. Do I root for them? No. Why would I? Listen, there's been 24 of them in the world. I've seen 2 of them. Let's keep that number down. That just makes it cooler, It's like, dang. I was watching it last night, and I was like, man, I kind of hope someone gets a hit here. Nothing against Domingo Germán or anybody, Higashioka for the catcher, but it's a small club, and I want to keep it small.
When we talked to you the last time, AJ, you talked about the construction of the roster for the White Sox and sort of the repetitive pieces that they have. That hasn't changed. The worst part about watching the Sox is that they still have a problem in right field. They still have a problem at second base. You worry about the catching position. It's almost like year in and year out, you have the same issues over and over again, and a lot of it is kind of guys that are first basemen or DHs playing in the outfield.
Well, yeah, again, the players can only do where they're put, and players will say, I want to play, and I can play any position. And it's tough because, again, the roster is made up, and they went into this season and thinking, hey, we're going to be better than what we were last year. Right now, they're not. So, again, it goes back to the players need to play, and the pitchers need to pitch, and the guys need to hit, and the guys need to catch the ball on defense. But listen, baseball's hard, man. I don't want to criticize anybody. It's so hard to play baseball. It's so up and down. I still think there's time for them to turn it around. They just need to start sooner rather than later. Because Yogi Berra, what do you say? It's getting late early. Well, it's almost July, and we're still 12 games under.
Oh, great stuff, AJ. Great catching up with you. Enjoy Nashville, and we appreciate you checking in.
Thanks, JJ. And if you see Charlie, tell him to call.
Well, thanks, guys.
All
Have
right.
a good day. See you in Wrigley this weekend.
All right, thanks, Rick.
Great.
That's
That
right.
is, AJ Brzezinski.
He's
gonna
doing
be-
the Fox broadcast.
That's right.
And it's going to be Cubs Guardians, and that is going to be Saturday night and at Wrigley Field. So he's going to be part of the crew and back in town, and may get booed at Wrigley Field.
His podcast is phenomenal. Foul Territory podcast. You'll learn a lot, and it's the guy is just honest about his opinion. So always fun to hear from him. Apologize for the issue we were having with the phone. I know there was a lot of clicking. Someone said, "Is AJ typing?" I don't think he was typing.
I don't think he's typing.
Yeah.
He does do a lot of prep work for
Yes.
the Foul Territory podcast. Yeah, I think he was just had maybe a bad connection in Nashville. A lot of people in Nashville for the draft. Maybe it was too many people using the same Wi-Fi. Who knows?
Speaking of Nashville, we got to talk about what's about to happen and what has just happened and where the Blackhawks are now. I think we could revisit our question about expectations for a 17-year-old kid, as AJ pointed out, going into the NHL as the top overall pick.
And you want to listen to us all week long because speaking of Nashville, one of their residents, Dierks Bentley, he's going to be in concert with special guests Jordan Davis and Tyler Braden Saturday, July 8th at the Credit Union 1 Amphitheater in Tinley Park. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Keep listening to the Mully and Haugh Show all week long, and you'll get a chance even before today's show is over to win a pair of tickets.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And I'm Lawrence Holmes. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2.
We've got baseball talk with
On, my teammates, coaches, family, everyone there, the staff, and trying to win hockey games and try to be the best player I can be.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670. The Score. That, of course, that's the voice of Connor Bedard, the number one overall selection by the Blackhawks yesterday in the NHL draft, and frankly, the number one overall selection by whoever had the number one pick in that draft. It was not a difficult decision. He is believed to be a generational talent.
There's no suspense. There was absolutely not one hint of suspense or doubt about who was going to be taken. This was the equivalent of last week. We saw Victor Wembanyama go to the Spurs. This week is Connor Bedard to the Blackhawks. And both of those young players will have similar impacts on their respective teams and leagues. Not just teams, Mully. These are the kind of players that will affect how the league markets them, how popular the league and hockey for casual sports fans, and maybe the NBA in the same vein. They're going to have a reach that goes beyond just the diehard fans of those teams.
And as great as yesterday was, I am curious, with 9 picks today, including 7 that'll be in the top 100 in this draft. This is considered a very good draft. 4 in the second round alone. Could today be? I don't want to boot it, but as significant, if not more significant, for the Blackhawks. In other words, I think Connor Bedard is going to be great. I think you have to have a superstar in order to win in any sport. You need somebody that is going to be a centerpiece. But the rank and file of your team comes now. You are going to be bringing in a lot of maybe 6 super talented players.
I think it's a smart question because it reflects the recognition that when you win a cup, when you become a contender, why are you that team at that time? Well, you're rolling 4 lines, and you've got 6 defensemen that you trust, and you've got a goalie who's standing on his head. That's what happened in 2010, 2013, 2015. That's how the Hawks stayed at the top of the NHL for 5 to 7 years. So depth matters. Secondary scorers matter. But I think if you're asking me, and I think this is the question, the weight of yesterday, the first day of the draft, the 2 first-rounders, Connor Bedard and Oliver Moore, and balancing that and weighing that against the 9 picks today, 7 of them would be in the first 100 taken.
Yes.
A lot of talent, a lot of premium talent. If I'm weighing those, it's closer than people think because of what you have to acknowledge. I mean, hockey is a depth sport.
Yeah.
One guy can make a huge impact, but let's remind everybody, as great as it is, the Hawks have Bedard, Connor McDavid hasn't been to the Stanley Cup final. And Connor McDavid is the best player on the planet right now. And he has been for some time. He hasn't won a championship. So you do need that depth. That talent is important. So I'm going to say no, but It's not a strong no. And I don't feel a lot of conviction in saying that. I think yesterday was still, with those 2 players, because of Bedard, is more significant and impactful. But these 9 that add today, there could be 5 to 6 that are on a team when you're really very good.
Right.
So that's important.
And you already have some players that you took last year.
Yeah.
That you got depth in the guys that are coming up. And, it's going to take a while. It's not going to happen overnight. We understand that. But Connor Bedard, I mean, he's 17 years old. He'll be 18 when the season starts, and he'll make that team. And he'll be a centerpiece of that team. And you've got to build around him. To have a player that you can build around is really something any general manager would want. That is the key to winning in any sport, is having a guy that is so transcendent that you need to build around him. But as you say, hockey is a depth sport. There are a lot of talented players left on this board, and you would think starting at 10 o'clock this morning, the Blackhawks are going to start picking up some significant pieces.
Well, I think that because of the way – that's where it all starts. That's the reality. Because of the way that the teams kind of build championship teams, it always has to start with that piece, that elusive star foundational piece. Sometimes you don't have to be a superstar for it to have it. You look at teams that have won successfully. You look at the Golden Knights. Well, you could make the argument, they didn't really have a true superstar. But you know what they did? They took off when they got their version of Connor Bedard or their version of Connor McDavid, their version of that star in Jack Eichel.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys.
Right.
Jack Hughes in New Jersey, one of those guys. And so the Hawks now again have one of those guys because they really didn't when they, Patrick Kane after the age of, at his stage of his career wasn't going to be that guy. Jonathan Toews certainly wasn't. And they had to go. So now they've got their guy again, and they can add around him complementary pieces, and the complementary pieces they start to accumulate and add, that's today and last year's draft because those guys are special in their own way too.
Yeah, it's kind of exciting, I think, to look at the buildup that has occurred. It was rough to see the teardown. It's always rough to see a teardown, and nobody likes when that happens. You just got to a point, though, where you were so bad that you had to tear down. The weird thing was they traded a lot of young players. they traded a lot of players that would be capable of playing with these guys that would fit in terms of the age with the group that's coming up on its own. But for whatever reason, they opted to get their own guys rather than players that had been.
Well, I think you also, this is the way that you accumulate draft picks and accrue draft capital by trading guys like Kirby Doc, like Alex DeBrincat.
Young.
Both young. How about Brandon Hagel?
Yeah, another guy.
That's why you're ending up with Oliver Moore, the Hagel trade. So when you trade young players, you do it. We just had a conversation. We're going to continue to talk about what the White Sox should do. And with their trading low on Tim Anderson, what the Hawks did was they traded high.
Yeah, they did.
On some young talent. This is what happens in return. This is the benefit of doing that. So Hagel, DeBrincat, and Doc, those guys going out the door, felt bad at the time. Even Patrick Kane felt at the time. Now, because you have an extra second rounder today, looks pretty good. Now that you got Oliver Moore for the Hagel trade, looks pretty good. So you're in a position to look pretty good because you have your own guys identified by your own scouts in a new regime, and everybody's starting over.
I'll be very curious to see if there are a lot of trades. It was unusual to have so many players taken, and it was kind of weird that and I get it, a lot of those trades were made before the draft. Certainly, you just mentioned one with Hagel, but I'm curious as to whether or not the depth of this talent, and it's believed that it goes through the second round into the third round. If that is the case, the Blackhawks can sit chilly, and just take players as they come. They can combine some of those picks. They could try to do something else. They could conceivably. They still have a lot of cap space. They could take on somebody. I mean, there should be some action happening, and then obviously you go right into free agency.
Yep.
Which I believe starts Saturday.
There are a lot of things going on. The draft finishes today. The prospect camp starts tomorrow. Free agency July 1st. So you're right about there could be some teams that at the end of the draft are like, well, now we have a surplus number of defensemen. Now we have a bad contract. Who out there could afford to eat our bad contract? Well, a team that's trying to spend to get to the salary cap floor, like the Hawks, that's a team that could be in business by getting other teams' veteran discards and getting them together, like Foligno, like not Taylor Hall, because it's a salary dump, but he's going to be a productive player and a nice addition. Both those guys are going to serve their purpose, but guys like that who are let go or released for financial purposes and reasons on other teams that are strapped, the Hawks, they need to spend, and they're going to.
Foligno, it's interesting. I heard, I think it was the general manager, Kyle from Chicago. I heard him talk about like elite leadership, that he brings elite leadership. So it made me consider this idea. We've talked about this a little bit, that the Bears are in a rebuild and they're building this team up, and they at some point are going to have to bring in veteran players from outside that offer elite leadership. That is something. To have a standard on your team set by the coach is one thing. But when you get guys that can be winning personalities in the locker room, every team needs that. And it's hard if you're not an experienced player to just take that on, unless you're, Taser, someone that has elite leadership when you're brought in. I think that's fascinating.
I think it's an element you can't ignore when you are rebuilding and reshaping your roster. And the Bears, I think in this offseason, to use your example, well, to some degree, I think in their minds, they probably would counter with, hey, Nate Davis is a respected guy. He's added to the offensive line. Hey, what about TJ Edwards? The reason he's good in Philly is because he has the intangibles that we value. Let's bring him into the mix. They believe in Justin Jones as being a guy that's intangibly very good. DeMarcus Walker. I'm just saying, I understand what you mean, but like that's their counter to that argument that they've neglected that because they believe that guys, as they sit in front of them, they convince them that they can be assets. They can be leaders and mentors because you do have to have those when you're going to do a lot of losing because it's not the adversity, it's how you handle it.
Yeah.
And so the Hawks are going to encounter that as well. And when they do, it's going to help to have Taylor Hall, who's been well-traveled and can relate to Connor Bedard, and Nick Foligno, who is as respected as any veteran is in the NHL. That's what I heard. That's the book on him. That's why he's here.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that they did that. And I think that there is opportunity to even get better in free agency if they're, again, willing to take on salaries of some guys in order. You know, you're not going to get – you're not going after or getting a player that would require a trade. You're going after and getting kind of salary dump guys that fit what you do, and maybe you get a pick thrown in or something like that. And you're willing to eat that money because you do have to get to the floor, and it allows you to get a little bit better, but also pick up a little more for the future.
You are open for business. You're aggressive to a point, but everything you do is strategic because you don't want to add bad weight.
Yes.
You don't want to add,
no, right.
You know, it may be somebody who, yeah, boy, that would really help us get a little closer to the floor. And boy, that would help us, you know, being a good, sound like a good investment on the ice. But if he's a bad guy in the room, he's not worth the investment at all. So it's fun. It's going to be an off season that now takes on a different tone, I think, for the Hawks, because the next step is Bedard's arrival and introduction. The next step after that is, okay, what's he doing and where's he moving and how's he spending his off season? And then after that is, did you see what he did at camp? Did you see that's why he's who he is? And then it gets into, you know, games, and then it's fun again. It's fun again to be a Hawks fan.
They should just get him a room somehow in a suite at the United Center. So he could just.
You got to get away sometimes. You got to get away from.
He wants to.
You know, that's where he wants to work. Maybe Fifth Third Arena. Maybe the practice facility has some.
Yeah.
That's a very spacious place. Yeah, just
rink rat.
He is a rink rat, and I think he'll find a way to, during their off ice development camp, get on the ice.
Yeah, it's fun. All right, we got Lawrence. Lawrence is going to join us next. We'll get a chance to talk to him. It should be fun as always.
It will be fun to talk to Lawrence. Before we do that, have some fun yourselves. Get ready. 312-540-0670. That's the contest line. Call the score, because if you listen to us all week, you know that Dierks Bentley is appearing with Jordan Davis and Tyler Braden. And that's going to be July 8th, on Saturday night at the Credit Union One Amphitheater in Tinley Park. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com, and you can get a pair of them if you're the lucky winner. 312-540-0670 for Dierks Bentley.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Blackhawk fans, with the first overall pick in the 2023 NHL Draft.
The Chicago Blackhawks are very proud.
The obvious lack of talent at skill positions other than Darnell Mooney and maybe David Montgomery, throw Cole Kmet in there. For better or for worse, you are looking at an offense that is going to be, at least at first, forced to be pretty conservative.
Listen to what you just said. Can I just as a pull quote, obvious lack of talent at skill positions.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, and you said it because it's true, and and we all know it's true. But think about that. Of course, they have the obvious lack of talent in skill positions, and that's just a presumption. That's a given that's already baked in.
Sounds. So
I know.
bad.
Well,
It sounds bad.
Well,
I don't
right,
want
and
an obvious lack of talent at skill positions. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
I want talent. I don't want an obvious lack of it. The hell?
That's what we've been dealing with all offseason. I mean, we know Darnell Mooney is
entire life.
Yeah, he's kind of a number one, and then what? Equinemius St. Brown,
Johnny
and
Morris is their all-time leading wide receiver in yards and catches.
How do you feel
There
about Sid
you go.
Luckman?
Yeah. Let me try this. Dan, look at me. Look at me, Dan. Look at me. Okay.
Yes.
Here's the deal. Look at me. You looking at me?
I
Okay.
am.
Look
Right
at me.
at you. Right
So maybe Darnell Mooney takes the next step up. Maybe now that Luke Getsy has Equinemius St. Brown freed from the jaws of Aaron Rodgers.
What I did was I made an acronym out of
Lord.
obvious lack of talent at the skill positions. And now we have to play on the OLATASP principle.
Oh, it's the Grody Olatasp.
The OLATASP, obvious lack of talent at the skill positions.
Usually they keep
OLATASP.
they take the out of those though, right?
It sounds better with the.
Motivates us.
Yes. Underrated
And,
motivator.
gets us twitching. Every
Twitches to emails, all kinds of communication.
Yeah,
He's the
good
man.
He's a good man, and we thank him for that. And we want to thank everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Thursday, June 29th, my son's birthday. Happy birthday, Blair.
There we go. Happy birthday, Blair. That's great. He's close to 30 now. I
He's
think,
at least
right?
30. He's at least 30.
Gotta be.
I feel like he's 30. I mean, his age is us.
He's a grown
but
man.
we love him.
And thank you, Alex Kuhn, for your great work. Appreciate that.
Grounded to third. Donaldson has it. There it is. Perfection for Domingo Herman.
Doesn't really count.
It does count. It does.
No, they didn't really play anyone, did they?
He's Herman.
He is the man. And Brandon Fryer, thank you, buddy. Thanks for everything.
Bonsoir. Le Canadiens de Montreal are proud to select David We planned it that way. David Reinbacher.
For Carey Price. That was
Did
a
they
bad
plan
moment.
that?
I don't think they planned it.
It was
that
cringy.
way.
That
It was very,
feels like a terrible plan.
It was a terrible plan. You're right.
If that was planned, it was a bad
they
plan.
tried to pass. No, that was cringy.
He's the great Lawrence Holmes. And he's here without Dan.
Yeah, Dan's got the day off today, so it might be a solo show. I don't know. It's one of those things where, like something's going on. It's like, yeah, no big deal. We got it covered. I'm used to doing solo shows, but I've invited a couple people to come hang out with me. If they can make it happen, they'll make it happen. And if not, that's fine. I got a lot of stuff that I want to talk about today. Unencumbered.
Can I sit here and just nod at you for an hour? Is that
Sure.
okay?
You guys are always welcome. I enjoyed you talking about this morning as I was listening, getting ready to jump on the train. You talking about how, come on, you perfect game the A's.
I'm sorry.
It's still a perfect game.
No, it is,
It's
but
still a perfect game.
I wonder.
Dan had said earlier this year, I think we set the over-under on no-hitters versus the A's at 2.5 for the season. So
yeah,
I'm feeling pretty good. Halfway through the season, there's a perfect game thrown against them, and there you go.
We had some audio problems with A.J. Pierzynski, but I love the fact that he was cheering against it because he's been
Philip Umber
yes.
and Mark Burley.
And so
those are two reasons why
he wants
was
to
rooting
keep
against
those
it. Yeah.
limited. He doesn't want any more of them.
Did you guys hear Gordon Beckham talking about? He was talking about the Burley perfect game. He said, I'm a rookie, and I'm sitting there in the dugout, and Burley during the game is like, "Hey, you think I'm going to throw a perfect game?" And Beckham's like, "Please don't talk to me and don't look at me. Like, I don't want to be." He said he didn't want to say anything because the last thing he wanted was AJ on his ass about messing up the perfect game.
Was that his rookie year?
His rookie season. He's like, I didn't want any problems with anyone thinking that I'm the one that caused it so it didn't happen.
We invoked that rookie season for Gordon Beckham this morning and talking about the respective teams in Chicago when they have welcomed in rookies with hype. And obviously the Sox haven't had many. We talked about the Cubs and KB.
Yeah, the Chris Bryant hype was...
That was unbelievable.
Derek Rose and the Bulls.
And paid off.
Derek Rose.
Kaner and the Hawks. Justin Fields. But the only Sox example that I could come up with was Gordon Beckham when every at-bat felt like it was must-watch.
Yeah, and
we not making here, we're in trouble.
And it felt like he was hitting doubles to the gap.
Yes. And he was like, this is going to work. Oh, my gosh, they rushed him up, but who cares? Yeah. This is really fun.
I mean, Kopech Day was a big deal.
I remember that. It rained.
That, yeah. When I went. Like, it was a walk-up type of game for me where I was like, I'm going to go see Michael Kopech pitch. And I ran into like a bunch of, shout out to my guy Mike Haugh from Big Ten Network. He's a huge White Sox fan, and he was like, I had to come and see
Wasn't
this.
That in September? It was a rainy September night. I remember that.
And it was a big deal.
It was a big deal. But now look.
Since then.
But I think we were straining for examples because I don't know if there's one that really is like what we experienced last night or what the Hawks are going through today. Kopech, yeah, a lot of hype, but different circumstances.
I mean, when Sale came up, it was a big deal. Yeah. But you're right. It's a little limited in recent.
He wasn't at the time. I mean, he was a relief pitcher brought up in August, right? He was drafted in June, so it was a really quick ascension.
But you see him and you're like, what is that?
Yeah.
I remember someone saying to me at the White Sox, going, you know what you should do when Chris Sale pitches? I'm like, watch. And they're like, no. Get yourself down to the scout seats.
Yes.
In the left-handed batter's box.
It's incredible.
And you watch, like, I was like, oh my God, like, how can anyone hit him?
I had that just great privilege to sit in the scout seats in Chris Sale. And I remember telling Coop, we had Coop on, and I was like, oh my God, this guy, that's unbelievable what he can do. And he's like, you don't think I know that? It was great.
You know an even better seat for Chris Sale? The clubhouse, just after the uniforms are laid out for that day's start.
Well, I was at the ballpark that day too.
Were you there?
Yes, I was.
Yeah. That was a Sunday.
Yeah,
that was a Sunday.
Bizarre,
very bizarre.
So White Sox, their recent history is so strange.
You just missed it. I just went by the window washer.
Window washer.
Oh yeah, those guys are awesome. Like they
came in here.
Must be Thursday. Must be Thursday.
But it's like you're sitting there.
It was last Thursday.
Was it last Thursday?
We were trying to talk to Tom Ricketts from London with the bad phone, and there's a window washer.
And it was like there was a mob hit on Mully.
Oh, my gosh.
The guy came up behind me, and I already got enough issues having to sit so I could see the door in case someone's coming for me.
Hey, you never know.
Not that I'm paranoid.
Hey, man, you
but
never
I am
know.
Prepared.
You got to be ready.
That's right.
And if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready.
That's right. There you go.
I'm definitely more prepared now for the next Thursday because they must do these windows on the 9th floor every Thursday.
I love it. Like, I love seeing, and I'm like, it takes a lot of, I know they have harnesses and everything and it's safe, but that takes a lot of bravery.
Oh, yeah.
To do that. A lot of courage.
Yeah. There's That's a tough job.
And then
That's
you
a
get
tough
those
ask.
days when it's like just windy enough for it to bother them because they're up so high.
The amazing thing is the job they do is spectacular. Like if I was doing that, I'd be spending most of my time worried about.
There'd be smudges everywhere.
Oh, I'm a terrible, terrible window washer.
Well,
I'm guessing.
Imagine how you'd be on the 9 floors up.
I'd be
on a skyscraper.
Significantly worse than anybody could imagine. I probably wouldn't. I'd probably like be able to throw soap on the window, and then I'd be like grab it on and keep moving. And you have like the
what household
worst
chore
window.
could you do well when suspended?
Professionally?
No, just when suspended like that in a harness
that's a good question.
and a rope.
Yeah,
I think I could iron a shirt suspended.
Yeah,
like the window washers in that.
I met the one guy, David. We can go downstairs and get that done.
Let's do that. What could you do?
I can't. I'm worthless. Haven't you recognized that yet?
Now, you guys are both taller than I am. Do you have step ladders in your house?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course.
Because, like, there's this whole thing of, like, when you're younger, you'll jump on a chair, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, you'll jump on a
I still jump on chairs.
Really?
Yeah. It's stupid, but I mean, if I have to change a light bulb
For
or
what?
something.
Because of mice or
like you're trying to reach something that's in the back of a cabinet.
Don't step on chairs.
I've got a chair.
We have step ladders. Yeah,
I got a step ladder, but who knows? I mean, we have 5 people in the house. Everything disappears and turns back up, and everybody takes
there's the
something
fall factor.
somewhere.
I mean, you don't want to fall.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
don't want to
like
fall.
you reach a point where you go, step ladder is the way to go instead of jumping on a chair or jumping on a table.
Right.
Until you fall off a step ladder.
Well, then
that's bad news. Remember when I did that last year?
Yeah, you did. That's
oh my
right.
You
gosh,
fell off a step ladder?
I fell off a ladder. We were painting.
How high up?
Oh, probably
3
10 feet.
Oh, 10 feet.
Yeah,
probably 10 feet.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Jeez.
When you're young, it's not really an issue.
It wasn't. It was one of those. It was one of those moments where you know that you should listen to your wife more. Because she said, no, don't go on the top step. It's going to be fine. There's only a little bit. We were painting our house. Oh, just, no, stop. No, it's going to be fine. All of a sudden, in the ladder, it was a wooden ladder.
It cracked?
Cracked.
Holy God.
Did you feel, because the last time I fell in slow motion. Were you in slow motion?
Well, Lawrence, I felt that in slow motion. I had the same feeling. Unfortunately, I guess I sound kind of clumsy. I just fell a week ago.
What?
I just fell a week ago down the stairs.
Over the dog?
You fell down the stairs?
That's
you
not
really
you being
fall down the
clumsy.
stairs?
That's a dog.
Well, okay, I did fall down the stairs, and the reason it's funny you say that because I described it to my wife as I lay there, not sure if I broke my ribs or whatever else I injured. And I said, it felt like this happened in slow motion.
How many steps?
Probably 8.
Oh, God, that's a serious fall.
It was bad. It was bad.
So I have a townhouse. So I have my niece count it one day. She's like, Uncle Lawrence, you have 41 stairs. And I was like, that's too many stairs.
Yeah.
And so I tell people when they come over, take it slow. Like, there's no race. You're not going to win a medal or anything because I've had enough people go ass over tea kettle down the stairs. And I'm like, I don't need to get sued or anything else. Like, just take
because
it
they're in a
slow.
hurry?
Yeah, because they think that they're just going to bounce down the stairs. And it's like, no, you're not. Like, just
I'd be
grab
more
onto
concerned
the
going
rail.
up. I'd be more concerned going up.
No, going up is easy.
Our first house when we got married was a townhouse. We had 48 steps from the bedroom to the basement.
Yes.
And I mean, you're always running up and down stairs. But when you had to make that journey, it was just like, I used to live on a 3rd floor walk up, and it would literally be like, okay, do I have everything I need? Where's my phone? You would stop and make sure because the walk back up was murder.
Mully, I did that exact thing last night. I was watching the White Sox game. And I knew that there was a bunch of stuff, like my office is on the 1st floor, right? And I knew there was a bunch of stuff that I wanted. That when I was like, do you have everything? Like everything, because we're not coming back down here.
This is
and so I'm walking up the stairs with like a backpack full of stuff.
That's how you fall.
That's
true.
how you fall. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
So
you don't want to be carrying more than you should be carrying, especially upstairs.
Yeah, I've told the story.
Downstairs, anywhere.
My daughter's first birthday party, I was dressed as Elmo. I mean, a big-ass Elmo outfit. And I got tripped. And I went in this townhouse, and I went down about 6 steps. And when I landed...
Elmo angry!
Elmo was swearing his head off. I jammed my knee. You know? And it was just like, good mother of God. So Elmo was like, he wasn't like, oh, I like my goldfish. He was more like, it was awful. Elmo went blue.
I love it. That is awesome.
Oh, boy.
Help.
All right. Let me get you guys out of here. Get you on your way to deal with Smoke-mageddon and Traffic-mageddon and Traffic and Smoke-mageddon on the 8s and everything else. Here's what we're going to do today. We are going to spend a lot of time talking about Connor Bedard. We are going to talk about him with Mark Lazarus of The Athletic. He's going to join us. High Noon is going to be fun today because I found a story that I think a lot of people can relate to, and it goes back to a story that Layla and I were talking about with Tucker Barnhart a few months ago. Mark DeRosa is going to be on the show.
Ooh.
Looking forward to talking with D-Row, and he, I think, is the last successful manager to manage Tim Anderson. So we'll talk with him about...
That's a great question because you're right. He did have good success with him.
He got the best out of him this season. Darnell Mayberry will talk to us about the Vooch deal. Josh Nelson will talk to us about the White Sox, and there's all sorts of other stuff mixed in.
Have a great
Beautiful,
show.
Lawrence.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, buddy.
This is the official radio home of the Chicago Cubs.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and the Cubs win the ball game.
Listen to
So now you...
Hello, guys.
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Yes, hello.
Hello? Hello there. Yeah, this is Gino, Northwest Side.
Oh, for the love of God, speak to us.
Hello.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, this is Gino from Northwest Side.
Hello, Jumbo.
Hey, guys, I love your show.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, yeah. This is Gino, Northwest Side.
Okay, hello, everybody.
Okay, a couple of things, a couple of comments. Coach Trustman, is this guy in self-denial?
I can't hear a word you're saying.
I said, Coach Trustman, is he in self-denial?
I can't hear a word you're saying.
God. Hello? Hello? Oh, they cut me off. Damn it.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello there.
Can you hear me?
Hello there. How you doing?
Yeah, hello, this is Gino from Northwest Side.
How we doing there?
Okay, can you hear me?
Hello.
Good to hear from you again.
Hello?
I can't hear a word you're saying.
Oh, forget it.
Victim of his own hello game. I lost out to himself.
As good as the hello game gets.
So
God,
many
that's so
references
great.
from the one clip. A lot of things make more sense now.
Oh, dude. Hello game was amazing.
Hello there.
That's it. That's the one.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh my
Dude.
gosh.
And there's Terry trying to give him an out. Just talk. You're on. Talk. We can hear you. And he still didn't get it.
Just hearing Terry makes me smile.
Yeah, he's the best.
is so serious.
So there always has to be some sort of backstory with a villain. Usually there is some sort of disability or something like that pushes them over the edge. He's got the happy face tattoo.
Let's put a smile on that face.
One more thing goes wrong. Raise the Joker.
That bad hospital.
That's what I'm saying. Like, all of it is inside of the origin story.
Back alley Bob's Pop-Up Hospital.
That was the first place that he went.
Hi, Dr. Nick.
Hi, everybody.
It's time for your surgery.
That's not a
That
joke.
actually happened. They tried to prep me for surgery. They gave me a COVID test, and then they said, "We're rolling you into surgery, sir." And I said, "What?"
Now I see the funny side. Now I'm always smiling.
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on 670 The Score.
Man, it is a good thing that we finally got Ray to the Illinois Bone and Joint Institute, where they took incredible care of him and fixed him, and now he's out of his harness and everything else.
That's right. The care is ongoing. I'm going to physical therapy, and it's great.
We should do a whole podcast about your experience at the other hospital that will not be named.
Absolutely.
Because, my God, what horror.
Listen up, I got some stories to tell.
You better believe it. You're going to hear the voices of Ray Diaz and Adam Studzinski throughout the show. I'm Lawrence. Dan is off this morning. We might have some other people drop by and hang out with us too before it's all said and done. We get a big show for you today, and I'm excited because it gives me an opportunity to politic a little bit, and I can spread out, spread my wings, stretch my legs, whatever bad metaphor you want to make. Mark Lazarus is going to be on the show at 11 o'clock. We are going to talk with him about the Blackhawks. Mark DeRosa is going to be on the show at noon. I want to talk to him about all sorts of stuff in the world of baseball, including your Chicago White Sox and your Chicago Cubs. So we'll do that. Darnell Mayberry will talk to us about the Bulls. More on that in a minute. Josh Nelson is going to join us. Sox Machine. We're doing it a day early because we have a short show tomorrow, and Steve Stone is going to be on the show, so we want to make sure we get Sox coverage, especially after their big win.
Sox Machine.
Well, maybe. Maybe there's a little bit of Bears talk in today's show as well. Oh, we're going to give away tickets for Dave Matthews before the show is done today. So listen, we're not doing it right now. I just want you to write the phone number down. This way, you'll have a better chance to win the tickets. Again, we are not giving away the tickets right now, but write down this phone number or put it into your phone. That's probably the smarter thing to do. 312-540-0670. And then later in the show, we're going to prompt you to call that number. And then if you're the right caller, then you will win the tickets to see Dave Matthews Band on the 7th at Huntington Bank Pavilion on Northerly Island in the city. And if you want to just get tickets, you can do that at livenation.com. There's a lot to get into today. Our first segment, we as a crew lovingly refer to it as the sports gumbo. You just kind of throw everything into the pot in the first segment, and then we kind of drill down on some things. With the Connor Bedard stuff, and I'm going to ask Mark Lazarus about this, I am uncomfortable with the hyperbole surrounding Connor Bedard. I understand that he is a top-notch prospect, that he was the clear number one pick, but I'm hearing stuff from people that I'm like, did we really just forget everything that happened over the last 15 years? I'm hearing stuff like, this is the greatest prospect that the world has ever seen. You just saw 15 years of Jonathan Taves and Patrick Kane. Oh, and Duncan Keith.
Brent Seabrook.
Right.
It's like all those guys are going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Right. There's a bunch of Hall of Famers that played for the Blackhawks, and two of them were top picks. So, like, this idea of, well, this is the type of player that only comes along once in a lifetime. What? I've spent my last couple of winters watching Connor McDavid and Austin Matthews. Oh, and like before that, Sidney Crosby. I'm still alive. Oh, I'm still alive. Yeah. I'm still here. You know what it reminds me of, Ray? It reminds me of people that when rappers try to lay claim to being the greatest rapper alive.
Man, yeah, that happens all the time, Lil Wayne.
Rakim's not dead. So until he dies, you can't be the greatest rapper alive.
See, I wasn't very bothered when people referred to Jay-Z as the greatest rapper alive, but
he has claim to the title.
But when Lil Wayne started doing it, I was like,
yeah. I mean, and I'm a Wayne guy. Like, Wayne's in my top 10, but it just bothered, like, it always bothered me where I'm like, you know, there was stuff that happened before you got here, right?
Exactly. There's still people doing their thing out here.
Right. Like, and that's how I feel with the Connor Bedard thing. I have no doubt that he's going to be really good and maybe even great. But it just feels like everything leading up to him being drafted is like, we've never seen a draft pick like this. I just watched 15 years of Patrick Kane. I just watched 15 years of Jonathan Taves. Maybe the greatest two-way player in Blackhawks history. First ballot Hall of Famer. 3-time Stanley Cup Award winner. Conn Smythe Award winner. Everything you could have possibly wanted in a draft pick. Patrick Kane, maybe the greatest scorer in Blackhawks history. Like, pure scorer. So when I hear people talking about Bedard, and I go, I really hope he's great. Because the idea of once-in-a-lifetime draft pick, there were a lot of really good draft picks that the Blackhawks made, which is why they were able to build like a dynasty. So I just don't want us to get too far out ahead of things because we're excited that the Blackhawks might be back from the way people were talking about it yesterday, he's not going to be enough by himself to bring them back. Like there still might be a tank season available for your Chicago Blackhawks, and I know that they've sold a lot of tickets and all the other stuff. Just be careful with it. It's the same way I feel about people going, this Tremaine Edmonds. Oh, you know who he's like? He's like Brian Urlacher. What? You watched Brian Urlacher play. Tremaine.
Do you guys remember watching him eliminate Michael Vick on the field? Like, come on.
Do you remember watching a guy drop 30 yards backpedaling, turning around, and then intercepting passes? We get caught. Like, look, I get it. We're exuberant because we're sports fans, and we get caught up in the moment of all sorts of stuff. And then we say crazy stuff. That's crazy. I like Tremaine Edmonds. I think he's a good player. I think he's going to be great for the Bears. Be careful when you start invoking the name Brian Urlacher.
I understand when they're coming out and they're saying the physique is like Brian Urlacher. It stops there though. Like that's it. Even if he is here and he's really good, he's not going to be Brian Urlacher, the greatest Mike linebacker in cover 2 history, or in Tampa 2 history.
Yes, I'm glad. Look at you, studs. You're all grown up with qualifiers. That's exactly the way that should have been stated. Because then there'll be the older people who are like, didn't you watch Dick Butkus? Don't you know that Bill George created the middle linebacker? Yes, but in the Tampa 2 era, there's no one that's played that position better than Brian Urlacher.
This reminds me of the Ohtani talk. Absolutely. I have a group text thread with my cousins, and we're all me and my brothers included. We're throwing all the bouquets at Ohtani. Man, can you believe what this guy's doing? And then I have one cousin that just likes to stir the pot. I mean, he's no Babe Ruth though. Like we've never watched Babe Ruth. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
I could argue that he's absolutely Babe Ruth and maybe
more
better.
Right.
Because, he's playing against all sorts of people instead of just one type of person.
Right. And the physical traits. Ozzy was really funny on postgame this week talking about Ohtani and the Babe Ruth comparisons and why it's just you shouldn't be comparing. And he went even down the road of Babe Ruth's physique.
How are feeling right now? There it is. Do that again.
I don't make this thing up. I just watching the videos. So like,
Really? We're going to continue to throw the ball in the middle of the plate to this big boy?
Yeah.
It's amazing. My respect to Baby Ruth. I never met him. I only watched it in
You never met Babe Ruth?
movie. Well, I never read anything about it. I just watch movie.
Yes.
Okay? Babe Ruth, I'm sorry, American people, but this man is way better than Babe. I don't think he's going to play that long.
Okay, that's a good point.
Not going to play that long, but when you face a guy throwing 98 with a curveball, changeup, a scout report, all that stuff, and do this what he's done, and he's pitching for real. Babe play, then he pitch, then he play. No, this guy today is the lineup. Chuck,
I know.
Guys need 5-day rest, almost 6, to go back and play again. This man is in the lineup today once again. God bless you. God bless you, brother. That's unbelievable. I don't care what people say. Look at us talking about Tani. I don't care. When you sign that guy, you have 2 players in one.
And 2 great players in one.
Like, come on. You're not just like, oh, I'm pitching. No, he's pitching. He might be a Cy Young and an MVP this year. I hope he is. I hope, because he'd be great for baseball.
Two great players in one.
Right. And so here's a guy who is surpassing the comps. You can only hope that happens with Connor Bedard, but hey.
People are already mad. Like, why are you trying to ran? No, I think that it's very possible, looking at his minor league career, that Connor Bedard is going to be outstanding. All I'm saying is that you had at least 4. And I mean, then we can add in Marian Hossa too. Not that he was a Blackhawk draft pick, but you had 4 guys here that are going to the Hall of Fame. You had 2 guys that were drafted, 1 and 3?
I think Kane was 1 and Taves was 3, right?
Yeah. You had two guys at the top of the draft that went on to have Hall of Fame careers and won multiple Stanley Cups. So, like, I'm just saying, all I'm saying is, can we watch him play in the NHL for a little while? Because a lot of the times, LeBron and Ohtani are exceptions, but a lot of the time when we do that thing of this is the greatest player that we've ever seen in a generation. How old is Connor McDavid? They are not of different generations. Like, for real. Like, what are we doing?
Connor McDavid is 26 years old.
They are not of different generations. Close, but they are not of different generations.
Connor McDavid, born in 1997.
How about that?
Wow.
These kids today. These dang kids. Oh, by the way, while all of that stuff was going on, Nikola Vucevic got a new deal with your Chicago Bulls. I have in my notes today on things to talk about. I don't know how to feel about it.
You're not hyped for running it back?
I'm definitely.
The idea of running it back, Lawrence?
I have some thoughts about how I think things could go better for the Bulls, and I'm not anti-Vooch. I like Vooch as a player, and he seems like he's a wonderful teammate and guy. It just, like, with everyone doing their things around the NBA, did you ever think that you would see, like, a 3-year, $60 million deal and a fan base be like, I guess.
Perfect reaction.
That's what it is. Studs. Like, when I saw the news yesterday, I was like, all right.
I saw, like, Ray sent the screen cap of the news to our group chat, and I saw it, and I was like,
I think Dan sent a frowny face or something
he said
like that.
3 hurts. It's what Dan's
3
reaction
hurts, that's what it was.
So that's Dan Bernstein on the record here.
Yeah.
3 hurts.
I'm still working through this. Like, I'm working through it. So we're going to spend some time on it, because you might be working through it too, and we'll find out if you're working through it the same way that I'm working through it. Nikola Vucevic is a Bull for the next 3 years, and his contract is worth $60 million. If you'd like to let us know how you feel, the text lines are open for you at 312-644-6767. My reaction is, I'll explain why next here on The Score.
Blackhawk fans with the first overall pick in the 2023 NHL Draft.
The Chicago Blackhawks are very proud to select from the Regina Pats, the Western Hockey
But what
League.
was happening, Dan, was our section
Country.
was the magically chosen section. You in row 11, you get a free meatball sub from Fontanini's if the white inflatable wins the race. Row 10, you get a sub if the red inflatable. And row 9, you get a sub if the black inflatable. So there are people standing on both sides of the row with these giant piles of meatball sandwiches from Fontanini's. I had never wanted a meatball sandwich more in my life. I'm in row 14. I am not eligible to win one of the meatball sandwiches, but I'm invested in the race because I'm entertained, and all of a sudden, I am desperate for a meatball sandwich, okay?
Okay.
So the race happens, and I think the white inflatable won, and they start handing meatball subs out to row 11, and I'm thinking to myself, because, sometimes, Danny, I think like a fat person, okay? I'm thinking...
Just sometimes.
There's no way all those people are going to eat their meatball sandwich. There's no way.
Did you walk down to row 11?
I thought about it, okay? But what happened, what had happened was they ended up handing out the meatball sandwiches, and they had extras. They had extra meatball sandwiches, and I started begging for a meatball sandwich. I brayed like a seal. My wife was dying at me. I'm like, my arms are extended. I'm clapping. I'm like, can I have a meatball sandwich?
The crowd loves you. Stay forever.
And you know what they did?
They gave them to you?
They gave them to us. They had here, you guys want one? Okay, here you go. And they started handing them out, and I realized I might not get one. They're handing them out to other people. And finally, there was one left. I got the last meatball sandwich from Fontanini's. We wrapped it up. No, it was fresh. They handed it over.
You wrapped it up and took it home?
I thought about it. I wrapped it up and put it under the seat. My wife didn't want to put it under the seat because it was dirty, so she was holding on to it for a while. I'm like, babe, it's okay. You can put it under the seat. She put it under the seat. We were going to get it later, but we forgot and left the half.
So then you just left your meatball sub there as opposed to throwing it away.
I forgot about it at the end of the game when it was time to leave.
Well, that is not abnormal. I mean, people at stadiums use the ground as their personal trash all the time.
That's what you do. You leave it there.
There's not a lot of trash cans at these stadiums.
That is correct.
You got to walk out to do it. You throw away everything that you get at a stadium?
Yeah.
Oof,
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah,
not a lot of trash cans. That's the biggest problem I've said with pro sports arenas. You just can't find the garbage in the
Like when
place.
I'm done
They're not at the
eating-
end of every staircase either.
Yeah, if you finish a hot dog and you have the box with the napkins
Do you
and
leave
the
the
container,
game to go throw it away, or do you put it on the
put
ground
it
underneath
on the
your
ground
seat?
underneath your seat.
The next time I get up to go to the bathroom or get a beer, I bring it with me and throw it out at the nearest trash can.
Well, aren't you, Mr. Conscientious? Aren't you impressive?
No, I'm just trying to avoid my own Murray State situation.
squint and you turn your head sideways, he's a black guy. His family has refuted this like over and over again, but I'm okay with the community claiming him. I'm totally all right with that being the case. I don't know that the family is okay with that, but
I'm starting to think of like the racial draft in the Chappelle show. Like, yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we have to take him because he might already be ours. So we need a DNA test is what we need. Just like, what's his name? The dude from Modern Family found out he was black.
I haven't heard that one.
What?
Which guy from Modern Family?
In real life, Phil Dunphy, the guy who played Phil Dunphy, found out that like his great-grandmother was black.
No kidding.
Yeah. And so it was kind of funny because on the show, the running bit was that Phil loved black women.
Yes.
Like that was the running bit. And then he went on Finding Your Roots.
Great show.
And Dr. Gates was like, did you know that your great-grandmother was black? And he was like, what? Same thing with Ronda Rousey.
Really?
Yeah.
That one I have heard.
That one is legitimate, at least according to her family. Ronda Rousey's great-great-grandfather was like the first black doctor in Canada. And you're like, oh, some of this stuff makes sense. Some of the stuff that I'm seeing makes a lot of sense. But yeah, there's a contingent of people who have already texted in and be like, well, you know, Babe Ruth was black. Yeah, I kind of know. I have my suspicions about things. But also then it drifts into, then you got to drift into some stereotypes. Then it's like, well, look at that appetite that he had for food and alcohol and white women. You know, like there's, it's like you have to drift into some of those spaces. Then there's the guy who texted and said, let's see if Shohei can be different than other Japanese players and that he can do it consistently. Sir, he has been in the major leagues for 6 years and has a career OPS of over 900. 850 gets you into the Hall of Fame. Oh, and also he pitches every 5 days. He is going to be the American League MVP again.
If he's healthy, he's AL MVP every year.
And
every single year.
He's going to finish top 10 for Cy Young this season. Let's see if he can. What are you, Stugatz? Let's see if he can do it for a long period of time. He's already got 31. He's a 31 WAR after 6 years of Major League Baseball. I'm just not sold on him like other Japanese players. Ridiculous.
You see Marcus Stroman's tweet about Ohtani yesterday?
No, what did he say?
This is yesterday morning. MVP with ease. He should win it every year. What he's doing is insane. All of us at the highest level can't believe our eyes. Truly remarkable. Be thankful you get to witness a real GOAT. Hashtag Ohtani.
That is correct.
It's Marcus Stroman on Twitter.
All you really need to do when we're having the Ohtani conversation, and don't worry, I'm going to get back to the Vooch conversation in a second. All you have to remember inside of the Ohtani conversation, as much as I love Marcus Stroman, and I do, Marcus Stroman left Sunday's game with a blister. Ohtani cracked a nail in his start where he struck out, according to Damon Amendolara, 10 Mariners.
Ugh.
A couple nights ago. Yeah, DA, you gonna get the business for that. And then played the next day and hit a triple. Starting pitchers are the most babied athletes in sports. Think about all these starters. Oh, well, I've got so much to do between now and my next start.
I remember even just like last week, Lucas Giolito was doing some interviewing talking about like his process. Like every day he's got a thing that he does between starts.
Yeah.
And I like Lucas, and they're all like this.
They're all like this except for him.
I will say this. In defense of Marcus Stroman, I will say this about the blister versus the Ohtani broken nail.
Okay.
If you can't get if you don't have the feel, if your grip is compromised, you're screwed, right?
Of course. And again, love Stroh. And he's going to throw a bullpen today to see if he's fine. All right, fine. I'll use another pitcher as an example. Michael Kopech's tired.
He sure is.
He's tired. He's thrown 86 innings this season.
I am tired.
And he's tired. Let me see how many innings Shohei has thrown this season. Because the dude's amazing.
Well, Kopech is tired, and Kopech is shook.
Yeah, ain't no such thing as halfway crooks.
I am tired.
He's very tired. Shohei Ohtani this season has thrown 95 and a third innings. When he's not throwing 95 and a third innings, he's hitting the most home runs in the American League.
Now, I turned that game off last
Not
night at a certain
tired.
point. That the White Sox Angels, they took Trout out, and Ohtani was still in the lineup. Did they eventually take Ohtani out? I doubt it.
No,
I don't know.
Ohtani stayed. Trout, and it is funny because I was listening to DJ, and he was saying that he wanted the White Sox early in the game to get 8 runs. He's like, he felt like that would have been comfortable. And then when they got the 8th run, he was like, maybe 9 with this lineup, like with Ohtani and Trout, like maybe 9 would make me feel more comfortable. And it felt like a concession when Trout left the game. It's been weird. Like his numbers have been okay, but they've not been Trout-like. And that's problematic. Strangely enough, the Angels are still 6 games above 500 and 6 games out in the division, tied with the Astros. This texter says, you are wrong. Quarterbacks are the most baby position in the sport. No, sir, they are not. Because even though the rules have, amongst football players, they are the most baby, they still get hit. I offer you Tua Tagovailoa.
Hell, even Justin Fields last season.
Correct.
Both his seasons.
Correct. There's still danger afoot. With pitchers, it's like, I think my back's a little tight. Well, now you can't pitch for 2 weeks. I'm tired. You're tired? You're tired. I'm so tired. I've never pitched this many innings before. Meanwhile, Shohei's like, go get me a bat. What you going to do today? I'm going to DH, and I'm going to have like 5 hits. Then what? Then I'm going to play right field. What about after that? Then I'm going to pitch 7 innings. And then I'll go back to DHing again and get a whole bunch of home runs. And then Lance Lynn is like, I don't know. I can't get my 2-seamer going. I'm a little tired. Weren't we supposed to talk about Vooch in this segment?
Yeah.
That was the plan.
It's all right. We're going to get back to it with Darnell Mayberry, 12:25, right?
Ooh, the window washers are coming. Let me just say that I am not against the Bulls giving Vooch his contract. I think he's a good player, and quite honestly, I think the 2-man game between Zach LaVine and Nikola Vucevic actually works. The problem is the Bulls have a third man that kind of messes that whole thing up because DeMar needs his shots. So if you're drawing your line in the sand as the Bulls and you're saying you gave the long-term extension to Zach and now you got a new paper for 3 years with Vooch, if you're drawing your line in the sand saying these are the guys that are going to take us to the next level, you got to trade DeMar. Now, I don't know what type of market there is for DeMar, and quite frankly, I don't care. And I love DeMar as a player. But your offense can't work if those 2 guys can't get their touches. And there are times when they can't get their touches because DeMar is being ball dominant. You've got to figure out a way to unlock some of the other players on your team, like P. Will, for example, who, strangely enough, is out in L.A. working out with DeMar. This is one of the things I want to talk with Darnell about, because I think that beyond being a great player, I think DeMar is a cult of personality. I think that he is one of those guys that players gravitate towards, and they see the way that he does stuff, and they're like, I like what he does. Well, yes, that's a great song. You want to talk about great guitar playing. And I'm not going to sing it. All right, I'll sing it. Look in my eyes. All right, I'll stop singing. That'll be the last time. That won't be the last time I'm singing today. I'm not going to tell you that lie. What I am going to tell you is when we come back, I thought that maybe this was a work down in Nashville. A little schmaz going on with the Kyle Davidson interview. Now I believe it was completely straight up. But if you haven't seen it, I want to share it with you and then have Kyle talk about it and how I could have been in the same exact position as those guys from Penalty Box Podcast or whatever it is that they do. I don't know the name, but I think that's what it is.
Let's get more hockey podcast.
Let's do that hockey podcast.
Penalty Box Radio. That's what
Same
it's
thing. It's fine.
Yeah, whatever.
They don't care. They're not listening to this show. They're checking out Zawoski on CHGO right now. But yes,
like they say in hockey, let's do that hockey.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
As they say in hockey, let's do that hockey.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. This section says, just started hearing CM Punk chants in my head, Loho. I have strong, unpopular feelings about CM Punk. Maybe I'll share them today. I probably won't. Because I don't want all the CM Punk people coming after me. They're like Beyonce fans.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Like that?
Oh, man, he's totally changed wrestling. I'm like,
Somebody's reading Wikipedia.
Yeah, that was rough. That was a rough moment. Danny not knowing that Punk is straight edge and doesn't drink and stuff. Maybe I'll share it later. It's going to be one of those shows. I'm just telling you. Dan's not here, so I get to do all the crazy stuff I like doing. So we're going to do some of that. And when we come back, we're going to talk about Kyle Davidson and whether or not it was a work down in Nashville. It's next here on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Nico Horner.
Swinging a line drive, right center field. That's going to be a base hit. Cubs win the ball game. All of the Cubs out of the dugout to congratulate Nico Horner.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein.
He wanted to go be out in these streets. And as a grown man, he should be able to go be out in these streets. But he went out in these streets. Some woman attacked him. And I mean that in the best possible way. Like, he wasn't getting robbed. Like, this nice lady was like, hey, you know what happened like yesterday when you were watching Christopher Morel and he saw Wilson Contreras and he jumped on Wilson Contreras?
That's what happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened to Ray.
And then he was caught.
And then he was caught dicka and he fell off a riser.
That's right.
So is it a fractured elbow that we're talking about,
Okay,
Ray?
so it was dislocated here for Twitch since I get to hide it under the desk, but here for Twitch, there you go. You got to see the little wrap. It was dislocated because when I hit the floor after this young lady jumped on me and she was a little taller than me, she wasn't really thinking about the logistics of that. And we fell forward. I hit my elbow first on the floor and it popped out the socket. So that sucked. So it was dislocated. They popped it back in and it's fractured. So that's the diagnosis for now. And I'm going to see a bone specialist on Saturday. Exciting.
See a bones.
Yeah.
So they haven't decided yet whether it's just casting or a surgery?
Correct.
Okay. Did they give you happy things
They
to
did.
make you feel better?
They did.
Next time, go to an accredited hospital,
Yeah,
please.
man.
Instead of
I'm just gonna have to put this out there on these airwaves right now. This
Back
place,
alley hospital. It's like he has to knock on a door.
Yes.
He has to bang on this storm door. And the guy
And I have
slides
to-
open a peephole. What do you want?
And Ray, did you tell them about the first place you went to? You got rejected.
I got
because you weren't
rejected.
hurt enough.
I wasn't hurt enough,
Because he
man.
wasn't a gunshot victim.
Went
That's
to
right.
someplace owned by like the Bulgarian mob.
That's right.
What the hell, man?
Oh, wait. I forgot the best part of the story. What was the name of the place that you were at?
The Slippery Slope.
There it is.
Appropriately named.
Now the
So-
slippery slope takes another victim.
That's right.
And then Ray went to Kmart to get his elbow
Basically,
looked at.
because this wrap I have in my arm right now, this is the third version of this thing. The first time they put it on, it was like too tight, and my arm was swelling up, and I could tell it was too tight. So I went back the next day, and I said, "Hey, you got to fix this thing." And
You
then
must place your arm in body of live sheep.
Right. So then they kind of straightened it out a little bit and put it in the sling in a different way. And then as I was here
Old
towards
country style.
right. And then as I was here towards the end of the day, it was swelling up again. So I went back like, what the hell is going on here? So this is the third version of this wrap, and the young lady that put this thing on didn't know how to put the sling on.
Notice,
I had to
he didn't say nurse.
I didn't.
Hi, everybody.
I didn't put any respect on that title. I'm sorry. No, hello, nurse. That I had to explain to her how to put the sling on. She was putting it on the wrong way. I was like, "Where the hell am I?"
She was wearing nothing but head to toe camo and Kevlar.
Yeah. So
Poor Ray.
Was there a doctor there called Dr. Nick?
Yes, that was him.
You have bone failure.
We're popping it back in, everybody.
He's like a balloon.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
You know what? I have no clue. I wish I knew. I wish I had that crystal ball. But all we'll do is keep collecting talent, letting these players develop, put them in the best situation to develop into the best players they can be, and hopefully the best team we can be.
That was Kyle Davidson during the draft on ESPN last night. Shout out to, look, I am completely biased because I worked with this person for a couple of years. Emily Kaplan is the truth, man. She's so good and still so young. When we were working together over at 120, I guess Peter King, she came up working with Peter King. And Peter King was like, happy 21st birthday to Emily Kaplan. I was like, wait, what? How old are you? She's like, yeah, Peter's blowing up my spot. This was someone that her whole thing was covering football. And she's completely transformed herself into an authority on the NHL. I love watching her succeed. She's so awesome. And I love that she's thrown herself into it. And no diss, because I love Malika too. Malika was here for a while. She came and did the show when she was working here. I thought the way that they set Emily up to do the NHL draft was the way that they should have set Malika up to do the NBA draft. Emily was there with all of her stuff. She was talking to people. It was great. It was really, I thought that their coverage last night was really outstanding. So I just wanted to shout out my friend Emily Kaplan, because I think that she's another one of those people where if you could buy stock in a career, if I were buying stock in young sports media members' careers, I'd buy stock in Russ Dorsey. I'd buy stock in Emily Kaplan. I'd buy stock in Malika Andrews. I'd buy stock in Carmen Vitale, because I think she's a star, an absolute star. Anyway, I think that I am going to give the Punk unpopular opinion later on in the show. But here's the problem. The problem is that I'll say it, right? It's not some earth-shattering opinion. But then people be tagging Punk. You see what he said about you? But there are some people that are here for the CM Punk slander. It's not really slander. I just have some observation. And I've interviewed CM Punk, and I like Phil a lot. As a guy. As a performer, I have some questions. Anyway, let's go back down to Nashville for a second. Kyle Davidson is out for a walk with a part of the Blackhawks staff. I forgot who else was with him. He's out there with his backwards hat, just like Studs. You can see Studs on Twitch wearing his Bears hat backwards, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. They're doing interviews and they're talking to people about how, man on the street type stuff. I'm sure they were looking for some viral stuff of people being really stupid about hockey and be like, can you believe how stupid people are in Nashville about hockey? I'm sure that's what they were going for at the Lunchbox podcast or whatever it's called.
Penalty box.
Whatever. Is that like a hockey term? Never mind.
The Puck Luck
that hockey.
podcast.
That's right. So they ran into Kyle Davidson, the general manager of your Chicago Blackhawks, and this happened.
Oh, what's your name and where are you from?
Kyle from Chicago.
From Chicago?
Yeah.
Just visiting?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Nashville?
A couple times, yeah.
For a Blackhawks fan?
Yeah.
All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not a lot and 10 being a whole lot, how much would you say you know about hockey?
Probably like I didn't play professionally or anything, so probably like a 4.
Oh wow, okay. So
fan of the sport. I don't know. Some people say I don't know that much, so
okay.
Wayne Gretzky, Mario Lemieux, Jonathan Taves, Patrick Kane, Duncan Keith, Brett Seabrook, Corey Crawford, Nicholas Hjalmarsson, Johnny Oduya, Michael Roosevelt, Brian Bickle, Dave Boland, Nick Foligno, Taylor Hall, Andreas Athanasiou, Connor Murphy, Seth Jones.
Anytime. That was great. There were some good names in there. Brian Bickle and what was that? Roosevelt? Was that?
Some good names.
Yeah, big Hawks fan.
Yeah, most of the 2010 or 2013 Chicago Blackhawks. Were you watching that team?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
What is one change you would make to the NHL right now?
I don't know. I think it's pretty awesome. I don't really have a specific change. I love the game, love where it's at, love the players that are in the game, and it's all good to me.
An honest question. Do you think that the league rigged the draft in favor of the Chicago Blackhawks?
No.
Pretty confident.
I'm
very
so wish he would have said yes.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
I wish he would have said yes to that question.
But would that have drawn some heat?
Oh, yeah. It would have drawn a ton of heat.
Yeah,
a ton of heat.
The bleep storm that would have come from that, even though he would have been joking, would have been just brilliant.
I saw it. I think it was I think it was Vince Carter. So you know how they had Peyton's Places? So Vince Carter has like a similar streaming show, and he did a whole thing with Patrick Ewing about the frozen envelope. It's pretty funny. I wish he would have said yes. All right, so here's the thing. When I saw this initially, I was like, that's completely a work. And for those of you who are not into the wrestling lexicon, meaning it was set up. Like it was completely set up for it to go viral because of how could you not know who Kyle Davidson is? Man, if Ray walked in here with Kyle Davidson and sat him down without telling me that it was Kyle Davidson, I'd be like, hello, sir. Why are you here? And he'd be like, well, I'm the general manager of the Blackhawks.
No, you're not.
Oh.
It was like the time somebody brought like a whole group of people in the control room, and I was like, I don't know who any of these people are.
So
they weren't supposed to be here.
A couple of weeks ago, they were going over to Jams, right?
That was it. They were going to Jams.
Okay. So those of you who are hanging out with us, and we appreciate you listening to the Bernstein and Holmes show. Down the hall, like where I am, like if you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, right down the hallway are the studios to 104.3 Ja, because they play a lot of Ja Rule, and B96. They're right there. And then over here, to my right, is BBM's newsroom, which I got some funny stuff from them that I need to talk about before. I heard some very funny, like, Chicago stuff about the NASCAR race that I'll share before the show is over. Someone just walked in. So, like, you can't just walk in here because you have to key card the elevator, you got to key card the doors and all this stuff. So if someone makes it in here, we expect that they should be here. So was it 2 weeks ago, Ray?
It was about 2 weeks ago, yeah.
2 weeks ago, Dan and I are sitting here doing the show, and we can see into the producer studio, and there's just two people like hanging out in the producer studio. And I'm like, I'm looking at our rundown because Ray gives us a rundown of everything that we're doing. And I'm like, did I miss something? Like, is there a guest that's coming up? And they weren't supposed to be here. It was a musical artist. It was a musical artist that we didn't know who he was. The strange thing was, I think Dan and I were actually talking about music at the time.
Yes. That's what was going on.
And so he was probably like, oh, I'm going to go in there and do do the interview with these two idiots that don't know anything about music? It's very strange.
It was a whole mix-up where it was like, okay, I have a radio interview, I guess is what he told them, and I'm going to the floor. He had the correct floor.
Right. And no one came and got him. Do we know where he was supposed to be and who he was? Was it like 2 Chainz and I didn't know it was 2 Chainz?
Sonic interviewed him. Sonic interviewed him.
Okay, so Sonic interviewed
and
him.
it was not 2 Chainz.
Was it Kyle Davidson? It definitely wasn't Kyle Davidson.
It wasn't Kyle Davidson.
He does not fit the profile of one Kyle Davidson.
And then he said he said I shook his hand because I was like, it was the opposite for me. I thought you maybe, Lawrence, invited somebody and forgot to tell me, like a friend or something, because that's happened before. People bring their friends.
Yeah, but I
through.
usually tell you.
You do.
Like my friend Joanne came here, is like, she's going to be the fancy lady with pearls.
Exactly.
And then you were like, oh, there's a fancy lady down there with pearls.
Exactly. So I thought it was something like that, and maybe you've forgotten that was not the case. And so even when I shook his hand and introduced myself, he was like, nice to see you again. And I was like, I've never seen you in my life, is what I was thinking.
I see what you were trying to do, though, Ray. What you were trying to do is you were introducing yourself so that person would say who they were.
That's the play.
And yet
that never happened.
And yet he was like, hey, man, good to see you again, brother.
And I was like, did I ever see him before?
Do we even know who it was?
I can't remember his name because I ran into Sonic later and he mentioned him. He's like, oh, yeah, I interviewed. There's the name that I'm blanking on in my head. And he said he was pretty cool.
He seemed super chill. Like he was just kind of hanging out here. Was it Bad Boy Bill funking it up? Is that what it was? Was someone from the Hot Mix 5? No?
A little too early in the
We're
day.
We're going to have to
that.
get Sonic down here and get this.
Get the
and
story.
put a bow on this mystery.
Find out who exactly that guy was. But after hearing Kyle Davidson talk about what happened in Nashville, I now feel like it was not a work. He said that the guy had asked him to interview him and that he initially said no. And then he walked away and then they were like, you know what? This might be kind of fun. So they went back and he said they had to wait for 2 other people to get interviewed before he got interviewed. So I'm going to go ahead and say that's shoot, not work. And props to Kyle Davidson. Like there's a part of me that's like, I want to interview him now. I know that Dan's going to say no, but I was like, I kind of want to interview Kyle Davidson, just hang out with him. But the problem is that when we bring hockey people on, other than Mark Lazarus, they do all the hockey stuff. It's like, well, you know, you got to get better dumps and guys are playing hard and hard hockey. Like, can you just be a guy?
As they say in hockey, let's do that hockey.
Also, 100% convinced that character is me. 100%.
Now, Laz, I want to talk about this Ranger offense.
You should do that.
I know a lot more hockey, but the guy's name is Laszlo Holmes. I'm 100% convinced that Chance was listening to the score and created a character on Saturday Night Live based after me. I'm going after that.
The best part of the whole bit is when they bring the white guy in and he's talking all the hockey, like what you were just saying with the hockey terms. He's like doing all the stuff.
And he goes, that's what's up.
What's up?
And then he looks on the back of his jersey and he's like, what's your name?
No, he's just like, nah,
not doing that. Texter's right. Worked himself into a shoot, brother. Exactly right. We are going to talk about Connor Bedard. Mark Lazarus of The Athletic is going to join us to discuss whether or not this guy is worthy of the incredible hype show that's happening around him. And what else the Hawks did yesterday. That's next here on The Score.
I got to know, in the next period, how you going to do that hockey?
Coming up today on a jam-packed...
He is compared as 1 notch below Connor McDavid. And I believe Connor McDavid, when it's all said and done, may be the greatest to ever play hockey. He's in the conversation. Top 3 all time, top 4, top 5 all time. So if Connor Bedard's a notch below that, okay, that's better than Patrick Kane. That's better than Jonathan Taves. The comparison that I keep hearing about Connor Bedard is Patrick Kane's skill and savvy with Austin Matthews' shot, which is terrifying if you're a goalie or defenseman.
Okay.
Wow.
Sounds good.
Yeah, this is...
I would draft him.
Just numbers-wise, fellas. In the Western Hockey League, He played 57 games with Regina, with an R. 71 goals, 72 assists, 143 points in 57 games.
That's crazy.
Okay, so you want to turn up your nose and say, well, I mean, come on, it's the Western Hockey League. These guys are going to be future plumbers someday.
It's just
Let's turn
Regina.
our attention, let's turn our attention to the World Junior Championships, where the best and brightest from around the world get together for the annual tournament. In 7 games for Team Canada, with all the spotlight on him, Connor Bedard had 9 goals and 14 assists, 23 points in 7 games in the world's most competitive junior tournament. That is more than 3 points per game for 17-year-old Connor Bedard. At age 15, his first year with Regina, 15 games, 28 points.
At 15. That'll play.
At 15 years old. I mean, he is doing things that are otherworldly. The other thing is we had a chance to talk last month with 3 of the Hawks' top prospects. They all play together for the Seattle Thunderbirds junior hockey. And all of them got to play with him at the World Juniors and just talked about how great of a dude he is. Like, he's not all up in the clouds. He doesn't, maybe he believes the hype about himself, but he certainly doesn't show it. Supposed to be a great teammate, a future captain type. So, I mean, the Hawks, I know they literally won the lottery by winning the lottery, but they won the lottery. You know what I mean? Like, exclamation point, all caps.
Station 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour is being brought to you by Golf Mills Chevrolet.
And with the first overall selection in the 2023 NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks are very proud to select from the Regina Pats, the Western Hockey League, Connor Bedard.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable feeling to be here with my family and friends and get to hear my name be called and experience that, especially with such a storied organization and everything I've heard about the city, the people there is nothing but positive. So can't wait for that, and very thankful that the staff, Kyle and Luke, everyone put their faith in me with that pick.
Highlight courtesy of ESPN on the announcement of Connor Bedard being drafted by the Blackhawks, and you heard from young Connor Bedard. The NHL draft is still going on. The Blackhawks just made a pick. Like literally as we were getting Mark Lazarus on the phone, he joins us on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. I love talking with Mark Lazarus because his rivers run deep with knowledge. It isn't just about hockey. He can talk about a little bit about everything. But today specifically, we are talking to him about hockey because he's the senior NHL writer for The Athletic. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm good, Lawrence. I can't believe you used the Chance the Rapper, the Laszlo Holmes gift. That thing makes me die a little inside every time someone uses it. So let's do that hockey.
Yes, I was joking that I'm convinced that character is based on me. I mean,
Well,
think about it.
That thing about that skit is it was really, really funny, but it was like a pointed commentary on how the NHL is non-inclusive. And then the NHL's like, someone famous talked about us, and they use it all the time, even though with no sense of irony that's the reason why they're non-inclusive as a sport. Right.
That they didn't quite get the bit. But considering that the guy has my last name and my first initial, and Chance grew up in Chicago, I'm going to take credit for the fact that I created that character.
He's got my nickname, though. They call him Laz on the show.
Oh, that's right. So, yeah. So I think we both should take credit for that's all right. That's what he did. He combined you and I and created a character. There. Done.
Clearly, including my complete lack of knowledge of hockey, according to everyone who's ever read me.
Well, I know that you get all of that stuff too. I've got to ask you about that. I started the show talking a little bit about this. I want to be very clear about this. I'm very excited about Connor Bedard and what he might do. I am uncomfortable with how quickly people have seemed to have forgotten the hockey that they watched for the last 15 years. Because I hear stuff like, this is the greatest prospect that we've ever seen. And I'm like, hold on a second. I just watched 15 years of Jonathan Toews and Patrick Kane, and also Duncan Keith and Brent Seabrook and Corey Crawford. And I am uncomfortable with what people are putting on Connor Bedard in the context of what we just witnessed. And also, I don't know, guys like Alex Ovechkin and guys like Connor McDavid that are in the league right now doing incredible things. So as someone who is around this game all the time and talks to all the people, why do people feel this strongly about what Bedard is and what he can turn into?
You are speaking my language. I've been obsessed with this, of the expectations on this kid. I mean, if you think they're saying he's the best prospect since Connor McDavid, who is the greatest hockey player who's ever lived. There's never been a talent like Connor McDavid. So the pressure's right there. Like, some people think he might be like Patrick Kane. Patrick Kane is the greatest American hockey player who ever lived. He's got 3 Stanley Cups. He won an MVP. He is going down in history. If Connor Bedard has Patrick Kane's career, he fails based on the expectations that are being put for him. That's how lofty and ridiculous this has become. Now, he, from all accounts, can live up to it. Like, he's got this ridiculous shot. He's got incredible hockey sense. He's not a burner, but he's a good skater, and he has a knack for finding open rooms. He is, nobody thinks he's going to flop. This isn't Nail Yakupov or Alex Day. There is almost a 0 chance he flops. But what if he's just really, really, really good? What if he scores 80 points a year instead of 120 points a year? What if he's only the best player in the league once, like Patrick Kane was when he won an MVP? I mean, this kid's a stud. He's everything you need. He's everything everyone says he could be. But he is 17 years old. He is a year younger than most prospects. So everyone says he's got a great head on his shoulders and that he's built to handle this mentally and physically. But it's fascinating to talk about the expectations because the hype train is it's off the rails.
Okay, so let's talk about his makeup, because when I think it's rough on any sport when you're talking about someone that's supposed to transform a franchise. But in talking to Connor, in talking to people about Connor, what is it that folks say about him that might make him equipped to handle it?
The word you hear the most is humble, which is like an odd word to talk about a teenager, but they say that he kind of understands what he is and he's obsessed with greatness, but he doesn't flaunt it. I think that this kid's been on a pedestal since he was 11 years old, 10 years old at the Brick Tournament in Edmonton. I mean, he's all he's known is these expectations. Just like Connor McDavid was anointed when he was a kid. Just like Sidney Crosby was anointed when I think Wayne Gretzky said he was going to be the next great player when he was 11 years old. That's what Bedard's faced. So this is not new for him. It's just going to be on a larger scale. And it's interesting because you look at Connor McDavid. He's been in the league for 8 seasons. He's won nothing. He
Right.
is the best player I've ever seen. He's won nothing. This is hockey. This isn't the NBA where one guy can completely transform a team. Look, when Kane and Taves came into the league in 2007, first of all, they had each other. So that deferred some of the expectations. Also, Chicago wasn't really a hockey town yet again. It was still kind of dormant. But also, they walked into a team that already had Keith, that already had Seabrook, Chalmerson, Patrick Sharp. The team that Connor Bedard is walking into, one of our analysts, Dom Lushizin, said this is basically the worst team a number one pick has walked into since in the salary cap era. So the Blackhawks are going to be bad again this year. They want to be bad. They want a top 5 pick next year too. Macklin Celebrini right here, right in Chicago. They want him. So it's going to be a process, and I think most people understand that, and they're going to give him grace. He's going to be so exciting that it's not going to matter that they're bad next year. Like I'm not trying to be a wet blanket here. This is like the biggest thing that can happen to a team. Getting a guy like this is huge, and he's going to be spectacular, and it's going to make Blackhawks hockey fun again. But if you're expecting him to walk in and all of a sudden the Blackhawks are contenders, no, they're still years away, and Kyle Davidson knows that. Right, he has articulated that clearly.
So what else? Like, I mean, they clearly need everything, but what becomes priority? You've got Bedard. You've got a guy that you think is a transformative player. What does he need to help him reach his potential?
Well, again, he needs depth, right? Like what made those Blackhawks teams so special 10 years ago or so was just like how their third line was like better than some teams' first line, how their fourth line could play 15 minutes a night against the best players in the league and completely shut them down. You need that. Now, the Blackhawks over the last couple of years have been focusing on defense, and they get Kevin Korchinski last year at number 7 when they make the trade with DeBrincat. That's your number one defenseman. That's supposed to be your Duncan Keith. Now you've got Connor Bedard. That's your number one center. That's your Jonathan Taves. Those are the two hardest things to find, are your number one center and your number one defenseman. So if that pans out, the rest of this becomes easier. Then it's just about drafting as many guys as you can, and they've torn down the roster so much in the last 3 years that they are swimming in picks. They got 2 first-round picks this year, 2 next year, 2 the year after that. They had 3 last year. They have 4 second-round picks this year, 2 next year, 3 the year after that, and 3 the year after that. So they have so many lottery tickets now, and now that you have Bedard, you don't need to hit on as many of them, right? You just need to get some depth. And they're drafting all these incredibly fast, incredibly skilled centers. That's what they want. They want to be fast. They want to be competitive. That's the modern-day NHL. It's not about being big and strong and hulking anymore. It's about speed. And so they're trying to surround Connor Bedard with pure talent and competitive edge. And that's the kind of hockey you saw last year, and it's what Luke Richardson wants to play, and it's what Kyle Davidson is drafting. I mean, look, this is really hard. Roster building in the NHL is probably harder than in any other sport. But give Kyle Davidson credit. I hated the tank. I still hate the tank, but it worked. And this team is set up for a lot of success in 2, 3, 4 years when these guys all come in and mature and are ready to take over.
Yeah, if Jonathan Taves scores that goal, though, they might not even end up with the number one pick. How have you heard that Kyle Davidson has gone about convincing ownership that you have to go scorched earth to try and figure all of this stuff out?
Well, that was his pitch, right? That was his pitch when they were interviewing. There were other people interviewing, established NHL executives, people who had been GMs before, former NHL players. And Kyle Davidson was kind of like, second or third man on the totem pole in the Blackhawks organization. He was very young, and he said, look, we need to do this. This is the only way to do. If you want to duplicate what the Blackhawks had from 2010 to 2015, this is the only path forward, is to just rip it to the studs and then just build it back up again, just like they did. Mike Babcock said way back in 2013 when he was the Red Wings coach, I remember him saying, you have to lose the right way, and the Blackhawks lost the right way. And what he meant by that was you have to maximize the losing. When you're terrible, you better get the top picks and you better hit on your top picks. That's what the Hawks did with Taves and Kane. That's probably what just happened with Bedard. We'll see about, Korchinski and Frank Nazar and Oliver Moore and all these other kids they're drafting. But they've got Bedard, and that's the hardest thing to find is the megastar to build around.
I kind of find the tanking in most situations unsavory as well. What are the mistakes that you've seen teams that have gone through the tank and maybe haven't completed it? What mistakes have they made and hopefully the Blackhawks avoid?
They don't have the patience for it. Like Kyle Davidson does not want to be good next year. He wants more high-end talent, right? Like if the Hawks are, and the Hawks might be competitive. They're going to have Taylor Hall, former MVP. They're going to have Bedard, Korchinski, and Reichel. Like it's going to be exciting because you have some of these younger guys finally coming in and playing. So they might be more competitive than we think. But that's not going to, Kyle Davidson's not going to see that and go at the trade deadline, we're adding. Like they're not going to do, there's still going to be, if someone wants Taylor Hall at the deadline and they want to give you a first round pick, he's going to jump at that. So the idea is, a lot of these rebuilds and tear downs, they get kind of short circuited after a year or two because of, a GM's worried about his job or the GM overestimates the talent he has. Kyle Davidson has the longest leash I've seen in a Chicago GM. Danny Wirtz and Jamie Faulkner, they are completely on board with what he's doing, and they know it's going to be a years-long process. So that's the key. The key is not to get too excited too quickly. Like just because you got Bedard doesn't mean that next year's a go-for-it year. It means you start taking those steps, and 2 or 3 years from now, that's when you take all these picks you've gotten and maybe you package them and try to land a difference maker towards the playoff run.
Let's talk about Blackhawks big picture. You brought up the names of the people that folks think are going to kind of try and turn this ship around from bad hockey and scandal to try and get it to a place of respectability again. How would you assess the job that Danny and Jamie have done to try and get the Blackhawks in a better place?
Yeah, I mean, that's two different things, right? The on-ice product and the overall perception of the league. I mean, my Twitter mentions anytime I even use the word Bedard has 100 fans from other cities saying that the Blackhawks don't deserve this, that they should have had draft picks revoked, that, it's karma clearly doesn't exist, that the Blackhawks are having nice things happen to it. And, that's all fair. The Blackhawks weren't really punished for what happened on the Kyle Beach assault. So they've cut ties with that team. And Taves and Kane were kind of the last links to that team, other than Brian Campbell's in the front office. But besides that, they finally they've kind of cleared the deck here. And Jamie and Danny have said and done a lot of the right things. I hear very good things about the front office and back office culture of the team, how it's been better than it was under John McDonough, all that stuff. But then you have a situation like the Pride jerseys last year, where they were worried about the team wouldn't let the players wear them when they wanted to. And then not only that, but then Connor Murphy had to sit there and answer. Connor Murphy, who had told me 2 weeks earlier that of course we're going to wear them. Why wouldn't we wear them? We definitely want to wear them. And then he had to be the one that talked and said, well, we're not wearing them because of this. Nobody from the team said anything. Like there's still progress to be made. I believe that their hearts are in the right place and they have good intentions, and I think they're making progress. But the Blackhawks, it's hard to explain how in the hockey world, how low the Blackhawks are reputation-wise. I don't think everybody in Chicago necessarily realizes how the rest of the hockey world looks at Chicago right now, how mad they are that good things are happening to Chicago right now. There's a long, long climb back to credibility, respectability, and all that. They've taken early steps. They're working there. They'll get there. I believe they'll get there. But it's going to be a long process, and it's going to have to be a very public-facing thing.
Laz, how did we get here with the NHL? Because look, they weren't the WNBA, they weren't out here fighting injustice necessarily, but it looked like the NHL was really starting to take seriously hockey is for everyone. And now it feels like we're back to hockey is only for certain people. How did we get here in 3 years?
Have you been to America the last 3 years? I mean, have you met Ron DeSantis? I mean, what kind of question is that, Lars? Come on. Gay marriage was settled, and now all of a sudden, they're trying to get the Supreme Court to repeal it. I mean, we're going backwards as a society here. And look, the overwhelming majority of the NHL is in favor of all these inclusion events. They want the league to be. They're even if they're not super gung ho about anything. They know that a wider fan base means more money for everybody. Cynically speaking, inclusion is good for business. But then you got, guys that, the Stahl brothers in Florida say, their Christian beliefs, they couldn't possibly wear that rainbow jersey that they'd already worn for 4 straight years in the past and wasn't a problem. You got a lot of the Russian players that were worried about, this arcane Russian law that really, the fine print made it clear it couldn't affect them when they weren't in Russia. And it's just excuses. It's just, there's always been a hard right streak that's run through hockey. It's a very white sport. It's a very affluent sport. And it's very homogenous, right? So there's always been that conservative streak. And I think we've just been seeing it come to the surface because we've been seeing it come to the surface in every walk of life these last, since November of 2016.
I think you're right. Sir, I know that you have more hockey to go cover. I appreciate your time and you jumping on while the draft is going on. It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Anytime, Lawrence.
That is Mark Lazarus. You can read his work at The Athletic. Get yourself a subscription so you can read what Mark Lazarus is writing about the Blackhawks. And we thank him for being on the show. Last night, I was driving around because I'm looking at the rundown. I don't know if I have time to talk about this in any other part of the show, but I got a few minutes here. I live very close to the DuSable Museum of African American History. You know what was going on over there yesterday?
Block party.
Dude.
The only reason I know that is because of Shakia Taylor on Twitter. Shout out to her.
Shake is the best. I don't know what it was that I was expecting. But when I went past it, and like it's blocks from my house, so I was kind of hearing what was happening. I thought that this was just going to be like Bubba doing like a meet and greet and you know, like, oh, look, here's Bubba. And then him being embraced by the black community in Chicago before the NASCAR race on Friday. It was a concert. I saw people, I don't know if the fan conversion rate will be high, but I saw people walking out with makeshift helmets that they were giving away at the block party. And I was like, look at that. And as I was going by, I was seeing people like parking and running to like get into it. So it was one of those things where I wasn't sure if this was a good idea initially, but shout out to Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, he's out here posted up in Chicago doing his thing. He's going to be at Wrigley Field Friday, and he's going to join us at 11:40.
Oh, really now?
That's right.
Okay. Well, great. I can talk to him about it.
That's tomorrow.
And tell him, hey, make sure everything is cleaned up over there. Let's go. Before you get in that race car, how about you pick up some trash? No, I'm not going to ask him to do that. They did that. It's already cleaned up and ready to roll. But I can't wait to talk to him about this. That must have been a super cool thing for him to be like, oh, people do care. How about that? In a place like Chicago where NASCAR is not really a thing. Still, though, all three of us have said it. I know that Dan feels it. I feel confident in speaking for him on this, even though he's not in the show. Look, tomorrow, we're going to finish this show before Cubs pregame. I'm going to jump on a train, go back to Hyde Park, and I'm not leaving. I don't think I'm leaving until we have to come back to work on Monday.
Same.
And I might be like, we going to work from home on Monday.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to my little sector in the northwest side, and that's staying there. I will not be convinced to come downtown. I know at least one person that thinks he's gonna come down and hang out. Nah.
I don't think it's a really good idea. I watch Sarah Ginger every morning on Channel 9. And this morning when she was talking about all the different ways that Lakeshore Drive is going to be shut down and reconfigured, I was like, ooh. But, it stinks too because there's a lot of places up north that I dig. So maybe I'll try to figure out a way to like jump on, jump on the Ryan but even that, like, do you know, Studs, you know where we play softball at over on the northwest side?
Yeah.
Armitage and Pulaski.
Yeah.
I have the last 3 games. MapQuest has been like, so you're going over there, huh? Well, here's what you need to do. You need to take the Ryan to 290. And I'm like, wait, what? And then just cut across the city on these side streets. I'm like, oh, really? There's some interesting choices that were made. And I saw some very interesting neighborhoods while I was making my jaunt to softball. We won, though. Past week. Team was looking good. Played good defense. Kevin Lapka's out here continuing to hit bombs. It's just fun. It's fun to watch him hit bombs.
Did he hit the street again?
He did.
Nice. The one he hit last week when we played at 9 o'clock, was most of the way to the field house. It was an absolute nuke.
Good. He's the best player in the league, and it's not close.
That Kevin Lapka, he's like a softball Babe Ruth.
Kevin Lapka, also black. We're going to take a break. When we come back, he just heard that. He's like, wait, what? I am? When we come back, I want to talk about something that I've been discussing over the last couple of days, and maybe it's my fault that it hasn't followed suit. but there's something inside of baseball that really bothers me, and we've become so used to it that I don't know if it bothers you anymore. We'll discuss next here on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker.
The Rivers read now says, add some personal flair.
Oh, yeah,
and
no.
I almost added flair to it. I was like, oh, God, don't read this.
Mully came,
Please make this personal.
running out of the studio yesterday.
That was mine.
You did that one.
Yes.
Please
make this personal. Yeah, an Uber ad.
There it is.
Yeah.
Please.
Play it again, Tony. That's glorious.
fantastic.
Please make this personal. Yes.
That's what it says on the copy.
Parkins told me to make it personal, and I'm going to. I'm much more likely to use this product or service.
I'm going to make it personal when I head on over to Polish Fest. It's going to be a great weekend. There's a read for the wrestling
Please
thing.
make this personal and talk about what's going on when you're getting in there and you're going out and you're catching
Nice
an
save.
Uber. You're
Nice save.
I tried.
You worked through it.
So Albert Pujols last night becomes the 4th man in the history of baseball.
Hey, if you and your partner want to step it up in the bathroom, we were just talking about bathrooms. That's a place that you could use Blue Chew.
You want to step it up in the bathroom? God knows I do.
It was a Metamucil spot, wasn't it?
If only.
That's my bad. I started talking sports. So
yeah.
I'm now sorry.
Get that out of here.
.com.
That's the greatest.
Yeah.
Well, the
my
exchange is the greatest because
Yes.
if you actually hear Russ say,
He's very kind.
Hey, Dave, I think that might be a period.
All right, I'll just say .com then.
Okay, then it's just dot.
.com. Do I have to say .com ?
They have another dot on there?
I might just say .com, huh? Or is this .com ?
Yeah, no.
I think I should say,
I think they just got a period
Yeah,
on there.
okay.
So, yeah, just .com is fine.
Coach Wanstead here.
He's so kind.
I know.
Russ.
That's the best. I think they might just kind of just have a period there.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
Jed and Carter and Craig, we're always looking to better the team, whether that's internally or externally, if that stuff presents itself. I think, touching on Tom's comments, I think, we're playing really well. We're 3 games back in the division, and things are looking good. And we've still got a long way to go, and we've got to continue to take care of business and continue to be in the hunt, play good baseball, win baseball games.
That was David Ross talking with us about the Cubs and their chances to win this year. By the way, I was thinking about Are You Gonna Go My Way? I was listening to on Lithium, and I remember that was freshman year of college for me, when that song came out. And it's a great song, but I wonder why it exploded. Because rock music was in a very interesting place then. We were entrenched inside of the Seattle sound. And then Lenny is let me do some power guitar playing. Let's do this thing. And I got my dreadlocks all over the place. That song was a monster.
And he still hasn't aged a day.
He really hasn't. I saw that terrible movie with J-Lo and what's his name from Las Vegas, where they're playing the couple, and Lenny's in the movie. You don't know what I'm talking about. It's that terrible. I get it. They're getting married, and they're getting married on an island, and then they get kidnapped.
Shotgun wedding.
Yes,
Oh, no.
there it is.
I remember the commercials, and I had no desire.
Look.
You did.
Look.
You did. You were curious.
I am J-Lo is my A number 1. Okay?
I get it.
And I will tell you that there is enough in the first 10 minutes of that movie to justify watching it if you are a Jennifer Lopez fan.
It's on Prime Video. I guess I'm doing that today.
And that's all I'll say. If you needed to get your J-Lo fix, you got it in the first 10 minutes of that movie. And I was like, okay.
On IMDb, the stars of the movie: Jennifer Lopez, Josh Duhamel, Lenny Kravitz.
Lenny Kravitz, and he's on stage. You're like, wow, he's just beautiful and hasn't aged at all. Anyway, that's not why you called. If you're tuning into the show, you're like, where's Dan? He's in the corner, crouching, just waiting to strike. No, he's off today. I think he'll be back tomorrow, but if he's not, he's not. And we'll hold it down and do our thing. So it's just me and Ray and Studs, and we got you until 2 o'clock. We got a bunch of great guests still coming up on the show. We're going to talk some Bulls with Darnell Mayberry. Mark DeRosa is going to be on the show, and Josh Nelson is going to talk White Sox. I am very bullish about winning the National League Central. I'm very bullish on the idea that the National League Central can be won by the Cubs. And over the last couple of days, I've made notice of that. I've said that loudly and proudly. With the Cubs coming back from London and having won 10 out of their last 13 games, and now they've lost 3 in a row. You can chalk up the first game to the Phillies to jet lag if you want. Then Drew Smiley wasn't very good last night. And it's listening to the Cubs kind of talk about it, and Carter Hawkins, we're going to hear from him in just a second. Carter Hawkins, discussing where things stand. You're like, wait, who's Carter Hawkins? He's the general manager of the Cubs. Jed's the president. Carter does all of the media responsibilities when Jed doesn't want to do them, which I completely understand.
And that's what Theo used to do to Jed, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
Thing.
When Theo wanted to talk, he would come down and talk. And when he didn't want to talk, he would send Jed down there and discuss it. I want you to hear what Carter had to say about where things stand with the Cubs. And then I want to talk a little bit about the idea of can kicking. I'll explain after you listen to Carter.
More the same, right? I mean, that consistency of putting together all 3 phases of our game, the offense, the defense, and the pitching. And obviously that leads to wins. Wins lead to improving our playoff odds. And as we do that more and more, it puts us in a position to buy. So, I think if we continue to see that, we'll be in a really good place.
When you're in the position you're in, standings, record, you wait. Do you especially wait as long as you can to get every data point you can before doing anything unless you have a huge need?
Yeah, so kind of the nerd in me here. I guess there's a lot of nerd in me, but you think of you think of decisions, you think of reversible decisions and irreversible decisions. Making a trade is an irreversible decision, and any high leverage irreversible decision, you want to wait as long as you possibly can. And so, like the more data we can get, the more information we can get, the better. But at the same time, sometimes those things hit you in the face. You can't wait any longer, and you make a decision before all of the information is out there. But in a perfect world, you have as much info as you can before you make a decision like that.
Following up on that, I mean, you lost Hughes, you have K, but he just arrived. Like, are you looking for left-handed relief?
I think we're looking for good pitchers in the bullpen. Guys that can get out lefties, great. Whether they're right-handed or left-handed, it doesn't really matter to us as long as they can get out left-handers or ideally get out both. Certainly, Kay has been able to show that he can come in, throw strikes, get some lefties out. I think he's still got to continue to prove to us that he can get some of those high leverage situations. But to the extent that we can improve our bullpen or anywhere, we're always going to be looking for that.
Being under 500, playing good ball is good enough. We may be able to add even that if that's the case.
Yeah, I don't think that we would ever, from an organizational standpoint, say having a losing record is good enough. I think given where our division is right now, the fact that we are where we are, there's still encouraging things in the future for us. But I don't think any of us look at our record and say, hey, we're below 500 and that's okay. I don't know that 500 is the magic win percentage necessarily, but I do think that we should win more than we lose, and we'll do everything we possibly can to make that happen.
I know this is hypothetical, but if the deadline was June 30th, what trumps what? Meaning we're close to the division race, at the top of the division, but we're under 500. I mean, Jed about a month ago said you have to compete at different levels, and I think he meant inside and outside.
Yeah.
So how do you balance that?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you're making a decision around this year's playoff odds and future years' playoff odds. And so certainly, the exact record that you have doesn't really matter if you get it down to that granular level. But from a heuristic standpoint, it just doesn't feel very comfortable being under 500 and saying, hey, we're in a super competitive position. We definitely think this team's got a chance to be well above that, and we'll work towards that every day.
Could it be the difference between pushing your chips all in and working around the edges kind of thing?
Yeah, I think most teams would look and say, okay, there's a playoff odds. What are my chances of making the playoffs? And there's World Series odds. What are my chances of actually winning the World Series? And, I don't think there's much history of teams that are under 500 that have a huge chance of winning the World Series. I think to the extent if you're talking about a team that's putting all of their chips in, very rarely would they be a team that's only trying to get to the playoffs. Yeah.
Just to clarify, Crane and Tom basically said we're going to be buyers. Is that his operating assumption for you and Jed at this moment?
As long as we're continuing the consistent wins that we are right now, and I think that's kind of what Tom alluded to, is if this stays consistent and we continue to win at the rate that we've been winning, that's where we'll be. And certainly we'll be looking to contend if that continues to happen, and that's our plan to make that happen.
Okay, so that's Carter Hawkins talking about kind of where things stand, and it is measured. And every time that we've talked with Carter, it's been that way. I don't know if this is a product of me getting older and me doing this every day and listening to executives and coaches and experts on baseball talking about the benefits of kicking the can down the road. And, we'll be better in a couple of years, or our plan is for us to be competitive in 2025, and nothing shall move us off of that plan. Haugh said something this morning, he reminded me of a quote from Theo, where Theo was talking about how every season is sacred. And I do think that inside the walls of baseball, that's gone away. That there are too many teams, too many franchises that don't look at opportunities to win the division or make it into the playoffs as sacred. Look, this was a criticism of Kenny Williams when he was in charge of the White Sox. And I think that I'm probably closer to where Kenny lives on this than most. When you have someone like Theo that's able to show you exactly what it is that he wants to do and then go do it, and has the track record to back it up, where you've got a bunch of titles in Boston, and now you have the title, you're more than likely to believe that person. Most of the people who are making this argument to you as a consumer and as a fan do not have the resume to back it up. They tell you all the things that you want to hear about busting it down and then building it back up. But there's so many things that can go wrong. inside of it. For example, like let me use the Cubs as an example. If you and I were having a conversation about Cubs prospects 2 years ago, what was the name that you were throwing at me? Brennan Davis. That was the name that you were throwing at me.
And you said that, Lawrence, and I already had to think, like, I was scratching my head. I already forgot about Brennan Davis.
Exactly. Because he's been injured or ineffective. So now, like, the name that's being thrown around now is just you wait until Pete Crow Armstrong shows up.
PCA.
Right? And I think that PCA is going to be good. Like, he's clearly he's a major league defender right now. Like, there's no question about that. But whenever we allow 4 teams to continue to kick the can down the road, there's a danger in it. And like I said, this might just be a product of me getting older and getting impatient. In my life that is not in a radio studio, I'm super patient. I'm a long fuse, big explosion guy when it comes to like my temper, although there is a rage monster that does live in my chest. But I've been working on that for a couple of decades now, and for the most part, I have the rage monster under control. When it comes to sports stuff, I'm exhausted with the idea of, well, you know, we've got blah, blah, blah coming up. And when blah, blah, blah is ready to go, that's when we'll take off. Right. Unless he gets hurt or he's not good. Or when you bring him up to the major leagues, he's not ready, Matt Mervis. Maybe the Cubs, with the way that they play over the next 2 weeks, would completely change my mind. I leave the door open for that. I really want to see them try. And I know that the last 2 games maybe makes you feel differently about it. They're 4.5 games out now. You came back 3 back. I want to see them try. I want to see them treat this opportunity as sacred. I don't have a lot of belief that the Reds as an organization are going to be able to figure it out long term. They might be competitive this year, and they clearly have some really good young talent on their team, but I'm not convinced that they'll do enough spending to make it worth their while. I know what Pittsburgh is. They're this. And now they're talking about trading Andrew McCutchen again. Like, after all of that, they're thinking about trading Andrew McCutchen again. The Cardinals terrify me because I know that their baseball operation is top notch. They're having a down year, and to me, you have to take advantage of that. The Cubs are not perfect. I am not telling you they are perfect. But I feel like this team can be competitive, and they should be treated like that. That you should be looking as sacred and saying, okay, maybe we have 3/5 of a rotation right now. And we have a defense that's really good. And we got some offensive players that are starting to slug more, which is what we needed. Go get them some help.
I like what you're saying, Lawrence, about taking advantage of a NL Central that is dead, I believe you called it yesterday. It's dead. You could take advantage now.
Yes.
Because even when things are perfect, when things are great, when you had the championship core 2016, you won the World Series. Awesome. You win another NL division title in 2017. You don't win in 2018. You don't win in 2019.
You won the division in 2020, but that team wasn't any good.
Exactly.
And everyone knew it was falling apart. Like, everyone knew that everyone was leaving and you were going to go in a different direction. It's so fragile. It's so fragile. And I'm just like, when you have a chance, take advantage of it. And I feel maybe I'm overrating what the Cubs look like to me. I just feel like that's a competitive team if you give them what they need.
Particularly when you see what the Reds are doing and what they are putting together and what they're going to be.
All I know is that when it comes to the Cubs and this division, if you can eliminate the Cardinals from the conversation, there's not a lot to worry about. And it looks like you can pretty much eliminate the Cardinals from the NL White Sox from the conversation. Did I just take a shot at my own team? You damn right I did. You're damn right
Go White Sox.
Well, yes, but also everyone got a hit last night except for Tim. You know, he's like 0 for his last 23.
Tim, who in his first appearance at the plate had the logo missing from his helmet.
Well, he hates it here, so.
Hey, they put that logo right back on for him.
The White Sox have the most logo falling off helmets ever. It's happened to Berger. It happened to Sheets. It's happening to Tim. Although Tim may have just taken it off. Like, oh, I hate it here. I want the Cubs. If this were another team in another market, I probably wouldn't be having this conversation. You're the Cubs. Go be the Cubs. Go spend the money. Treat this season like it's sacred. Treat this like a division that you can win because you can win it. And then baseball variants, I don't know what to do about the playoffs because it's so crazy. But give yourself a chance. This is my platform right now. Like, this is where I'm at when it comes to me talking about the Cubs. And maybe the Cubs will run me off this platform over the next 2 weeks because they'll just be terrible. Hopefully Marcus Stroman's finger's okay. And Kyle Hendricks can continue to do what he's doing. And Justin Steele can continue to do what he's doing. But go get him some help. Go get an actual third baseman. Go get another starting pitcher. Find someone you can put in the back of your bullpen. And let's ride. Let's not wait. Let's not kick the can down the road. Let's try and win. Because that's what it's about. High Noon is next here on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is being brought to you by the Chicago Dogs and Chicago Dogs Baseball. Get tickets at the Chicago.
A fine hand for Steele, who strikes out 10 in 4 2/3. The Cubs, right here, with a scoreless game against the Marlins at Wrigley Field. You're listening to The Score. The Cubs, right here, with a scoreless game against the Marlins at Wrigley Field. You're listening to The Score.
Now,
the Cubs.
Put that on a billboard. The Cubs fan. You've got the Cubs fan on The Score.
You hit one off that
video. Yes.
Whether you're old or brim.
It's the Cubs fan and the Marlins for.
Now, I can explain, if you'd like an explanation.
Sure. Go ahead. Just while you're thinking of an explanation, Studs, can we hear it one more time, please?
The Cubs.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So there's a read. You know how you have these like sponsorships that fit in. There's a read from our friends at Geico that you're supposed to read when they get their 15th out, when they get the final out of the inning. The 15th out is sponsored by Geico.
Oh, that happens in your inning.
Yeah, right. So, and I have forgotten it before when I go to the break at the end of the inning.
You forgot to read? No way.
Yeah. So I always want to try and make sure I remember to get the read in. Now, Justin Steele was taken out after 4 2/3. That would be 14 outs. So we were going to an extra break because there's a pitching change, and I went to grab the read and do the read for the 15th out, and then I realized that it was not the 15th out, so I had to abort my plan to do the read. And that's what you're hearing is me live saying, oh, no, so as the Cubs...
It's just such a good slogan. Cubs baseball 2022. Man.
You're listening to Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
I'll be back this way on Monday. We'll settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
High noon. We do it every day around this time. We start you off by letting you know what we talked about. We talked about Connor Bedard being drafted number 1. We had a great conversation with Mark Lazarus about that. Was the Kyle Davidson video a work or a shoot? We discussed that. We talked about Vooch's new contract, and we're all kind of like, yeah, all right, I guess. We talked a little bit of baseball as well. My platform is Dear Cubs, try and win. And there's other stuff that's still left on the backside of the show. Dan's not here today. I'm Lawrence, and you'll hear from Ray and from Studs. We're having fun, so we appreciate you hanging out. High Noon is brought to you by Grainger, official partner of the Chicago Cubs and Wrigley Field. Find supplies and solutions to every industry at Grainger.com. So I have been hearing about these stories for the last 6 months or so. And sometimes when you hear about trends, you're like, is that real? I'm an older person. Am I being fooled by the internet? Stuff like that. You know how there's a lot of people that are out here getting BBLs, right? Brazilian butt lifts. Is that what they're called, Ray?
That's right.
Well, apparently now there's another thing that's happening for all of the short kings out there. The short kings are going over to Europe to be lengthened. They are having surgeries that make them taller. Why did you just make that face, Studs?
Because it reminds me of the South Park episode where they do that. They like extend their knees.
Yes.
And they get taller.
Yes. I was reading a story, I believe on Messenger, about a man who went overseas to lengthen himself, make himself 7 inches taller.
Ooh.
It's a grueling process and a grueling recovery, and for what? Now, I'm technically too tall to be a short king, but I'm not tall. I'm legitimately 5'9". I'm not one of these people that's 5'7" that says they're 5'9", like we were saying with Tucker Barnhart, because usually 5'9" people say that they're 5'11". I'm not 5'11". I'm legitimately 5'9", barely. I can't imagine what would push me to want to do this. The surgery costs $80,000. And I guess if it costs $80,000, you do want to be 7 inches taller. And this guy had said, well, he was having a hard time getting dates and stuff. And I get it. The tall guys usually have a better opportunity with the ladies, or with the gentlemen. In the case of the ladies, it's because the idea is they're biologically, they're healthier, they're stronger, therefore we will have healthy, stronger kids, right? If you want to think of yourself as a breeder, go right ahead. But my thing is, if you're a short king, if you're 5'6" and under, or if you're a guy like me that's not tall but kind of not short either, you just got to step your game up. You work on a personality. Or, if you got cool hair, accentuate whatever it is that's cool about you. Can you imagine the guy that's made himself 7 inches taller, the next time that he sees someone who knows him? You're like, you seem taller, a lot taller. Are you wearing stilts? Think about what I'm saying. If I were to have this surgery, I would go from being 5'9" to being 6'4". Right? I'm bad at math, but that seems to be right,
That
right?
sounds right, yeah.
3 inches gets me to 6 feet. 4 more inches gets me to 6'4". I'd be 6'4". You know how weird that would be with me walking down the hallways, all of a sudden I was 6'4"? And I imagine I'd be walking very slowly, because I saw a video and picture of this dude that got himself lengthened, and he is not having a great time.
Just doesn't seem worth it.
It's
At
not.
all.
It's not. And I know that everyone look, I have flaws that I am sensitive about, that I want to try and fix, but none of it is, hey, crack my legs open and stretch me out.
Here's $80,000 to torture me.
Yeah, put me on the rack. That's a medieval device that we're talking about. And if you are going to get taller, are your arms the same length?
Now that's the thing. You gotta match. Now here's the thing about that. You gotta do other procedures to match.
So like if I have the procedure that takes me from 5'9" to 6'4", but I think my wingspan is actually like 5'11", and all of a sudden I'm 6'4" with a 5'11" wingspan, that looks weird.
Now you have the new problem. Oh man, this guy, he's pretty tall, but he has some short arms.
He has some really short arms. He looks weird. And now I gotta go get my arms lengthened.
And then you get your arms lengthened, and then, hey, this guy, he's tall, but he's got a short neck.
He's got a short neck. Don't want no short neck, man.
Classic.
This is crazy. Like, now I kind of want to just like get on some stilts and be 6'4" with my little arms. Hey, everybody. All of a sudden I'm 6'4". Can you reach that in the back of the cabinet? Nope. Arm's still short.
When what you said about the personality, that's the thing about it, because now you paid all that money and you're taller, your arms didn't get longer, and you don't have a personality.
You're
still.
a pterodactyl. All right. Enough of my nonsense. That's high noon. When we come back, we are going to talk with Mark DeRosa. We're going to ask him a couple questions about Tim Anderson. We'll do that next here on The Score.
Hey, Chicago, this is Cody Bellinger.
Line drive, base hit into right field. Cubs take the lead. Bellinger digging for second, slides in safely.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
Join the flavor revolution at FagoRevolution.com to register for your chance to win revolutionary prizes.
How about this? With a minimum of 80 plate appearances, you want to guess who has the highest slugging percentage in the majors right now?
It's him.
It's him. It's
because
Jake
he's only been
Berger.
over 80 since yesterday.
Yeah.
But even still,
who's the closest guy to him? It's crazy. It's somebody has 40 more at bats or something, right, Chuck?
Yeah, everyone has. I mean, look at this. He's got 10 home runs. Mike Trout, with 80 more plate appearances, has 10 home runs. Jake Berger's got 20 RBIs. Mike Trout has 23 RBIs. I mean, he's doing some special stuff, and he's only played, 27 games. So this is a great story in a season that has not been a great story. And when Eloy Jimenez comes back, whenever that is going to be, it could be in a week, could be 2 weeks. This is going to be interesting to see how the White Sox put together this lineup, especially if Jake Berger is playing like this.
Well, you're right, Chuck, and I said earlier this morning, and I believe it's a bit of a risk and maybe out there over my skis, but it wouldn't surprise me if Jake Berger leads the White Sox in home runs by the end of the year. That's assuming he continues to get at bats. It's a Sox. Somebody's going to probably go down and he'll have to fill in. So I think these things tend to take care of themselves. But let's say that Eloy does come back. What is the plan right now? Plan A for having everyone healthy with Berger still swinging a hot bat?
I don't know what that is. And some reporters have asked Pedro Grifol about the idea of moving Moncada to second, having Berger maybe play second just to get his bat in the lineup so all these guys could play. But you did point out something that obviously is the elephant in the room. When do the White Sox have an entirely healthy lineup? And if they do, how long will that last?
seeing that maybe we're not seeing, that he's getting closer? That he's
I thought he had some good at bats yesterday. He took some pitches, fought off took some good swings, fought off some good pitches. I actually thought he had some good at bats. Again, success is not, for us, it's not just predicated on whether you get base hits or not. You can have good at bats and swings and go 3 for 3. Castro will argue that because he thinks a quality plate appearance is a hit no matter what. I don't see it that way. But I thought he had some good at bats yesterday. He took some good swings, so I was actually encouraged.
White Sox manager Pedro Grifol before yesterday's game, and I would agree with him to a certain extent. I actually thought that TA had a couple of really good at-bats, actually 3 good at-bats last night. It still ended in 0-4, and he's 0 for his last 23. A guy that managed him in the World Baseball Classic is joining us now. I love talking with Mark DeRosa because D-Row does a great job on MLB Central. You can check it out, 8 a.m. our time. All the breakdowns, the swing breakdowns, they are unbelievable. So you should be watching on MLB Network. And he's nice enough to join us on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. What's up, D-Row?
How you doing?
I'm doing really well, man. Before I get into talking specifically about TA, I wanted to ask you about your experience. Like, we talked right before you were going to go jump into the deep waters of the WBC. What was it like managing Team USA?
I said this when I got done, honestly, because, I've never managed anything in my life. It was the most nerve-wracking experience of my life, and it was the most enjoyable professional experience of my life, all wrapped up into one. To have all those guys walk in the first day and to watch them start coming into the clubhouse, and I knew I had to address them and try and get them to buy into what we were doing. That was a pretty nervy moment. But then, as it progressed, I fell in love with it. I said managing in a championship game was easier than the first day of workouts.
Why is that?
I just felt like what I was selling, they were buying. I did some things to kind of ruffle some feathers. One of them, obviously, moving Tim to second. And I started to see, that what I always believed in the clubhouse of the teams that I was on still plays in today's game. I think sometimes the former player is led to believe that there's this whole new generation of kid that's come in and wants to be coached a completely different way. And when you really boil it down, there's really no difference in the makeup of the guys I played with and the makeup of the guys that wore USA across their chest this past year.
So did it do something to make you go, yeah, maybe managing is the thing that I want to do next?
Oh, yeah. I would definitely entertain the idea of it. I enjoyed being in the fight with those guys. It's easy when you're writing out a lineup like that, but I felt like that actually might be a little bit more difficult than managing a regular team. I would know the ins and outs and who I believed in. Here, I was trying to not upset anybody. I was trying to carefully honor the parent clubs and how they want their guys used, but at the same time, I was trying to create some type of unity throughout the group. So there was some things done by design that I kind of felt triggered them coming together a little bit quicker than maybe they thought we would.
D-Row, what was the conversation like with Tim when you were like, hey, TA, I got this idea about moving you to second base? Well, walk me through what you guys discussed and what his concerns were about it.
Well, I had mentioned it to him when I originally got the job. I wanted to start calling the guys. Listen, I wanted to leave them alone to finish out their season, but I wanted to start calling and them getting to know me a little bit. So I didn't want it to be awkward on the first day. So when I talked to Tim, I kind of mentioned hey, are you married to shortstop? Would you entertain second? Would you entertain third? Because his numbers against left-handed pitching were eye-popping. It went Trout, Goldschmidt, Tim Anderson. So it was like, okay, I figured if we played a big game against left-handed pitching, there was going to be a chance for that he had to be in there. And then Trey Turner was right next to him. So I'm like, if we're facing a nasty lefty in the semis, I'm going to want them both in there. Who's willing to move off the spot? What team's going to let me move them off the spot? So that's kind of, he was like, hey, whatever you need. And it happened a lot quicker than I thought it would happen. I just felt like we were flat against Mexico. We lost that game, and I just felt like it was a chance to kind of ruffle their feathers a little bit. And I called them the night before. I asked him if he'd be willing to do it. I knew we were facing a lefty, and he was into it. So that's kind of how it materialized. But man, they looked pretty damn good. Him and Trey Turner up the middle.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing. And I think that honestly, with the way that baseball, the rule changes, like I feel like you kind of have to have two guys who can play shortstop playing in your infield now anyway, because that guy at second base has got to cover a lot of ground.
Listen, I take it all the way back to Tim Anderson. When he first flipped his bat against Kansas City, I attacked it, and I got killed for it. And when I talked to him, I had talked to him 2 or 3 times after that, and he was always great. And then getting a chance to meet him and manage him, I felt like we really enjoyed being around each other. I felt like he understood me, I understood him, and he's kind of got an edge to him that I wanted. I wanted in the lineup. I wanted the guys to feel it. I felt like he was one of those dudes who would show up in a big spot and kind of get us going.
Mark DeRosa joining me here. You can check him out every morning on MLB Central. You can check it out at 8 a.m. on MLB Network. D-Ro, I got to tell you, man, you and TA, it feels like that was the last time he was happy this year. Because it's been a struggle for him at the plate, and he's been dealing with a lot of injuries. I know you break down swings, and I don't know if you've gone into the lab to look and see what's going on with him. He's 2 for his last 40 with 10 strikeouts. I think he's 0 for his last 23. When a guy is struggling like that, when things are going wrong, what's your approach to trying to help them get out of it? What would you suggest him do as far as the idea of maybe going back to basics to try and get right?
Well, I think at the end of the day, that's what you have to do, right? You have to go back to basics. What's that mean? You have to get on the fastball. You have to quit on everything else tonight that doesn't look like a heater and just tip your cap if they land it with 2 strikes. You have to be able to recalibrate and hit off the fastball in order to get any semblance of rhythm and timing. I mean, TA, being around him, watching him do his drills, he has the quickest hands out of anybody that was there. I mean, you have guys who hit with their lower half. You have guys who hit with their arms, per se. He is a very handsy guy. They're quick. Boom, he's trying to, punch the ball with his hands. So I think for me, if I was in that dugout right now, that would be the biggest thing. Get on the heater, drive the ball up the middle the other way, the way you're capable of doing. You're not asking him to do something that he doesn't do regularly. When he's right, he roasts that right center gap. And be willing to give to get. Don't be afraid to get jammed and ground out to second. You have to find some type of timing and rhythm at the plate to get you back.
Yeah, he's been turning over a lot.
It sounds so easy in the car on the side of the road.
That's true.
I mean,
But I mean, you did it, so it's not like you didn't do it at the highest level. So I know what.
Hey, there was times when I would knock the donut off my bat in Wrigley Field when I knew I was striking out, and I just okay, I'm going to play it off so these fans don't think I'm striking out. I mean, that's how bad you can mentally and fundamentally it can get. And these guys are trying to feed their family, so now they're not giving in to you, and you're just sitting there swallowing. But it usually takes one swing to get you back.
What was it like to go up against, like, I know that you've been doing the breakdowns for the last 6 years on Shohei Ohtani, but what was it like to manage against him in like the biggest moments and watch that guy up close do what he does?
Yeah, a couple things stood out to me. Number one, he's like built for the big moment, right? He shows no sign of it intimidating him or bothering him at all. He's just like in complete command of what he's doing. I said this yesterday on the air. He's the most talented baseball player that's ever been born. I mean, I don't can't even comprehend. For the most part, everyone who's playing in the big leagues, I would venture to guess 80% of them were their local town Shohei Ohtani. And that dream died at 12. Maybe some guys did it in high school. I know I didn't. I mean, this guy has been he's pulling off number one starter type stuff and leading the league in home runs and RBIs. I can't even comprehend how talented you got to be to do it. I feel like we underreport it, but I don't know how you can report it anymore. I don't know. I honestly don't know what there is to say. I hope he actually, and I know it's going to upset the fans, I hope he takes a break. Last year at the All-Star game, he was doing everything. I felt like it tired him out. So if I would Artie Moreno and Phil Nevin, I'd ask him to just politely hang out for a little bit.
Like, just go, but maybe we're not going to work at the All-Star game.
Yeah, I mean, we'll go. We'll let the fans see you. I mean, pick and choose a couple things. I don't need you doing the Derby.
Yeah, because he's doing it in real life. He doesn't need to be doing the Derby because he's doing it every night for the Angels. D-Row, the Cubs are in a really interesting spot. They're a couple games under 500, but they're 4.5 games back. And you know what the Cubs-Cardinals rivalry is all about. The Cardinals are bad this year, and they're in last place. And it feels like there's an opportunity here for the Cubs. I know that it's not as simple as just being like, well, we're going to move up our timetable. And I know that the Cubs are diligent about trying to put a plan together to win. But I feel like right now, as it stands right now, I don't know if there's a better chance to go and try and take a division than what the Cubs have in front of them. I kind of want to see them really act like a big market, big money team and do whatever's necessary to win the Central this year.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I'm talking, super tight with David Ross. I think he's one of the greatest dudes I ever met in the game, to be honest with you. Love being around him. And he's just like the vibe in the clubhouse is just better. We're starting to figure out our bullpen, roles there. Guys are starting to throw the ball better. They got Steele back. You get Hendricks back after him being gone forever. Stroman's throwing the heck out of it. I mean, and I get it. He'd be the first one I'd move, right? Everyone would love to acquire a Stroman to add. But I also see the NL Central as a place where it really is anybody's game. I'm going to lean Cincinnati because I just think their young players are really special and gelling. But I think Chicago doesn't – I don't know if I get ahead of myself right now. I think you can add some bullpen pieces and do some savvy things and kind of let it play out where you're not kind of going crazy there. And if you don't think you're going to – I know Stroman's got a year left on his deal, but if you're not going to bring him back and someone throws the kitchen sink at you, I think you move on.
Okay. That's fair enough. That's sensible advice for sure.
Yeah.
D-Row, I appreciate all your time, man. We love it when you're able to come visit with the folks here in Chicago and talk about the teams here. Thanks for the insight on TA and continued success, man. I hope that you get an opportunity to manage because I can tell I'm serious, man, because I can tell by the sound in your voice when you talk about it. Like, you're passionate about the game, but I think something clicked in you. And I think now you've become passionate about managing, so I hope that you get that opportunity.
I appreciate it, man. I really do.
Be well, man. Be careful on the roadway, sir.
All right. You got it.
That is Mark DeRosa from MLB Central on MLB Network. You can watch it at 8 a.m. That's a lot of fun. Some really good insight on TA. Some really good insight on Rossi and the Cubs, too. I'm pretty sure he and Rossi were teammates. In Atlanta, maybe? I think in Atlanta they were teammates. With Jason Hayward, I believe. Shout out to Jason Hayward, by the way. Having a really good season. Who knew? Someone was like, hey, what if you lifted the ball? He's like,
have you tried not rolling the ball to the second base?
Right. What if you hit it over his head? And Jay Hay's like, that's a great idea. Watch this. Now he's like an 800 OPS player.
797. Yeah.
It's 800.
Right there. Yeah.
League average is 720. So what's his OPS plus? Like 120, 119?
113.
A more than above average player. Good for him. They figured it out. Play him against right-handers. Do your thing. But that was fun talking with D-Row. I got a text message from Jason Goff. He said he is headed this way. I sent out the bat signal. I was like, Jay, do you want to come do radio? And he was like, maybe. So he's going to show up here, and we're going to have some fun. There's basketball to be discussed. Darnell Mayberry of The Athletic is going to join me to explain the Vooch thing and the running it back thing that the Bulls are doing, where all of us are like, I guess it makes sense. We'll talk with Darnell about all of that next here on The Score.
Blackhawk fans with the first overall pick.
The Bulls are about to acquire Nikola Vucevic from the
Wow. That promo's been in heavy rotation, man.
The Bears got Jay Cutler. They got Cutler.
Whoa!
I don't fault their excitement.
Chicago didn't get the Olympics.
Whoa! Pat Manley's coming by at 5 o'clock with Aunt Judy's lasagna. That's true, by the way.
That's exciting.
Pat Manley's bringing his Aunt Judy's lasagna right here to the studio, all heated up and ready for action.
Whoa! Victor Oladipo's on the Miami Heat.
No,
sorry. That's too far.
You went too far. You went that
bad. Sorry.
Not everything gets that reaction.
Not everything gets the whoa. I gotta say, I
deserved a whoa.
It really did. I have no problem with the reaction. I probably would have done the exact same thing. And the Bulls are legitimately interesting, watchable, and dare I say, got a real shot at the real playoffs now?
I think they absolutely have a shot at the real playoffs.
Well, I think, after the season, I think I mentioned that we trying to change our shooting profile, being, last in the league in rate from a three and 3-point makes. So I think we're going to try to address that in off season.
A very excited Arturas Karnisovas. He's very excitable, as you can tell by the soundbite. Vooch got new paper. He's got $60 million over a 3-year deal, and I'm kind of like, makes sense. They wanted to bring him back. I think 3 years, probably 1 year too long, but whatever. And that's kind of where I'm at with the Bulls, which is not good. I'm hoping that my friend Darnell Mayberry can help me figure this out. Darnell does an incredible job for The Athletic covering the Bulls in the NBA. He also has the Money Talk Substack, which is outstanding, and you really get to know him a little bit with that, and you should check it out for sure, and you should subscribe like I have. He joins me now on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Hey, Darnell, how are you?
Never better, Lawrence. How are you this afternoon?
I'm doing pretty great, and I'm glad that you had time to talk with me. Why did the Bulls feel it necessary to bring back Nikola Vucevic?
I think there's a couple ways you can look at it. One, save face. He was the big fish in the trade that they made, that they sent out 2 first-round draft picks and Wendell Carter Jr., and they've only made the playoffs once in one playoff game since that deal. And letting him go after giving away so much draft capital and assets would probably not be the best look for them. And so you could look at it that way, or you could look at it and say, glass half full, this is a player who's extremely useful. He's versatile. He's skilled. He can do multiple things on the offensive end that are very valuable for what you're trying to accomplish. And at a fairly decent price, you didn't have to break the bank to get him. I mean, it's sort of a no-brainer to keep him. So it depends on how you want to look at it.
My feeling on him coming back, I feel like there's a good 2-man game there with him and Zach. I enjoy when those 2 guys were playing their 2-man game before DeMar showed up. But that's the problem. There's a 3rd man, and 3 men can't play a 2-man game. So what are they going to do? Because they've made financial commitments to Zach and to Vooch. There's 1 year left for DeMar. Does it make sense for them to try and move DeMar to get other resources that they can use later?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it, what they're doing right now doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of where they are as a franchise. I mean, you're coming off of a 40 and 42 win season that did not make the playoffs. The season before that, you lost in the first round in 5 games, and I think finished 8 and 15 after the All-Star break, something like that. So this is not the sample size has grown enough to where this is not new. I mean, we shouldn't expect those 3 core players to thrive together. It just doesn't work for probably many reasons, but for whatever the truest reason, is just not working. And so that's why I was one of the few around the Bulls who was only in wait-and-see mode with the Vucevic contract to see if he would actually want to come back here and be the 3rd banana. That's not something that he seemed very happy with in terms of his role being 3rd fiddle to DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine the last 2.5 seasons. But, now he's got his money. He's got a place on this team clearly, and you want to see what the Bulls are going to do to make it work when it clearly does not work. And if that means trading DeMar DeRozan, who's going into the last year of his contract, so be it. I mean, they have to figure out a way to step out of mediocrity and not accept the status quo.
It's so weird, Darnell, because I value DeMar. I think it's hard to find guys that make shots and that are willing to take shots late in games, that are willing to be the person that gets criticized if the shot doesn't go in, all of that stuff. I think that he's an awesome teammate from what I can see. The fact that you got 2 of the young guys out there in L.A. working out with him right now says to me that he's got something that people are interested in. I don't want to act like I'm trying to throw this guy away, and throw him out of the Bulls team. But I do know that the basketball that they've been playing doesn't represent the type of basketball that's being played around the NBA. So that long preamble leads to this question. Is there a place for DeMar DeRozan on a championship team?
Man, players are teaming up so much these days, Lawrence. I mean, I feel like anyone can play with anyone, whether it's successful or not. I mean, I just feel like these players now are going where they feel like they have the best chance to win. I saw a report this morning, Kyrie's talking about, reaching out to Phoenix. What are we talking about? So, like, who knows where DeMar could end up? But I agree with your assessment, and the clip that you played at the top was, they want to change their shot profile, but so much of it is DeMar's pace, so much of it is his love and accuracy from mid-range that you have to work him in, and you have to work around that to a degree. And, oh, by the way, he's an incredible shot maker who is going to get you a bucket more times than not when you need it. So, yeah, he's a very difficult player to sort of build around. I think the biggest thing now is that he's entering the last year of his contract. And, do you want to extend him potentially at more than $150 million over the next 3 years? He's already 33. I think he turns 34 in August. Or do you want to try to recoup some value now and trade him to the highest bidder? You would want the franchise to do right by him and hopefully send him to a winner, but you can't always control that. But they have some major decisions to make. And I think it's at this point between either DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine moving forward if they want to improve this roster further.
What viable options are there for the Bulls at point guard?
I don't want to rule out, big swings like Fred VanVleet, but when you hear numbers thrown out about $40 million a year potentially for him,
no, thank you.
Some spots, yeah, that's a lot of money for Fred VanVleet. But he's the type of player who could come in and really re-energize his offense and help them get going on that end. But I'm looking at, smaller names. To me, it depends on whether or not they want a new shiny toy or if they are really trying to go after a fix. Dennis Smith Jr. is a guy who would come in here and provide some defense from the lead guard spot and organization skills. I like Tyus Jones. I thought he was going to stay in Memphis, but he got traded. And so those are the types that I think, on a smaller name level that the Bulls could be targeting.
Any interest in Derrick Rose?
I have a lot of interest in Derrick Rose. I'm not sure the Bulls do, or if Derrick even has interest in coming back. I don't know if you've seen anything or heard anything, Lawrence, on that. But I think Derrick Rose would be a great fit, and I don't even care about them trying to win or compete or anything like that. I think he'd be a great fit for who he is, what he represents, and his love for this city. I think he still has a lot of love for the franchise. Even though it didn't end in the best terms. But I just think it'd be a great, not only story, but I think it'd be a great fit for all that he means and represents and what he could do in terms of injecting some life into the franchise.
What do you think the league, because people copycat in every league, what do you think people will try to duplicate that Denver was doing these past couple of seasons?
I think the league has tried to do it. Denver's probably caught up with where the league's going, with a lot of versatility, a lot of two-way players, three-point shooting and shot making. But the one thing that they have that no one else really does is the big fella in the middle. Joel Embiid, they compared the two, but Jokic is incredibly special, two-time MVP for a reason, Finals MVP for a reason. He's unlike a lot of players in the league and anything we've ever really seen. And so I think it's going to be hard for the league to try to replicate anything Denver's doing simply from the Jokic factor.
The Bulls, you guys asked the question of the Bulls brass about Lonzo, and it does feel like we're kind of closing the book on him returning to the Bulls and maybe returning to basketball. I know the Bulls are sensitive about the cut and stretch, the wave and stretch on Lonzo. Does it make any sense for them to do that now, or is that something that would help them if they did it after this next season?
It seems interesting to me that Arturas Karnisovas did not rule out the disabled player exception, but he flat out ruled out the wave and stretch route. So that to me was interesting, and he kind of left the door open for the disabled player exception, but not the waive and stretch provision. So I'm not sure how they view this Lonzo situation in terms of how they want to try to give themselves some flexibility. But if you're just going off of what Arturo said, that to me says that they're probably going to look more into the disabled player exception, which I think gives them about $10 million roughly.
What's the most interesting thing about the Bulls between now and training camp?
Whether or not Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan will still be on the team. I think they are in a position where if they run it back and expect a different result, they're crazy. If they make a move, they're at least trying and understanding that what they've trotted out over the last 2 seasons is not sufficient. It's not up to par. And this roster that's not capable of competing or contending even in the Eastern Conference. And you're seeing, other teams become almost superpower teams. And so the Bulls have a lot of work to do. And I'm not sure if they can do it with Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan both still on this team. Not that they're not both incredible players, but just between the cap and their lack of other avenues to improve the team, I think they have to look at trading one of those guys.
How's the Substack going?
Oh, man, it's great. And I heard you at the top. I appreciate you mentioning it, Lawrence. It's given me a way to connect with people in a way that I've never been able to as a NBA writer. I've kind of been able to pull back the curtain, show my personality a lot more, who I am, what I'm about, where I'm going, and what I'm trying to do for my 9-year-old daughter in terms of giving her a better head start than I had, and with health and wellness and financial literacy and how to build money and make money and keep money and build it.
Yeah, and it's cool. And I really like that you haven't been afraid to kind of talk about your failures, your successes. It's a pretty vulnerable space that you've carved out.
I think we all are more connected by our vulnerabilities than our failures and our successes and our triumphs. And I've had to learn that, throughout life. And, it took me this long, but finally, pulling back the curtain on some of these things that I feel like I could have benefited from at such a younger age that I want my child to now benefit from. And why stop at her when so many others from our community and around the world could really benefit from, just hearing a different way, a different reality, someone trying something new and daring to be different.
Sir, I always appreciate your time, your knowledge. You do an incredible job at The Athletic covering the Bulls and the NBA. The Substack is fire. I'm really glad that you did this, and I'm all about the concept of independence. You know this. We've had long conversations about this. So I'm glad to see you really going for it in that manner. Continued success and health and well-being, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks for having me, Lawrence. Have a great day.
That is Darnell Mayberry of The Athletic, and you should check out his Substack, Money Talks. It's good. Like, Darnell's been very revealing. Our plan for the next segment, what were we going to do? Oh, the White Sox thing.
Jason Goff is here.
Yeah, I'll hold on to
figure it
that.
out.
I'll hold on to that White Sox thing for a little bit then. Because I don't want to depress. He's been talking about them on the Full Go podcast. I don't want to depress him about that. Plus, we'll have White Sox talk coming up at 1. Jason Goff is on an elevator up to the studio right now. He'll join me next here on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
The Bulls and Nikola Vucevic are nearing a 3-year, $60 million contract extension. We don't have to fire AK today, because if they would have lost him for nothing, I would have called for it, because then you needed to trade him at the deadline. They got it done.
If you are shown over and over and over again that your team lacks awareness and a standard of play that's going to put you in a position to win, that they don't have a mentality or focus or concentration, then guess what? As a coach, you've got to change your strategy too. You can't rely on Zach to just somehow get it because he's a max player. But these are all the things that I've been trying to tell you on why it doesn't matter if Zach's knee is fine or not. He's not a max player because of stuff like this. The reason that DeMar gets the ball at the end of the game is because he has a higher basketball IQ. He understands game and situation. And no, he's not a perfect player, but I trust him to make the right decision at the end of a game.
And he's more likely to get fouled and less likely to turn it over.
And Zach is so bewildered at the end that he's pointing at the referee. What in the world were you doing? How did that make sense to you? What math did you think was happening, even with a foul to give? The difference between the two dudes, DeMar is a hooper. Zach's a guy who's got a lot of great offensive skills. He's not a hooper. He likes to project himself as one, but he's not. He's just a guy that's really good at offense. And last night was another example of it. You finally got DeMar out the way. He's not there. You're the man now, dog. Here's your opportunity. And what do you do with it? You dribbled inside of the three-point line and sitting there crying, looking for a foul that was inconsequential because you didn't understand the score and the situation. Hoopers understand the score and the situation. And this is the guy that they've hitched their wagon to. A guy with all the athletic gifts in the world and a lack of basketball IQ and killer instinct.
You're listening to Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Well, Dan's out today, so I hit the bat signal. The bat signal. And I asked Jason Goff, "Hey man, can you come do a segment? Because it's like the solo show."
Oh man. Not the solo show.
Yeah, it's like the old school nighttime solo show.
Back in the day. I'm so I'm not used to this. Which one should I turn
the
off?
The one on your right, turn off.
Check.
See, now you're good to go.
You know, I don't know my way around the studios as much as I should. Remember the days? The
Yes.
night show? Huh?
That nighttime show.
Boy, if you've never had a night show before, you've never known radio fun. You hear me?
It's great.
Yeah, the overnight show when the bosses used to turn this thing on down and we used to play Golden Tee and give you live sports updates over Tim Ryan's Fox Sports extravaganza.
Well, then there was the era
Shout
of
out
the station being
Double D.
hijacked. Yeah.
not Dan and Dan, but Double D.
Yeah, it's.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
I don't know if Ray even knows that story. Ray, do you know the story of the station being hijacked?
Oh, every time. You know what's so crazy? Every time this story comes up,
he finds me. And it's like, it ain't go down like that, right?
Right.
But y'all don't know about this. So back in the day.
Studs, do you know this story?
I think so.
The
Was this
overnight?
about the overnight thing? Yeah, I've heard this story a couple times.
I mean, you have to understand, this has been a place where the producers have been far more entertaining and interesting than the actual hosts. And
I
then
would
the
agree with
producers
that.
became actual hosts became less entertaining and less interesting. So it's kind of like a trade-off. You feel me? Like,
So we got to break it down now for the people who don't know.
So how can we go about this? We used to have back in the day when I was on overnights. All right. So how are we gonna do this?
There were on overnights.
So I
we
was
used
on
to-
Hood Show, and then all of a sudden they was told, "Hey, take your black ass to overnights because we've got a car dealer's son who needs to have this job."
Right.
Yeah. And then when I went to overnights, it started long before 2016, y'all. When I went to overnights, we were surrounded. We had a few of the fellas that were down there in the overnight dwellings as I was, and
we were running national programming overnight. Like this is, I think Les was at 1,000 at the time.
I think so.
So we were
It was Tim Ryan at Fox Sports Radio.
Right. So we were running Fox Sports Radio, and the guys that were there to make sure that the local spots ran.
Right.
Like maybe 3 of those an hour.
So every other spot, you'd hear a local one. For the people who don't know what the hell we're talking about, like you got to bring the national broadcast fader down.
Yep.
And then you hit your commercial. Hopefully it syncs up the same way as the national commercials, and you come back seamlessly.
Right.
There's an issue though.
But
we knew that no one was listening.
Correct. And, the program director at the time, he was very concerned about like the morning show back then because we were transitioning into some different things with the show. So he was focused on getting here in time for
You hear the management in Lawrence's voice and the description
He's
and the way
cleaning
this
up
thing.
real
Yeah.
nice.
We were having some. What was it?
We were in a transition.
We were in a transition with the morning show.
I'm capable.
It's always great to come back and be the cousin that don't live here and mess things up and then just go back to his own house.
I am sometimes capable of being diplomatic. Now,
not your boy.
Now, and I will say,
Riley and Huey.
what a terrible decision that was, because that guy turned down. If it's to be believed, money that will never be seen again in local radio.
Nope.
And was like, nah.
It's kind of like when Mike broke the CBA, 2-3 years in a row, and the stuff that we don't like to talk about. Remember that little lockout, 99, 2000. It's like, what's happening with these greedy NBA players? And your boys found out it was time for him to get that back pay, and broke the system, and then couldn't wait to be the one at the table as an owner, being like, y'all get paid too much money.
We're gonna cut this money down,
roll this back,
and then I'm gonna kind of secretly sneak away from my ownership.
Hey, seat at the table.
But I have like 3% left, and I'm kind of hanging out.
You should.
It's very strange.
So there was a producer.
Yes.
And
interns.
And intern?
Yeah, remember he got his own interns. Like his people.
Yeah. He enlisted his own interns.
Dog. By the end of that summer, it was a show.
It was like a 4-person show.
Like they were hosting and doing topics and taking calls, I believe.
So, and that's when they got caught. Like
too greedy.
But
you feel me? Once you get that first cookie, you think you can get that second and that third.
But
I
they
just slid
did
a
it-
segment in there, maybe did a little production.
Here's a scoreboard update. Like you do something. They did this for months, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Months.
Yeah.
And then the program director woke up early one morning and was like, "What? What was the line that he hit him with?" Because it was because it was the national stuff, and then when we didn't do national stuff, it was supposed to be the best of the score.
Right. So you should be replaying old interviews.
And so their job was supposed to be, here's what happened earlier today. We had Dick Duran on, or whoever was coaching.
And so was fired up.
And then they did their own thing and took calls. And so the program director was like, why in the world would I have a segment called The Best of the Score and you would be hosting it?
Hey, a little self-inventory, baby. A little understanding, a little spatial awareness.
Yeah.
I was just got finished talking about that. Just got finished talking about spatial awareness. But yeah, those are the days, man.
The Wild West.
Oh my God. Hoodie and I would play Golden Tee. Like if Hood wanted to hang out after his show, Hood and I would play Golden Tee and do Golden Tee updates. Like in a Tim Ryan kind of fashion, because Tim had a certain way he would throw to his highlight and then the highlight wouldn't fire. That was a national show that they were having issues with. So me and Hood would mess around and be like, here's Luke Longley to the rack for 2. And it'd be dead silence. They're like, oh, my bad. You know what I mean? Like having a good time with it. Like back when we were able to create and actually like, the artistry of this, like just having fun and being a part of a conversation you wanted to be a part of. Well, problem was there was a certain crew that did not know that their conversations were wanted.
I give them credit
for
they
took it
an
over.
opportunity.
Y'all seen the movie Airheads, right?
Yeah.
Like when they took over they took over the radio station so they could play their music.
It's like a pirate radio
One of the
situation.
greatest bad movies of all time. Yeah, that's what they
legitimately what happened.
My man was taking phone calls. Can you imagine, Ray? If you just sat down at like 2 a.m. when something else was supposed to be on.
And I had my own agenda.
Dude, and this is still the score, by the way. Like there are people nationally who are hearing this, tuning in to hear it. You know what I mean? You drive in the shadows of Iowa, you can catch this at nighttime.
That signal is strong.
Right. So
50,000 watts, 38 states in Canada at night.
Promotions, man. Guerrilla marketing. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I would say they were like maybe 10 years too soon, because if they'd done that 10 years later, they could have turned it into like a viral thing.
Mm-hmm. Podcast, maybe?
Absolutely.
And the off the air podcast?
Yeah, like the fire.
Yeah, the fire.
The fire
They're never
podcast.
Gonna do this again in this city podcast or something like that.
Yeah, that's the risk.
Shout out to them though.
That you're willing to.
Do you know how many bodies are in the wake of where you've ascended to, young man? Yeah. I've been listening. Y'all don't understand, and it's not about y'all in this moment. But I listen to Lawrence Holmes, and I think of like where I started out, and Lawrence was like one of the OGs when I started. He was like a young OG, right? When I started out, right? And to see the matriculation, my man, for real. I tell you this all the time, dog. I'm incredibly proud of you. This is not an easy city to make it in.
No.
This is not for everybody who thinks that they could do it better. You could do it better.
Like the way you
hand
framed
you a microphone and say, talk for 8 minutes and make it compelling.
The way you framed it, though, makes it feel like I went all Game of Thrones on people.
Well, there's a few heads that roll behind the scenes with your wizardry. You feel me? You feel me? You didn't get all that sales background and knowledge for no reason. This is all data gathering, right? Like,
true.
You feel me? I'm very happy to be here. Now that we got that out the way, let's bore them and talk about the Bulls real quick.
No, I don't even want to talk about the Bulls. I am a P1 listener to the Full Go podcast.
Oh, I appreciate you. We just sat down with Vinny today. Me and Vinny Goodwill.
Oh, great.
Yeah, we did a little bit of Uncle at the barbecue kind of NBA conversation. We talked about how, the Ja thing has been covered and Zion and of
She's
course
got
the
a
Bulls.
song now.
Ja?
No, Mariah.
It
doesn't sound too bad.
I mean,
did you hear it?
Hey, listen, you can put anything behind a cold beat nowadays and get what you need to get out of it.
They kind of did that.
I won't engage.
No?
Nah,
I did. I played it on the air.
Because you did?
Yeah.
See, this is the thing.
Studs was like, "What is this?" And I was.
Hey. She did give it all to him.
She really did.
Hey.
See, it's not bad, right?
I'm not mad at it. It's not going to get run in my whip. But,
no.
I'm not mad at it. See, the problem that she's running into right now, and I feel for the young lady because she was playing a game and then her feelings got involved and then the game continued to be played, right?
Yeah.
But the problem that she is having right now is you are not driving down the price of Zion Williamson right now.
That's what I said.
Okay, you address this?
I
player
said
to player, pip to pip, you are telling people that I, as a adult star,
am in love with this man.
Upside down.
Yes.
By this Bama from South Carolina who was one of the worst dressed dudes in the NBA. Shout out to Zion, though. He knows it. Y'all see what Zion be walking around here in, right? The turtlenecks and the denim jackets and the corduroys. Like, at one time before in an NBA locker room have I seen the number one pick get made fun of in this way for dressing the way he dressed. And that was Elton Brand.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I mean, but it is what it is. You don't know what you're supposed to wear, and you don't know how things supposed to fit. Hell, everybody need a little tightening up.
I agree.
But she is sending this man's value through the roof.
Yeah, she is raising his stock.
What?
Because any woman that sees the way that she's reacting is like, why is she react? What did he do?
Not only
that has
Holmes.
her reacting like that.
Not only that, it's the line of work. You have seen and done it all.
And
we got the footage.
Right.
So for that to be head over heels, no pun intended, for Zion is out here winning. You kidding me?
And isn't the woman that he ended up essentially leaving her for, isn't she a stripper?
I mean, her clothes have come off on.
Yeah, she's been.
But I think it was a fight.
Disrobed on camera before.
Okay, not by trade.
And
Okay,
this is the thing: I am not shaming anybody out there for sex work or for dancing.
No,
as
you
often say, if you like it, I love it.
If you like it, I love it.
If everyone's consenting and we're all adults,
we all safe.
Do your thing.
You know, it's not for me to kink shame.
That's right.
I learned the hard way. One day on these very airwaves, I came on here and somebody was talking about something. I was like, I'm not into that. I don't know how you could be. Man, the text lines went crazy, and it was every dude who was into it. Huh?
It was about feet?
It might have been. I don't even know. I'm not mad at feet, though.
No, neither am I.
That's the first thing I look. If you got the mistletoe, I got to cancel you. You feel me?
Ray, look.
Oh, my bad.
Here's my question. I know that we have Josh scheduled for 1 o'clock.
When he turns to Ray, it's like, all right.
No. We have Josh scheduled for the next segment. I'm wondering if Josh can move to the segment
I get out
after
the way.
that.
Yes.
Because there's actually a White Sox question that I want to ask Jay.
Uh-oh.
All right. So if
it.
Josh is cool with it.
Uh-oh. If he's not, we can just say, to hell with me, and we can keep it moving.
No,
I came in here and talked to him like he was in the lobby. I knew he had something that he wanted to talk to me about.
Like
But
our
it's
guy,
like,
our guy in the lobby today.
Yeah, like my man in the security guard in the lobby who would not let my hand go.
Oh, that guy.
Before he let Jay's hand go, he had to address some Bulls things.
Yeah, but when you hit the reverse to the double dap, like when you dap it up and then now I have to reverse it and then bring it back to the second dap, at some point somebody's going to have to let go here. It's getting a little uncomfortable. And your security, like in the end, I'm not going to be the one believed here. You feel me? So
also, they forget who you are, and then you have to go back to the desk. You know who he is. Just let him up.
Please, I don't never want anybody to know who I am.
Well, here they should know who you are.
Nah, I'm cool on that. That comes with a bag of problems that I'm not ready for.
Well, I want to talk about some problems, and you made mention of it on the Full Go podcast, which is why I wanted to talk to you about it.
Okay, all right, let's do it.
Jason Goff is going to hang out for a little while longer. Josh Nelson, don't worry. He is going to join me in the 1 o'clock hour.
I apologize. This was completely on me, my fault. I'm trying to get my way through the NASCAR traffic and the NASCAR people.
That's why I would like for you to stick around because you did the hard work of coming down here
man, I mean,
when you didn't have to.
What else was I going to be doing?
Well, I mean, you have a kid and a bunch of
He's
jobs.
at summer camp.
Oh.
My job, I did half of my job at 10 a.m. The other half ain't going to be done till 9:30. Like, I'm not trying to pretend like I'm super busy out here. I'm not.
Great. Works out perfectly.
Just don't let Port or Rosen hear that. Because then
Port's getting ready to go on vacation, and Mitch is still jet lagged from London, so they're not even listening.
Oh yeah,
it's a beautiful thing. All right, so more with Jason Goff after a quick timeout. Back after this on The Score.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score.
Let's go to Hammond and welcome Ryan to The Score. Hey, Ryan, what's up? Interesting.
Is that a caller version of being rickrolled?
It's like a ringback tone, I think.
That
Obviously, that wasn't there when I streamed it.
Some bit has happened.
No, I think maybe he put us on hold while
Starships are meant to fly.
Yeah, maybe he put us on hold while he's at work. He put us on hold.
Alrighty then.
I thought it was a rickroll thing.
Yeah, no, we're not getting rickrolled. He had a point.
He had a thought. Well,
you there, Ryan?
No, he's not there.
Bilal, you there?
Bilal, you there?
All right, man.
All right, man.
All right, we're gonna get rid of Ryan.
Yeah, let's get rid of Ryan. 1 for 2. All right.
1 for 2 in terms of fighting a human.
Yeah.
I'd go to my guy Skillet out there in Effingham.
Okay, yeah, sure. Skillet. Where you been?
Hey, I just been driving my 18-wheeler around. I just got one opinion on this hire.
Okay.
You get some management that's going to put on a no-name coach like that, and to me that just kind of sounds like they're trying to save money. And I don't know if that's the recipe to win a division when Rodgers is out the door and the Bears are as good as the Vikings. I mean, they're knocking on the door here. They got a real shot at it to win. And I think that if you get a top-notch OC, then this head coach's hire is just a moot point. But now look at this guy, Urban Meyer. I mean, he didn't really do nothing that wrong.
Okay.
And all he has to do is go coach this Fields kid again. He won a national championship with him. Why wouldn't you pay him $10 million and go try to win a division?
Where are you really from, Skillet?
Thank you. All right.
In NFL news, Urban Meyer, what a piece of crap.
The Les lever has been pulled.
The Les lever.
Love the Les lever. All right. Well,
Skillet. Effingham is where they have the giant cross down there, right? Off the highway. And so Skillet.
There are 3 of them. 3 wooden crosses on the right side of the highway.
Is that there? Yeah. There's a few.
I have 1 for 3.
All right.
That's a music reference you didn't get.
Odyssey Station.
This hour is being brought to you by the 2023 BMW Championship out at beautiful Olympia Fields. Happy to see them going out to Olympia Fields. Good course out there. A lot of people love that they're coming that way. There's Cubs baseball tonight. They take on the Phillies. They need a win badly.
Man.
Pre-game is at 6:30 with first pitch at 7:05 on the Score on the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Plus, did you know you can hear games on your smart speaker? Just tell them to play 670 The Score. And I don't know if you've been listening to Pat and Ron, but they have been hilarious.
Dude, Pat Hughes, shout out to Ron. But Pat Hughes is
that dude.
Every drip drop of legend.
Yep.
You feel me? Like I actually, there's a lot of things that I miss about being around you guys, and one of them was being around Pat during spring training, or just jumping up there and hanging out in the booth, or going to say what's up to him every once in a while. Never got that basketball game that I was.
Yeah, but he's a big basketball guy. People don't realize that.
Hoop. So Looking forward to Jed Hoyer too. By the way, I know Jed listens. You feel me? Everybody that's running from the pod. Jed, listen to me. Listen clearly. Anybody over here at the Cubs, Jed Hoyer during the Joe Madden Luncheon Series years ago over at Del Frisco's.
Yes.
Okay. Jed Hoyer promised me a run. Okay, and this is when Theo was still in tow, so I don't know. Yeah, obviously things have changed, the schedules have changed.
Well, he's the president now, though, so he could do whatever he wants.
Yeah, this is I'm making sure that I'm taking away all the insulation. You know what I mean? At some point, Jed, you're gonna have to stop running. You know, at some point, you're gonna have to pull up. You know, we got a few gyms you can pull up to. You know, or I can come to your gym. But I'm just tired.
I'm sure he has a great gym.
I'm sure he does. Just tired of people promising me games. I'm a kid, man. I'm a child. You can't promise me nothing. That's why I look Jay in the face right now and say, we'll see. He can ask me, is tomorrow going to come? We'll see, Jay. Because I don't want a promise to be out there. Yeah, look outside right now. Oh, damn it, Dad, you let me down again. How many times is this going to happen before my 8th birthday? So,
like,
Jay,
why do I have a
stop
mask
running.
on again?
You know, hey, you know what we should do? Well, let me stop because I'm my
explain criminal minded. Much too many people still are blinded.
Still are blinded. You know what I mean? Knowledge reigns supreme over nearly everybody. But what we should do, and I don't want to give away my intellectual property here, but we should have like a charity basketball game or a charity something at some point, something to end the summer, something to wrap the summer up. Maybe not this summer because, you know,
it's a little
got
late.
a budget, but you know.
That's not a terrible idea.
Yeah, and then you can get all the people who make all the decisions in the city of Chicago sports-wise and put them on an actual playing field or surface and, you know, have them be competitive against each other for a charity.
That's not a bad idea. Or against us. Like, hey, you
Who's
guys
the us,
are
though. I have to be able to pick the us.
The us is the people that criticize the folks that are in charge.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that'd be fun, right?
Yeah.
See Arturas Karnisovas lay a screen on somebody just because they was talking crazy.
Exactly.
You know, right?
Play a softball game, have Kenny Williams out there with his sharpened spikes.
Coming in feet first too, boy. Like, is Kenny wearing knives on the bottom of his shoes?
Straight up drop kicks, man. Just waiting for me to make the turn in second. Just straight up drop kicking me.
Who would be the saltiest executive in terms of getting that payback? Huh?
I mean, Kenny,
which dude you think is sitting in the cut right now?
Kenny's high on the list.
Yeah.
I think
Kenny been waiting for that get back.
I think things are okay for Ryan Poles right now. So
Ryan can't turn the corner without somebody telling him he the king,
right?
So you know, like and no hate, there's no shade, there's no. I have to make sure that people know there's no tone intended or implied in my words.
I mean, honestly,
it's softies running around.
I mean, things are great. Things have turned around for Kyle Davidson. He got the #1 pick, so he's not mad at anybody right now, right?
Still hockey.
It's right.
Like let's if there's one sport you can stay mad in and it be accepted, that might be the one.
Let's
do that hockey.
Yeah. What are we gonna be forced to?
What about our guy James over at the Sky?
Oh yeah, no, James, yeah. No, but he could play.
Yeah, that's
like
true.
I don't want anybody.
Well, I mean, Kenny was a professional ball player.
When's the last time you think Kenny Williams hooped?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Exactly.
So you're saying like it's going to be a basketball game. Like it's not going to be a softball game or a kickball game. It's going to be groups.
I don't think kickball is going to bring him in like it's supposed to.
Okay.
Basketball, you could pack him in, keep him there, bring the vendors and all that. Softball, the weather is contingent.
That's
all
true.
Those things. You can do
you
bowling.
play in a charity game with Jordan?
Yes. Yeah. Me and a Batacola.
Maddie.
Nick Scaviezzo. Yeah, congratulations to Maddie. Sorry I couldn't make it to the wedding, my man, but congratulations to you and your beautiful bride. Yeah, when Jordan hit the moonshot.
Didn't someone say he wasn't going to be able to hit and then he hit a home run?
Yeah, well, I think Batacola made him pop out once and then he hit a home run the next time. And it might have been when I was in center field. I'm not sure. If not. I know Sam Cassell was on the mound and he told everybody to sit down.
So he did the Satchel Paige.
Yeah. He told everybody to sit down and that didn't work out well. Oh, no. It was Dante Jones who was in the outfield. That's who it was. Former Duke Blue Devil Dante Jones, not former Bears linebacker Dante Jones, by the way, in case you were mixing up or give a damn about which Jones
52?
it was.
52? I think that's right on Dante Jones.
For Dante Jones?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know. Yeah.
Some people are texting in saying that Rick is going to be throwing elbows.
Rick Hahn?
Yeah. You can get Rick on the basketball court. He's going to be throwing elbows at all of us.
53 for Dante Jones.
53. You think so? See, like I think out of all of them, the most terse one would probably be Kenny and Rick, but I don't think that they would go as far as to put it on you. I think Arturis has been waiting to land one on somebody real quick. You know, Arturis pull up to the table like somebody spitting his coffee. You feel me? Like when he got the job, I was like, okay, this is gonna be.
Whenever we play a cut, I now say yes. That was the excited Arturis starting the show.
Yeah,
there's something that didn't make the Bulls.com video of the last press conference.
What's
but
that?
I stayed up to watch that thing live,
too.
like we all did. And when he got up to the mic with him and Mark Eversley, and all these reporters had been waiting for him all night, he said, "Wow, I could really feel the energy in the room right now."
Yeah, man.
Sarcastically, if you couldn't catch that.
$60 million.
Hey, but listen, let's talk about it. Huh? What were you gonna do with the money? Got to spend 90% of it. People gonna say now, "Oh, here come golf being a shield." Nope, that's not what I'm doing. I'm cool.
I heard you say on the phone.
Dog,
I was walking
I
down
have to
53rd
let it-
Street laughing when you were like, "Hey, y'all don't never see me at the United Center."
When do you see me at the United Center? Like
Studio, you're in the studio.
This is the problem that I'm having with people, right? When I give my pure, uncensored Bulls thoughts, it's like, oh, well, Jay, he got it. When do you see me being embraced by anything that is Chicago Bulls? Huh? When the last time y'all saw us on the concourse? Huh?
And I thought about it.
I mean, ain't nobody wearing masks anymore.
And I thought about it, and I was like, oh, you know what?
I'm right.
He's right.
Yo, all I ask for anything, like whenever somebody like vehemently disagrees with me, if you can find a morsel of truth in it, I bet you if you dig a little bit further, you're going to find the whole truth. I don't got no time. I have been removed from situations because I can't lie enough. So why would I lie?
Hey, they got Chuck and Ozzy out at these White Sox games. You're right. You're right.
No, I mean, shout out to them. I'm not looking at anybody's situation, but I'm just talking about when people take my Bulls opinion. They like, well, on my NBC Sports Chicago / NBC Universal / Ringer. You know what I mean?
That's what the check said.
Benny the Bull has never been on one of my checks. Never. So what are we talking about here?
Wait a minute. Do people who work at the Bulls is Benny the Bull?
You know they're getting Benny bucks. You know they remember the Jeffrey dollars from Toys R Us? Boy, hey, you wanted to turn a young golf on, like 13, 12 years old? Hand me some Jeffrey bucks. We going straight across the street. And don't let me be in my grandmother's house because we going straight across 87th to Dan Ryan.
You damn
I'm going over there. You know what I mean? I'm going to the little jewel over there where everybody upset. You feel me? And there was another little store over there that we used to hit up.
Yeah, I mean, my grandmother
Go
used
right
to
across
live,
the street, get the best Harold's in the city.
Yes, my grandmother used to live 89th and Normal.
Right around the corner.
We were right there.
Yeah.
We go to that Jewel and that Toys R Us all the time.
Yeah, I mean, Benny bucks. I'm just rolling around. Hey, here go this. I know this meal costs $3.50, but just take 100 of these Benny bucks real quick. That'll hold you over for next season. That'll make you feel better about the point guard position.
So Vooch just got 3 years and $60 million in Benny bucks.
In Benny bucks. Shout out now. Let me chill because the Cross gonna get an email. So let me chill. But shit, man. No, I mean, so the Vooch signing. I know a few of my friends who are not happy about this, and people, oh, what are you doing? Okay, so I know what y'all want to do is tear this mother on down, right? Start all over again and trade this one, trade that one, trade this one. But the bottom line, and shareholders and investors and not seeing that building empty, like there are a lot of things at play. Like we when we have the fun conversations like we just had, they're fun. But when we have the nuanced conversations, they have to be nuanced. Like Arturis Karnisovas and Mark Eversley didn't come here to tear this thing down. They came here to build it up. Billy Donovan, damn sure, didn't leave Oklahoma City sitting on $1.5 million picks and a star, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander didn't leave to tear it on down. So there are certain specifications you have to make to a plan, right? Certain modifications you have to make to a plan. The Vooch deal, I don't think will look as bad and the fingers are crossed because hopefully we'll be hearing that, round ball rock down the road here with the NBA on NBC. Hopefully,
will they
bid
be
is
able to
made.
get it back because he sold it to Fox, right?
Yeah.
And it feels weird.
The theme song, the Round Ball Rocks theme song. We could always jazz that up, throw the Amigos back together. Shout out, rest in peace to Takeoff.
Well, they were together at the BET Awards. That was a big surprise.
It was good to see that. It was good to see family being family when bad things happen, because death usually does something to us, and you get to see the real parts of family. But I think the 3 years for $60 million stands out because of everything that people know Vooch isn't, which is not a rim defender, right? There's certain ways that he has to get his offense, but at the same time, you got to look at what the alternative is. And also with this new CBA, how much money you have to spend as opposed to how much money is being dispersed to the other teams in the NBA by you not spending. Oh, I'm sorry, by the players, I should say, by you not spending. So there's a certain amount of money that you have to spend. And if you do have trade flexibility, like trade deadlines, free agency, draft, like these are all different trade points in the season. So if you do have a guy under a contract that is manageable, that's making, $20 million a year, which 2-3 years from now, y'all going to be, y'all going to understand how much money that truly is in the NBA. They've allowed themselves some maneuverability, but I do understand the sentiment of what's the plan. Like, I do understand, did you not just see what happened with this and expecting different some way, somehow? Now, Casey has reported on NBC Sports Chicago and has been talked about by Arturis about the confidence that they can go forward and move like they haven't before when it comes to the tax and how close you want to get to the tax and how much you want to be over the tax. If that's the case, then, if guys like Fred VanVleet are on the table or some of these other players, then cool. I just want to see what the plan is, because we've seen the circumstance change what the plan is a couple of different times now in 3 years. So I just want to see and understand what the plan is. And I'm, like, as Bulls fans, we could do this whole, I'm turning it off, I ain't going to do that. Like, I've threatened to do that before. I've always come back. Like, that's why I said what I said on my pod a couple of episodes ago about somebody got to take me for a ride here. Because I ain't moving.
Yeah.
And you can't fire people who are cutting checks.
Yeah, that's what it hit me. It hit me when you were talking about it. And you were talking about it when it came to like all the teams in Chicago. And if you haven't checked out Jay's podcast, it's called The Full Go. It's on the Ringer, Spotify, you can get it there. Wherever you get your podcast, you can find Jay's podcast, The Full Go. And you were talking about how it stinks right now to be a Chicago fan. And you made the comparison to our friends over at the Sports Hub in Boston and what it's been like for a kid growing up in Boston over the last 20 years and how many titles that kid has seen, and how with Chicago, there's a lot of waiting that's going on. And you'll have to wait again even with the Blackhawks, with them getting Connor Bedard. This is going to take a little
process,
while.
Yeah.
It's going to take a little while.
And it's not guaranteed to work. Right? Like, we look at things, okay, we saw this before. It should work in about 3 or 4. We made that mistake with the White Sox. As White Sox fans, we sat in the cut like, oh, okay, y'all going to burn it down and then pay for these, exports and also draft these dudes and trade for this prospect and do this. Oh, man, Cubs, thank you. Appreciate the blueprint. Appreciate you putting the kind of local pressure on an organization that I root for to say, hey, this is how short it could take. This is the duration of time if you do things the right way. It doesn't work out that way all the time. But the problem is it's not working out that way any of the time for a city that, let's be real about it, all these athletes, all these players love living here during the summer, so it ain't the city, right? Like, what are we really talking about here? And I fell in love with this station as a child, and please believe the backdrop of it was championships. Like, 92 rolls around. As a kid, I'm one championship deep. I don't know what the hell's going on. My daddy ain't never seen this. My mama ain't never seen this. We all learning together. I'm listening to these dudes and these ladies talk about this on a daily basis, understanding what the standard has to be, what it should be, and how we should move forward. Now, we've gotten to the point where we get into the minutia of why things ain't happening. Next thing you know, I was about to curse.
You did before.
98 is my 85.
Right.
You feel me? Like, at some point, if I'm about to pass these things down to my kid, like, I don't pass smoking and diabetes down. Like, why am I passing down all the bad things? Like, why am I passing down pain? Why don't I just give him my credit and debt and all that? Like, you know, feel me? Like, I'm sitting here like, what am I short? Am I short? Like, my kid watches the Sox with me, and, you know, we sit there and watch it for a little bit, and then he goes to bed. And I just got to carry it on without him. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to tell him in the morning they lost. Or I'm going to tell him in the morning somebody was not running to first the way they should. Or I'm going to tell him in the morning we are absolutely wasting Luis Robert Jr.'s, you know, coming out
His
party.
prime.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I'm tired of that. My man Jim Murray hit me on the phone, and we talk about championships. I'm like, I don't want to talk about the Celtics anymore. I don't talk about the Red Sox.
The Bruins.
The Bruins. You feel me? Like, for all this investment, where's the return? So, yeah, I had to go off the other day because, you know, it's July. And only baseball being played. And
That's all right.
I got a little bothered. You know, the weather's getting to me. Can't go outside without breathing in a whole barbecue. You might as well just put a barbecue grill in your car and drive around with it if you're going to be outside. I made the mistake of taking a phone call outside, came back in the house, and immediately had to clear my throat, had to hit the mouthwash. I felt like I was outside just licking the ground. Like, if the games ain't going to take me out, the air going to take me out. Somebody do something to make me happy in this city.
Well, guess what?
sports-wise.
I'm about to. Hey, Studs, you know the thing that we were going to do at 1:35? Can you load that up? Because I need Jay to hear this. Because we're moving things around. So you know, like there's that really good player that plays for LSU baseball. Was his name Skeen? Is that his name? The pitcher throws like 102 miles an hour.
Okay.
So there were some young, you know, middle school age boys. Paul Skeens. Right? So there were some young middle-aged LSU fans that were there, and one of the young men decided that he was going to pimp his mom out.
These guys, they've watched them all year, and it's been pretty cool to watch a team from Louisiana win it all. What would you say?
Paul Skeens, my mom is single, bro. I need you.
Wow. You know, I'm sure there's a lot of people who would like to talk to Paul Skeens right now. Absolutely.
No. That's not what that young man was suggesting.
Yeah.
That young man was.
My mom is single, bro. I need you.
That man was suggesting that Paul Skeens be his daddy.
Yeah, I'm hearing a few things there. I don't want to do too much of a deep dive on the young man, but I'm going to. That mama sending that little boy out with a direct message. I like you are what you learn, fam. And that kid has been sent to many a bar at Chili's on a $5 margarita night. Say, go find your new daddy.
My mom is single, bro. I need you.
I didn't even think about it that way.
That's all it is.
You thought Baby Gronk's dad was bad.
No, this is the reverse right here. You feel me? You ain't never seen a commercial for a Ferrari before, have you? Just saying.
That's a good point.
When they got to send them out to you, I mean, the merch might be a little, little tainted.
A little questionable.
A little. Yeah, let me chill. I keep talking like I'm on my pod. And
no, it's good.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
This is why people should listen to the Full Go podcast.
Mom, I need you. You hear the end? The cry. Play that again.
My mom is single, bro. I need you.
See, there's two different things at play here. My
needs
mom
a
is
dad.
single, but I need you.
Yes.
Because these riffraffs that are running in and out this house. You feel me? Y'all saw the Mask with Cher,
and Rocky Dennis.
Yeah, them dudes opening up beers off my man's face and having fun with Cher in the background. Like, y'all be careful who you have your kids around these days.
Jay, I really appreciate you coming through. I sent out the bat signal, and you came through, and it was as magical as I hoped it would be.
I'm in trouble again.
No, you're fine.
I know.
Josh Nelson is going to join me to talk about the White Sox. That is Jason Goff. Watch him on NBC Sports Chicago. Watch him and check him out on FanDuel when he's doing stuff for his podcast, The Full Go on The Ringer. He's the best, and we all know it. Back after this on The Score.
My mom is single, bro. I need you.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the 630, which one of you guys has been smacked or punched in the face most recently?
Who are these people?
Like Chris Rock. Ray said he's got a story. Ray said he has a story
Ray
about getting
Diaz
smacked or punched in the face
getting
most
smacked in the
recently.
face. What did Will Smith do to you?
Okay, so I was punched in the face. This was like, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
I was working at an auto parts store, and I got sucker punched, and my jaw got fractured because I didn't see it coming. I had to get my mouth wired like Kanye West. I couldn't eat for the whole summer. I was on like Kanye West, Insure for breakfast, all that whole thing, liquid diet, man. It sucked.
What'd you do to deserve it?
Nothing. I worked at an auto parts store as a cashier.
So did you sell some bad windshield wipers?
No, the guy came in for like a Sprite on a hot May day, almost June. And I thought it was
Give the
weird.
man a Sprite. Give him a Sprite.
He didn't say anything. He gave me $2. I had to turn away because that's the way the registers were set up. Had to turn away, put the money in the register. Sucker punched.
That is so terrible.
Wait,
Ruined my summer.
I don't understand. What was the end game? Did he take money or
He ran out. He took. This is the end of the story.
Took
is
the Sprite?
He took the whole till, and ran out the store.
Oh, I see.
that's a robbery.
Yeah, that's
my son. Yes.
Some call that a robbery.
I like to punch him in his
face.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I like to punch didn't even take the Sprite, man.
Oh man, no, the Sprite was a ruse, Ray.
It was.
Yeah,
and it was for less than $200.
It sounds like that might still be able to happen to you if you don't realize that it wasn't about the Sprite, man.
Oh, I know.
Through the wire. I'm so sorry. Wow.
That's the Diaz difference. If I've ever seen
I was really hoping Ray did something that earned it, but no, not likely.
Oh man.
Wow.
That is amazing. That makes the whole week of radio worthwhile.
You're listening to Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
An Odyssey station.
Sox Machine. Josh Nelson, co-host of the Sox Machine podcast.
Rick Hahn's work is not done.
The internet's longest running White Sox podcast.
If Tim Anderson twists a knee or Tim Anderson's got to go on the injury list, sure, you could move Elvis Andrus over to shortstop. But when Anderson and Andrus are even in the lineup right now, guys, the White Sox have the worst middle infield production-wise in all of Major League Baseball.
SoxMachine.com.
We're all White Sox fans here. I know this is the home of the Chicago Cubs. We're all rooting for this team to make it to the World Series. There's going to be some highs and there's going to be some lows, and it's all about trying to find that middle ground.
Josh Nelson with Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
We want machine.
Sox Machine.
There was a bit of a high yesterday with the White Sox. It was the first time this season that they had won a game by blowout. Most of their games have been 4 runs or less, which is pretty crazy considering that we're at the end of June. Josh Nelson is awesome on the Sox Machine podcast and SoxMachine.com. It's nice enough to join us on the Circuit Resort and Casino hotline. Circuit Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Josh, thank you for being so patient. I really appreciate you letting Jay and I hang out for a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. And to Jay's point, that kid, I mean, Paul Skeens is about to get $9 million, so I get it.
Well,
if you need a new dad.
My mom is single, bro. I need you.
It seems like he wants his mom to get it. Now, listen, you said in a text message to me that you didn't want to talk about the Tim Anderson stuff because it's so depressing. And you're right. But I would implore you, I don't know if you were listening to the show, and I don't blame you if you weren't. I had Mark DeRosa on. You should go back through the Odyssey app and listen to the interview with him, talking about his relationship with Tim Anderson and some of the things that he thinks could help TA get back on pace. I thought the at-bats for TA last night were good. There was a walk, and I always feel like walks are what puts you back on the road to hitting. He also had a couple hard hit balls. He just hit them at someone. Still, though, what are we talking? 0 for his last 23, 2 for his last 40. It's rough out there for the White Sox shortstop / second baseman.
Yeah, Sebi Zavala now has a higher season OPS than Tim Anderson. And when you put that into context, no bueno comes to mind immediately. One would think, hey, Sebi Zavala, wow, he must have like a 773 OPS. No, his OPS starts with 5. And in the last 19 games for Tim Anderson, he's 11 for 72. That's a 153 batting average. His on-base percentage is 205, and he's slugging 194. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last 30 days, Tim Anderson's OPS is 399, and he continues to bat second, which I think speaks more to Pedro Gafal than to Tim Anderson. But to Mark DeRosa's point, I think DeRosa saw the best of Tim Anderson.
Me too.
In 2023. That was a very motivated Tim Anderson because Tim Anderson wanted to prove he was just as good as Trey Turner, and he was better than Jeff McNeil on Team USA. And you know what? Anderson was. And the same thing with Yohan Mikata during the World Baseball Classic. That was the best baseball that Mikata played this year. But I don't know what happened when these two players left the WBC squads and joined the Chicago White Sox. And all of a sudden, I mean, we're talking about really bad baseball. Like Tim Anderson is now inviting the question, do you even bother picking up the club option for next year? You don't if he's going to continue playing like this, because this is not worth $14.5 million. And I watched that episode on The Pivot. He thinks he should deserve shortstop money, 27 plus million. My dude, I don't know what multiverse your head is living in, but in this reality, there's no way you're getting that type of money. This has been such a big step backwards for Tim Anderson that he desperately needs to get on a hot streak, not just for the White Sox sake, for his personal sake as a Major League Baseball player to still prove that he's one of the top shortstops in the league, but also his checking account, because he's just inviting now the wrong questions. Before the season, you and I talked about this, Lawrence, about a contract extension for Tim Anderson to stay on the South Side. Now here I am almost July 1st, and it's like, I don't even know if you pick up the club option. That's how bad it's gotten.
Andrew Benintendi, on the other hand, over the last 30 days, had a great month. He's not hitting for power because he doesn't do that, but he is getting on base and is doing a really decent job of being this team's leadoff hitter.
Yeah, in the last 30 days, Andrew Benintendi, since he's been batting leadoff, 326 batting average, his on-base percentage is above 400. I'm just glad that it took the Seattle series on Apple TV for the Chicago White Sox to admit that the hamate injury that Benintendi suffered last year with the New York Yankees was still bothering him. And that's why we're not seeing a lot of home runs. That could have helped with our expectations, Lawrence, if we knew that information at the beginning of the year. But ever since he's been batting leadoff, it's been a pleasant surprise on just how effective that he has been getting on base. But again, if you're going to continue batting Tim Anderson second, and Tim Anderson is colder than being cold, then you have Luis Robert batting third, and he's already got like an out in front of him. Yep. And in this month, Robert's got 10 home runs. He's got 15 RBIs, Lawrence. Like,
that's
how?
Crazy.
How is that possible? The dude has a 992 OPS this month. Like, how is that possible? And Andrew Benintendi is getting on base at a 402 clip, and the dude's only scored 9 runs this month. Like, that's where it just speaks to me that the way you're constructing this lineup is broken, Pedro. And I know nobody enjoys lineup talk, but man, I just don't understand the disconnect here. This is not an optimized lineup. No matter, even if the White Sox scored 11 runs yesterday, and people listening to this may think, well, Josh, you're being overly negative. Well, I asked you to pop in the film earlier this week in the first 2 games against the Angels and consider what we saw in the field there offensively against Reed Detmers and Shohei Ohtani. So I would really construct this lineup to try to optimize it the best way possible, taking your 4 and 5 best hitters, make them 1 through 5, and then let the bottom of the lineup just bottom out. But Benintendi and Robert, I think, should be 1, 2 in this lineup to try to optimize on how hot they've been hitting.
Dealer's choice here. Do you want to talk about Lance Lynn going today or the fact that Michael Kopech is tired?
Let's talk about Kopech, because this is something that's a concern to me. And I don't know how you feel about Michael Kopech at this stage in his career, because he's 27 years old. And I get that Kerfal is now suggesting we may not see Michael Kopech this weekend against Oakland. And I think Kopech could use a start against Oakland to get back on track. But now the White Sox are suddenly worried about workload. And Lawrence, when are the White Sox going to stop worrying about Michael Kopech's workload?
I don't know. Like, he had said at the beginning of the year that he was thinking he was a 200 inning guy. And I thought that was probably a little bit ambitious, but I did feel like 150, 160 was on the table, and he's on track for that, except for he's going through what a lot of pitchers who are trying to break through that threshold are going through. And I really wish that he could find it and say, okay, there's a struggle here, but I am going to overcome it.
And I understand that he needs to be more effective. Like, if he could live in the strike zone more, that will help a great deal. Like, Kerfal's right. I can't have Michael Kopech throwing 100 pitches and just going through 4 innings. Pedro Kerfal is absolutely right in that. But I think Kopech just needs to work with Ethan Katz to, again, live more in the strike zone, continue to attack hitters. Let's not be cute and try to live in the edge as often. Let's really attack these hitters and try to be as effective as possible and go deeper into games. It just has me a concern. Like, I don't know. Like, is there something physically wrong with Kopech? And if Kopech says that there's nothing physically wrong with him, I mean, at this stage of his career, I say you got to push him, because you don't have 5 starting pitchers right now, Pedro. You got 4 with Clevenger on the mend, and you got a bullpen day coming up here tomorrow on Friday. If you don't start Kopech on Sunday, well, now you got 2 bullpen games this weekend. And I get it's Oakland and they just suffered a perfect game, but I don't think this bodes well for the month of July. If you're suddenly going to handicap yourself and now you're restricting Michael Kopech's innings, we still don't know the certainty of when Mike Clevenger is going to be returning to the White Sox. And name a AAA pitcher for the Chicago White Sox, and they're on the injured list right now. You just don't have the starting pitching depth to not push Michael Kopech to work a full workload. So I would continue to move on and have him start every 5th day. But obviously the White Sox, they must know something internally that we don't from the outside. But from the outside, this looks really suspicious about the long-term Michael Kopech being a starting pitcher.
Josh, as always, I appreciate your time. Thanks for being so flexible today.
Yeah, absolutely. Next time I chat with you, you'll be married.
You
I'll see
will
you
be
next
a
week
married
once.
man. I'm very excited for you, man. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. So I'll see you guys in a couple weeks after the All-Star game.
You got it. That is Josh Nelson of the Sax Machine. Are you a golfer? Are you a golfer that uses golf as an excuse to get away from your wife? You'll want to stick around and hear the next segment. You're listening to The Score.
Hey, Chicago, this is Dansby Swanson.
Swanson drives one in the air. Left field, back near the wall. It's got a chance. That ball is gone. Home run. Dansby Swanson. His first in a Cub uniform.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
This segment is
You don't have to look at the numbers just by watching, but the numbers support it. They chase more than any team in baseball. They're chasing, and they look undisciplined at the plate. Is this something that can be corrected by coaching? Tim Anderson coming back is not going to change it. How do you address that specific problem?
Well, David, I wish I could tell you that it's a new problem, but it's not. It's the same problem the Sox have had for a while, and you can change it by bringing in some personnel who don't chase as much. And also there's another factor that, again, has kind of beleaguered the Sox for a bit. And that is you're facing Eflin yesterday, and you're facing a Tampa team that has, some pretty good right-handed starters. And you start 7 right-hand hitters and 2 lefties. Now, I know that's a product of giving Grandal some time away because he can't play every day. And when he's played pretty well. But this is not a balanced team as far as righty-lefty is concerned. And you look at some of these other teams that are doing pretty well, most all of them have substantial left-hand hitters. And they throw them, a lot of them are switch hitters certainly, but they put a lineup that has 5 or 6 or at times 7 left-hand hitters against a right-handed slider ball guy, and they have some problems with that. So it's balance in the lineup that occasionally hurts this ball club. And as far as chasing is concerned, you'd like to think that these guys will chase less as they get older. We haven't seen a whole lot of that yet. Maybe we will sometime. Or maybe you get some guys with plate discipline.
Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
Caller 6 of the Score contest line, 312-540-0670. will win a pair of tickets to Dave Matthews Band on Friday, July 7th at the Huntington Bank Pavilion at Northerly Island in the city. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. Are you a golfer? Do you leave your wife or girlfriend or boyfriend to go play golf? Sarah Walsh of NFL Network is about to set you on fire.
Time now for a segment I'm calling a forward with Sarah. Yeah, it's because there's just been a lot of talk in the studio this week. It's the grumbling about seeking permission from the significant other and being given a hard time because you just want to play a simple round of golf with your buddies. But I just want to put this in perspective, the other side of that equation, the one in which you come to us with utterly unrealistic promises that can never be fulfilled, starting with this real unplayable lie. You are not going golfing, and it's just going to take 3.5 hours. You know how I know that? Because not once in your history of golfing has a round ever taken 3.5 hours. Not once. And it's not because the group in front of you plays slow, and it's not because they had a dude in jean shorts with the 20 handicap. First of all, it is because your round of golf starts an hour earlier than your tee time so that you can get on the range, so that you can find your swing, because somewhere in the recess of your brain, you think that you have a shot to get on tour.
Wow.
It's because after your 4.5 hour round, if you're lucky, it's not your fault, but your boy Chad, who got you on the course, forces you to go grab food with him at the club grill after. And I get it, you're starving. You know why you're starving? You've been there all day. Also, don't complain about having to take a call from your wife when you're on the course. You know why? Because I'm not interrupting. I know what? Someone's laughing on this desk, and this is where I got it from.
Not allowed on the course.
I wasn't going to call Mike G out for this, but now I am. You know what, Mike? Your wife is not interrupting your 60-minute massage and your only hour of peace in the day. You're gone all day. Stuff comes up. I can't find the TV remote. I don't know what you
What's
do with
the Hulu login?
Exactly.
Got that one.
We need answers, Mike G.
Where's the car?
When you do come
Where's
home.
the car? Got that one too.
When you come home 7 hours later and I say, hey, how did it go? I never hear, man, I'm getting better. I only hear you're working on some things and you're close. And the only thing that's close to happening is me hiding those clubs where they're never going to be found again. Here's another thing. How much golf gear do you guys need? Because I'm not talking about the shirts and the pants or the golf shoes. I'm talking about the random Amazon packages that show up that I know I didn't order. They're the ones that measure your launch stats.
Yeah.
Because just because you are buying gadgets to train speed doesn't mean you're about to be Roy McIlroy. And stop telling me that the addition that the house really needs is a golf simulator.
Yes.
Because if I thought that simulator was going to pay for itself by putting you on the PGA Tour, I would buy you the simulator myself. Get a less time-consuming hobby like watching The Real Housewives. You know why? Episodes are only an hour. I can fast forward through the commercials. You can't speed past the group in front of you or those shots on the rough. You know what takes less time than a round of golf? Practically any other sport. You can watch a basketball game, a soccer game, a hockey game, most Sundays a football game. You can run a marathon in less time than it takes for you and your boys to play around. It takes the International Space Station. Let me just bring this all back. It takes the International Space Station 90 minutes to orbit around the Earth. It takes you 90 minutes to shoot 6 over through the first 6 holes.
Damn. Sarah Walsh, tell them why you mad, son. I love it. That is outstanding content right there from NFL Network. Back after this on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The Connor Bedard era has begun in Chicago. Hockey feels like it's back. Everybody who understands the sport and knows the game has said the same.
The obvious lack of talent at skill positions other than Darnell Mooney and maybe David Montgomery, throw Cole Kmet in there. For better or for worse, you are looking at an offense that is going to be, at least at first, forced to be pretty conservative.
Listen to what you just said. Can I just as a pull quote, obvious lack of talent at skill positions.
Well,
right?
yeah.
I mean, and you said it because it's true, and and we all know it's true. But think about that. Of course, the obvious lack of talent in skill positions, and that's just a presumption. That's a given that's already baked in.
Sounds.
I know.
Bad.
Well,
it sounds so bad.
Well,
I don't
right.
want an obvious lack of talent at skill positions. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
I want talent. I don't want an obvious lack of it. the hell?
That's what we've been dealing with all offseason. I mean, we know Darnell Mooney is
entire life.
Yeah, he's kind of a number one, and then what? Equinemius St. Brown.
Johnny Morris is their all-time leading wide receiver in yards and catches.
How do you feel
There
about Sid
you go.
Luckman?
Yeah. Let me try this, Dan. Look at me. Look at me, Dan. Look at me. Okay.
Yes.
Here's the deal. Look at me. You looking at me? Okay. Look at me. So maybe Darnell Mooney takes the next step up. Maybe now that Luke Getsy has Equinemius St. Brown freed from the jaws of Aaron Rodgers.
What I did was I made an acronym out of
Lord.
obvious lack of talent at the skill positions, and now we have to play on the OLATASP principle.
Oh, what's the Grody OLATASP?
The OLATASP, obvious lack of talent at the skill positions.
Usually they keep
OLATASP.
they take the out of those though, right?
It sounds better with the.
Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
My mom is single, bro. I need you.
We have had quite the show today. It takes a village. Dan should be back tomorrow. We got a short show before Cubs baseball. Big thanks to everyone involved. First, the crew. Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski did an incredible job of putting the show together after finding out that I was going to be solo. So big shout out to them. We found out today that Kevin Lapka is black. So big shout out to him for that. Thanks to Mark Lazarus for joining us, Mark DeRosa, Darnell Mayberry, Jason Goff, who came in here and set the place on fire, and Josh Nelson for all of their hard work. The afternoon show is held down by Parkins and Spiegel, and they are here in the studio. Hello, men.
Hello. I heard that with Kevin Lapka and Babe Ruth, and that must have been quite a revelation to Mr. and Mrs. Lapka.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They got to go see Dr. Henry Louis Gates and figure out what the hell is going on.
What's going on around here?
I did not hear it. How did he end up black?
We just figured, like, since he's the best player in the softball league, it's kind of like Babe Ruth, and we're like, oh, well, Babe Ruth's black, so you know, just make that
ipso facto.
I thought Babe Ruth really was, right?
I mean, that's the joke, and that's a lot of people believe that is. That's how we got. That's why we're kind of making fun of that.
I understand. Somewhat related, Ted Williams, a reluctant Mexican.
Yeah.
And members of Reluctant Mexicans.
In his book, though, in My Turn at Bat, which I highly recommend, I also, the Science of Hitting, obviously, but in My Turn at Bat, he does talk about it. He talks about his mom, and he talks about where she was from. But yeah, it was one of those things where secret brown person.
Yes.
Ted Williams.
Secret brown person.
It happens. It happens more times than you think.
Must have been a tricky thing. I know
Wonder Woman, secret brown person.
I know.
Really? I didn't know that.
I know. Linda Carter?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that.
Super Mexican.
Oh, man.
Super Mexican?
Super.
What is the super distinction? Like 25%?
Like I believe like one pageant in Mexico.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's super Mexican.
Yeah.
Super Mexican.
Get a cape.
Raquel Welch too, right?
It's so weird, man.
I mean, I can give you Jewish athletes.
Oh, please.
You
Let's
know what I mean?
go.
Like Sandy Koufax. No.
But then there's a whole bunch of people who pretended not to be Jewish.
Hank Greenberg.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there was a really good reason for that.
Yes.
Really good reason for that.
But it's like it's all over the place.
Mean people and dumb people. And
I know of some Native Americans who pretended to be Mexican like decades ago because they felt more respected as Mexicans than they did as Native Americans.
Yeah, man.
Like there's degrees of this stuff all over the world.
The way that the conversations that I would classify this as like a late night college dorm room conversations where you start to figure out some stuff and you're like, oh,
yeah, right.
That's what's going on in other people's lives, and maybe my world is a little small.
I love those
That's good
conversations.
education, though.
It's a great I think it's the most important education that happens in college.
It's why you go to college. I 100% agree. The other thing about dorm rooms is like they're fun, to have a hot plate, maybe a Tony Kemp poster, stuff like that.
You need that in your dorm room.
Yeah, you do.
Very,
like
that's
whatever.
what you do.
Anything you feel like putting up is fine.
Absolutely.
Your
Builds
roommates will
camaraderie.
deal with that.
Speaks, let me ask you a question that we were talking about this from a musical perspective.
Yes, sir.
So
Glad he's asking you.
Sunday, I can ask you, Dan, if you want.
I'm just messing with you.
I was driving home from my parents' house on Sunday, and in between innings of the Cubs, I think the Cubs game was over. I switched over to Lithium, and Are You Gonna Go My Way by Lenny Kravitz was on, and I'm jamming out. And I remember being in college, and we're not too far away from each other age-wise.
No, we're pretty close.
So here's my question. The song itself is fairly simple, right? Like it's not a complicated rock song. Why do you think it exploded and crossed over? Because I remember like being in the dorm room at DePaul and it being played in out of a lot of different rooms.
Well, Lenny really tapped into a very smart and palatable mix of different things. It was like, ooh, I can access the funk with this guy because he's cool and he's fun, but he's also a little bit of a hippie. you know? And
Yes.
so that was welcoming. With Let Love Rule is very much like a Beatles record.
There's no doubt.
Right? And then by the time Are You Gonna Go My Way, was that before or after he did the one that sounded like a disco song, It Ain't Over Till It's Over? That might have been the next single.
I think that was the next single that came out.
Right. So by then you're like, oh, Lenny's doing something for everybody. So it felt very inclusive. And radio was still driving the bus. So radio realized that it was inclusive.
That's good. Because, I mean, I guess we were like right in the middle of the Seattle sound, like the grunge sound kind of starting to morph and take over. And this felt like super accessible rock music. Here's a guy shredding on the guitar, like that sort of thing.
His drummer looked cool. That
cool.
That chick with the afro.
Super cool. He looked cool.
Yeah.
Like with the dreads
absolutely.
like flowing and everything else. Like, all right, so I guess we've come upon our answer.
And there was
That's what I was going to say.
But there was a while there when like the marketing and the radio still drove the bus on that stuff, and sometimes it still does. But like I learned a lot in my year and a half as the assistant music director at WXRT.
Oh, it's a hell of a title for you.
Yeah, well, in the
It's a
era,
great title.
In the era of like, what the hell am I going to do with my life? Exactly. And, you just did a whole bunch of stuff. And the best thing about that was John Fernita, the music director at XRT, ended up coming to me and saying, what are you doing here? You got a lot of other stuff you'd like to do. Do you love this? Do you love like being a programmer of a music station? I said, no, John, I do not.
I don't love it.
He said, it sure doesn't seem like you love it. Why don't you do some other stuff that you love? And I was like, thanks, man. It was a beautiful way to say, you're not doing very well at this job.
Well, was he saying that, or was he saying you're not very happy at this job?
He was saying that because XRT and all those people it's built on the happiness and the passion to be that close, to be a satellite around the music.
It's why their station sounds different than everybody else.
Absolutely, because the passion is king. And he could tell I didn't have the passion to listen to everything and send all the emails.
Or the fire.
Passion or fire.
Yes, sir.
You said like a moment in time, like where radio drove the bus for that sort of thing. With like, wasn't that like forever?
Yeah, it was forever until it
wasn't?
Until it sort of wasn't. But I get it still is, though, too.
Kind of.
But no, you're right that it was like completely drove the bus, drove it a little less, a little less, a little less, a little less, and it's still on the
And then there's a little tail wagging the dog stuff now, like, oh, well, something became a sensation on TikTok. Oh, it's streaming 200 million streams. Like, oh, we should
YouTube
probably...
and like artists' social media pages themselves, and like, so yeah, I mean, radio for music radio is just totally different now.
Yeah.
But for forever, it was get your song on the radio
for sure,
and then you were
it
good.
Just
and
feels good.
It still is. It still is to a large extent. I guess what I mean is like there was probably 3 or 4 different kinds of radio stations that all were playing Lenny at the time.
Correct.
There was enough like this sort of pop and this sort of pop and this sort of rock and this sort of pop, and they were all happy to play it.
Honestly, like there were days where like you be listening late night to like a GCI, and it's like, well, artists. I mean,
get away with that.
DJ's choice.
Yeah.
Where hey, here's Roxy Roker's son, and you send him out there and he does his thing. Like I always love seeing kind of that mesh point of where we can do some of that. Like it's cool. Like I remember being a kid and hearing Steely Dan on GCI. And not really understand, like hearing Phil Collins on GCI and BMX when I was a kid. Obviously hearing like Michael McDonald. And it's part of the reason why there's a lot of like Gen X people, like every year they rediscover that Bobby Caldwell is white. And they go, wait a damn minute.
I didn't approve this.
No one told me that Bobby Caldwell, he ain't white. And then you're like, yeah, he was.
It's like when you discovered Jason Williams with the Sacramento Kings was white. It
was a good moment.
It didn't make any sense.
No.
Well, there were also too many Jason Williams then.
There was a while there where there's a big pile.
There was the shooting Jason
Williams.
Yeah. I liked the passing Jason Williams more than the shooting Jason Williams, personally.
So did the Chauffeur Drivers Association of America.
Yeah, that is correct. And then, of course, Jason Williams, White Chocolate Jason Williams on the high school basketball team with Bobby Howard, who used to play linebacker for the Bears, and Randy Moss.
Randy Moss, that's right.
Wow. Yeah,
that's a pretty good high school team.
Yeah, good athletes
right there.
And then
won some games.
Bull's motorcycle accident, Jason Williams, who decided to be Jay Williams.
Jay Williams. Yeah.
Set himself.
We'll see
like
how
him
much
more
longer.
than the shooting one, too.
Probably not so much after this month. We'll see.
Do you guys think at all, like even 1%, that Domingo Germán's perfect game is less cool because it happened against the A's?
I was joking with Mully and Haugh about it, and Dan had, at the beginning of the season, he had set the over-under.
At 2.5, right?
2.5 was the number.
For no-hitters.
For no-hitters
against the A's.
But there's only been, 24 perfect games?
If you can go 27 up, 27 down, man, I don't care who it's against. I'm impressed by that.
On 99 pitches.
I'm impressed by that.
It's crazy, though.
I'm impressed by it, but are you 1% less impressed?
Yes.
Than Felix Hernandez's perfect game? I think you gotta be.
I'm. Who was the Tigers guy that got robbed?
Armando Galarraga.
I'm more impressed with that than I was with this.
Well,
that's how I felt when I saw the highlights this morning. I was like,
he gave
good
up,
for you.
He gave up 10 runs his last time out. Germán gave up 10 runs his last time out. And he was also fairly recently suspended for domestic abuse.
Right.
And he's also a freaking Yankee. So there was a lot of reasons that didn't feel great to me personally.
5%.
5% less. Okay. Yeah. It's like, oh man, perfect game last night. I missed a perfect game. Damn, it's so cool. There was a perfect game. Oh.
I don't even know if I know that they did the alert, but I was so into what the hell was gone wrong with the Cubs and what was going right with the White Sox that I didn't even pay attention last night.
No, I think
I'm usually like inside the MLB at bat app like the whole time. And I thought about it this morning. I was like, I don't remember getting a no-hitter alert.
No, I woke up and I felt that kind of like, I feel a little guilty for not giving him too much of a crap about that because perfect games are rare, man.
Unbelievably rare.
24. I mean, it's insane. The last time there was a perfect game was 2012. Mike Trout and Bryce Harper won Rookie of the Year that year. That
was Felix Hernandez.
Yeah.
Or was that Philip Umber? What year was that? 2011? 2014?
Yeah, I forget.
Umber was 12.
Oh, Umber was 12.
That's right. I produced 2. That was the second of my perfect games that I produced here.
There were two that year. Because Felix was August of 2012, so Umber must have been earlier in the season.
It was.
I think it was April, right?
As called on TV by Dave Sims. The only call. The only call was by Dave Sims.
We had Farmio.
Doing the road call. That's right. So there was. The only TV call.
Can you name the
Sims.
Yankees who have, because he was the 4th Yankee to have a perfect game. Can you name the other 3?
David Wells.
There you go.
It's David Cohn.
There you go. And then the most famous one ever.
Don Larson.
There you go.
I did better on that. I did better on that than I did on home run champions since the year 2000.
Yeah, that was should have definitely done better on that one.
That was rough and embarrassing. Danny was the quiz master for categories yesterday.
I like when he does that.
Yeah, well, that was the first time.
First time yesterday.
Nailed it.
Yeah, it was fun. You crushed Europe though.
Wait, what?
I did, much like Hitler.
So games categories, one person hosts, the other 3 play. You go around and around until you
run out.
One person is left standing. Home run kings of the 21st century, so going back to 2000.
Mm-hmm.
Not a good showing by the crew. But then, so we try to do it on like things that we've talked about it on the show. So Shohei Ohtani leads baseball in home runs. He would be the home run king this year. Who are the ones of the 21st century? The Cubs played in London last weekend.
London's in Europe.
London is in the United Kingdom, which is one of the 44 countries of Europe. Can you name the other 43 countries?
Gotcha.
And Tanny and Spiegs were going back and forth for a while because Shane got out in like the second round because he repeated Germany. like Tanny said Germany in the second.
Typical.
And yeah, exactly.
But I was on fire. I ran the table in Germany.
It was very impressive.
Designated Hitler.
Yes.
I dominated Europe.
That's Ryan Ford's favorite segment that we've ever done on the show.
Mussolini would have been jealous of how I dominated Europe.
You really did. You crushed that category.
I did.
Yesterday.
I dominated Luxembourg and Liechtenstein.
But Shane still won because then the last category was drivers that are in the NASCAR race in Chicago this weekend. Speaks got 1.
Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, and he was mentioned.
I don't think I got any.
Oh no, yeah, you got 0.
I got 0.
Tanny got 1 and Shane got 3.
Yeah, it was a good team, man. I said Bubba that he was coming on the midday show.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I went by his block party at the DuSable Museum.
Oh, you did?
It's right around the corner from me.
Oh, man, that's so cool that he's doing it down there.
Dude.
Is so cool. And I saw that his pit crew was doing like live pit stop presentations.
Speaks?
It's brilliant.
I don't know what I was expecting. It was super cool.
That's great.
And the kids that were a part of it, like I saw a bunch, like I'm literally like around the corner, right? So I go over there and I see like kids with makeshift helmets that are walking out. I saw folks rolling up in Washington Park, like running to get to it. I thought it would just kind of be kind of a cool meet and greet for Bubba. It was beyond that. And I thought that as far as like an outreach type thing, I thought he accomplished the goal.
Smart.
Very cool.
There's an opportunity there, obviously.
There is, and there's going to be a bunch of people cheering for Bubba this weekend. A bunch that may not even known who Bubba was until yesterday, and now they're like, "That's my favorite person ever."
Did he do it because it was Chicago, or does he do that at other stops?
It's a great question. I'll ask him about it tomorrow, but it just like it was. What I loved about it is it was perfect because of where they placed it, and it was away from all of the other nonsense. Like you do that in Hyde Park. And it right across from Washington Park, there was a lot of room for people to like get there. The line was like down Cottage Grove and around 55th Street. So it was dope to see like that many people go, "Oh, he's a NASCAR racer, but all right, he's one of us. So let's go support him."
Sure.
And there's like a concert,
free event.
I can't remember if it was free. But I know that people had a blast. Like, people were happy as they were walking out. And that made me really happy.
Cool.
Like, what a great event to do.
Yeah.
Like, and like, there's a lot of stuff that's, like, happening over there. Like, the XS tennis place is off of, like, 51st and Wabash.
That is an amazing facility. And there's lots of great stuff going on with that.
And so to do it at the DuSable Museum, when you're going to be driving on DuSable Lakeshore Drive, very smart by the marketing team of the 23 car and Bubba Wallace.
I was on DuSable Lakeshore Drive today.
Were you? And then you were moved off of it.
In one lane of single file traffic.
Yeah, man.
From Chicago to Randolph. It's fine. It's fine. It was moving well before that because I think I was the only dumb person who was crazy enough to get on it.
You know what, Danny? I thought about that this morning. I was sitting there going, well, there has been a whole bunch of warnings.
Okay, so
maybe.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I tried to take them. I tried to take the Metro today,
and all sorts of stuff.
I tried to take the Metro today. I drove to the Metro stop in the Burbs. The parking lot is probably 250, 300 parking spaces.
Packed.
100% capacity.
Wow.
I was on the phone with my sister. I was early. I was planning on making some phone calls before the train anyway in the car, so I didn't have to make them on the train because I normally make my phone calls on my commute down. So I got there early. I was like, I will just literally drive around this parking lot and sit idly for 10, 15 minutes. One car will leave this parking lot. 0 cars left that parking lot.
Because everybody had the bright idea that you did.
It's like avoid the traffic and take the Metro in. And everywhere else is, 2-hour parking or tow zone parking.
Absolutely.
Or they want you to pay for parking at the train station. So I drove downtown today. So I drove to the train station with the express intent to avoid the traffic. And then your boy ended up in the traffic.
Dude.
I need a helicopter.
Why?
I'm so angry.
I did take the Metro in today. It's a little bit easier for me. Like the Metro Electric literally lets you off in this building. So the choice
That's so much. I would do that every day if I lived where you live.
The choice was easy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the wintertime, like walking to the train, being on the platform is not great.
Yeah, fine.
But yes, like this time of year, but the deal that we got for parking is so good that
I'm just saying from coming from the north,
there's no
Ogilvy
equivalent.
is so far from here, you can't take the train direct.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, first world problem, but still.
But the Metro Electric is like perfect, and it was packed today.
God bless the Divvy bikes, because I'm even just a couple of miles away.
Right? Didn't you have to go back and go get a bike?
Yesterday I did, and then today just did it, and then Sunday morning I'm coming in here to do hit and run. On Sunday morning in the midst of the crap show, but I think I'll be okay because I'll go west and come around and ride the bike. So good luck to everybody.
I feel like this might be a Spiegs is doing the show from home.
I like coming in.
I do too,
and I'm close enough that I can find a way. You know what I've done? I've read those emails you were talking about with the warnings. They have the whole streets mapped out, and they tell you which ones are where.
It's been such a really strange spring summer when it comes to getting around Chicago.
And again, the good thing is that the construction project on the Kennedys only expected to last 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, that's it. And then we're golden.
So it should be fine.
Then we're absolutely golden.
Then the bridges and the signs and the lights will be fine.
Well, I think at least now there's a mayor that won't raise the bridges. But I was talking to some of the people in the BBM newsroom, and I won't name them, but it's pretty funny what they were talking about. They were saying how they want this NASCAR race to have some Chicago flavor. Like when the cars pit, that towing company that's always towing people comes right out and tows the car.
Not a bad idea.
I would love to see
Not a bad idea.
Kyle Busch have to go to like Sacramento and Armitage to go get his car pulled out. That godforsaken tow lot where they pick up your car with a forklift and they squeeze it in there between other cars.
Yeah, they hit that buzzer to all that stuff.
Oh my God, and you're in a trailer with no air conditioning with 40 of your closest friends waiting in line to
hoping that your car isn't scratched to hell.
And only to get to the front of the line and find out you need more paperwork and have to go back downtown and then go
cash.
back. Cash.
Of course. Tom Fornelli said that he thinks that they should have to do it with the potholes, which would be fun. Just little, like a video game.
And they should all pull off and get in line at Portillo's. And because the line is fast.
It is.
The way the Portillo's
have
is
your order ready to go.
It's an efficient drive-through.
And the thing is, I keep running into not potholes, the reverse of potholes. Like these little like speed bump things that have raised up on South Lakeshore Drive.
Yeah, a little elevation. Cars can get in the air.
Zits, like street zits.
Yeah, it's not great for your car. But I'm sure they'll get all that figured out before the race on
maybe
Saturday,
Superdog.
Sunday?
Maybe Superdog. All the cars should go up to Devon and Nagel over there and go into Superdog.
Why not?
Let's go.
We have a very guesty show today, Lawrence. Ty Dillon, NASCAR driver who's driving the White Sox car.
Is he related to Austin? Are they related?
They are the brothers.
Yeah,
Okay.
he is joining us in just over 20 minutes. Dave Wanstead and Tony Wise.
Great.
In studio, 3 o'clock hour.
Talking about DAP?
Definitely. I think maybe my favorite guest that we ever get. It's our third appearance with Adam McKay.
Oh, you can't go wrong.
Fourth. I thought it was fourth. Our fourth appearance with Adam McKay. And
Winning Time's back, right?
Winning Time is coming back. He was an EP on Succession, which just wrapped. He just sold another movie to Netflix to follow up from Don't Look Up.
He was an executive producer of The Menu, I believe. And there's a lot of stuff.
And on our show, he is the running backs coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Perfect.
So Jay Zawoski going to join us, and so we got a lot to do today.
Boys, have a wonderful show.
Lawrence, have a great day.
Thank you, Lawrence. Tanny's Open kicks us off. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports.
This is the day that we need Danny Parkins.
Doesn't
here.
he know
There's just
Hosmer?
one day that we need him, and it's when the Cubs could potentially sign Eric Hosmer.
No, Danny would have just done what Bernstein just did. Just read how tall he is. Tall, first baseman, left-handed.
You're a veteran, been around for a while. He had a power stroke for a little while, but not so much anymore. Didn't really do that well in San Diego, according to Baseball Preference. Speaks?
Baseball Preference?
Yeah, here's the thing about Eric Hosmer, babe. Eric Hosmer is just good. He says so many vibes, so many baseball vibes.
Right.
And they do so well. And he's coming off of San Diego where he learned to be even more chill.
Guy can freaking pick it over there, man.
Yeah, he's good, right?
Do you guys need us here?
I was
for
just
this?
going to say they screwed up. That was the show. I mean, if you really, I mean, come on. If you really wanted to do a show, that was it. Because I guarantee you, there's a guy in his car right now going, "That's all we get of that." Wait, don't stop doing that.
Yeah, Speaks. He good power stroke, right? There was a point for a little while there that he could really hit the home run. Solid guy to have at first base. 312-644-6767. I'm going to solicit callers, and then I'm not going to take any of them.
2023 BMW Championship at Olympia Fields.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Connor Bedard. This guy is considered great generational prospect who is going to be a savior for a franchise that clearly matters. An Original Six franchise in one of the great international cities in the world. He is 17 years old. Imagine you at 17 and you have to be the savior for Tower Records. Whatever billionaire company in the industry or hobby that you thought you were pretty good at 17, you have to save the pot industry. Think about Ruben in 6 years. Being tasked with being the savior.
You must save Minecraft. See Matt Spiegel's son, Ruben, over there.
Minecraft is in trouble.
Internet porn may be taken away forever.
Yeah.
You step up and do what you do best.
17-year-old, go save Pornhub. It's ridiculous.
You're our only chance.
And with the first overall selection in the 2023 NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks are very proud to select from the Regina Pats, the Western Hockey League, Connor Bedard.
Among the greatness of Connor Bedard is, from what I can tell, he is obsessed with the game. And the great ones are.
He's a pretty special player, very special person, and we'll let him determine how special that first season is.
Yeah, it's incredible. I can't put it into words. So much history here, so I'm so happy to be part of the Blackhawks organization.
I want you to put the word out there that we back up. Understand me? We back up.
Go Blackhawks.
1, 2, 3.
Here we go, Jim. Here we go. Here we go, Jim. We go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
To be honest, he didn't look a day over 17. If you would have told me that kid was 16, I would have been like, yeah, I could see that kid being 16 years old. He's your savior. He's the franchise.
He's been anointed, Danny, since he was 14.
Yep.
And he was granted what they call exceptional player status, unquote, to let him into a league where he had to be 15. But they're like, no, let's let the 14-year-old in. He's just that good. It's crazy, man.
He did great in history class and math class.
You've been drafted to save AP English. You can do it.
Ridiculous.
Save it all.
It's so preposterous, man.
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah, but no surprise. Connor Bedard is here. Do you feel different? You feel like the sports landscape in this town is different?
You know, we've known it's coming. I wasn't at the Salt Shed party nor at the Nashville party.
Yeah.
So no, but it's like it is interesting though, because like these kids are anointed at 15. At 16, hockey legends reveal themselves early. He scored 2 goals in his WHL debut at age 15. You know, like the dudes he's going to be compared with historically, also revealed themselves and were kind of anointed at 15 or 16, like Mario Lemieux and Sidney Crosby and Gretzky and Bobby Orr and Connor McDavid, like these 1-1s in the draft who everybody knew for a couple of years were going to be 1-1s, and teams were tanking and dreaming and wishing and hoping for all those. That's his lineage. Those are his peers. It's a crazy thing.
Well, I was driving in and heard Mark Lazarus with Lawrence say, but the hype is so crazy that if he has Patrick Kane's career, he's a disappointment. Laz knows approximately 1,000 times more about hockey than I do. That can't be right. It can't be right. Kane's the best American player ever, and he has 3 cups.
Mm-hmm. Well, this guy's Canadian, though.
No, I understand that.
And there are a lot of better Canadians.
I get it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying. So maybe I'm conflating team accomplishments with individual accomplishments, because an individual in hockey doesn't transform a team like an individual in the NBA.
But they do. It just takes a little while to build around them. They usually end up doing.
They're not guaranteed to win cups.
Well, all the guys I just mentioned.
Connor McDavid?
Yeah.
Austin Matthews?
McDavid hasn't yet, but he's theoretically on track.
Theoretically on track.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they're not guaranteed to win a cup.
I wonder if Laz was thinking, because there are some people that think like Bedard is a little too slight and will end up on the wing, whereas right now he's considered to be like that transformative center who's a great two-way player and heart and soul of the team. So I wonder if he thought that at all.
I have no idea. I mean, but I was like, he might be better than Patrick Kane. I suppose that's possible.
I think he's expected to be better than Patrick Kane. He's expected to be better. He's expected to be a two-way center, heart and soul of a team, transformative person like Lemieux and Orr or like Lemieux and Crosby and Gretzky and McDavid. Or you throw in because he's one that they saw coming. I was looking at these guys, okay?
Yeah.
And so Mario Lemieux wins the Calder,
Great 17-year-old.
Great 17-year-old. Wins the Calder Trophy, the Rookie of the Year award at 19. Wins the Hart, the MVP, in year 4. Stanley Cup in year 7. Okay?
Yeah.
Sidney Crosby, second place in the Calder at 18 because Alexander Ovechkin won it. That's a pretty good rookie class. He wins the Hart in year 2, the Stanley Cup in year 4. So they all won a cup pretty early. Gretzky, no Calder Trophy because he was playing in the WHL before that. But he won the Hart Trophy in year 1, won the MVP in year 1, and then he won 8 in a row. Gretzky shows up, wins 8 in a row. Takes him until year 5 and 6 to win the Stanley Cup. He's got to get through the Islanders dynasty. McDavid, third place in the Calder at age 19. But all these guys are like best player in the league at age 18 or 19. He'll be 18. Well, Connor Bedard. McDavid wins the Hart in year 2, just won his third in year 8, still waiting for the Stanley Cup. And the last one, Bobby Orr, Calder at 18, Rookie of the Year at 18. He wins the Hart in years 4, 5, and 6. Stanley Cup in year 4. So, these are the expectations. You should be Rookie of the Year. Within 3 or 4 years, you should be the MVP. And then the team you're on should be great enough to win the cup by year 4 or maybe 5, maybe 6. If it's anything longer than that before a Stanley Cup, there's going to be people pointing fingers and saying, why haven't they done it yet? Why haven't they done it yet? Why haven't they figured it out? It's an insane standard to be holding this kid to, isn't it? But it is what it is.
I mean, if history suggests that that's the standard, I certainly can't relate to it. But if history says that that's the standard, then that's the standard. And all of the best. Like, good luck to you. But if that's the standard, I mean, all of a sudden, you look around the Chicago sports landscape, Cubs spending money, good farm system, Bears, they got QB1, Hawks, 4 years away from a Stanley Cup, according to you. That all sounds pretty good. Because it's been a long time since there's been a good team in this town. Been a long time. Couple of 90-win Sox teams that disappointed. Cody Parkey and the Bears in 2018. The Cubs in 2017. I mean, they won the division in 20, but obviously immediately exited from the playoffs.
20 you had the Cubs and the White Sox,
but it was
getting
COVID.
into the playoffs.
Nobody got to enjoy it.
Yeah, that's true.
So shortened seasons and no one got to go to the games. So cool. A couple of division titles and first round playoff exits.
I think these next 3 years for the Blackhawks ought to be really fun. Like you're just kind of building. The expectations aren't that you win a Stanley Cup right away or anything, but it should be really good. Your team should be relevant, and you're building towards something that is expected to be great in year 4 or 5.
The build is fun.
Yeah.
The build, the hope and the anticipation, it's fun.
That's a fun stage.
It is. And then the pressure comes in, and then you get to live up to the pressure, and then, all that stuff comes in.
Right.
But
by the time Jordan won, it was year 7, right, for Michael?
Yeah,
I think it was year 7.
Yeah, year 7.
And it felt overdue. It did feel overdue at the time. It's easy to forget, but it was like, okay, I don't know if you can win around this guy.
Right, the narrative was that you needed a center to win, and he couldn't do it, and the whole thing.
Yeah,
just an empty score, that sort of thing.
Right.
Well,
so it's hard to remember.
So now
sometimes.
Connor Bedard has the pressure of Michael Jordan.
I mean, what's the difference between Michael Jordan and Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux and some of these guys?
One is Michael Jordan.
That's fair.
Yeah. But, I understand.
You know what I mean?
I know. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck. He has to be better than Patrick Kane. That is going to be very difficult to do in this town. Ty Dillon partnered up with the White Sox to drive a car around the streets of Chicago. We talked to him about it next on The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
This bad division is fool's gold. It has you thinking all crazy like. You're like, this team has major holes in it, but could also be in the playoffs.
Attack. I don't think that the Cubs should be waiting for some sort of...
He is compared as one notch below Connor McDavid. And I believe Connor McDavid, when it's all said and done, may be the greatest to ever play hockey. He's in the conversation. Top 3 all time, top 4, top 5 all time. So if Connor Bedard's a notch below that, okay, that's better than Patrick Kane. That's better than Jonathan Taves. The comparison that I keep hearing about Connor Bedard is Patrick Kane's skill and savvy with Austin Matthews' shot, which is terrifying if you're a goalie or defenseman.
Okay.
Wow.
Sounds good.
Yeah, this is.
I would draft him.
Just numbers wise, fellas. In the Western Hockey League, he played 57 games with Regina with an R, 71 goals, 72 assists, 143 points in 57 games.
That's crazy.
Okay. So you want to turn up your nose and say, well, I mean, come on, it's the Western Hockey League. These guys are going to be future plumbers someday.
Yeah, it's just
let's turn
Regina.
let's turn our attention to the World Junior Championships, where the best and brightest from around the world get together for the annual tournament. In 7 games for Team Canada, with all the spotlight on him, Connor Bedard had 9 goals and 14 assists, 23 points in 7 games in the world's most competitive junior tournament. That is more than 3 points per game for a 17-year-old Connor Bedard. At age 15, his first year with Regina, 15 games, 28 points.
At 15.
That'll play.
At 15 years old. I mean, he is doing things that are otherworldly. The other thing is we had a chance to talk last month with 3 of the Hawks' top prospects. They all play together for the Seattle Thunderbirds junior hockey. And all of them got to play with him at the World Juniors and just talk about how great of a dude he is. Like, he's not all up in the clouds. He doesn't, maybe he believes the hype about himself, but he certainly doesn't show it. Supposed to be a great teammate, a future captain type. So, I mean, the Hawks, I know they literally won the lottery by winning the lottery, but they won the lottery. You know what I mean? Like, exclamation point, all caps.
Love fun, right?
Afternoons on the Score.
Join us this Friday for NASCAR night. The guy at shortstop there on the left side of your screen, Corey Seager, is from the home of the Earnhardts, Kannapolis, North Carolina, where the Sox have an A-ball affiliate. The Cannonballers now used to be the Intimidators from down in NASCAR country.
There he is. So are you gonna go see the NASCAR when they come in?
I don't think so. I think I'm out of town. Yeah, thanks for asking, though.
Jason Benetti with his patented honesty on NBC Sports Chicago. NASCAR has taken over downtown Chicago this weekend, and Ty Dillon is going to get a ton of attention because his number 77 car is now the White Sox car. Got the White Sox logo all over it. Very cool. Ty Dillon joins us now on the Circuit Resort and Casino Hotline. Circuit Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Ty, thanks so much for the time, man. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. I appreciate you guys having me on. Yeah, you got it nailed. I'm excited. We got probably the coolest car I've ever driven is this White Sox car. I'm a huge sports fan, and to be repping the White Sox means a lot. It's going to be a lot of fun.
What makes you say it's the coolest car that you've ever driven?
I just think the pinstripes are cool. I'm like I said, I'm a massive sports fan, so to be able to have any sports team on a race car in their town and just in the city is just cool. You know, it's a dream come true when kind of my two favorite sports align. So it's going to be really cool, and hopefully we get a lot of. I know the Cubs fans are probably going to be disappointed, but all the White Sox fans will be cheering us on.
Cubs fans will be fine. Are you so you're a baseball fan? Who's your baseball team?
Yep. So I'm a Braves fan, been a Braves fan for a long time, but I'm probably going to be more of a White Sox fan going forward now that to have them on the car. I feel like I'm a part of the team now in some sort of way. So I guess I can have a team in each division.
Oh,
There you go.
It's dangerous. Dangerous to be a White Sox fan, though, Ty. Like they break your heart. We got a couple on this show that are sometimes sad, but you've got the White Sox uniform too, right? Your race car, your race driving outfit is going to be all White Soxed up as well, right?
Yeah, that's one I'm definitely going to make sure I try to steal away after the season's over and kind of put it up because it's kind of a cool, special moment for me. And then I'm also going to be repping the South Side jersey all weekend, too. That's going to be my outfit for cruising around town. So it's pretty cool. You don't get to usually do fun things like this with schemes and the company or whoever you have on your car. So for me, like I said, it fits perfect to what I enjoy, and we're going to have a great race on top of it.
So how did it happen? How did the collaboration between you and the White Sox happen?
I think the folks at Spire Motorsports worked hard just reaching out to different people, and I think they were looking for an opportunity where we can cross promote the sports as well as we have Beggar's Pizza on board, which is a great brand too in the area. So they were able to collaborate with all three and just put something super special together for this event, knowing that there's so much attention. So many people are excited to come to the race and put both sports out there together.
You enjoying your time in Chicago? It's a pretty special place. Like, this is a weird thing for us. How weird is it for you to be driving around a city like this, getting ready?
Yeah, I haven't gotten there yet. I fly out in the morning, so I'm excited to see the city, see the town. We're so used to racing out in kind of outside areas of downtown. And like I said, being a sports fan, some of my favorite stadiums have the landscape of city buildings in the background. And to be able to have that as a background this week is going to be super cool. And the fact that we're pretty much walking from our hotel right into the racetrack each weekend is unique. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It's so different for all of us in our sport to be doing what we're doing this weekend. But I thrive in chaos, and I enjoy the change. I think it's going to be a special week for our White Sox Camaro Inspire Motorsports.
So 12
White Sox Camaro, I like that.
12 turns in the 2.2 mile course. Are you better suited to? Is this the chaos you're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. And then you narrow those turns up to about a car and a half wide. It's going to be interesting for sure. We're going to do our thing and what we do best, and make sure we, as a team, we run all the laps and put ourselves in a position at the end of the race to capitalize on everybody else's mental mistakes. And I think in this weekend, that's going to be the best strategy, and just be mentally tough all weekend.
Ty Dillon is our guest. He's driving the White Sox car in the NASCAR race this weekend. I mean, listen, it's a city course and you're in Chicago, but we were thinking that you should really have the Chicago experience. There should be random potholes. There should be construction cones. There should be some workers on the course. You know what I mean? Like, give you the real Chicago city driving experience. What do you think about that?
I think it's going to be crazy enough already, but who knows? We've never been on a street before. There's going to be some crazy bumps and twists in the track that we're not used to. We're used to perfectly paved racetracks that we call bumpy. Is probably the smallest thing you've felt on a road. So, it'll be quite the change. And like I said, it'll be part of that chaos that we're not used to.
Are there some drivers who get grumpy about having to do races like this?
Yeah, drivers are human beings. We get grumpy, and not many of them like change. I enjoy change, but some of the old guys and some guys just don't enjoy change, which I really do. So there's some guys that I don't think are embracing it as well, but they're going to have to, and we're all on the same track having to do the same thing, trying to win the same race. So.
All right, so can we ask you, let's ask some questions to Ty Dillon, professional driver outside of the world of NASCAR. Like, do you hate traffic?
Yeah, I don't enjoy it that much. I kind of see it as a race, which isn't always good for the rules of driving on the road.
Right.
Trying to pass people and advance your position is the way I see cars on a road. So I let my wife do most of the driving in our daily life. It kind of keeps me out of making very expensive mistakes.
So that's fascinating.
What a healthy choice that is.
So you're able to, do you critique her driving?
Oh, yeah, and that's not good. I'm not a very good backseat driver, but I can't help myself sometimes. But she's an excellent driver. That's why I let her do it all.
Wow, interesting. I consider myself a professional driver, but I'm not. But I hate letting my wife drive. Like, the ability for you to – is that like bringing your work home with you? Is that why you do it?
I don't think our work ever leaves, and I'm lucky enough to get to bring my wife and kids with me to all the races, and so she's just as much in it as me. So if we had a bad day on track, it's not easy for her either. So she can get up on the wheel. She used to do a little driving back in her day in some quarter midgets. So our family's used to the aggressive side of driving.
Gotcha. Wow. So both of you are drivers. That's amazing, Ty. So look, there's lots of times where I'll be on the highway. 290 is the highway going west and coming back into the city. And if it's empty, sometimes there's a driver who's just insane. Danny, you know these people, like just darting left and right. The right lane is all of a sudden a passing lane. They're just they're endangering everybody. When you and your wife see somebody driving like that, is the temptation to then drive like that and beat that person?
It's a challenge.
Yeah.
Sometimes, usually I just get frustrated with them, but I think the biggest thing is I know how close they are to really making a massive mistake, and I don't think they realize that. Usually those guys aren't using the best judgment when they're doing that, but you honestly hope that they're going to be okay, because they're one slight mistake that they don't even realize how little it could be to really having a bad day.
Yeah.
How many career speeding tickets do you have?
I think one actual documented had to go through the whole process speeding ticket, but I don't speed very much. I like to set my cruise about 5 miles per hour over and then go into that mode like I was talking about, like the passing cars at a certain speed, so it kind of makes it a little equal playing ground for everybody.
Fascinating. We're talking to Ty Dillon. He's driving the White Sox car here. So wait, can you take us through, so you're not into Chicago yet. You guys don't do these road courses. It's a unique thing. Some of the veteran drivers are upset about it. How do you practice? How do you make sure that this is going to go okay ahead of the race?
Yeah, the practice is kind of the same that we do each week, because since NASCAR did away with all the on-track testing, we pretty much go to these simulators and run hours and hours trying to figure out these racetracks, whether it's a new track or not. So we're kind of the sport's set up for new events like this now, and so we've spent quite a few hours racing around a virtual computer Chicago street course, but it's going to be so much different when we get there, and we're going to have to adapt on the fly, and that's fun. That's a separator in our sport. So it'll be pretty cool. We've done a lot of preparation, but you never know what it's like until you get to a track for the first time in real life. When you're racing around virtual Chicago in the simulator, are the skyscrapers there as a visual distraction so you know what you're dealing with? It is, and it's really cool. You got every detail that's going to be around you, even the signage on the walls and cars and people standing around. So all the visual effects are there, and it is quite unique.
Have you ever been to Chicago, or is there anything you're looking forward to seeing?
I've been to Chicago before for the National Sports Card Convention. I'm a sports card collector, and then we've raced back in the day at Chicagoland Speedway. So I've been there a couple times, but honestly, I'm really looking forward to just seeing how it's all going to play out this weekend of where the racetrack is in downtown and compared to the hotel and everything that we're going to be, living the off-track life as far as getting from the hotel to the racetrack and just knowing how close everything is. It's going to be a quite unique experience. What are your favorite sports cards that you have, Ty Dillon? Oh, man. So I've got a little bit of everything. I've got probably my prized possession right now is a Joe Burrow rookie card out of 5, which is probably my best card currently. And I don't know if there's very many Bengals fans that follow the show, but
what's that one worth? What's it worth?
Yeah, not as much as it was a couple of years ago when I pulled it, but the sports card's gone down a little bit, but I'm holding on to it. I think he's going to have a good career. So, and I'm excited as a Panthers fan to start collecting some Bryce Young cards. So just trying to pick some of my favorite guys and. But I'm super into it. I love the whole sports card industry, and got back. I did it as a kid. My brother and I did. We collected a lot of different stuff, and then over the pandemic in 2020, I picked it up again, and boy, it got expensive quick. So DJ Moore is a Bear now, Mr. Panthers fan. What are we going to get here from our new number 1 wide receiver? Oh, you got a great player. He was so fun to watch here. I hated to see him go. But it also gave us the opportunity to get the number 1 pick, which is exciting as well. I think Bears fans are going to have an awesome player for a long time. He's so tough. I mean, I remember watching games and being there live where he just takes a shot, catches the ball, takes a shot, and it feels like he's definitely going to be out. He just scoops himself back up gets to the next play, and then he has another explosive play. He's super smooth. He's super cool with everything he does, and he just quietly throws up big numbers and helps the team.
So who's going to be better this year, the Bears or the Panthers?
Oh, Panthers. I hate it for you guys, but the Panthers are going to have a great year.
Oh, my God.
Here's the thing. A lot of Bears fans think, the Bears got the Panthers' first pick. They're going to be awful. The pick's going to be in the top 5. I'm like, Panthers won 7 games last year, got better at quarterback, got better at coach. I think you guys kind of got a nice team.
Yeah, I think we got better in a lot of ways. Don't we play each other pretty early in the season? So we'll find out quick, I guess.
Yeah, middle of the season. It's a Thursday night game.
Yeah, Danny usually knows the schedule.
Yeah,
even
middle of the season. But yeah, it's gonna be a Thursday night game. It's gonna be fun. Should be a good one. But anything else for our driver here?
Ty Dillon, sounds like the White Sox got a good one, man. Nice to meet you, and I know there'll be a lot of White Sox fans cheering you on this weekend, especially now that they know you a little bit.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate it, and it's going to be an honor to represent the team and all the fans that cheer them on each weekend. So we appreciate it. Hope you guys all come out to the race, and I appreciate you guys having me on.
Absolutely. And Ty, hey, just one more thing. Sometimes the White Sox, they have like a little bit of an issue, like their players don't run at full speed. So just be sure you drive your car at full speed the whole time, okay?
Hey, maybe we'll change the motive because all we know is wide open.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thanks, Ty.
All right.
All right, that's Ty Dillon, NASCAR driver in the White Sox car, number 77
Dude,
this weekend.
I love that. That's a great book, Shane.
Yeah, it was fun.
We got a guy. Now we got a
NASCAR guy?
We got a guy. We got a driver and somebody to root for this weekend. I enjoyed that, man.
Okay, so how White Sox is it to put their sponsorship behind the guy with the third longest odds?
They could afford him.
He's 800 to 1.
Oh,
you could afford him.
That's too bad.
I didn't know that.
So what's a realistic thing to root for Ty Dillon? For him to finish?
To win.
To win?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. I'm putting my entire savings account, which is non-existent, on Ty Dillon.
You know what you should do is get a tattoo. Ty Dillon, 2023 NASCAR Chicago
Someone wants to stop by the studio today before the show's over and put that tattoo on.
It's perfect.
Cover up my White Sox one.
That's perfect.
Don't cover it up. All you got to do is change the year next time the White Sox win. Come on.
Just a big X through the year. Write a new one in there. But no, what a delightful guy.
Agreed. And a sports fan all over the place. The card convention. It's in Rosemont, right?
Yeah, he's still got to fly into O'Hare.
If he's been up there for the card convention, he might have met Les. You know, it depends how many times he's been here. He might know the grobber. Might have bought cards from him.
Ty Dillon's favorite Chicago bar is the Sugar Factory in Rosemont.
I like that guy.
I know, we got a guy.
And he's just like a big baseball fan. So now I'm a White Sox fan. All right.
You can have one in each league.
Simple.
He must not know much.
I like it. I think that was very,
It was football, though. That was a nice, tight, concise answer.
Oh,
Yeah.
on DJ Moore?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, rack that. Have that ready for training camp.
Very confident that the Panthers will be better than the Bears.
To remind you, Bears fans, NASCAR driver Ty Dillon, who won the race in Chicago, if you remember. We all had $10 on it at 800 to 1.
773. How about a carjacking while refueling?
Making the Chicago experience. That's good. That's good. Have we seen Wani and Tony Wise yet?
Yeah, they're yakking it up in Mitch's office.
All right, good. Well, I know they always get here early. I just hadn't seen them yet.
Remember, Danny's on a 5-day no drinking thing, so, you know, we'll respect that.
We'll see how it goes. Adam McKay at 4 o'clock, Jay Zawoski after that. Dave Wanstead and Tony Wise in studio next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The PGA Tour's FedEx Cup is coming back to Chicago. The top 50 players in the world converge on Olympia Fields Country Club for the 2023 BMW Championship, August 15th through the 20th. Olympia Fields' famed North Course will deliver the ultimate test as the playoffs heat up. Tickets are available now. Secure your place to watch.
I mean, the play calling and the player execution was outstanding. As good as you're going to see all year long.
Stefanski's awfully good.
Absolutely. And the players were tuned into it. Oh, man, what do we got? I see light mango. Come on.
I did bring in.
They're not making this in Pittsburgh. I got to see where this is.
Oh, you bet.
It is Pittsburgh, Iron City. You know what? I'm going to text the president of Iron City Beer as soon as I leave here.
Text him right now.
Text him right now.
Call
During
him
the
right
show.
now.
And I'm going to see if Tony, see if he's with.
Yeah, you text him right now because there
those
is
who
a
don't know-
bottle of red that I brought.
He's not
for
the
Dave.
president, but he's got a lot of clout.
Dave
Chris.
loves Iron City Light. He likes it over ice. It's his Pittsburgh beer of choice. He doesn't like fruit beers. He didn't know there was an Icy Light Mango, and he's now disgusted.
Don't worry, Coach. We got that right at the Giant Eagle in the flats.
Oh, on the flats. I love it. The south side. I love it. The flats. Perfect. Should I call Tony and see if he answers?
Well, you're not on your cell phone, Dave. We won't be able to hear him.
Won't be able to
fine.
patch him in.
You'll be here. Put on speakerphone right by the mic.
All
That's
right,
no problem.
Fine. Yeah,
Give it a
call,
shot.
call Tony.
I got him on speaker. Let me just see if Tony answers.
But the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
That's a voicemail.
All right. So Dave,
I'm going to text him and see if he gets back, and then I'll get him to call me.
all right, good, because you're appalled by this, right? This is an Iron City Light with fruit in it, and you like it straight up over ice.
Yes, absolutely.
All
Go,
right.
go ahead. Keep talking. I can text and talk.
Can you? Yeah.
Dave's reaching for a paper towel. He's off the mic.
Forget about his football point for a second. This is his beer from his childhood. He's been drinking this since the coal mines in like 6th grade. He's told the story 1,000 times. Have a sip of your beloved Icy Light with mango in it, and I want you to tell me if you're disgusted by a little fruit in your beer.
Yes. Okay. I got to find out who recommended this. Honest to God. I mean, we're talking about Pittsburgh.
I know.
Right?
I know.
We're talking
I know.
about the Steel City.
I know.
You're appalled.
What kind of metal forging could you do when you drink a couple of these? Huh?
I wonder if I went into Yarsky's bar on the south side after I worked night shift at J&L Steel when I was going to Pitt, and I walked in there and I said, "Can I have an Icy Light Mango?" when the bar is 7 deep with steel workers, you can't even see their eyes. Everybody's got the soot on them.
Right.
They got the hard hats backwards.
Yeah.
What do you think? No, better. I'll yell it from the back of the bar.
Yeah.
Hey, Danny, you got an Icy Light Mango there?
Yeah.
You're not coming out alive.
Right.
No, there's no way. Your ass is kicked 3 times before the front door.
And fired.
And fire. Yeah, you can't go back to those mills ever again. Why would you want to?
Mango?
The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour brought to you by Lakeside Bank. 57 years of financial security. It's an annual tradition when Dave brings Tony Wise in studio.
I got to be honest with you.
Please.
I'm not watching bad football.
I'm not watching the Bears.
I'm going to read a newspaper or watch The Searchers or something like that.
The what?
The Searchers.
Is that the car show?
No, Dan, do some research. The Searchers.
The Searchers.
The Searchers.
I don't know about The Searchers.
Okay.
That's a fun movie.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel Norris.
I'm always looking for a new show. Is it good?
It's the greatest Western ever filmed.
Oh, 1956.
No, whoa, that's a good one. John Wayne.
How many times have you seen The Searchers?
250.
What's so good about The Searchers?
John Wayne.
Okay.
What do you want me to do? Draw you a picture?
What was it called again?
I'm not telling you.
The Spearheads?
The Spearheads, yes.
Yeah, The Searchers.
That's fine.
In fairness, have you seen Dumb and Dumber?
Oh, absolutely not.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
We could do like a movie exchange, Tony.
We could do a movie exchange.
Last year when they started to try and cancel like dead people. Remember that? All of a sudden out of nowhere, like John Wayne was trending. I'm like, what, they got some found footage? You got a new movie coming out that maybe they shelved? And all of a sudden it was all these stupid ass woke white people. Oh my God, did you see what John Wayne said in Playboy in 1971? I can no longer tolerate this. I can no longer tolerate dead for 45 years. John Wayne saying things in a magazine that doesn't exist anymore.
Dave Wanstead.
And I'm always available unless I'm doing something.
With Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
We are so damn excited to have Dave Wanstead and Tony Wise on the show and in studio once again. How are you, gentlemen?
We're great. We've had a great week. We're wrapping it up here a couple more days, and Tony's tour kind of comes to an end here in Chicago for, well, at least for a couple months till football season.
So the tour, Danny characterized it as Wani's summer camp, which I like that idea of you guys building rope bracelets together, maybe hanging out on a bunk bed. I mean, does it feel like summer camp when you hang out with Coach, Tony?
Well, a little bit. When I get with the grandkids and things like that, yes, with the balls and the bat bags and the gloves and all kind of things like that, yes. Lacrosse sticks, and so it is a little bit like that.
I remember your itinerary last year. You're like, I'm going to this game. I'm going to this grandkids game. I'm going to this camp. I'm like, oh, my God.
We had championship Saturday.
Yeah.
2 o'clock, yes.
Every day we start with our coffee. We lay out the itinerary in the morning, and then we're off and running, right?
Yes, that's exactly right, yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. So, like, give me a day in the life. What was the itinerary yesterday? What did you guys do?
Well,
I want to live through you guys.
Yesterday, we got up and worked out. We went up met to Olin Krutz's gym.
There you go.
And hung out up there for a while. He was finishing up a workout with some players. Visited with Olin. Went and had lunch with Olin. Drove home. We had an hour. I got a 10-minute nap. We took a quick shower. We jumped in the car, and we shot out to my grandsons. The twins both had a playoff baseball game that we shot to.
Travel.
You
got to throw that in. Travel.
Yeah, travel. This is local.
Got home, and not till about 8:30, 9 o'clock, huh, T?
Right, and then
I might have had a quick Bradshaw, and that was it. I was done.
It's a damn good
That's
day.
a great day of summer camp.
You know what? Tony brought something to light. You know what we're gonna do?
What's that?
Troy Aikman's got his own beer.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna get Troy on the show. Okay, but it's got to be closer to football season. He doesn't have any interest in it right now. And I'll get him to send us up some of his beer.
8.
His beer's 8.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely. Don't throw that beer, Dave.
Yes.
We're gonna get some of that up here.
Yeah.
Okay?
What you're holding over there is a beautiful can of Icy Light.
Correct.
From Pittsburgh with a Pittsburgh Pirates logo and a theme, the yellow pinstripes. That's from you, Tony? That's a gift.
Yes. Dave said, why don't you bring a case up for the guys? And the morning guys didn't want it, so we brought it to you guys.
Yeah, because they're boring. I keep telling Dave, they don't like fun. You guys got to hang out with us. That's why when he put Jimmy Johnson on with them, I was like, come
They
on.
like fun. They're just on in the morning. We'll
You
drink that
can't
stuff
have a
right
morning
now.
beer with Tony Wise?
Nobody in Pittsburgh drinks that. So I brought it to you guys.
Oh, really?
No, they don't drink Icy Light?
Well, they do.
Yeah, what are you
IC.
talking about?
They don't drink IC, but they drink IC Light.
For anybody who doesn't know, Tony Wise was a hell of an offensive line coach in a lot of different places. And you coached with Dave Wanstead. And Dave, you were a linebacker coach and then a defensive coordinator. But it begins at Pittsburgh, right? Tony, you were an assistant offensive line coach at Pittsburgh. Was Dave your tackle? Was he a player?
No. He was coaching.
He was coaching.
We started coaching together with Jackie Sherrill and Jimmy Johnson. We were all together as assistants on the Pitt staff.
Yeah.
And then when Jimmy got the Oklahoma State job, we all left Pittsburgh and we went with Jimmy to Oklahoma State. That kind of started it.
Gotcha.
rolling.
And then after Oklahoma State, you're together at Miami?
Miami and Dallas and
here?
Chicago
and the Dolphins.
Dolphins and then Pitt.
And back to Pitt. So Tony was with you at Pitt.
Tony still lives in Pittsburgh. Yeah, that's where he's still visiting a lot of colleges. He's NFL camps. I mean, he's still an advisor to the offensive line coaches in the college ranks and NFL.
So did you see Dave Wanstead play tackle?
Oh, no.
Never.
No,
you can't scout him for us? I'm wondering how good he was.
No. I'm not going. But hey, no, he was coaching.
Yes. I was coaching. So you say they don't drink IC in Pittsburgh. They drink IC Light. How do you, Tony Wise, personally feel about IC Light Mango?
Well, I'm not drinking anything with mango in the whatever called. I'm drinking real beer.
Okay, I was just curious. Just asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to get so, you don't have to
Mango?
get so defensive. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I have a tendency to do that.
I'm just kidding.
Tendency to get offended?
Well, no.
Tony's a rum guy. He's a rum drinker.
rum drinker?
I get a bottle in my thing.
But then I'm going to drink real beer.
Right.
You know, a good beer is Warsteiner. You ever drink Warsteiner?
No, tell me about Warsteiner.
Okay, it's a German Pilsner.
Mm-hmm.
It's a light Pilsner. It's delicious.
Yeah.
Okay. The Cubs are just over in London. They drink their beer warm over there.
Yes.
Do you like that?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay. Well, Dave puts ice in his beer.
I know that. That came from Jimmy started that when we went out with him. And again,
it takes the carbonation out. You can drink more.
That feels like an urban legend. I don't know if there's any science behind that, Dave. There might be.
Hey, you know what's been exciting? Tony arrives, and I didn't realize this, National Hockey League Draft Week.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I wanted to talk to him about that.
And so he has had a full dose of Blackhawks and the whole draft and all the hype with it and everything. And
You're a huge hockey fan, right?
Yes, I am huge. Yes.
What's your? Have you seen Connor Bedard play?
A little bit, because like a lot of things, the NHL Network was showing the Regina Pats games. So I watched a little bit of that, yes, and they were in the playoffs, and so there was some of that, just like they did with the big French guy. They were showing those games.
Wembanyama.
Yes.
For the basketball.
Yes.
Yeah, because this kid is supposed to be the next Mario Lemieux or Sidney Crosby or Connor McDavid.
The whole thing in hockey, as you guys know, is that his entire life he played up with older guys. So whenever you hear that from a hockey player, from 8, he was playing with 9-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an indication that the guy's a great player.
Is that why these hockey phenoms work out for the most part? Like, you get drafted 1-1 as the future great of hockey, you usually work out to be a great hockey player.
Yes.
More than other sports.
Yeah, I would. That's probably right, yes.
So why is it? Is it because they play up with the whole damn way?
Well, I think part of it is that they get to see him longer, as opposed to a high school football player. And these guys are playing. You know, Gordie Howe left home at probably 8, and Bobby Hall left home at 10.
Yeah,
and we're playing riding a bus. That's what they always talk about: riding a bus and being with older kids and all that kind of thing. So they're older, they're tougher, they know their ways more so than some young freshman going to Northwestern.
You know, we were talking when the Penguins drafted Crosby. He lived with Mario for 5 years in Mario Lemieux's house. Mario put an addition on his house and said, "I'm drafting you, and you're going to live with me," because he was 17, 18 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That's somewhat common. You've heard the term billet family.
Billet
no,
family?
These guys.
Okay. All right, write it down.
Okay, writing it down. Hang on.
Okay.
BILL.
And what happens is
this is the best hockey talk in the station all day, by the way. It's the best.
These young guys
go
off
with Scotty Bowman last year. But anyway, that's another story.
Go off, and the family in Regina takes in Connor.
Sure.
And he lives with them.
It sounds like what happens for like Cape Cod League baseball
Cape Cod
players.
League, exactly.
They go there and they have a host family.
Cape Cod League, exactly the same thing. You got it.
Yeah. And
so this kid, but it's not normal that Mario Lemieux puts an extension on your house to have the player draft with him.
What I'm saying is, I bet you if you went to the Blackhawks right now,
yeah,
I bet you'd be surprised how many guys may be living with a guy for a certain part of the year.
So these guys are used to that, used to kind of living with whoever as a host while they concentrate on their hockey.
And that's why it's such a great game, because they take care of each other.
So what should Blackhawks fans' expectations be? Because they were awful. They were trying to be awful.
With you.
But now they have this kid.
Yeah.
So like, what do you think the next couple of years are going to look like?
Well, the great thing is that he in training camp he's exactly what we thought he was, and then let's say he starts on the second line, and
opens with the Penguins
and opened at the. I'll be on their glass, pounding on the glass, yelling Connor.
I want to be there with you.
And
do you have on the glass tickets in Pittsburgh?
No, I don't.
Oh,
No,
okay,
I
yeah,
don't.
that'd be awesome.
But by December, he's got 15 goals. And then you're going to be doing a hockey talk, and you're going to be comparing him to
the guys we're already comparing him to.
Well, no, to Lemieux and Crosby and Denny Savard.
Will you be our hockey analyst?
I'd love to.
Oh man, that would be great.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hell
you'll
yeah.
watch that game in Pittsburgh, whether you're there or not.
I got a grandson that plays hockey, only one of the 6, and he's already booked a room in Tony's house to fly out and see the opening game.
Oh, perfect.
See, you coach offensive linemen your whole life, and you love hockey. Any kind of crossover there in terms of toughness or
that. And I grew up in upstate New York, hockey, and I grew up playing hockey.
Gotcha.
Going out to the rink and
wait. And then when we were at the Bears here, where we're going to dinner tonight, to Fano's, Joey DeBono's, we became friends with him, and he invited Tony, when he found out his hockey enthusiasm, to come down and skate. Joey skates with the Blackhawk
alumni.
Oh,
so
wow.
Tony would get on and skate with them.
Oh man, that
Nice.
must have been cool.
So who'd you skate with?
No, anyway. So Joe is a dear friend of ours, and Joey played hockey. And again, so he and I hit it off, and I'd be invited with him, and he'd come on, let's go down to the old Chicago Stadium. I mean, please. Now that's one of my finest memories of all with the Bears is Tim Lefevre says to me, I'm going to get a ticket. And he says, stop and see Officer Muldoon and get outside gate 6 or something. And he says, ask for Officer Muldoon, Sergeant, whatever. So I roll the window down at gate 6 and he says, leave it right here. I said, leave it right here. I left it.
Your car?
My car. On the sidewalk outside Chicago Stadium. I locked the door, walked in Chicago Stadium.
Wow.
I mean, what?
That's awesome.
You better believe it is.
That's great parking.
This is an amazing moment because, like, I grow up at the Score with Tony Wise's voice meaning football. You know what I mean? Like, every sack is a specific occurrence, but now Tony Wise's voice means hockey.
Yes.
I like the idea of Tony Wise, hockey analyst.
You'll get
for
more
the
hockey
Parkins,
talk on this show.
Parkins
if
and
Tony
Spiegel
Wise is our
show.
analyst.
I'll put another layer on it.
Every check is a specific occurrence.
So we're coaching when we're coaching the Bears, he says, you want to go to the Blackhawks game? I said, well, I don't know what to win. And he said, well, we're having dinner with Scotty Bowman beforehand. He was coaching the Red Wings at the time, right? So
yes.
we went down and had dinner with Scotty, and one of Tony's best friends.
Wani's World.
Barry, right?
Yes, Barry Smith.
Barry Smith, one of Tony's running buddies, who was here, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, and personnel. Yes.
So Tony, like, in our job.
So let me just interject.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That's okay.
No.
So we go, and Dave is difficult now with other events. So I'm cautious of this. So we went to the game.
Wait a minute, Dave's difficult at other events?
Well, okay. So
I believe you.
The game's on, and first period. So he looks at me and said, how many of these half times are there?
Right.
And I never invited him again.
Pittsburgh education right there.
Well, hockey was not the sport in Pittsburgh like it is now.
Yeah, so you never invited him again. What in our line of work, we're like, Justin Fields is like Jalen Hurts. We make comps all the time.
Connor McDavid.
So that's the comp for Connor Bedard.
Connor McDavid.
That would be good.
That's a 3-time Hart Trophy Award winner. That's pretty good.
Oh, Spigs, you dialed that up quick.
Yeah, you got it there, Coach.
Yeah,
we got to do what we got to do.
We got these computers now, Dave.
Did Shane or Tanny shoot that in here?
I look stuff up
We've
every
been
once in a while.
preparing.
We got it, man. It's a whole new world here.
Yeah.
So would you buy stock in Justin Fields or in Connor Bedard?
Connor Bedard.
Oh, you would, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but you got me on that. I'm going to say Bedard.
Yeah, well,
yes.
a lot of people would.
That's the right answer.
No.
It's safer that he's going to be great.
All the hockey guys make this comment, is that you guys, the Blackhawks, had a no-brainer, like Troy Aikman for us in '89.
Mm-hmm.
No-brainer, okay? 2 years ago, I'm a Canadian fan. There was a real problem. There were 5 guys who could have gone number 1. So the point about Connor is they made the comment. Everybody's made the comment that there was a no-brainer that this guy's that much head and shoulders above the crowd.
Yeah, we don't know if Kyle Davidson's any good. This one he got right. As the GM, he got this one right. A little luck.
Did you guys so Troy Aikman was number 1 pick, right, in 89.
Our first year there,
Yep, and then goes 1-15, but he was a no-brainer to take him.
Absolutely.
Did you feel like it was a no-brainer when you guys were like 1-13? Like, did you still think that you had your guy?
He was hurt. He was hurt. He had been hit so many times.
We were bad. We were bad.
He wasn't blamed by then, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, we were bad. So I mean, there was none of no.
So never doubted that he was going to be the guy.
If there was a guy that doubted it, he was probably an idiot or he wasn't looking.
Okay.
I mean, you had to get, as Jimmy had done, you had to go out to practice and look and said, Jimmy did it one day in preseason. He said, hung his head. He said, geez, I think Miami would have beat this team.
To you?
To all of us. To Dave and myself. And now he might have said it, just the 3 of us, but he hung his head and said, gosh, is this what pro football's like?
Wow.
Like Troy was great, obviously, and Emmett was great, and the wide receivers were great, but I think of that offensive line. I think of all the pieces you had and all the coaching you must have done. How often did you move guys around?
Rarely.
Didn't move a tackle to guard?
But every now and then.
Okay.
Every now and then, Nate was at guard, but then he moved the tackle, and then he went back to guard. And
the reason, I think where they're coming from this year, Whitehill's back at center. Right. Jenkins is now at left guard.
Yep.
They've experimented him at tackle, so there's been some moving around. Right.
That's exactly where I'm coming from.
A little bit too much is made of that. A little too much is made of that. And the other thing is a little bit too much is made of it is right and left. I've heard some guys make the comment, right and left. Oh, give me a break. I mean, just, you're over here, you're over there. I mean, it's not that big a deal. Now, left tackle, but again, I learned this from Norv, and I learned this from older coaches. Oh, God, I hate to say it. They're way back when the hash marks were so much in the middle of the field, there was no hash. So Norv would make the comment to me, Tony, we were 90% right-handed. So the left tackle had the open side because of just the way things were.
I gotcha. Yeah. So, Coach, you're right. The reason I asked is because we're kind of falling for Tevin Jenkins. At least I am. A lot of people are falling for Tevin Jenkins.
And I would back that up from what I saw up at OTAs. I was impressed.
You were, right?
Absolutely.
And he got moved around. He was told he's not a tackle. He was grumpy last year, and then he's a guard. He was pretty damn good. Now he's a left guard, and he says that he's comfortable and he can really just relax and think about what he's supposed to do.
That's a little bit too much drama. It really is. I mean, and I mean this sincerely because as you're saying that, I'm a little bit grumpy and I got moved. Hey, I mean, you're going to get moved. We're watching the film and this guy's better than you. We want you in the lineup. So I went through that with Eric Williams and Nate and the whole crowd.
Yeah, Nate was a tackle, right?
Nate was a guard. Then he was a tackle.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And then we moved him back to guard.
Right.
He was a mountain of a man.
Yes, he was. He's still, he's because he got the surgery, so not anymore.
Yeah.
But yes, he was a wonderful. I was down at his HBSU Hall of Fame last August. Last July. Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool.
He's had a pretty unbelievable life.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's experienced some things.
Yeah.
World Football League started. World Football League.
Oh, that's where he started?
Yeah.
An Orlando team from Florida A&M, and then the Cowboys gave him an opportunity. And then
Redskins cut him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he ends up with the
Who was the most naturally talented on that offensive line? Like that required the least amount of coaching?
It might have been Stepnoski.
Yeah?
Stepnoski was one of these kids that came out of
Pitt guy.
Of course.
He came
natural intelligence, all the IC.
He come out of college, and he expected to be a pro football player. So when he sat in the room with the Dallas Cowboys shirt on, it was not strange to him. He sat there and he took notes like it was chemistry class, and he had a lot of confidence. So it was probably Stepnoski, yes.
Because you guys were gone before Larry Allen?
Yes.
I'm doing this from memory.
No, you're exactly right.
Okay.
We were gone before Larry.
Because Larry Allen's the one you hear about, the ridiculous strength and the...
And that is correct.
Unbelievable athleticism.
Yeah, okay.
He was Connor Bedard.
He was right.
That's the best Connor Bedard comp on the station all day.
Well, I mean, who is the best offensive lineman you've ever seen? Like even if you didn't coach, because like Larry Allen,
Larry Allen's there. Anthony Munoz is there. Ogden is there.
Okay, interesting.
The guy I've heard about, I didn't really see him play, was the guy at Ohio State, Jim Parker, that played for the Baltimore Colts. Now, this is way before me, but I've heard the dear friends of mine talk about him. Yeah.
People say nowadays, like Trent Williams.
Yes.
For the Niners.
Yes.
Tony's
extremely athletic.
Tony's going out there to training camp.
You going to the Niners?
You're going to watch the Niners camp?
My friend is their line coach. Yes, Chris Furster. So I go visit. I sit next to Trent. Yep.
Well, because they do pretty unique things, right? With the running game.
No.
Oh, you don't like? Okay.
No. Now I'm going to help you with this one.
Okay, please.
They do things that were done in 1985.
Yeah,
they just do it correctly.
They've turned around and become unique again too, right?
That's a great way to say it, Spigs.
Because
if everybody's throwing it, nobody runs it. Everybody's in a shotgun. Now somebody, I don't know where it was, said, "Boy, they're unique." No, they're just they block people.
They're doing what? Yeah.
They all of a sudden, they did put Trent Williams in motion last year. That was unique.
Okay.
remember that? Danny loves that play.
And I know
Kelsey motions.
And I know
the
way your mind works. Your mind is looking for those kind of things like that. But in general, they snap the ball, hand it to the running back, block people, and he runs for 8 yards.
Then they get a pass that looks exactly the same.
Oh yeah,
everybody's
that's
trying
the
to
thing.
Gang up on that run, and now the guy's running free out of the backfield.
All right, well, I want to see if your guys' mind maybe works a little bit more like mine, even if you don't give yourself credit for it. We got a football question for Tony Wise and Dave Wanstead in studio next on The Score.
If you love America's pastime, check out Matt.
But here's the thing, Danny. I thought your proclamation lacked style.
Thank you.
I thought it lacked panache.
Yeah.
And pomp and circumstance, frankly.
I should have thrown a party.
You should have. One option I thought was like, you should have had a bell be like the town crier and wear like a robe, something like that to make a big deal. Like if I was doing a proclamation, there would be crumpets and there would be strumpets.
Oh no, what do you
And
have
there would
here?
be trumpets.
Oh my God!
Really,
Jesus Christ.
you gotta go all out, and you don't know how to do that sometimes.
No,
I
don't.
Right, guys? He's not big with like ceremony and like
love this
and like props and stuff.
Oh my God, we didn't
Like
know
if
this
you're
was
gonna
coming.
proclaim, you ready?
God.
You can do it again after.
All right,
Ready?
yeah, sure.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Cubs are going to win the National League Central.
Hear ye?
Hear ye, hear ye.
Yeah, hear ye. Yeah, not hear
Louis
ye.
Armstrong in here? What's going on?
That was actually really good.
That was very clean.
He's talented. He's a talented musician.
That's how I would do a proclamation.
That's a proclamation.
That's what I'm
how you do it. All Danny did was name the roster.
All he did was run down the teams, steal my thoughts, and speak them without the eloquence that I bring to the table, and then get all the takes and the likes and the reaction and the shine.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Adam McKay will be on the show in 30 minutes, but right now it's one of our favorite times of the entire year when Tony Wise is in town visiting Dave Wannstedt for Wani Summer Camp. Former Bears offensive line coach Tony Wise, Dave Wannstedt, Parkins, and Spiegel. This is the second time that you guys have been in studio this week because you were with our good friends Mully and Haugh on Tuesday. And Dave, you said something almost as like an aside. It was like it was in passing. And Tanny heard it, and I heard it, and I was like, oh boy, here we go. Dave Wannstedt almost had like a moment of clarity where he agreed with me, Danny Parkinson, my brand of football all of these years. Play it, please.
We come from a school where the running back was, the major part of our offense. Maybe to a fault, to be very honest with you. But
maybe to a fault? That's what I've been trying to tell you, Dave. That's what I've been trying to tell you. You needed the quarterback.
Ambushed.
Yes.
Too much running the ball.
You got it on tape. I'm not going to dispute it. I said it.
You needed to pass it a little bit more back then.
I was totally convinced that we could win with defense and running the ball and a quarterback that didn't
turn it over.
Didn't turn it over.
Right.
And a great kicker. I was totally convinced that we could do that.
But how great would it have been if you had a quarterback who could have made some plays for you?
And I tell you what, I had this conversation with Bill Cowher because he went through it a couple years before this when they had Jerome Bettis, and he was telling me how they led the league in rushing, and they were a top 5 defense. At Miami, Ricky Williams led the league in rushing. We were a top 5 defense. We had Lindo Maury was our field goal kicker. And, we couldn't win a Super Bowl. So, the quarterback I definitely underestimated, probably not the importance of him, but I just playing. I think a defensive-minded coach. I was just always run the ball. We'll stop them on defense. We'll get you the ball.
Was there a specific place and time you're thinking about those Dolphins teams, or do you think about it for those Bears teams in some of that way as well?
I don't know. Bears, we needed help everywhere. Really. It wasn't one specific, and we had Eric Kramer. Eric was probably as good a player as we had on our offense, really. When you think about it, Curtis Conway and Jeff Graham, and the running backs were Raymond, and we kind of rolled guys through there. Rashawn Salam for the 1 year, and then he got hurt.
It's still the biggest passing year in Bears history, statistically.
Yeah,
pretty much is that Kramer year.
I think Eric.
Thanks for bringing that up.
I think we broke like 16 records or something. That year Eric did.
Yeah. They're not very impressive records compared to every other team in the league.
But at the time,
well, he got hurt.
Yeah.
Yes, he got hurt the year after he set the records.
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, what do you think about that?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
As a fan, I always try to make the point, it's who's in your division.
Okay.
Who's in your division? Just like the Cubs, right? The Cubs are in a division. All they got to do is win a few games. They can go to the World Series, for all we know. Okay?
Yeah.
The division
the Pirates aren't
the
going
division
anywhere.
we played in, we played a guy named Favre, as I remember, twice a year.
Yeah.
Okay? John Randall, twice a year. Okay? The running back,
Barry
Smith,
Sanders.
Barry Sanders, twice a year. Okay?
You were a little outmanned.
No. This was people. They're in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. I just the league has moved in the direction of passing, but I did think that was interesting because we've had so many conversations, Dave, week in and week out. You make fun of me about 5 wide and quarterbacks. It's a balance.
I'm balanced. That's the word I use is balance.
Right. Okay.
And even when you're not rushing for a lot of yards, having a sound running game and being able to be balanced. We're talking about San Francisco.
Yeah.
Everybody's here with San Francisco. That's what we're talking about. Run the ball with play action off of it and a good defense. And, now who knows what's going to happen with their quarterback situation. But they're capable. They got to the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo, right? Who really is.
They got to the NFC Championship game with Brock Purdy.
There you go.
Last pick in the draft.
Exactly. So,
yeah, they push back. What they do pushes back against this idea that it's all about the quarterback, which is why it's so weird that they traded up so much to go get one and Trey Lance. But because when they got McCaffrey, I'm like, well, that's interesting. They trade that much. And then they're explosive with McCaffrey. They're unbelievable with him.
You guys, when they hired Luke Getsy and David Walker and Janocko, the guys that were with Tony and I at Pitt, the one statement that I said on your show here, I said, listen, I don't know what's going to happen with these guys. I don't know what type of offense they're going to put together, with Luke coming from Green Bay and so forth. I said, but the one thing I do know, these guys know how to run the football.
And they did. That was the way they broke through with Justin.
You know what I mean? So now, obviously, get the passing game going. And I say that because I really believe this. A lot of these young head coaches and a lot of these young offensive coordinators, they either don't want to run the ball or they don't understand it. I've had that conversation with Norv Turner. And he says, and I won't get into any names, and he says, Dave, the guy doesn't understand the running game. You
can say Matt Nagy.
Yeah, sir. I was just going to say.
No. I'm just, but you know what I'm saying?
Of course.
So I think a lot of these guys want us, they know I got to be balanced. They don't know how to be balanced.
Well, here's the thing that's interesting about this Bears year. They established they could run the hell out of the ball last year, and they did. So now, even though they have weaponry and stuff, it's not going to be some different wide open thing. Hopefully, it's what? It's running the ball.
Balanced.
And by design, like you're talking about with San Francisco, a whole bunch of passing plays that look like the running plays and utilize the weapons,
The Bears were, it's so tough to drive the football 70 or 80 yards down the field and score touchdowns. Bears, didn't get many stops. Obviously, their defense was so bad last year that their drives had to be long, perfect drives. And the second thing, they didn't come up with any big plays. They were 20th in the league in pass plays over 20 yards. You got to be in the top half of the league at least to be a playoff team. So I think now, obviously, we'll see what Claypool does. But with DJ Moore, with adding Tunyon at tight end, along with Kmet, and Justin Fields getting another year in this system, the Bears are going to make some big plays in the passing game. I really believe that.
Do you guys think they would want Justin Fields to lead them in rushing again?
No. A wish list? No, they wouldn't. But they're going to do what they have to do to win games. I think that's the way every coach would approach it.
Right. Yeah. No.
Right. We'd love for our running backs to come in and rush and use Justin Fields in a position where, all of a sudden they want you got to be able to defend and count the quarterback as a runner every week. That puts so much stress on a defense.
Yeah, that changes the math.
Justin can run it. Justin can run it. You got to work on that in practice. You got to defend that. Okay, but yet if he doesn't, and you can do it with the running back and throw it, boy, it's a bonus.
What else should I watch, Tony, other than The Searchers? What other movie recommendations do you have for us?
Well, I got 1,000, but I got what is that? Oh, I saw one of the all-time greats, The In-Laws. Go watch The In-Laws. You'll fall down laughing.
Okay.
There's another movie that Danny can watch.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, The In-Laws. Yeah. Do you watch any new movies?
Occasionally, sure. I get into this, Dave and Jan were all this screaming stuff. So I was into Succession and all that kind of thing like that.
You watch Succession?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
All right.
I'll give you one. Netflix, Fauda.
Fauda?
Fauda, current.
Yeah.
The Middle East. No, Israel and Palestine, people killing each other.
A top Israeli agent comes out of retirement to hunt for a Palestinian fighter he thought he'd killed, setting a chaotic chain of events into motion.
I like it.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
Yeah.
Four seasons.
I watch it. It's good.
Dave's very happy with it. Yeah. We're having the executive producer of Succession on in 20 minutes, Adam McKay. Guy who did The Big Short and Vice and Step Brothers,
love The Big
Anchorman.
Short. I love that.
Yeah,
tell him I said hello.
I bet we will.
100%. And what's behind that?
He's just like one of the coolest people in Hollywood, and Speaks has a little connection to him, and so he's been on the show 4 times. And
he's a comedy guy. He wrote Anchorman. He's the guy. He's the guy sitting next to the camera while they're making Anchorman, screaming out the lines that they all used. He's that brain.
You got to ask him. Or do you already have the answer? Was Succession? Was it based off of the Murdochs?
They have said that it is an amalgamation of a bunch of different media families, but yes. The Murdochs are the main inspiration for the show. Yeah,
Man, we've accomplished a lot today
we have
with these guys.
We found a hockey guest.
We've found a hockey expert for the late fall.
Yeah.
You're hired, Tony.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are awful kind to me for just a retired guy from the south side of Pittsburgh.
Well,
you brought us
here and you brought us 12 beers.
Well,
that's all you need to make us say nice
Hold
things
on.
to you.
He brought Mully and Haugh 12 beers.
Yeah. And they said no.
They
He
said
brought
no.
them 6 and us 6.
Oh, right.
They said no to their 6.
Oh, was
so
that-
now we get
That's
12.
how you got the other 6.
So now we get.
What I'll do in the fall when it changes to Steelers, I'll bring you a case of Steeler.
Oh, wow. We just got a case.
All right. Well,
see how that works.
I'll get you some IC Light Mango, and it can be like a gift exchange.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Don't waste your money.
Enjoy Dave Wanstead's summer camp. And if there's a bunk open, I want to come to.
Spigs, thank you very much.
All right,
Danny,
good.
thanks.
Of course. Good to see you as always, Tony. Coach, good to see you. Can't wait till the next time. As always, Adam McKay in 20 minutes. It's Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans. This is Cody Bellinger.
Line drive. Base hit into right field. Cubs take the lead. Bellinger digging for second. Slides in safely.
You're listening to
All right, well, Dave, I think that you're soft-pedaling the Chase Claypool situation a little bit. You said call Whitey.
Yes.
We did. Whitey.
Don't tell me. Do not tell me. Don't.
Whitey, what's the real story on Chase Claypool? What do real Yinzers think of Claypool?
I thought that he underachieved here in Pittsburgh. I think that the problem wasn't him. I think it's the offensive coordinator's play calling. I think he's a talented guy. I haven't heard. I saw some things that people are saying that he was a distraction. I'd never heard anybody say anything about that before until he got traded. And I think he's very, very good. I think he's a tremendous athlete. I think he'll do well in Chicago because he played at Notre Dame. He'll have some hometown feeling. And the reason guys are making one-handed catches, Dave, is because the defensive backs are holding their other arm. That's the simple fact.
Whitey likes offense. I like this guy.
Whitey, are you drinking Iron City Mango or are you drinking Iron City Light? That's all I really want to know. I don't want to hear about what your opinion of a receiver is. I want to know what you're drinking.
You know what? I do have mango, but no Iron City Light.
I know you're mango. You're an Iron City guy, hardcore. I get it.
Whitey, did Chase Claypool? Did he try hard every play, every game, every quarter? Did he try hard all the time, Chase Claypool?
I would say no.
No, you don't have to say anything. Your hesitation answered the question, Whitey.
Said no.
Next question, Spigs. Next question. You guys are sick. I'll tell you what.
Dave Wanstead's friend. Whitey.
My feelings are hurt.
Why?
You would resort to Whitey's opinion over mine. I'll tell you what.
Not over. We like to get multiple sources. We need multiple Yinzers on the show, Dave. People want Whitey and Wani to be a show, which I think is
no, because I didn't like how he responded to that.
Welcome back, Parkins and Spiegel on The Score. Just so much fun to have Dave Wanstead and Tony Wise in studio once or twice a year. We'll call Tony for hockey season. It's a ton of fun. I mean, think about like the range of our guests. Tony Wise, ex-Bears offensive line coach, is going to be our hockey analyst. And our next guest, Adam McKay, who did Vice, The Big Short, Don't Look Up, Succession, and 100 other things. He also is the running backs coach of the Jaguars. I mean, it's remarkable how wide-ranging our guests are.
Wait till he hears that Tony Wise said to say hello. That's all I was thinking, is that Tony has no idea. Adam McKay might genuinely be excited that Tony Wise says hello. And I
maybe.
I don't, you think he knows? I
No.
wonder how many offensive line coaches he could name. It's
Zero.
Oh, I disagree. We'll ask him. I bet McKay.
We're gonna ask Adam McKay.
Yep. How many
Oh,
offensive
God.
line coaches? No, but he'll love that's who he's following, because that's McKay's mind. It's just he's wide open to stuff like that, and a huge sports fan. So,
that was pretty ridiculous.
Their chemistry's unbelievable, and you get a little hint into it. Wani loves Tony's mind. Like, Tony's into all the hockey stuff, and then he was saying at the end, oh, yeah, I thought we were going to talk racing because Tony knows all the racetrack stuff. Like, Wani's proud of Tony's curiosity.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
he said the road course in Chicago this weekend is going to be a little wacky. is what he said off the air when we were taking a picture together after the interview. So get ready for that.
Yeah, this is my kind of show. It's my kind of Parkins and Spiegel, where things happen. We talk to a NASCAR guy, Ty Dillon, a little bit about racing and a little bit, chit chat, and then we get those guys in here, and then
Mostly chit chat.
Mostly chit chat.
Adam McKay, mostly chit chat.
Yeah.
Two pieces of NBA news happened in the last couple of minutes. One related to the Bulls, one that will have big ripple effects throughout the league. The Bulls is just a small contract detail. Vooch's 3-year, $60 million contract is fully guaranteed.
So
no options for player or team, no ability for the Bulls to get out. It's not that there's a no trade clause, but it's 3 years, $60 million.
And it's one of those times where you're like, who are they negotiating against in actuality? Like Cody Westerland told us yesterday, felt like a slight overpay, but he also said, wait, let's see if there's an option year at the end or anything like that. No, it's 3 at 20. It's not a hometown discount of any kind.
No, but I also do think, and this isn't to be overly defensive of the Bulls, because that's certainly not my game, but I do think that they're, as you always say, these are human beings. They easily could have said, hey, as a percentage of the cap, this is actually a pay cut. Don't disrespect us. You know what I mean? Do not if you disrespect us, we will walk, because we can get $16 million from Charlotte, which cost of living, or we could get $16 million in Houston, where there's no property tax. You know what I mean? Do not disrespect us, or we want to be here, but don't insult us with your contract offer, or we will walk. And so I could see, even though they're not negotiating against themselves, there could be we really don't want to lose this guy, and he is an unrestricted free agent, and we could just end up losing him for nothing. So we have to get him to roughly the same percentage of our salary cap that we had been paying him, so it's not seen as a pay cut. I think that sort of thing happens all the time, even if there's not another offer on the table right now out there.
So before you get to the big one that's going to have the repercussions around the league, another small one with the Bulls, Andre Drummond picked up his option.
Yeah, that
officially.
That is official. It was expected.
Okay.
So that's another $3.5 million towards the Bulls cap for this upcoming year for a player who's not very good.
There you go. Your center tandem is locked and loaded. Here you go.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that you could pay for a rim protector and pay Andre Drummond $3.6 million to not play. You know what I mean? I don't. It is, yes, on paper it is, but I could see Mo Bamba making sense if they said they wanted rim protection.
Lakers officially cutting ties with Mo Bamba over the last 30 minutes or so as well.
Right. So it is locked and loaded on paper, but guys who make $3.5 million don't play all the time in the NBA. James Harden has opted in for his $35.5 million option for next year for the express permission of the Sixers to trade him. Apparently, he has played his last game with the Sixers, so he's opted in, and now they can get something for him as opposed to him opting out. And so I guess
this is a sign and trade. Essentially, it's a pick up the option and trade. That's going to be coming
and then in
here.
theory, he will work out a contract extension with the team that he gets traded to. Is the idea, because they will be giving up something in order to get James Harden, so they will be trying to get more than 1 year for James Harden, given that they're giving up assets to get him.
So who is star chasing who might be interested in James Harden of teams around the league?
Well,
we know Miami is star chasing.
Miami is star chasing.
Can you imagine Harden trying to fit into Heat culture down there? It's a tough fit.
That strikes me as unlikely.
Yeah.
They're saying that Kyrie, they're trying to make a run for him in Phoenix. Is there any way that they try to do that?
Phoenix is making a run for Kyrie?
Yeah, well, in an Ayton trade. There's talk of an Ayton Kyrie, maybe 3-team trade type of thing happening. Could that be? Well, no, but Ayton wouldn't make any sense in Philly. That'd have to be a 3-team trade as well.
Now
to move that money around.
How about Harden and Luka ending up somehow as stars next to each other?
Two of the most ball dominant players in the league. Who are? But I mean, at least they shoot threes, right? So that would be a little bit more functional than the Bulls, but not much. No, I don't like that.
No. Harden,
Indiana. Play with Halliburton.
I don't know if you want to sell your soul for James Harden if you're the Pacers and you're trying to build something.
Miles Turner and Embiid, probably too redundant.
Clippers try to find a way to shake up what they have instead of waiting around for Kawhi and Paul George to click.
I could say the Clippers, but you probably got to get one of them out.
Yeah.
Right? So Paul George, Kawhi to the Sixers. Kawhi to the Sixers
to play with Embiid.
For Harden.
Yeah. And the Clippers make a run with Harden and Paul George.
I suppose I could see that.
That's really shuffling the deck on the chairs is what you're doing.
Yes.
Because Swersk is right about that. Sometimes you have to shuffle the deck on top of the chairs.
Adam McKay, EP on Succession, Step Brothers, Anchorman, Vice, The Big Short, Winning Time, the HBO show with the Lakers, dozens of other things. Arguably the most interesting IMDb page going right now. If he asks an actor to be a part of his project, they say yes. He's an Oscar winner, and it's his 4th appearance on the Parkins and Spiegel show. Next on The Score.
Blackhawk fans with the first overall pick in the 2023 NHL Draft.
The Chicago Blackhawks are very proud to select from the Regina Pats, the Western Hockey League, Connor Bedard.
This is a dream come true, and can't wait to get started in Chicago.
Keep it here as we continue to cover this historic draft for the Blackhawks and discuss what this means for the franchise in the future. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Everyone agree Matt Nagy's getting fired, right? That feels inevitable at this point to the room?
Yes.
Are we 4 for 4 on that?
I'm a yes.
Okay, Shane?
I'm doing my own research right now about that. We'll see.
Call Joe Rogan.
You are immunized.
Do we think that there has been enough smoke around this fire that there will be an organizational restructuring for the Bears?
This is
smoke around the fire?
This is the big
that work?
There's no fire yet. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Well, yeah, right, okay.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's good, but
I think there's enough smoke around the fire.
not on my solo stove.
I'm looking into one of those smokeless fire pits.
Tell you what.
Got a new deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends if you're just using fuel for one of those little tabletop fires.
Shane, keep laughing. I'm going to throw your feet right in the fire.
I like having a smoke around the fire, you know?
Yeah, me too.
And a drink, for that matter.
Oh, man.
All right. I'm going to ask that question again.
Okay.
Do we think
there's enough smoke?
There's enough smoke for us to believe
that there's a fire
brewing, because you brew fires.
And you heard my ears perk up on the Ryan Pace stuff a while back. So, yeah, I do think there's going to be some front office change. God, I hope there is.
I think so, too. You
Boys?
guys?
Yeah, we heard your ears perk up then, too.
You know, I hope.
We're just saying things, Shane.
Yeah.
We're just saying
20 hours a week. Mike's open for 20 hours a week. I get it.
It's only 5:36
on a Monday.
You're bound to run into one every once in a while, but those are two all-timers within the last 3
Couple
minutes.
doozies.
Heard my ears perk up.
You heard my ears perk up last week. No, we didn't.
If I had bells on them, and they really perked up and they rang the bells,
Yeah.
might have heard them then.
Man, oh man.
are Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour brought to you by Lakeside Bank. 57 years of financial security. It's about time. It pains me to say that Adam McKay just canceled.
You were so excited.
I think it's so cool.
I know.
That he came on. When we got him the first time, I was obviously excited. Because I'm just a gigantic fan. Who isn't? But then when he genuinely seemed to enjoy it and came on a second time, and then when his assistant after the second time said, he likes coming on with you guys, let's do it again, and he came on the third time, I was like, holy crap, Adam McKay actually enjoys it.
We got a thing. We got a relationship.
So canceling at 3:59 for the 4 o'clock is tough.
It's a little tough to take.
That's tough to take, but...
He's a busy man.
But he wrote Step Brothers. So, I mean, I got, he did Anchorman. So I can't be too mad at him. There's nothing this guy can do that would make me upset. The Big Short is nothing short of genius.
Still not going to call him Dad, even if there's a fire.
Yeah, good.
We had success at this very moment yesterday, bringing people behind the curtain as we talked about hockey talk. And, so to bring people behind the curtain, and maybe this is obvious, but usually there's a connection to a guest for any one of us, maybe it's somebody that Danny knows. Maybe it's somebody that I know. Maybe it's somebody that Shane has chased down. Somebody that Tanny has built a relationship with. I feel so guilty right now.
There's no reason to feel guilty.
But that's just how it goes.
Yeah,
you know this. You know that feeling.
Of course.
And you're like,
of course.
Was my email not good enough? That kind of ridiculousness is how we all go. I've personally let you down, Danny.
It happens, man.
Bastards.
It happens.
I'm never seeing another Adam McKay vehicle in my life.
No, it happens. He will. Here's the thing. I'm confident he'll come on again.
Yeah, no, he definitely will.
I'm confident he will come on again, and it's going to be okay.
Yeah, it is.
It's going to be okay.
My favorite thing that came up, maybe on all our McKay conversations, was the image of him and some of his 90s comedy buddies at Second City putting on suits and pretending to be scouts. They brought clipboards so they could go see Kevin Garnett and Ronnie Fields play at Farragut.
Right, they were such basketball fans that they wanted to see the top Chicago talents, but didn't feel terribly comfortable going to the South Side.
Right.
So they dressed up and got clipboards and went down there.
And pretended they were scouts, which is it's a brilliant maneuver. Because you instantly are afforded a level of respect you do not deserve.
Yeah, you get good seats.
Okay.
you get good.
Maybe free snacks.
Yeah, you can show up 10 minutes before tip and see Kevin Garnett. Yeah, absolutely.
So I absolutely love that. I've been thinking about that as we've been prepping for the interview and thinking what a phenomenal move that is to make.
Well, we'll get him, and as the texter says, we can get him when the Jaguars open training camp.
Yeah, there you go.
Which would be because one of my favorite questions that I had for him today, and I just thought he could riff on, would be, should Travis Etienne be concerned that he's going to lose playing time to your third-round pick, Tank Bigsby? How much fun do you think McKay could have with the third-round pick out of Auburn, Tank Bigsby? I mean, I was giddy for our 3 minutes of improvisational conversation about Tank Bigsby.
Yeah.
These things happen.
Here's what I'm realizing. Who needs Adam McKay to do this interview?
That's a good point. I have thoughts on all of the questions that I was going to ask him. I do think Adam McKay is just the guy to do a Trump movie. I do.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I got answers for it, but he's just smarter and funnier and more accomplished.
I think Succession might be an emblematic bit of culture to speak for all of America.
Yeah, exactly.
It might be.
Exactly. I have thoughts on how Winning Time should do time jumps throughout the Lakers' long dynasty.
Yeah, don't you think?
Yeah, of course. All right. So, briefly, though, to circle back around. So, our boss, Ryan Porth, to take people even further behind the curtain, he's a hockey guy. He came to us from Nashville. He's a big Predators fan. Mm-hmm. He's like, how pumped are you for Connor Bedard? And I was like, do you mean me personally or the city? He's like, well, both. I was like, well, me personally, I'm always here for greatness, but I want to, I'm not going to lie, it wasn't making the hair on my arm stand up, but I'm excited to see it and see if it hooks me. Basically what I said on the air yesterday. I'm looking forward to being in on the ground floor. I got some texts from people that said they had never ever watched an NHL draft, and they watched it, and they had some thoughts, right? So I was like, it seems to be crossing over a little bit just anecdotally in my own world.
I think, by the way, that is a sensation that is going to happen repeatedly over the next couple of years. There'll be different moments where somebody's like, wow, so this Bedard kid is good, huh? Oh, yes, he is. Or, oh, so the Blackhawks are going to be interested. Like, people are going to slowly find their way to it. Even former Blackhawks fans who had decided not to be for moral reasons as well.
Yeah, I think that there is a chance that what'll happen for me will be, other than watching every game every time they're on in full, will be highlight consumption. And then you see the greatness like, a 15-year-old would consume it or something like in a TikTok reel or on Instagram. Mm-hmm. And then that builds your interest. But I'm genuinely, I don't know how it's going to hit me. I'm looking forward to experiencing it. But I did feel like this. Like, this city is due a good run in sports. It's been really bad recently. For a 5-team town in a big market, we are going through a horrible time. Now, I know the Cubs won in 2016. It's not that long ago.
And the Blackhawks won 3 times just before that.
I understand. So hand up, maybe my own bias here. I started in January of 2017. you know what I mean? Like I honestly, like
yeah. What have you had to cover? You've had to cover the denouement of the Cubs.
I remember the first like really, really cool thing, and it was early. It was immediate. But the first really cool thing for me at this job was 4 months into the job, I had my season-long credential for Wrigley Field. First time ever being credentialed at Wrigley.
Yeah.
And I was on the field for the ring ceremony and the banner raising. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. Like, you know what I mean? I was on the field for it, but I didn't cover any of that. And then obviously the 17 season is successful, but not by their own standards. I leave Kansas City. They draft Mahomes. We draft Trubisky. And ever since, the best that we've had is a couple of division titles, one for the Sox, one for the Cubs, first-round playoff exits.
Yeah.
Nothing particularly impressive. 2018 Bears, Cody Parkey. But, I don't know, PCA is a top 10 prospect in baseball. Cubs feel healthy. Cubs are spending money. Cubs feel like they're at the beginning of something.
Sure, but to your point about like what it was like when you arrived here, like I'm glad that you remember and feel that ring ceremony and that moment at the beginning of 2017. Because when I think about you and I being together in 2017, the first palpable memory to me is us doing radio together in the bleachers when Theo was grumpy and had stubble because he was like too pissed off to shave for a few days.
Yeah, it was before the trade deadline of that year. Yeah,
And he openly was talking about maybe we got to sell. Maybe we got to be sellers because they hadn't recovered from their long post-World Series hangover.
Yeah.
And then I think of that year as the beginning of the end because there was a series late in 2017 where the Dodgers just dominated them and had them figured out. And even though they would go to the NLCS again, they got destroyed by the Dodgers in that NLCS. And it was like, oh boy, is this thing done? Next year is the Milwaukee one-game playoff. And,
right.
And that ugliness. And, 2019 ends with a bad September and Joe. So I feel like you were here for the decay.
I mean, listen, the top 10 texts are, it's the Parkins curse, Danny's my guide all of Chicago, you mushed it, you're the jinx, Parkins effed us. And people are like, you covered the 2015 Royals. No, I've covered good teams. That's not what I'm saying.
You're talking about this town being here and due for something.
This town being here and due for something. I do genuinely feel that way, man. It's been a bad few years, and yes, just a few years. I understand that, but we got a lot of teams. Like it's one thing for a 2-team town,
sure,
and we got resources,
right? You're making me want to go and do the research about other towns with 5 teams. So
5 or more
teams: New York,
Boston,
L.A. Does Boston even have 5 teams? No, right?
Oh well, yeah,
because you got to be 4. So it's rare. You got to be one of those 2 baseball team towns.
Right.
So New York, L.A.,
and us.
And San Francisco. You know, if you give them the Warriors, you've got two baseball teams. But anyway, you're making me want to look for towns like that and see, have any of them been to the conference finals in the last 5 years?
Yeah.
Because we haven't had any to the LCS or the conference finals.
The last LCS is 17.
Is 17 when the Cubs got drummed out by the Dodgers.
Yeah.
So last time a Chicago team has been in the Final Four is 17.
Yeah.
And I wonder, in those other towns, I bet someone has been further, has been there or been further. Obviously, the Dodgers have been to the World Series and won the World Series.
Yankees or Mets?
Yankees, I think, made it to an LCS and lost an LCS.
Okay. Yeah.
Not Giants or Jets. Rangers went to a Stanley Cup final.
I believe you.
I believe so.
Yeah. No.
So anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Yankees, yes. LA, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then, man, but you can lower it to even just 4 team towns.
Yeah.
You know, like you start including. I mean, it obviously gets tougher in that spot, right? But so Detroit, Boston, Dallas,
New York Rangers in the conference finals in 2022.
Yeah. So it top 3 market, 5 teams, rough run of it, and a lot of simultaneous rebuilds.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's been a weird run recently, and it feels like I don't know which one or hopefully ones will hit, but
one of them should.
Well, yeah, and obviously I'm rooting for Bears, Cubs, Hawks, like in that order of those 3 for my own personal fandom and city interest and the job and 100 selfish reasons. But you'll
take anybody.
I'll take anybody. I big games, man. Like I want this town to host big games.
So it's
been a while since we've hosted big games.
The next team in town to be in a conference final of any kind, to reach the Final Four, if you had to pick one.
I still think the answer's the Cubs. I know some people think that I'm a homer for that. They are the healthiest organization in town by far.
They're a smart organization. There is money available.
The NL Central is a cakewalk resource-wise.
Mm-hmm.
They do not have a Dodgers or a Yankees or anybody like that should be able to spend on their level in any way.
They have committed to being competitive, and the owner just flat out said they should be a buyer last weekend.
Yeah, so I still would say the Cubs, but like...
Would you put the Hawks ahead of the Bears in that conversation? It's hard to get to the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, it's really hard. The NFC is not nearly as good as the AFC.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, we should put this on the docket for, like, Tuesday after week 5. Like, I want to see the Bears play 4 or 5 games. And then I'm going to be able to tell you whether or not I think we need to, if we still have superstar as the ceiling, or if we need to downgrade the ceiling on fields.
4 or 5 games, and you feel like you should know.
Just on superstar.
Sure, no, that's fair.
Just on superstar. Like, and I'm not saying that he has to definitively be a super. Like, if the ceiling is still superstar after 5 games, then I think I'm real pumped. You know, but if I feel like superstar has maybe been taken off the table and merely very good is in play, which would still be a huge upgrade and best quarterback in Bears history.
And you can make a conference final with a very good quarterback.
Of course you can. It's just really hard to be a dynasty. It's, you know what I mean? It's really, everything else has to be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
You got to draft well. You got to sign well. You got to stay healthy. You got to hope for alignment of stars, and maybe you make one run, as opposed to how Bengals fans feel, how Chiefs fans feel, etc.
It's hard for me not to think the Blackhawks are going to be the next conference final team in this town, which is insane because they literally just drafted the kid last night. They just did it last night. but they're being aggressive in trying to figure out. They traded for another Hart Trophy winner to put on the line with him. They signed a couple of veterans who with sandpaper and grit to like put around him. Like they're aggressively trying to do everything they can to support the kid already. And we're literally one day into it. We'll talk to Jay Zawoski about it. But just it's the track record of 1-1s. The track record of hockey 1-1s who are seen as the next big thing at age 15 and how quickly they get good. And there's just so many unknowns still with the Bears, with the Bears thing. And it centers around Justin.
It's not the Bears. The answer is definitely not the Bears.
Man.
Because Fields is, there is still a wide range of outcomes for him. Even if, man, like, and this, I think I'm going to talk about this, I think, a lot in training camp, but I've been thinking about it. Like, he could win MVP this year, but if he wins it like Lamar, there still will be some questions on the longevity of it.
Right. If it's more running and his body's in jeopardy.
It's complicated.
Yeah.
It makes it, because like Lamar is complicated. Lamar got $250 million and is wildly exciting. And when he's at his best, he's arguably the toughest player in the entire league to game plan against. But he only played 12 games each of the last 2 years, and he completes 62% of his passes. So, there's still a huge question about whether or not Lamar is going to be a good starting quarterback into his 30s. Cam Newton wasn't a good starting quarterback into his 30s.
I feel like Lamar has a higher ceiling as a runner than Fields, but I still feel like Fields might have a higher ceiling as a passer than Lamar.
I think he definitely has a higher ceiling as a passer.
Right? He has
because just simply because Lamar's 5 years in and hasn't really improved. Now he gets Odell this year. He gets Zay Flowers this year.
Sure.
He finally gets some. He gets a pass first offensive coordinator instead of Greg Roman. You know what I mean? So they're finally building. It's a weird strategy to give him $250 million and then finally start building the passing infrastructure around him 5 years into his career. But and the higher rushing ceiling, man. I mean, Fields was gonna break Lamar's record if he would have stayed healthy.
I know, but Lamar in terms of the electricity and the explosiveness.
Fields was a record-setting big play running back.
Well, look, this coming from the guy
3 rushes of 60 yards or more in a season.
It's coming from the guy who didn't think that Fields was fast. Looked fast a couple years ago.
Yo, that take doesn't get nearly enough mockery from me. If we're being honest,
we're not being honest.
If we're being honest, I should have crushed you for. You're like, I don't know that he's a good runner.
Yeah, you're worried about your Cubs. They're probably going to win the NL Central, but I'm not going to say it. That Justin Fields guy,
yeah,
slow.
That was a thought.
I don't remember that. You guys are talking about.
I was like, I don't think that's accurate.
I was watching the baseball playoffs.
Well, they also didn't have a combine that year. That, to me, that is one of the all-time like Chicago what ifs that we'll never answer.
Like if Justin had tested really well at the combine,
he's not a Bear.
He wouldn't have lasted.
He's a Niner. Spot. He's a Niner. I think that they fall for Fields instead of Lance, even though they traded up for Mac Jones.
Hell yeah, dude! Give me that bum Trey Lance.
Yeah, so like that's like the inverse of the Trubisky.
But wait, if the Bears have Trey Lance, they likely have Caleb Williams next year.
They would be very bad. Right now. Yes. Maybe.
All right. So the reason for the dearth in a number 3 market in a 5-team town is at least partially because 2 of the teams are owned by the same guy.
Yeah.
And have some philosophies that don't seem to be going very well.
Oh, I can explain it. I'm just saying it sucks and I'm ready for it to be over. I'm ready for it to be over. What they got last night, what the timeline is, and there might be no one more qualified on how much we should be talking about this on this station than our next guest, Jay Zawoski on The Score.
The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us.
When you're observing what Justin Fields has done, you're not necessarily criticizing it. I think that there's a tendency to want to overreact to an observation or a statement that says basically he has to be more accurate or he has to throw the short ball as well as he throws the deep ball. So I guess in that context, objectively, what are you seeing and how much room does he have to grow?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, David. I mean, it is what it is, and any miss by Justin Fields out on that field is magnified, and, there's this, interior cringe, I think, that goes on with reporters and, I think everybody watching is like, okay, we want to see this guy sprout, but it just hasn't. It's some of the same stuff, like that. Dare I say the footwork is better? I think that is the case. I think that there is still some indecision from Justin Fields. I think there's a little bit of just enough hesitancy to notice the hesitancy in him, and just a tick late still. And those are some of the same things that he's been working on for a while. So I guess it's good that if the coaches see it the same way we do, and I don't know if we're going to know after today, and we certainly didn't know from the way anybody is talking about Justin Fields, coaches included, as well as the players. But I just think it's one of those things where there's enough time in this camp today, and then training camp coming up, and then the preseason games to tighten up some of those basic things. These aren't complicated issues, I don't think so, Haugh, as far as what he has to clean up. So I guess that's the good news. But the bad news is he's got to clean it up, and he still has not completely done that.
network is showing the Regina Pats games. I watched a little bit of that, yes, and they're in the playoffs. These young guys go off.
With Scotty Bowman last year. But anyway, that's another story.
Go off, and the family in Regina takes in Connor.
Listen, most shows with that kind of hockey expertise on its air would say, all right, we're done. We can't do any better than former Bears offensive line coach Tony Wise.
Every check is a specific occurrence.
We could do better than Tony Wise, but not us. We don't settle for merely great. We go to the best. Our friend and yours, lead Hawks analyst and reporter over at CHGO, score legend and alum, our friend Jay Zawaski with us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. What's up, Jay?
I am exhausted. I have never covered anything like that before. Being part of 7 rounds of the NHL draft where the Hawks had 11 picks. Holy cow. It was so fun. It was so awesome to be part of it. But man, I'm like totally on fumes right now. So if I say anything crazy, I'm sorry, or you're welcome.
Thank you for the time at the end of your absurd run, dude.
Yeah,
Seriously.
Yeah, we do very much appreciate you making time for us.
No, of course.
Can you, give us some thoughts to steal? No, like what was this? Like, can you? We know Connor Bedard is generational, but like in totality, what has Kyle Davidson and the Hawks? What have they accomplished in the last 24 hours?
Well, you ended up getting, the best draft prospect in probably half a decade, maybe longer, since Connor McDavid. When the comps are made, the names you hear are Sidney Crosby, Austin Matthews. No one is ready to go quite as high as McDavid because McDavid is about as close to a perfect hockey player as will ever play. But Connor Bedard is going to be great. There is almost no doubt about it. It is almost like assumed that he's going to be better than Patrick Kane. And there was a conversation about Patrick Kane. Is he the best Blackhawk ever? Right? So that's the level of confidence that people are talking about Connor Bedard with. He is that good. He is going to single-handedly change this franchise. And what's great about it is, while he's capable of that, they've already done a ton of work last year, getting really good draft picks in a really good system already. So last year, they jumped from the 25th rated prospect system to 5th. And then this year, they added Connor freaking Bedard. So they have the top prospect system in all of hockey. They've got nothing but cap space. They've got nothing but dynamic prospects. And, Kyle Davidson kind of was able to run this draft exactly how he wanted to. If he wanted to move up, he could have. If he wanted to move down, he could have. He's got all the cards in his hand, and he still is in that position. From now on the next few years, they're going to have something like 26 picks over the first 2 rounds, like just an astronomical amount of draft capital, which can be used to pick up players, right? It's not just about lottery tickets. It's about positioning yourself to add players when it's time to win. So they're in great position.
How many of these other guys who got picked last night, Jay, are going to make this team next year? Like, how many slots are available for them to even do so?
Nobody picked, aside from Bedard, will make the team this year. That's not, that is very rare in hockey. As we look at the top, 5, 10 of this league, 2, maybe 3 of them have a shot in making the NHL next year. I think Adam Fantilli, who fell to 3 to Columbus, could definitely play in the NHL next year, but he's a star at Michigan. His brother plays at Michigan, so he might want to go back to play one more year at Michigan before turning pro. Leo Carlson, who went second to Anaheim, might make the jump right away. But aside from that, most people in this draft are not going to jump to the NHL right away. So if we're talking about last year's draft, there seems to be a belief that Kevin Korchinski, who they drafted 7th overall, might have a chance to make the team this year. I think it's a little bit early, but he's so young that they can't send him to Rockford. So if he doesn't make the Blackhawks, he's got to go back to the Western Hockey League where he'll be a man among boys. So that's kind of the balance there. But in terms of this draft class, Connor Bedard will make it, even though he doesn't seem so sure It was pretty funny last night. He's like, well, I just hope I make the team. It's like, okay, I think you're going to be okay, buddy. I think you'll find a spot.
It's so hilarious, the gap between everybody else and one of these generational talents. It's like Lemieux won the Calder at 19, or won it at 18. Gretzky won the Hart at 18, and now we're still here, where you're talking about just a few people from this entire draft even making the league, and this guy will be the favorite to win the Calder at age 18. Yeah. It's insane.
So just for context, I know when Patrick Kane was drafted, it was not, the interest in the Hawks was very, very low, and rightfully so. They had been pathetic for a decade plus. Patrick Kane was not a consensus number one. Like it was not like he was the favorite for sure, but he was not like it wasn't a sure thing that Kane was going to go number one. Last night I took a look at a I don't want to say the wrong one and get you guys in trouble, at a wagering application, and if you wanted to bet Connor Bedard first overall, it was off the board. You couldn't even bet it. It was such an assumed and known thing. And quite frankly, like had he been draft eligible last year, he would have been absolutely no doubt the first overall pick last year too. That's how good this kid is, and he's 17 years old. He is absolutely unbelievable. And I don't know how much of the interviews or anything you saw with him you were able to watch, but he is just so poised, so polished already. He like whatever team got him, they're literally winning the lottery. And while the Blackhawks plan was sound without him, with him it is so much better, and it is so much easier to see the light at the end of the tunnel, because it's going to be here maybe a year or two sooner than we expected.
That is what I need you to help me out with, Jay. We're talking to Jay Zawaski, covers the Hawks for CHGO. I love greatness at anything, so I'm excited about Connor Bedard. I love going to hockey games, but I got to be honest, like 50 lost seasons or whatever, it's going to be tough for me on a day-to-day basis. What's the timeline, in your opinion? Because I think they're still supposed to be awful by design this year so that they get higher picks next year. Like, when are the Hawks in playoff games again?
Well, so here's the difference between last year and this year, right? Like last year was definitely a tank. Like there was no question about it. That was the plan. This year, while they're still not going to be great, they're probably going to be a lottery team again next year. You have guys on this team that matter to the future, right? You're going to have Bedard. You're going to have Lucas Reichel. I already mentioned Korchinski, who might potentially be here. Some younger players are going to come up from Rockford full time. So where last year was just like, oh my God, are we even going to talk about this game? We did a post game after every game, and it was more about what's going to happen with Kane and Taves. What's their tank status, all that sort of stuff. This year, there are actual things that matter happening on the ice. For them to, like, if you want to say compete for a cup, you're probably 4 or 5 years away. A playoff spot, if Bedard is what we think he is, you could say two years, because the free agent class next summer and the following summer are loaded. Austin Matthews is going to potentially become an unrestricted free agent with the Toronto Maple Leafs, and you don't think Austin Matthews wants to come and play with Connor Bedard, or like that? The Chicago now is a very tempting free agent destination. It always has been, but now with this kid, people are licking their chops for the opportunity. And if it's not Austin Matthews, okay, well then wait till next summer and you can get Leon Draisaitl, who Edmonton's not going to be able to pay because they have to pay Connor McDavid. And like the opportunity to add when it's time to add, just like they did with Marian Hossa before the 2010 season, they'll know, right? And you'll know, because we all knew in 2009 something special was happening. Like, okay, this is different. Like, these kids are good and they are ready to take the next step, and the Hawks are positioned by design. Take a look at their cap-friendly page. They've got very few people under contract after 2 years from now. Very few, right? So they are ready to strike when it's time. And as these kids come up, and as Kyle Davidson, accrues draft capital, not just this year, not just next year. He made a trade today for a 2026 second-round pick. He took on a bad contract just for that second-round pick, so this can keep reloading as time goes on, because we saw what happened at the end of the Hawks dynasty when Seabrook and Keith and Taves started to show their age and deal with some injury things, they didn't have anybody to come up and reload. The plan with Davidson is not a year in front of his face like it was with Stan Bowman. It is 4, 5, 6 years down the road. And that's what gives me such confidence in him.
Yeah, and beware some of those contracts, like Seabrook. When you sign certain extensions, beware some of that stuff. Talking to Jay Zawaski on the Parkins and Spiegel show, you referenced 2009. We talked yesterday for a little while, Jay, about the state of hockey talk on this radio station and in this town. And it's interesting because while this thing should have a similar feeling as 08 and 09, like, ooh, the Hawks are on the come, Hawks are maybe next, and here we go. It's a different landscape because of the decade of excellence and fandom and decay that we saw with the last run. So what do you see as the state of Blackhawks fandom and interest right now in terms of the readiness of this town for what is to come?
I think if you saw last night people in Nashville, people at the Salt Shed, people all over the country watching this draft, Hawks fans are ready to come back, right? Like they want to come back. They want to have something to cheer for. And I think even when you think about the end of last year, the way Jonathan Toews went out and that game and that night and how special everything was, and how almost everything was almost perfect when he got a breakaway in overtime, but just didn't score, which actually worked out because now they got Connor Bedard.
Yeah.
You know, like fans are ready because they miss it. And I remind people of this all the time. We started our season in Denver this year with our colleagues at DNVR, and the Avalanche raised the banner, and we did like a show with our DNVR partners, and I said to them, do not forget this. Do not let this, don't take this for granted because you're going to think this is going to last forever, but it's going to be gone before you know it. And I think Hawks fans, they fell so in love with those dynasty teams, and then all of a sudden it was just over. It was just over. Like they just were not the same, and then it got bad, and it got ugly, and then it got embarrassing with all the Kyle Beach stuff, and it was just gross for a while. And now I think, Danny Wirtz and Jamie Faulkner have done a good job of kind of fixing those things, hiring the right people, kind of changing the landscape of the organization, not just on the ice, but off of it. And fans are starting to see like, okay, now the pieces are starting to come into place again. And with Bedard, it's way more quickly than anyone could have hoped.
Jay Zawaski, he leads the Hawks coverage over at CHGO. Confident I can speak for Speaks here, man. We're so happy for you. This is so awesome to see like the biggest story in hockey land in Chicago with your gig, and you're crushing it, man. Congrats.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people saw the video of me and Greg and Mario reacting to that lottery win. It's made the rounds, and I think I can speak for myself when that excitement was, oh my God, I get to cover this guy for a decade. And any fears I had about like being part of this startup and people finding us and, oh my God, are the Hawks going to be terrible for the next 8 years? That moment that card flipped, it was just like, it was an exhale. Because now we know that this team's going to be good and interesting and competitive in very short order here.
And Jay, you tweeted a picture last night, and Danny, you're right. You can absolutely speak for me on that. And it's like, Jay tweeted a picture last night of you in the middle of this 5-pack of people down there for CHGO Blackhawks and CHGO Sports. It's like, and Jay's the leader. And
Hell yeah, he is.
It looks freaking awesome. It's like, that's exactly what that guy's supposed to be doing. So,
well, that was not intentional. I'm just awkward and didn't know what to do with my hands, like Ricky Bobby.
Well, we know that too.
Yeah. No, but you look.
As a fat guy, you want to cover the gut.
Yeah,
and look a little more.
You're like an honorary.
Look a little more sassy than anything.
You're like an honorary fat guy.
200 episodes of the I'm Fat podcast. By the way,
I know it's ridiculous.
This guy.
Yeah.
Where's our cut?
That's going too.
Yeah.
Your cut.
That was a me comment.
Name if you want.
Yeah.
No,
something I would normally say. Jay, we'll talk soon, man. Thank you.
Well, no, we won't.
We will.
Well,
if you will,
no, you're right.
Here's the thing.
He's right.
If you will, we will. I mean, yeah, maybe not till camp.
Yeah, it's gonna.
I am
too
always
soon.
available.
God love you.
All right,
unless
see
you're
you,
doing
bud.
something.
All right,
Thanks,
All right. That's Jay Zawaski.
Snipped him.
CHGO.
Snipped him right there.
He deserved it. Really. I texted him when they got the number 1 pick. I was like, dude, you were the first person I thought of. You know what that News story is job security. That's what that was, man. That was some serious job security. Could not have happened to a better dude. The Hawks were the story, but we love funny, awkward audio on this show. And whoo, boy, first ballot Hall of Famer last night. Next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The Connor Bedard era has begun in Chicago. Hockey feels like it's back. Everybody who understands the sport and knows the game has said the same.
He is compared as one notch below Connor McDavid, and I believe Connor McDavid, when it's all said and done, may be the greatest to ever play hockey. He's in the conversation. Top 3 all time, top 4, top 5 all time. So if Connor Bedard's a notch below that, okay, that's better than Patrick Kane. That's better than Jonathan Taves. The comparison that I keep hearing about Connor Bedard is Patrick Kane's skill and savvy with Austin Matthews' shot, which is terrifying if you're a goalie or defenseman.
Okay.
Wow.
Sounds good.
Yeah, this is.
I would draft him.
Just numbers-wise, fellas. In the Western Hockey League, he played 57 games with Regina, with an R, 71 goals, 72 assists, 143 points in 57 games.
That's crazy.
Okay, so you want to turn up your nose and say, well, I mean, come on, it's the Western Hockey League. These guys are going to be future plumbers someday.
Yeah, it's just
let's
Regina.
Let's turn our attention to the World Junior Championships, where the best and brightest from around the world get together for the annual tournament. In 7 games for Team Canada, with all the spotlight on him, Connor Bedard had 9 goals and 14 assists, 23 points in 7 games in the world's most competitive junior tournament. That is more than 3 points per game for 17-year-old Connor Bedard. At age 15, his first year with Regina, 15 games, 28 points.
At 15.
That'll play.
At 15 years old. I mean, he is doing things that are otherworldly. The other thing is we had a chance to talk last month with 3 of the Hawks' top prospects. They all played together for the Seattle Thunderbirds junior hockey, and all of them got to play with him at the World Juniors and just talked about how great of a dude he is. Like, he's not all up in the clouds. He doesn't, maybe he believes the hype about himself, but he certainly doesn't show it. Supposed to be a great teammate, a future captain type. So, I mean, the Hawks, I know they literally won the lottery by winning the lottery, but they won the lottery, you know what I mean? Like, exclamation point, all caps.
Yeah, sometimes you say dumb things. But I think this time I didn't say any of the dumb things, and you didn't say any of the dumb things.
Oh, somebody else did?
How about that?
That makes it exciting.
That is really, really exciting. So there's so much here that we need to get into.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm with the listeners, or at least most of the listeners.
You haven't heard this.
I haven't heard this.
Oh, man.
Oh, I got virgin ears. My Cliff's Notes virgin ears.
Okay, so I believe it was the 5th pick in the draft that the Montreal Canadiens had. I mean, it couldn't be us, right? We got Connor Bedard. Their goalie, Carey Price, was the person who was announcing the pick. So fairly standard operating procedure.
Yeah.
With the 5th pick of the draft, the Montreal Canadiens select, and then you give the dude's name. It didn't go that easily.
Bonsoir. Le Canadiens de Montréal are proud to select David. We planned it that way. David Reinbacher.
So David Reinbacher.
You didn't know the dude's name?
Forgot his last name.
Isn't it on a card? It's on a card in front of you?
Just standing up there. Forgot his name.
Oh, God.
Another guy to come in. I was just thinking about like all future moments for that guy. What if he becomes a Hall of Famer?
David. ...
David Bueller. David, help. David, I'm joking. I'm a goalie. I'm not. My number one fear is public speaking.
That's a brutal moment for Carey Price.
That's a brutal moment.
It's a good goalie.
Who's the executive who comes in and ends up having to be the guy to announce the name? I don't even know. But that is pretty spectacular.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So, can we hear it one more time, Shane?
Bonsoir. Le Canadiens de Montréal are proud to select David. We planned it that way. David Reinbacher.
So David Reinbacher.
You know the person in the crowd yelling out the last name for him?
Yeah, very helpful. And then
that's the GM, Kent Hughes, by the way, steps in to say Reinbacher, and you hear Carey Price. That's my new favorite part.
Reinbacher.
Oh, yeah, Reinbacher.
Oh, yeah. That's got some Julio to him. Little enveloped. That's what I said.
Enveloped. That's what I said.
Enveloped.
He's just confirming. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Oh, yeah. The GM knows. I don't know why I'm up here. They already drafted me.
That's it. I should have said it.
It's Reinbacher.
It was right on the tip of my tongue.
Reinbacher. I was right there.
Oh, God.
I was right there. All right, so that's number one. Number two is another friend of the show, Chris Mad Dog Russo.
He loves us.
He loves us, and we love him. Well, the NFL, it's a very profitable business. Another way to say that is how Mad Dog says it.
This is a league that got, what did they get? How much did they get for the one game on the Black Friday from Amazon? What did they get, $100 million? I don't even know what the figure was. What did they get for that one game? They print money. They don't need the gambling money. I mean, it goes on and on and on. Giants, they get a new stadium built. They all pick up the old Jersey Exposition Authority, picks up the old debt of the old stadium. They get handout deals all the time. They make money hand over foot.
So not hand over foot?
Hand over fist.
Hand over fist.
Hand over fist, because you're stacking the money.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah.
I never used that one.
Hand over foot. Because you step on the money and then you put your hand on your foot. That's how it works.
Oh, I got it.
Hand over foot.
Yeah.
That's funny. We could have played that and you would have been like, oh, that's correct.
I make money hand over foot.
Yeah, no, hand over fist.
Hand over foot.
I've stayed away from that one in my adult communication life.
Good for you.
Because I didn't understand. Hand over foot apparently investigates the way in which a climber climbs a wall, or that. So hand over foot. Is Mad Dog a climber? Does he do like recreational climbing?
I don't believe so. I think he
make money hand over foot.
I think he just takes gummies and plays tennis and watches baseball. I think that's pretty much all he does at this point. It does takes cross-legged from his couch at home.
That's amazing.
Have you ever seen the videos of his takes that go viral?
So I don't necessarily. I'm not amused by the cross-legged. I'm amused by how far he sits up on that cushion when he could be just lounging up against the back of the couch.
But I think he needs to be projecting. I think he's like,
it's weird regardless.
It's too relaxed if he sits far back. He's got to get a little. He got to be on the edge of his seat.
It's just
like
Kyle
Brandt. He's got some of that Kyle Brandt in him. Need to be right there on the edge.
His ass just like on the edge of the couch, and the cushions are all in a disarray. And
yeah,
he's a weirdo.
He is. He's the greatest though. I mean, hand over foot. He's the best, man. So he's ranting there about that they don't need the gambling money, Right, so that's the. Have you been following the?
Oh my God, the NFL gambling suspensions that have come out. There's like 6 or 7 dudes have been suspended for a full year. A whole bunch more for 6 games.
Yeah, well, so Rashad Berry for the Colts got an indefinite suspension, and he deserved it. So the rule is you can't bet on the NFL, and you can't bet at team facilities. And I'll address that second part in a second.
Is he the running back?
Yes.
And he bet on he bet on a running back over under for the Colts.
He normally bet $25 or $50 a bet. And then on a running back prop bet, he bet $1,000.
Crazy.
Dumb. Like what? Come on. What are you doing? That bet's going to be flagged, of course. And then obviously that's insider trading. Obviously that's an integrity of the game issue. Obviously that can't happen. Like that is such an open and shut case. He might be done. Like I could see that one being we are making you're going to be our way less prominent Pete Rose. We're thankful that you're not Pete Rose. But like
go ahead and make an example of
you can't do that. Like you're betting with knowledge of the game plan that week. That is exactly what we cannot have happen. But the NFL has said you can bet on college football. You can bet on basketball. You can bet on baseball. We just don't want you to do it. You can't bet on the NFL, and we don't want you to do it from a team facility. But that also extends to the hotel the night before the game on the road. Can anyone explain to me why, if you're allowed to bet on college football, and the Bears are playing the Rams, and the Bears fly into LA on a Saturday morning, and you're hanging out in your hotel with curfew on Saturday night, why you can't bet on the Saturday night college football game from the team hotel on the road if you're allowed to bet on college football? Can anyone explain to me why the geographic location of where the bet is placed would be against team policy? Why can't you bet on an NBA game in the cafeteria at Hallis Hall?
Is the thought process that if you're in LA, you could be at the USC game, or you could know somebody who's at the USC game?
No, you're allowed to bet. You're allowed to bet on college football. It's just the location of the bet. You are allowed to bet on college football. You cannot bet when you're with the team. You can't bet at the team facility, on the team plane, in the team hotel, stadium, that sort of thing. But if it was a home game and you were staying at home and you were watching the college football game at home and you bet it from your house in Highland Park,
that makes my head spin.
No problem. That is idiotic. That absolutely should not be the case. You should be able to bet wherever you, and if you wanted to say we don't want it at the team facility because we don't want you to be like distracted, well then you should ban Instagram at the team facility. You should ban Twitter and TikTok. You know what I mean?
Why help me out here. Why isn't the ban just don't bet on the NFL?
That's what it should be.
Like just don't bet on the league that you're in, regardless, and we don't care what else you do. Why isn't that the rule?
It should be the rule. So there's 6 key rules. Don't bet on the NFL is number 1.
Okay.
Don't gamble at your team facility while traveling for a road game or staying at a team hotel, which makes no sense.
No sense.
Don't have someone bet for you.
Okay.
Makes sense.
That's fine.
Don't share team inside information.
Oh, yeah.
Makes sense. Don't enter a sports book during the NFL playing season. I get it, even though if you're allowed to bet on baseball or basketball, in theory, you should be able to go into a sports book and do it. But optically, I could squint and see that one.
But also in the sports book, you could theoretically be standing with somebody and tell them what to do, and they make a football bet for you.
But that would fall under the don't have someone bet on you policy.
Bet for you.
But right. I could see that. Don't play daily fantasy football. Again, sure, because in theory it would come with insider information and it's equivalent.
And it's the same as betting.
It's betting on the NFL.
I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with 5 of the 6.
Yeah.
Dudes are getting suspended 6 games
because they're betting at their facility
or at a hotel. I haven't heard it explained. I can't find an explanation. I do not get the possible rationale behind it. 6 games, man.
It just sounds like typically clumsy NFL trying to over-police a complicated issue they've stepped into because they're accepting the gambling money now.
Yeah.
Right. So they're trying to over-police it, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
It makes no sense. Coming up next, called for something with the Cubs for a while. We're kind of getting it tonight. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes. Middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Mark DeRosa.
I mean, TA, being around him, watching him do his drills, he has the quickest hands out of anybody that was there. So I think
you guys have talked about this on the show many times in the last couple of months. And I can confirm that not many people have this piece of baseball memorabilia that you guys have talked about a lot here and there over the last couple of months. There was a certain giveaway in Oakland.
Come on!
Yes!
No way!
I emailed the Oakland A's PR department and asked, do you guys happen to have any extra Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaways? And sure enough, a month later, they mailed it in.
Get out of here.
Let's go. Put that thing up.
We're putting
So-
it right here,
right up there. Yeah.
Here is the official Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaway poster for everyone watching on Twitch.
Holy crap.
It is the official
That's it.
Tony Kemp poster that you guys have been marveling at.
Yes.
And was promoted right behind home plate when the Cubs were playing in Oakland back in April.
I love this.
And it's emblematic. Really, and Tony Kemp is a terrific guy, a former Cub.
Yeah.
And a good player, good guy, adorable family. But the fact that that's the giveaway is emblematic of what is going to be remembered as one of the worst teams in baseball history. There you go. Now
Our
it's
guy,
official.
Tony Kemp.
Yep.
Right here for you.
Now all we need is the next goal is to get him at some point in studio to sign it.
Also, make sure you go to twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, because what Connor O'Donnell is doing is a split screen, sometimes with Dan, sometimes with, well, it has to only be Dan, but it's split screen with Dan and the Tony Kemp poster instead of Lawrence. There it is.
Yeah.
I think the Tony Kemp poster should always be on the screen on Twitch. It should just be always up there.
I think that it should be like the Florio head.
That's it.
Yes, exactly.
Where it's our screensaver?
Yeah, it should be bouncing up and around, and people be like, oh, when it almost makes it to the corner, and then it doesn't quite make it to the corner. That's what it should be.
by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour brought to you by EOC Audio, Chicagoland's leader in audio, video, networking, and home automation, EOCaudio.com.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah!
Oh, hell yeah. Connor Bedard. This guy is considered great generational prospect who is going to be a savior for a franchise that clearly matters. An Original Six franchise in one of the great international cities in the world. He is 17 years old. Imagine you at 17 and you have to be the savior for Tower Records. Whatever billionaire company in the industry or hobby that you thought you were pretty good at 17, you have to save the pot industry. Think about Ruben in 6 years. Being tasked with being the savior.
You must save Minecraft.
See Matt Spiegel's son, Ruben, over there.
Minecraft is in trouble. Textures. Internet porn may be taken away forever.
Yeah.
You step up and do what you do best.
17-year-old, go save Pornhub. It's ridiculous.
You're our only chance.
And with the first overall selection in the 2023 NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks are very proud to select from the Regina Pats, the Western Hockey League, Connor Bedard.
Among the greatness of Connor Bedard is, from what I can tell, he is obsessed with the game. And the great ones are.
He's a pretty special player, very special person, and we'll let him determine how special that first season is.
Yeah, it's incredible. I can't put it into words. So much history here. So I'm so happy to be part of the Blackhawks organization.
I want you to put the word out there that we back up. Understand me? We back up.
Go Blackhawks.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Tim. Here we go. Here we go, Tim. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Thanks so much for hanging out. It's Parkins and Spiegel on The Score. You can get some questions in for one last thing. Text them and Twitch them in. Been a fun show so far today. Dave Wanstead and Tony Wise were in studio. That was epic. Ty Dillon was a real treat. NASCAR driver of the White Sox car this weekend. Jay Zawaski was on the show.
Yeah, we asked each other questions we were going to ask Adam McKay.
Which was fun.
I agree.
Adam McKay was going to be on the show, and then will be on the show again for his 4th appearance in the future, but had to reschedule today. Those sort of things happen. I'm not calling it yet, but when I heard the Cubs talking out of London, my Cubs cynicism, like the antenna went up for, sounds like they're making excuses. Preemptive excuses.
Yeah, you brought it up fast.
I brought it up before they had even played a game.
I know. And then here they've looked bad in these first 2 games. Starting pitchers, getting lit up. Jamison Tyone going to stay in the rotation, says Carter Hawkins. Drew Smiley last night.
I hate when baseball people talk about the schedule being tough. It's 162 games in 181 days.
I know, but Danny, this one was far away. Really,
yes.
Those 2 games were really, really far away.
I understand.
Jet lag is real.
I'm not saying it's not real.
Sounds like you are.
I'm saying I don't like when they talk about it. Talk about it internally. Don't talk about it externally. Don't put it into the ether of, this is real tough. This is gonna be extra hard.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you guys got to talk about your sleep schedule and when you should nap and when you should have your coffee.
Have you heard that in retrospect? Like, since those 2 games, have you heard players calling it out?
Not since, but like I said, coming out of it, it was this is we got it. This is a big stretch. We got night games and day games and 13 games in 13 days, and all the times are different, and it's tougher coming back. And we gave up our off days for 2 months. You know what I mean? It's so they were talking about it, and no one has made the excuse for the losses for it, which is good. But I'm just saying, 5-1, 8-5, playing from behind, playing flat, and Cincy playing great baseball, obviously. They've won 2 in a row. Milwaukee won last night. Pittsburgh has won 3 in a row. you now have fewer wins again than the Pirates and are tied with them 4.5 back. You had buried them. You had passed them, I should say, when you swept them in back-to-back series.
Yeah.
Not anymore. You've lost 3 in a row. They've won 3 in a row. They caught you again. And there's 2 things here. One, I'd said I wanted Kyle Hendricks to pitch in big games again for the Cubs. I meant playoff games. But all of a sudden, it's kind of a big game tonight, man. They're an underdog at home to the Phillies. Taijuan Walker pitching.
They've already lost the series, but you really don't want to come out of the London trip and lose 3 in a row at the beginning of this 13-game stretch with everybody else in the division playing well.
Yeah, I'm so like this is not what I was talking about when I said, man, I really want Kyle Hendricks to pitch in big games again for the Cubs. I meant the dude who was on the mound for Game 6 when they clinched against the Dodgers, the guy who started Game 7. Like, you know what I mean? That's what I meant. Playoff games, obviously, but if you want to avoid the backslide, this game matters. This stretch of time really matters because at the deadline, the players are all going to go on vacation and take a break. Carter Hawkins and Jed Hoyer, they're going to get together and be doing meetings every day.
At the All-Star break,
At the All-Star break, at the end of this 13-game stretch, and they're going to say, all right, we got 2 weeks, basically, 2.5 weeks until the deadline. Where are we? What do we think we're going to do? Where are we going to send our scouts? Are we sending scouts to organizations to look to prospects to buy or to sell? Like, are we scouting minor leagues? Are we scouting big leagues? Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're going to be deploying resources over the break in anticipation of the deadline. It's a big stretch of games.
It definitely is, and it's part of this broader time where you're trying to figure out what the hell you are and define yourself with a roster that was built to go in either direction. You could go to the seller's space and, you know, push the expectation of contention off a little bit, or you could buy and really try and go for it. And I wonder if Carter Hawkins, you know, it is in a spot where the owner has kind of declared before the front office has had to declare. Now, the front office probably wouldn't declare in any way until they get a little closer because they want to get more data. They want to see more games. They want to give themselves as much time as possible. But the owner came out and declared. That's the backdrop for this whole thing. To me, since the beginning of the London trip, Tom Ricketts in the pub on with Mully and Haugh saying buyers. And now saying that, you know, we're going to be buyers. And there's the prospect of the direct-to-consumer marquee app coming as soon as July or August, according to Crane Kenny when he was on Inside the Clubhouse. So with those things as backdrop, does a baseball front office feel free to make what they think is the best decision, even if it does mean selling? All of a sudden you worry just a little.
See, I think that
there's any sort of kind of consensus that's gone on, or at least the freedom for these guys to make whatever decision there is. Because this stretch that you're talking about, I mean, what if they go 4-9 in this 13-game stretch? And you know, it's Yankee Stadium. It's Cleveland. Cleveland won today on a steal of home by Jose Ramirez, which is one of the most gorgeous slides I've seen in a while. They won on about an hour ago. Cleveland could start playing decent baseball. They come in here this weekend. What the hell's going to happen to you then? So, yeah, I mean, if they're bad in this stretch and they decide they want to be sellers, are they boxed in by what ownership has said?
That would shock me. I don't believe that. I don't think there's much risk of being boxed in by it. But let's hear how Carter handled it. He's asked directly, the general manager of the Cubs, about Tom Ricketts' comments.
Just to clarify, I mean, Crane and Tom basically said we're going to be buyers. Is that his operating assumption for you and Jed at this moment?
I mean, as long as we're continuing the consistent wins that we are right now, and I think that's kind of what Tom alluded to, is, you know, if this stays consistent and we continue to win at the rate that we've been winning, like, that's where we'll be. And, you know, certainly, you know, we'll be looking to contend if that continues to happen, and that's our plan, to make that happen.
See, it sounds like a guy who's trying to play it level because that's what they do. They try and not tell you exactly what they're going to do because they don't know yet. They don't know yet. And having someone above you declare it is uncomfortable because they are your boss. And ideally, you don't want them to say anything, but the owner can say whatever the hell he wants. And the president of operations, of business operations, can say whatever he wants. Now, the president is lateral to Jed, not above Jed. But he's above Carter, and looped in there with Tom by the Patrick Mooney questions like, well, that was interesting, isn't it? And he doesn't go along right with it. He says, as long as we keep winning.
And he said, I think that's what Tom was saying, as long as we keep winning. And so I don't think that I do not get the sense at all when I listen to Tom Ricketts. He's saying, like, as of now, we'd be buyers. Like, if it was today, we'd be buyers. But about Stroman, he was like, talk to Jed. He's always like, talk. How many times have we heard Tom Ricketts say, talk to Jed?
Yeah.
That's his ton. You know what I mean? That's not what he does. We know this. We know a ton of people over there. Like, that is actually real.
Obviously, Marcus has played extremely well right now. He's been a big part of our clubhouse. He's a good guy to have on the team. Players, everybody enjoys having him around. What we do with this contract is something that Jed will work out with Marcus and his team at some point.
Talk to Jed.
By
the way, inconsequential probably, but Kansas City came back and did beat Cleveland in the bottom of the 10th. Hadn't seen that. Saw Cleveland went up top of the 10th, and then Kansas City came back.
Okay.
Thank you for the update.
But so I am not worried that Jed will not be empowered to do what he wants to do at the deadline because of comments that Tom Ricketts made in a pub in London on a radio show.
I always start by answering that the other baseball guys make the baseball decision.
Right.
But stepping back from that, I mean, the fact is that if we're playing as well as we know we can going into the trade deadline, I'm sure Jed will be parts that will help us get to the next level. April was solid. May was a setback, but June has been good. Let's just hope we maintain this pace, and then we'll be looking out there, looking for the kind of things we need to get us all the way to the postseason.
So
he did say if we're playing as well.
Yeah, so I think that Tom handled it fine, and I think
Carter is thankful that Tom said if we're playing as well.
He gave him the out. He gave them the out. But I do think these things, like, they can make the trades happen fast, but they'd prefer not to. They want to take as much time as they can to acquire as much data as they can and take it as close to the deadline as they can.
That's why you go as long and as late as possible.
So if the Cubs go on a stretch, you said 4-9 in the 13 games post-London, we will absolutely be back to having a debate on whether or not this team is buyers or sellers. It's just they came into the year expected to win 77 games. In that world, I think they would be sellers. Now, I do understand that there is value in playing competitive games in August and September, going for it, morale in the clubhouse, trying to win, all of that stuff. There is value in it. But they can play themselves into it, and they can play themselves out of it very easily here. And like I was reading Patrick Mooney in The Athletic. I knew Taillon had been terrible. I hadn't looked at it in this simple of terms. 2-11 in Taillon starts?
Yeah, it's been brutal.
I mean, that's
striking. That's striking when you're just a few games under 500 and a few games out of your division, and that's your big money free agent.
Right, because I know that it's not one player, right? Like, Wesneski has given up his spot in the rotation. Seiya has underperformed. Whatever. But, man, it's pretty... If he was what you paid for, and you were 8-5 in the Taillon starts, that's 6 more wins. Now you got 43 wins instead of 37.
Taillon has a lot of pitches that he can throw, and there have been different reasons why that have been cited as to what has been his problem, whether it is the anxiety of being the new guy, whether it is Yan Gomes just trying to get him through a game and staying away from the pitch mix and the identity that Taillon has. Now you're at a point where all of those reasons, as true as they may have been, excuses at this point. All of them are starting to feel like excuses. You got to look at the pitch mix and look at look at that sweeper and decide whether you should be throwing it as much as you actually should be. It's time to really kind of dive into that. Your guy Kyle Hendricks, you're the only one who's allowed to like him.
Yeah,
as we've
right.
established.
Carved out that niche for myself.
He's got a whip under 1.
He's been awesome
since he's come back. The ERA is like 2.60. The whip is under 1, and he is deeply needed to go deep into this game tonight and to bring a sense of normalcy and not make this team feel like they have to play from behind again. Because they had some great moments in that hot streak before London where they were playing from behind and putting offense together. But after 2 nights like that, and the Phillies look like they have it going, Nick Castellanos on fire again, you can't afford to let them get way ahead again like they have the last 2 nights.
No, and so, it's a weird thing. Like, it's not a big game because it's one game. But
all of these games in this stretch matter.
Correct.
Correct. They all matter.
That's right.
And you're starting to feel it, feel the potential. I mean, these are home games against a team that has not been great.
Yeah.
In the Phillies. They're supposed to be better than this, but you don't want them to get healthy for you.
That's right. Are you going tonight, Shane?
It's not raining anymore.
Is the double date on?
The plan is right now to go for sure.
The double date is on. Alyssa Bergamini, her boyfriend, Shane, and Shane's date number 1. Yes?
Yeah, is that wild to do a date number 1 as a double date?
I don't think so. I think it's a great buffer.
I think so too. Alyssa and Matt are fun.
Yeah, if they're fun, and depending on, have you decided on the seating arrangement? Are you on the end?
I think Matt and I will be on the ends. We'll be the sandwich bread.
And Alyssa knows the date?
Yeah, no, she's never met her.
She's never met her.
No. But as Alyssa said in Crosstalk the other day, she likes making new friends. So I think it'll be good.
So that's good. So
he's breaking out the big guns though.
The big seats.
Good seats. Double date.
Yeah.
This is 8th row behind the Cubs.
This is
oh my god, it's disgusting.
Those are the
seats.
When you're important. These are the ones they give you.
Oh yeah.
God.
That Speaks can't get anymore.
When you go up there,
can't get them anymore.
Say, hey, need some tickets, and they say, "Oh, for Shane," and then they give you these ones.
I was promised 10 games of those a year, 10 games a year in those seats. Just before the era of vague employment began.
Just before you almost basically, yeah. That was tough.
Yeah, it's tough. So now Shane gets them.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that was the clause in the contract. When Portland left, it was like, well, if Speaks isn't here, then it goes to Shane.
Right, and
I was
still
part-time at that time, so that makes no sense.
No sense at all. But you're also going to showcase your connection to a very important Cubs player.
Yes.
Yeah, Nico and I are tight.
Yeah, there's the game within the game tonight because Boog Shambi, even though we gave him all sorts of good information on
Nico? Jared Young.
On Jared Young, thank you. Through our conversation with Nico Horner. Still didn't get shouted out on the broadcast last night, but the crowd mic is going to pick up Shane because him and Nico have special language for tonight's game. Nico Horner with us every Tuesday at this time on the Parkins and Spiegel show. On Thursday, our executive producer, Shane Reardon, is going to be about 8 or 9 rows behind the Cubs on deck circle. What's a code word or something that he can yell out to give you some words of encouragement in the batter's box?
So we got a Taiwan Walker. I mean, sinker, splitter, slider, get him up. I don't know.
All right, we'll think of something.
Sinker, slitter, get him up.
Get him up. Get him up.
Get him up.
So
get him up.
Everything's going to be low in the zone.
Yeah.
So he's got to get the ball up.
All right, sinker, slider, splitter, get him up.
That sounds good to me. If I do that, I like my chances.
Okay.
I'm going with all 4. I'm not just going to say get him up. I'm not just going to say sinker, not just say slider, not just say splitter. Hey, Nico, sinker, slider, splitter, get him up.
That's it. Because he's talking about the whole mix.
Yeah.
He wants to, because that's what he's thinking when he's in the on-deck circle. He lets you into his mindset.
Yeah.
So now if you say that, he might acknowledge it because you're not taking him out of his mindset. That guy drives hard.
Right.
He drives himself very, very hard. He doesn't want you to say something wacky like pickles or tequila or, anything like that.
People around us are going to look at me like I'm crazy.
I know.
Good.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
That's just good, hard baseball motivation talk. You sound like somebody who plays.
Sinker, slider, splitter, get him up.
You wearing that White Sox hat?
No, I'm not going to wear a Sox hat to a Cub game. I am not that guy.
Good for you.
I'll put on my Lottie's hat. Favorite bar in the city. I'll put on my lot.
There you go.
All right. And you're going to get this filmed, right? So that when we get
yeah,
the
Alyssa's going to hold the camera looking at Nico, and then if he turns around, then she'll flip it over to me, and then we'll go from there.
you guys will have your beautiful interaction, and then hopefully he hits like a
bomb.
A bomb.
Yeah.
Tips his hat towards you, and
gets him up.
We got a moment.
100%.
You got him up. You got him
Hopefully
up.
it's on a sinker, or slider, or splitter. Get him up.
Get him up.
I think the texture's right, by the way. First date. Go ahead and let her know about the freezer that you have in your closet.
That's always my inclination. And
The
I've
meat
done
freezer.
it before.
Yeah.
And obviously, I'm not dating anyone.
Yeah, right.
You think that's the reason that openness backfired?
No, I think it's my fear of commitment.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That probably seems to be a bigger factor. Yes. I think you don't lead with it, but it's like maybe inning number 3. All right, I got to tell you something. I have a freezer in my closet. I don't want you to think it's weird, but I do have a freezer in my closet.
Yeah, I mean, honesty is the best policy.
Yeah.
How much of a cow is in your bedroom right now?
There's not much more cow left. like the quarter cow that I bought through it's like 2 X's ago
Yeah.
is gone by now, but I'd say it's halfway full. I've got a lot of Second City Prime and Wagyu beef in there.
Okay.
Only the good stuff.
There's not like really big pieces of unrecognizable cuts with blood leaking out or anything
it's
like
funny
that.
that you say that because I went in there today to take out a pack of bacon to thaw it.
Yeah.
And I opened the thing and just exposed on white butcher paper, it just says shoulder.
Oh.
Because that is one part from another quarter cow that I bought that is still there. And I know it's beef shoulder.
Yeah, you know it's not an X.
Right, but if someone else were to open the freezer, like tell a friend, hey, can you go grab a thing of beef stock out of there for me? Yeah, no problem. Open it up, shoulder.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Who's?
Don't watch Sweeney Todd with the date. Don't do that.
Yeah.
It's a deep musical reference for nobody except me.
No, he's a barber with a bunch of razor blades. down there.
Look at you.
Yeah,
Come on.
All right.
Thank you.
There you go.
Something, and his eye was odd. I know a little bit of the music. from Sweden.
There you go. So we just referenced something that Tom Ricketts said. It is possible for these people to speak and be accountable. We will prove it to you next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Here I am talking about guys that people actually know, and positions. What is left base? That's not even a position.
Pablo Ozuna moves over to left base.
What the hell does that mean? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any
Was
sense.
it left field or third base? Which
He
was
in
correct?
left field. I don't know. Don't know. I think it was left field probably.
Finally, former Steeler defensive coordinator Bud Carson died today at the age of 75. Carson was the architect of the Iron Curtain, the Steel Curtain, rather.
Oh, when you did
God, I'm
updates, did you
stupid.
not have a script?
No, I don't know what I did, dude. I don't know what I did. So
The Iron Curtain. That's great.
Iron
He says
Curtain?
finally he's dead.
Finally,
that part
former
too.
Steeler defensive coordinator Bud Carson died today.
It's about time.
You've been waiting for it.
Guy's
for a
hanging
long
on way too long.
Finally,
Damn, I'm stupid. Don't listen, Danny. Don't worry about any of this today because I am way dumber than you are, and I've got years on you too. So I've spent a few more years of my life being stupid. So you've got a long way to go, and I think you can right the ship. It's too late for me. I'm
there is
done.
some good news, though. Leonard Floyd, who went to the hospital with a neck injury yesterday.
I don't remember that one.
I like that Tanny, when I was laughing at the Iron Curtain instead of the Steel Curtain, was mad that I was laughing at the wrong part of the drive.
They're
No,
both-
it's
they're
funnier that
both
he was
great.
laughing at finally. Yeah. Oh, God.
So don't feel bad, man.
No, I know
I
that you've
don't.
probably been on a plane where you don't get peanuts on that particular day. They're not handing them out. That's because somebody on the plane has a severe allergy. It's really horrible.
Are we going to all of them now? It's 2:25. We got a long way to go, fellas.
We're trying to make Danny feel better, okay? So if you really want to make him feel better, just empty in the Ranji vault here.
No, keep some in the chamber, man.
Yeah, man.
This is good.
It's not like
it's
they get less funny every time you play it. Don't worry. We'll just play it throughout the day.
All right, good.
Thanks for hanging out, Parkins and Spiegel on The Score. So, just kind of a weird story because I can imagine White Sox fans not knowing that it was allowed. I imagine like if you were just a White Sox fan and not a fan of baseball, not a fan of the Cubs, but you were just a White Sox fan, you maybe thought it was possible that somewhere within baseball's bylaws that the owner wasn't allowed to speak publicly. Like, you know, they're billionaires, they own the teams, they run the sport, but there's some sort of weird rule that says the general manager or the president of baseball operations is the top-ranking official who's actually allowed to, you know, have accountability and speak publicly.
And it should be said, it's not just the White Sox. Sadly, the Oakland A's would love to hear from John Fisher, Oakland A's fans.
Yep.
They don't hear from him. There are a few owners who simply do not bother. And Jerry Reinsdorf and the White Sox are part of a very quiet. I don't even know if it's a minority or a majority, but I mean, look, you're obviously right about the sensation for White Sox fans wanting to hear from their owner and just not getting it.
So, I mean, Pedro Grifaldo said like you can talk to Jerry.
Yeah.
If you don't like the lineups, and I just that was when I started to really think about it. I was like, imagine being Jesse Rogers, Lamont Pope, Bruce Levine, whomever, and just be like,
we don't get a chance.
I'd love to, Pedro. I wouldn't talk to him about where you're batting Jake Berger. Mm-hmm. I'd have some bigger questions. But Tom Ricketts spoke on our station over the weekend, or last weekend when they were in London, said that they would be buyers as of now. John Sherman, owner of the Royals, held a long press conference today about underachieving with the team, moving out of Kauffman Stadium, what was blocking public funding for moving a stadium downtown. You know, he did a press conference. People didn't love everything he had to say, but he faced the media, did a press conference. Steve Cohen, who Jerry Reinsdorf wanted to block getting into baseball because he has too much damn money, did a press conference about the underachieving Mets, and he said some stuff.
You know, there's plenty of blame to go around, right? I mean, I'll take responsibility, right? I'm the owner. And so, yeah, listen, ultimately, for some reason, we're not as crisp as we were last year. You know, we had a lot of players perform really well last year, and this year they're not performing quite as well. What the reason is, I don't know. It's a little bit above my pay grade. Okay, it's not my forte. You know, it doesn't mean it has to last all season. But, you know, the reality is the reality. Players know it. Management knows it. I know it. And, you know, hope is not a strategy, right?
Oh, you got to love that.
How much would you love, even though it doesn't change anything, nobody got fired. How much would you love to hear Jerry Reinsdorf say something like that? Am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy. There's a comfort level for Cohen as a public person on a human level that I think Jerry just doesn't have. That's part of it. But also there's a willingness to be available and a willingness to hold yourself accountable. I mean, Steve Cohen talked for a long time. He answered a whole bunch of questions, talked about the expensiveness of free agency, but that's what it is. Talked about how there are things happening behind the scenes that are good that people don't know. He's talked about how we won't be buyers if we're playing like this, that maybe we will be sellers, and some players will have to think about waiving their no trade clauses. Like, he went out there and was available in a way that I can't imagine Jerry Reinsdorf ever doing again, frankly. He hasn't done it in a long, long time.
I agree. Like, even if he sells the team, you know, I don't imagine he'd be like, talk to the new guy.
No.
You know, I don't think we'll ever see it.
And it's crazy because, I mean, you brought it up the other day. It's like kind of incredulous. It doesn't. He doesn't do it. Like they put out statements when the Bulls fire somebody, or when the White Sox fire somebody, or when they move on. He puts out statements, or he puts Rick Hahn out there to talk. And Jerry is not gettable for the assemblage of media. I can't remember the last time that he was.
And we've talked to some reporters about this, and they say that, you know, they see him and they can maybe ask him a question, but it's off the record. but it is not a we will talk to the fans
Through the media
with cameras rolling, microphones recording. What I say is on the record. You could put it in the newspaper. You could play it on the radio. You could put it on the 10 o'clock news.
Yeah, he doesn't have to. There's no rule that says he does.
No, of course. And he doesn't want to, clearly. And
it's so frustrating.
It's maddening. And again, I know that I'm also the guy who says, like, a lot of times when these people are speaking into microphones, they're lying. But there is a difference when it's the owner. When it's like, because Steve Cohen said, like, that's above my pay grade. He's saying it's not his expertise to evaluate why Max Scherzer is struggling this year.
I think nothing is above his pay grade.
Right, he could buy every team.
Yeah, and he was talking about the crispness. It was an interesting observation from a baseball fan who's now an owner, because they're not playing crisp and clean. But yeah, he doesn't mean pay grade. He means expertise level or job assignment, what have you.
But so, like, let's just say Jerry Reinsdorf is driving around right now listening. And he called in. And he's like, all right, smartass. 5 questions. Let's go.
Lines are open, Jerry. 312-644-6767.
All right, so what are the 5 questions?
Why? What gives you the right?
Why have you never signed a player to a 9-figure contract?
That's one of them.